Head-splitting pain. Emoku struggled for a long time before finally managing to lift his eyelids, which felt as heavy as if welded shut. A dim ship cabin came into view first. The planks were blackened by seawater erosion and water droplets seeped through the cracks, pooling into a puddle of murky water on the floor. The sea breeze mixed with the choking smell of cheap rum along with a faint hint of blood. Just one sniff made his stomach churn. Emoku propped himself up on the cold floor. Before he could recover from the dizziness, two streams of memory crashed and intertwined like an out-of-control. One memory belonged to Emoku, a veteran corporate slave from the 21st century, commuting by subway from 9 to 5. His daily life was an endless struggle with KPIs and clients, and his only solace was reading the One Piece manga after work. 3 days ago, while crossing the street, he was looking down at manga spoilers complaining about Oda's years of dragging the story. He didn't notice a truck emblazoned with the Yun roaring toward him. Truly a literal hit by great luck. It sent him straight to reincarnation. The other memory belonged to a boy of the same name, Emoku, only 11 years old, living on this blue sea. The boy lived in a small village in the East Blue, a poor but peaceful life. But just yesterday, a band of brutal pirates landed and ransacked the village. He was captured and taken aboard their ship destined for a distant slave auction market. Emoku's mouth twitched violently. A wave of extreme despair shot up his spine. Transmigrated into the world of One Piece. He had imagined countless times what a satisfying transmigration beginning would be like. Either reincarnate as a gifted marine recruit rising through the ranks with headquarters backing, or by chance board a legendary pirate ship, be appreciated by the captain from the start, and become a top vice captain, at the very least own an island fortune, and a system newcomer package reaching the peak of life, while lying down. But when it came to him, it was a hard mode start enjoying a Oneidae experience card in the pirate ship's hold. Emoku looked down at his thin, frail limbs, an 11-year-old body weak and emaciated like malnutrition. He immediately became sober. Most pirates on this sea were inherently greedy and cruel. Pillaging, burning, and slave trading were the norm. Falling into their hands an orphan with no power or background, the outcome was too frightening to imagine. Clinging to the last shred of hope, Emoku lowered his voice and called out repeatedly in the narrow cabin. System, little system, is the system master here? Can you quickly issue the newbie gift pack? Even just opening the check-in function would do. He shouted until his voice grew hoarse, but only his faint echo reverberated in the cabin. No cold mechanical prompt, no virtual panel appearing out of thin air, no sign of any golden finger. His fantasy shattered completely. Emoku resignedly rubbed his throbbing temples, facing the cruel reality. He was alone, transmigrated into the world of One Piece with no system, no background, no ability. A complete 000 start. I must escape. Staying here will only lead to being slaughtered. Emoku gritted his teeth, stood up slowly by leaning on the mottled damp wooden planks, and quickly swept his gaze over the simple prison cabin. All four sides were thick, hard wooden planks. The only entrance was a worn wooden door on which hung an old-fashioned rusty iron lock. Fortunately, these pirates didn't take a frail, half-grown child seriously at all. They neither tied him with rope nor put heavy shackles on his limbs. The large prison cabin was empty, with no one else except him. Presumably, the other captured villagers had either been moved to another cabin or had already been killed and thrown into the sea. Emoku tiptoed to the wooden door, pressed his ear tightly against the cold planks, held his breath, and focused on catching sounds from outside. The next second, the chaotic sounds surged in like a tidal wave. Harsh roars, angry curses, the clang of swords clashing, and the dull thuds of explosions interwoven layer upon layer. A fight outside. Emoku's heart instantly leaped to his throat. Two guesses raced through his mind. Either the Marines had received intelligence and come to raid, or it could be two pirate crews fighting each other over treasure. Whichever situation it was for him trapped in the prison cabin, it was both an once-in-a-lifetime chance to escape and a deadly crisis full of danger. In the chaos of the battle, blades were blind, flying cannonballs and stray energy blasts were everywhere. One misstep and a stray bullet or a misplaced blade could end his life completely in this East Blue. He was racking his brains on how to pick the rusty lock when a thunderous roar suddenly exploded. A violent shockwave spread wildly along the hall. The old wooden door was slammed inward by the blast. The rusty iron lock instantly flew off, hitting the solid wooden floor with a heavy thud. Emoku, caught off guard, was pushed back 3 steps by the surging blast and fell to the floor. While rubbing his numb arm, a spark of wild joy lit up in his eyes. The originally locked escape door was blown open. Outside, the battle was chaotic, with everyone locked in a fight. No one would notice a small child in the cabin. Isn't this a golden opportunity sent by the heavens? A divine chance. If he missed it, he would likely be trapped here forever. Emoku did not hesitate. He crouched low, pressed against the cabin wall, and quickly slipped out of the prison cabin. On the deck, it had already become a brutal. Marine soldiers in blue and white uniforms were locked in combat, with ferocious ragged pirates. Desperate screams, fierce roars, and the clang of weapons interwoven pounding against eardrums. Emoku curled up in the shadow of a corridor corner, holding his breath, not daring to even exhale. With his frail 11-year-old body, if he rashly rushed onto the deck, it would be like serving himself on a platter. Not to mention joining the fight, any random swing of a blade could cut him in half. Staying alive is always the top priority. First find a hidden corner to lie low, and after the battle settles, then look for a way out. He hugged the cold wall, moving through dark corners that no one noticed, determined to find a locked storage room or an empty room to hide. In his haste, he turned two narrow corridors and suddenly saw a room with a thick burlap curtain hanging over the entrance embroidered with a crooked skull and cross. Could this be the pirate's treasure room? Emoku's heart stirred. He looked around cautiously, confirming no pursuers were coming, then lifted the thick curtain and slipped it. The moment he stepped into the room, Emoku's pupils dilated sharply, and he stood frozen in place. The large room was filled with wooden chests and burlap sacks of all sizes. Golden coins, sparkling jewels, and exquisite jade were scattered around, the dazzling splendor blinding to the eyes. In the corner, there were also many antique ornaments of great age. Any one of them could fetch a sky-high price in a town in the East Blue. A real pirate treasure room, a room full of riches enough to drive countless pirates to fight and kill. If this were a peaceful time, Emoku would definitely not be able to resist stuffing his pockets with gold coins as startup capital for his journey on the sea. But right now outside there was constant gunfire and fighting. No matter how much gold and jewels one needed to be alive to enjoy them. Moreover, whether the Marines win or the pirates win, the treasure in this room would never fall into the hands of an unknown nobody like him. He swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing his desire for wealth, then turned around, decisively planning to hide behind the piles of wooden chests and wait for the battle. Just as he was about to hide, a strange scent quietly entered his nostrils. A sweet fragrance mixed with an indescribable weird fishy odor. The source of the scent was the old solid wood table in the center of the room. Emoku's breath caught, his pupils contracted wildly. Even if the fruit were more bizarre, he could instantly recognize this unique treasure of the One Piece devil fruit, the most scarce supernatural treasure of the entire sea. Whoever eats it can awaken a unique special ability and gain terrifying power beyond ordinary humans. But the cost was equally cruel. From then on he would be rejected by the entire sea, become a lifelong landlubber, and if he fell into the sea, he would become powerless and sink to the bottom. Emoku couldn't help but silently complain in his heart. The captain of this pirate crew was too careless, leaving a priceless devil fruit casually on the table. This devil fruit was destined to be snatched by him. Just then the sound of hasty footsteps and rough pirate curses came from deep in the corridor, approaching the room. Search every cabin. I saw that runaway brat run in this direction. When we catch him, we'll skin him alive and pull his sinews. The footsteps were getting closer, only a few meters from the treasure room. All of Emoku's nerves tightened instantly. Caught in a dilemma, he gritted his teeth and grabbed the purple devil fruit from the table. Either way, it's a dead end. Might as well bet on it. Even if he awakens a useless fruit that everyone despises, at least he would have some ability better than being unarmed and at the mercy of these desperados. With a mindset of death before dishonor, he took a big bite of the fruit. The moment the flesh entered his mouth, Emoku's face turned livid visibly. The bitter and astringent flesh carried a strong rancid smell, like rotten eggs left for half a month mixed with Chinese gold thread crushed and swallowed. Extremely disgusting. The legend that devil fruits are the worst tasting food in the world was indeed well deserved. Emoku forced down the overwhelming nausea, held his breath, and swallowed a few more mouthfuls of the flesh. He secretly congratulated himself for being familiar with the One Piece plot, knowing that only a portion of the fruit needed to be eaten to awaken the ability. If he had eaten the entire hard-to-swallow fruit, he would probably have been knocked unconscious by the strange taste before the pursuers even caught him. After a moment, a warm current slowly spread from his abdomen, flowing through the blood vessels of his limbs, soothing all his tense nerves. A clear piece of ability information was directly imprinted on his soul, entering Emoku's mind without hindrance. Paramecia clone fruit. Ability rule can permanently copy the ability's combat techniques, move frameworks, Haki system, and combat experience templates of any target within line of sight. Once copied, the ability is permanently retained. The final power of the ability depends on the user's physical fitness and later cultivation foundation. Derived ability can condense mental power to create exclusive clones. The maximum number of clones is determined by the user's mental strength. Emoku stood frozen in place for 3 full seconds. The next second, extreme joy burst forth. Clone fruit, a god-level fruit that can permanently replicate all of others' combat foundations. His clone fruit. As long as he witnessed a strong person in action, he could convert all of their lifelong training moves, Haki, and combat experience into Who would have thought that starting in a prison cell on hell difficulty, he would directly draw the ultimate golden finger that everyone dreams of? The heavens really know how to create a twist. While Imoku was immersed in the ecstasy of obtaining a god-level fruit, a mighty and heroic roar pierced through the layers of ship planks, echoing through the entire pirate ship, causing the wooden chests in the room to tremble slightly. "Huh. A bunch of petty thieves surrender to me, Garp. Garp." The wild joy on Imoku's face instantly froze. His smile stiffened, and his blood seemed to stop flowing in that moment. Monkey D. Garp. The marine hero Luffy's grandfather, a top-tier powerhouse recognized across the entire sea, a legendary figure who pushed the pirate king Roger into a corner many times. Why would he be on this pirate ship? Imoku, who had just picked up a great gift, hadn't even had time to dream of conquering the sea and instantly fell into a new round of life and death dilemma. If the fact that he ate the clone fruit were exposed, he would definitely be sent to Vegapunk by the world government for dissection. He screamed in his heart. "Big shot, please spare this weak newbie who just transmigrated." The ventilation window of the treasure room was only palm-sized. Mock held his breath, his fingertips hooked on the rough wooden frame, and cautiously poked half his head out to peek at the deck. In the center of the deck stood a towering figure like an iron tower. His short gray-white hair stood on end, his navy uniform hung open, revealing his bulging chest muscles. The hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Kapu. At this moment, Kapu was barehanded, swinging his fists with such force that any pirate grazed by the wind was sent flying like hit by a cannonball, crashing into the ship's rail unconscious, without a sound, bones broken, who knows how many. This was no Navy suppression, it was a one-sided massacre. Even more absurd followed. Kapu's footsteps blurred as he effortlessly used one of the 6 powers shave. Only a faint blur remained at the spot. He had already dashed into the thick of the pirates. A faint black luster appeared on his fists, armament Haki. Facing a pirate's steel blade, Kapu did not dodge, but grabbed it barehanded. Clang! The finely forged longsword was snapped in two. Just as Mock stared unblinkingly at Kapu, his mind racing with complaints, the warm ability that had just awakened in his dantian began to circulate on its own. A barely perceptible invisible ripple passed through his eyes. The next second, every movement of Kapu on the deck, the angle of each punch, the precision of each footstep, the trajectory of Haki, in his meridians, the secrets of the 6 powers, even his combat instincts honed through countless battles. Everything was copied like a high-speed disc into the depths of Mock's mind without a single error. In just a dozen seconds, Kapu's entire combat system, accumulated over a lifetime, was fully recorded by the clone fruit, not a single detail missed. Mock felt a loud boom in his mind as a flood of combat memories rushed in like a burst dam, and a set of ingrained muscle memory suddenly appeared in his limbs. The complete 6 powers: shave, iron body, paper, art, moonwalk, storm, kick, finger gun. Each technique's training method, advanced skills, and combat variations were clear: armament Haki, observation Haki, and even Conqueror's Haki. Damn, even Conqueror's Haki. Mock was stunned. Happiness came too suddenly, almost knocked. He had thought he'd copy just a few simple moves, but instead he got the entire lifetime combat package of Kapu, folder and all. He instinctively raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and imitated the straight punch Kapu had just thrown, swinging it forward. Whoosh! The fist carried a faint breeze. The force was ordinary, the speed average. Not to mention splitting mountains, it probably wouldn't even make an adult pirate flinch. Just as I thought. Mock withdrew his hand, feeling no surprise, even expect. The fruit's ability description was clear. It copied the framework, the template, and the experience. The final power depended entirely on one's own physical condition and training foundation. He was now an 11-year-old thin, weak child, malnourished with no strength in it. He had a complete set of top-tier martial arts manuals, but his body was too weak. His chi, blood strength, and stamina all fell short. No matter how good the techniques, he couldn't unleash their power. It's okay, no panic. Mock quickly adjusted his mindset, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Others wanted to learn the 6 powers or Haki, but couldn't even find the door. How many years would they have to toil to even get close? How many elite Navy soldiers train their whole lives and never master all 6 powers? But he had obtained the standard answer and the complete solution steps from the start. All that remained was practice and raising his physical stats. The battle on the deck ended faster than Mock expected. The pirates who had come to capture him had probably already fled upon hearing it was Kapu leading the team. In just a few minutes, the cries of agony gradually subsided. Kapu was about to turn and order his men to clean up the battlefield and count prisoners when his gaze casually swept over and caught the small figure peeking from the treasure room window. Their eyes met. Mock. Damn. His heart skipped a beat, and he pulled his head back with lightning speed, leaning against the cold wall, his mind racing. What to do? He was discovered. The secret of the clone fruit must never be exposed. This was his greatest trump card in this world and the foundation for his future survival. If outsiders knew he could permanently copy others' abilities, Haki, and even combat experience, not just the Navy, but every force in the world would be scrambling to capture him. Then the Celestial Dragons, the Four Emperors, the Revolutionary Army, all would treat him as a treasure. He wouldn't be able to sail the seas, let alone live a peaceful life. He'd be chased every day. He must find a reasonable excuse to cover his true ability. Clone fruit. The answer instantly popped into Mock's mind. Division-type paramecia fruits were not rare. Several users had appeared in the sea. Their abilities were average, mostly used for reconnaissance and support, not strong in combat, and unlikely to attract much covetousness or suspicion. Perfect to cover the core of clone. Plus the amnesia cover story, half-truth and half-false, would be easy to believe. He quickly adjusted his facial expression, rubbed his forehead, made his eyebrows droop, and put on a look of confusion and fear. As soon as he had set his expression, the curtain at the treasure room door was flung open. A tall, burly figure blocked the entrance, almost completely blocking the light from outside, casting a huge shadow that filled the room with pressure. Kapu stepped into the treasure room, his gaze casually sweeping over the piles of gold and jewels, his eyes showing no ripple, clearly not caring about such wealth. His gaze finally landed on Mock in the corner, and his voice unconsciously softened a bit. "Kid, are you a prisoner taken by these pirates?" Mock shrank his neck, looked up, his eyes innocent and a bit panicked, his voice thin and trembling. My name is Mock. I can't remember much. I woke up in the cabin." Kapu studied him for a moment. The kid was small and thin, wearing ragged clothes, his face covered in dust. He didn't seem to be lying. He was about to nod, but then his nose twitched, his eyes sharpened, and he fixed on Mock. "You have a strange smell. The scent of a devil fruit. You ate a devil fruit." Mock hesitated on the surface, scratched his head, looking confused. Earlier when I was running around, I saw a strange fruit on the table. I was so hungry I ate it. After eating, I could split into two of myself. I don't understand it either. As he spoke, he slightly activated his fruit ability. A white light flashed beside him, and a duplicate identical to him appeared. Kapu glanced at the duplicate, nodded in understanding, and didn't suspect further. Just a duplication-type fruit, nothing rare. Over the years, several users had appeared in the sea, their abilities ordinary, virtually no threat. The previous users had long since faded away, probably dead at sea. He turned to look out the window at the vast sea, then back at Mock's lonely, pitiful appearance. He hesitated for a second. This sea area had just been cleared of pirates, and there were no proper towns nearby. Leaving a small amnesiac child alone at sea was too dangerous. "Then you'll come with me for now." Kapu waved his hand and made the decision. "They'll find you a place once we reach land." Mock's heart burst with joy, almost laughing out loud. It worked, but he kept his face timid, quickly nodded, and whispered his thanks. "Thank you, Uncle." "Uncle." Kapu paused, then threw his head back and laughed heartily. "You little rascal, you're sweet-talking. I'm old enough to be your grandfather." He was clearly in a good mood. He turned and walked out the door, chatting casually with a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Funny thing, my good-for-nothing grandson also sneaked a devil fruit recently, and now he keeps pestering me to become a pirate. It's driving me mad. I'm going back to find him, actually." "Grandson, devil fruit." Mock's ears perked up instantly. "Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy ate the gum-gum fruit as a child. No later officially revealed, it was the human fruit, mythical Zoan model Nika. Speaking of which, Chopper had it rough too. A mythical Zoan, but he got the common form. So many tears. So, the current timeline was the beginning of Luffy's childhood. Early 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar, a full 10 years before the main story in Windmill Village officially began. He had landed precisely at the dawn of a great era. Mock lowered his head, hiding the gleam in his eyes, his heart pounding wildly. He had cloned Kapu's entire combat template right at the start. Next, he would follow Kapu to Windmill Village, meeting the three brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, and the kind and beautiful Makino. Wait, Makino? And then there was Nami, Robin, Boa, Hancock, Perona. There were so many beautiful women in One Piece. Mock's heart was filled with joy, almost floating away. He was daydreaming about his future when Kapu reached the door and turned to wave at him. "Come on, kid, don't just stand there. Let's get back to the Navy ship, find you some clean clothes, and get you some food." "Coming." Mock quickly replied, dismissed his duplicate, and hurried after him. Following Kapu through the messy deck, Navy soldiers were methodically cleaning up, escorting prisoners, and inventorying supplies. The soldiers were curious about the ragged child following Kapu, but none dared to ask. They reached the ship's side, and Mock looked up at the Navy warship anchored nearby. The Doghead figurehead was especially striking, majestic on the sea. The Doghead warship truly lived up to its name. He followed the Navy soldiers up the ladder, stepping onto the solid deck of the warship. The salty sea breeze hit his face, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Looking out, there was an endless blue ocean, waves rolling the horizon, merging with the sea, magnificent. A sudden feeling of unreality washed over him. Just a few hours ago, he was an ordinary office worker in the 21st century, commuting, revising proposals, paying rent, running around for a few pennies. And now he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece. He had always longed for, eaten the clone fruit, with limitless potential, and by chance latched onto the Navy hero Kapu. Ahead was the magnificent Grand Line, a great era of rising heroes, countless adventures, legends, and romance. And he held the complete template of a top-tier fighter, starting with a hand that others wouldn't even dare dream of. The world of One Piece. Mock clenched his still thin fist, and a slow, uninhibited smile spread across his lips. This time he didn't want to be a background character or an extra. Since he was here, he would live life to the fullest. He wanted to become strong, to stand at the top of this sea, to see all the sights, to meet those people who had brightened his entire youth in the manga. As for whether to become a marine or a pirate later, Mock hadn't decided yet. Marines had too many rules, too restrictive. Pirates were too chaotic, constant fighting and trouble. He would take it one step at a time. The most important thing now was to use Kapu's resources to train his body and turn the top-tier template in his mind into real strength. He looked down at his small hands, his eyes full of expectation and sharpness. Windmill Village, Mount Corbo, the three brothers. I'm coming. The moment he stepped onto the deck of the dog-headed warship, Mok's lips twitched uncontrollably. The massive dog-head figurehead at the bow bared its teeth and stuck out its tongue, its carefree and unrefined style, a perfect mirror image of Kapu himself. From afar, an uninformed observer might mistake it for a sightseeing boat from an amusement park. Who would imagine that aboard this vessel sat the Iron Fist Kapu, the man who pushed the pirate king Luo Jie to the brink? What are you gawking at, kid? Let's go. A booming voice suddenly came from behind, followed by a heavy hand slapping onto his shoulder like a large fan. Moku nearly dropped to his knees on the spot, feeling a tremendous force from his shoulder that numbed half his body. He stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his balance. Good heavens, was this the strength of a Navy hero? A casual slap felt like being hit by a heavy truck. Moku, I have experience. He ranted inwardly, but dared not show any discontent on his face, obediently following Kapu into the cabin. Along the way, Navy soldiers saw Kapu and stopped to stand at attention and salute. When their eyes swept over Moku, they carried a hint of barely contained curiosity. After all, a child who could be personally brought aboard a warship by Vice Admiral Kapu was quite fortunate. Kapu arranged for him to stay in a small single cabin on the lower deck, furnished with only a wooden bed and a small wooden table. The furnishings were simple, but it was secluded with little foot traffic. Make do with this for half a month, Kapu said, scratching his graying short hair. We just came from the Shi and need to return to Foosha Village in the Dong Sea, clearing out pirate nests along the way. The voyage will take about 15 days. 15 days. With the clone fruit in hand and the regular training conditions of the Navy, wouldn't his strength skyrocket after half a month of training? He immediately put on a look of obedient understanding, nodding repeatedly. Thank you, Uncle Kapu. He'll be good and won't cause you any trouble. Ha ha ha, trouble isn't something I fear. Kapu laughed heartily, gave a few casual instructions for him to join the new recruits in basic training the next day, then turned and strode away. As a Navy Vice Admiral, he was usually busy with military affairs. Taking the time to personally arrange Mok's lodging was already a sign of exceptional kindness. Once the cabin door closed, Moku immediately shed his obedient mask, collapsed onto the wooden bed, and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. The first step is set. He lay on the bed with his legs crossed, his mind racing as he began to plan his development path. The clone fruit had already copied Kapu's entire combat system. It was like holding a full-level strategy guide. The only weakness now was his own 11-year-old body, which was too frail. His stats couldn't keep up. Even with divine skills, he couldn't unleash them. The top priority was to stack physical strength, crazily, fully transforming the template in his mind into his own power. Oh, and there was also the silent adjutant he glimpsed on the deck today, Bogard. Moku tapped the edge of the bed with his fingers, memories surging rapidly. This man was Kapu's dedicated right hand, with a masterful swordsmanship that ranked among the best in the entire Navy headquarters. If he could copy that swordsmanship too, wouldn't he have both physical and sword techniques? At the thought, Mok's grin nearly reached his ears. He lay on the bed, lost in visions of a glorious future, until his stomach growled twice, yanking him back to reality. Forget it. If you're not enthusiastic about food, there's something wrong with your mind. Let's fill the stomach first. He got up, asked for directions to the mess hall, and wandered over. The food on the warship was surprisingly good. Bread, meat, soup, smoked meat, all available in abundance. Moku was in a growth spurt and had just gone through a series of ordeals, Transmigration sea battle, so his appetite was astonishing. He shoveled down plate after plate until his belly was round, then slowly ambled back. On the way, he ran into a squad of Navy recruits who had just finished training, all drenched in sweat and groaning as they walked. Did you hear? Starting tomorrow, we're doing weighted runs. The officer said we need to build stamina during the voyage. I'll let it be. At least it's better than fighting pirates. Imoku overheard, paused for a moment, and silently reminded himself. When he started training tomorrow, he absolutely couldn't act too outstanding. An 11-year-old kid just rescued from pirates and suffering from amnesia. If he performed better than veterans who had trained for 3 or 4 years, even a fool would notice something was wrong. Hide his talents. He must hide them. Develop stealthily, never be reckless. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, the assembly whistle rang through the entire warship. Imoku rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up, changed into a small Navy training uniform that had been prepared in advance, and went to the deck. The leading officer was a dark-skinned, fierce-looking, burly man. When he saw a half-grown kid mixed into the ranks, he was taken aback. After hearing that Vice Admiral Kapu had specially arranged it, he didn't say much, only assigned Imoku the lightest training load. Run 20 laps around the deck, then do fist and foot training. The officer said expressionlessly. Yes, sir. Imoku obediently replied, huddled at the back of the line, and followed the crowd to start. He deliberately slowed down, taking 2 steps and 3 heavy breaths, looking frail and on the verge of collapse. After only 2 laps, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he panted as if about to faint. The Navy soldiers running past couldn't help but feel pity, thinking the kid must have suffered greatly as a pirate captive, so weak, yet still persisting in training. Truly pitiable. No one knew that Imoku was inwardly screaming. Acting was exhausting. With his current ability to control energy through the life return technique copied from Kapu, running these 20 laps was like a leisurely stroll after a meal. He didn't even break a sweat. But he had to pretend to be exhausted like a dog. Such acting deserved an Oscar, didn't it? As he ran, his gaze swept casually, and suddenly caught sight of a tall figure practicing swordsmanship quietly on the other side of the deck. The man wore a Navy captain's uniform and a wide-brimmed cap, with a stern face and a calm, steady demeanor. It was Kapu's adjutant, Bogard. The long sword in his hand seemed alive, each thrust, slash, sweep, and parry executed with ultimate precision, without a single superfluous arc. Imoku's eyes instantly locked on. Here it was. A top-tier swordsmanship template delivered right to his doorstep. The moment he focused his gaze, the clone fruit silently activated. An invisible wave flashed through his eyes. Every angle of Bogard's sword swings, the details of wrist force, the trajectory of sword energy, and countless combat-honed sword techniques. All of it was recorded in a few dozen seconds, permanently archived. Imoku was ecstatic inside, almost laughing out loud. Just the second day on board, and had already freeloaded a top-tier swordsmanship. He suppressed his excitement and continued to run, panting heavily. The morning training ended quickly. Imoku, exhausted, leaned on his knees, gasping for air, his forehead covered in sweat, all forced out by his internal energy manipulation, a perfect act. The leading officer came over, patted his shoulder, and said in a much gentler tone, "Good kid, it's impressive you made it through your first training session. Take it slow, don't push yourself." "Thank you, sir," Imoku replied, still panting, his voice tinged with weakness. Once the officer turned away, he slowly straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered quietly, "Day in and day out training doesn't take much effort, but acting sure is draining." He wandered toward the mess hall to replenish his energy. No training was scheduled for the afternoon, so he could hide in his cabin and study the clone ability in depth. To deceive Kapu earlier, he had only created a basic clone. The true wonders of this clone, what it could do and how far it could be developed, still required careful exploration. The warship was much quieter in the afternoon. Most soldiers were on break or on duty, and the lower cabins had almost no visitors. Imoku locked the cabin door, sat on the wooden bed, took a deep breath, and focused to activate his devil fruit ability. Clone. With a soft hum, a figure silently materialized across from him, identical to him in every way. The same training uniform, even the same expression. Imoku raised an eyebrow. The clone mirrored him. He tilted his head. The clone did the same. Interesting. With a thought, the clone broke synchronization and started acting independently. It walked to the wall, stood with legs apart, and assumed the basic combat stance from Kapu's system. The movements were flawless. "Try throwing 100 basic straight punches." Imoku issued the command mentally, then leaned against the headboard, watching with interest. Without a word, the clone began punching the air. 1, 2, 3. The movements were precise, the speed steady, the force consistent. No deviation from the first to the 50th punch. As Imoku watched, he gradually frowned. He could clearly feel his own stamina draining as the clone kept punching, the fatigue identical to if he were striking himself. But strangely, the clone itself showed no signs of exhaustion. Its speed and force remained perfectly uniform from start to finish, like a machine that never tired. Oh, Imoku's interest peaked. The clone itself didn't tire, only consuming the user's stamina. That meant as long as his stamina held out, the clone could train indefinitely. He waited patiently until the clone had finished 100 punches, and he himself felt slightly winded. Then, with a thought merge, With a whoosh, the clone turned into a faint white light and instantly merged into his body. The next second, Imoku shuddered and stood frozen. Countless subtle insights flooded into his mind like an epiphany. Every detail of those 100 punches thrown by the clone, the nuances of force application, muscle coordination deviations, and feedback of power control, all imprinted in his perception. It was as if those 100 punches hadn't been thrown by a clone, but by himself practicing 100 times. It wasn't just skill proficiency. He clenched his right hand and could clearly feel a slight soreness in his arm muscles. In his originally slender arm, there was an extremely subtle increase in strength. The increase was minuscule, almost negligible, but it was real. His physical strength had also grown. Imoku jumped up from the bed, his eyes wide, almost shouting. Heavens, this actually works. He had originally thought the clone was just a tool for errands and cover, maybe a combat helper to bluff. He never expected that merging after training would perfectly transfer all cultivation results to the user. Skill proficiency counted, and even the increase in physical strength. Then this wasn't just a clone fruit. It was an invincible idle training cheat. Others trained at most 8 hours a day, needing sleep and rest to recover stamina. But he could send a clone to train all night while he slept, then merge and absorb the experience upon waking. Others trained 8 hours a day. He trained 24, without sacrificing eating or sleeping. But he could send a clone to train all night while he slept, then merge and absorb the experience upon waking. Others trained 8 hours a day. He trained 20. If he developed this to the extreme, he could later create 10 or 8 clones to train while he lazed around, ate, drank, and dated. His strength would skyrocket effortlessly. This was even better than slacking off at work in his past life. A surge of intense ecstasy slammed into his nerves. Moke had to pinch himself hard to barely suppress the upward twitch of his lips. Idle cultivation. This was the ultimate dream of every lazy soul. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately initiated the second round of testing. This time he issued a command to his clone: basic swordsmanship training. The 3 core sword forms of chop, thrust, and slash honed over and over again. The next second, the clone grabbed a wooden stick as a sword and replicated the movement trajectories. Each move was as precise as if measured by a ruler, perfectly replicating Bogard's swordsmanship template without a single superfluous motion. Moke reclined against the headboard, marveling inwardly. Time ticked by second. At first, Moke was still counting the moves with keen interest. Gradually, he felt his stamina being drained at a steady but relentless pace, and a hollow emptiness began to gnaw in his stomach. After about an hour, he felt his entire body go limp, his hands and feet growing light and unsteady. No more, no more. If I keep training, he'll collapse. With a swift thought, Moke shouted softly, recall. Whoosh. The clone dissolved into a white light and merged into his body. With a bang, a vast wave of insight flooded into his mind like a tidal surge. Countless details were polished and smoothed in his mind, and the once stiff framework of swordsmanship instantly became much more fluid. At the same time, his arms, abdomen, and even calf muscles all throbbed with a dull ache. Without even looking, he knew his physical condition had taken another small leap upward. It really works. I can actually stack physical enhancement. Moke clenched his fists, nearly jumping with excitement. But the thrill lasted no more than 3 seconds before reality struck him like a blunt blow. He sat down, leaning on the table, rubbing his growling stomach with a furrow. The pleasure was real, but so was the exhaustion. In just 2 hours, it had drained most of his stamina. If he wanted the clone to train all night with his current frail Bodas stamina reserves, he wouldn't last until dawn. Head collapsed from exhaustion halfway through the night. If he wanted the clone to train all night with his current frail Bodas stamina reserves, he wouldn't last until dawn. Head collapsed from exhaustion halfway through the night. He needed to find a way to solve the stamina recovery problem. Otherwise, training just a few hours a day and then crashing would yield limited efficiency gains. Suddenly, the cabin door was pounded with a loud thump, thump, thump. Hey Moke, kid, the Vice Admiral wants you on deck, came the voice of a Marine soldier outside. Coming. He quickly replied, stood up, and headed out. On the deck, he saw Garp leaning against the ship's railing, clutching a large bone-in roast, gnawing with grease dripping from his mouth. A flask of wine sat beside him, a picture of pure contentment. Seeing Moke approach, he waved his greasy hand. Kid, come over here. Moke obediently walked over, still wondering inwardly, this old man can really eat. Didn't he just finish lunch not long ago? How did the morning training feel? Want to join the Marines? Garp asked indistinctly while tearing off a large chunk of... A little tired, Moke scratched his head sheepishly. My legs go weak after running, and I can't keep up my strength. But I really want to join the Marines. Normal. With that scrawny frame, you're no different from a little chick. You definitely need to train hard. Garp swallowed the meat in his mouth, waved his hand grandly, and said casually, starting today, he'll spend an hour each day teaching you the basic physical training methods. And life return. But how much you can grasp is up to you. Life return. Moke's heart jolted violently, nearly bursting into laughter on the spot. Holy crap. Just when I was about to sleep, someone hands me a pillow. I was worrying about slow stamina recovery and a short mana bar, and Garp directly delivers life return to my doorstep. As a seasoned One Piece fan, he knew all too well how broken life return was. It was a divine skill that allowed free control over body cells and highly efficient digestion and absorption of food. Once he mastered it, whatever he ate would instantly transform into stamina and energy, replenishing at an absurd speed. Paired with the clone's idle training, wouldn't that mean eating, regaining mana, infinite idle training? Even though a complete life return template was already cloned in his mind, having someone explain it step by step was certainly faster than figuring it out alone. Moke immediately put on a look of dazed surprise. Really? Thank you, Uncle Garp. He'll study hard. Garp laughed heartily, finding the kid more and more likable. He taught in a very casual manner, without any rigid structure, saying whatever came to mind. He dumped all the entry secrets of life return and the routes for chi circulation into Moke's head. Garp finally cautioned, "You're young. Laying a solid foundation is the most important thing. Don't try to bite off more than you can chew, or you'll easily go astray." "Yes, he'll remember." Moke nodded vigorously, already itching to put it into practice. As soon as Garp ambled away, Moke turned and dashed toward the mess hall. He hit dinner time just right. The mess hall was steaming hot, and the aroma of food was tantalizing. Moke grabbed a tray and piled it high with 3 full plates, whole wheat bread, smoked meat, and potato soup stacked like a small mountain. He found a secluded corner, sat down, and began to wolf it down. A few Marine soldiers who had just finished training passed by with their trays and froze at the sight. "Am I seeing things? That kid is the one the Vice Admiral brought back. With that frail body, can he eat that much? That's even more than my appetite. Good grief, how many days has he been starving? Don't let him burst." Moke paid no attention to the stares. As he stuffed food into his mouth, he quietly activated life return. The food had barely landed in his stomach when it was rapidly broken down and digested by an invisible force, converted into pure energy and stamina, surging through his meridians to every part of his body. The stamina that had been completely drained from training earlier soared back at a visible rate. After a few sips of soup, most of the fatigue had dissipated. After finishing 1 piece of smoked meat, the weakness in his limbs vanished entirely. "Holy crap, this feels amazing." Moke marveled inwardly. In his past life, had eaten takeout for work and never felt full, only gaining fat. Now with life return activated, whatever he ate was fully converted. Eating was charging, eating was training. Could anything be more comfortable? He devoured the 3 plates of food like a whirlwind, patted his stomach, and felt not a hint of fullness. He was completely refreshed, his stamina restored to its peak. Perfect. The endurance problem is completely solved. Moke wiped his mouth with satisfaction, grabbed a large bag of bread and jerky for a midnight snack on the way, and ambled back to his cabin. The mana bar issue was settled. Now it was time to witness the miracle of idle training. Back in the room, he locked the door and drew the curtains. Moke took a deep breath, focused his mind, and activated his fruit ability. Another clone materialized, standing steadily on the open floor. Tonight's tasks: 1,000 repetitions of basic boxing, 1,000 repetitions of basic swordsmanship, interspersed with refining the entry-level power application of iron block and shave. He issued the command for an all-night training session to the clone in his mind, then threw himself onto the bed, placing the freshly brought bread and jerky by the pillow. The clone, expressionless, immediately began punching, swinging the sword, holding a horse stance, practicing force application. Each move was precise and meticulous, cycling endlessly without fatigue. Lying on the bed, Moke could clearly feel his stamina being consumed slowly but steadily. But he wasn't worried at all. He reached for a piece of jerky, took a couple of bites, and with a turn of life, return, his stamina instantly refilled. Mana bar empty. Not a problem. With provisions on hand, he could top up anytime. This is what life should be. Moke yawned and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning before dawn, Moke woke up on time. He first grabbed a piece of jerky and chewed it down to replenish the stamina consumed during the night, then focused his mind and concentrated. Merge. Bang. An immense flood of insight poured into his mind like a sudden enlightenment, invigorating his entire spirit. The results of a whole night's training were fed back to his main body. Moke sat up, clenched his fists, and could clearly feel a significant increase in the power of his fists. The muscles on his arms were much firmer, and his originally slender arms had bulged a little. This was a full night of pure training time. It was equivalent to someone else training hard all night without sleep, and with 100 focus, 0 slacking, and 0 error. Highly efficient cultivation. Only Moke, with his clone's idle training and life return's infinite mana recovery, could so unabashedly exploit the clone's training benefits. Awesome. Moke jumped out of bed and threw a punch at the air. Whoosh. The wind of the punch howled, its force more than double that of yesterday. He tried activating iron block, and his muscles instantly tensed hard as refined steel. Though it was still at the entry level, only able to block ordinary blows, the rate of progress was enough to shock anyone. At this rate, by the time we reach Windmill Village in half a month, I should at least be at the level of an ordinary marine elite, right? In the following days, Moke fully activated his dual mode of actor-idol training. During the day, he mingled with the recruit squad, always playing the role of an ordinary kid with decent talent but average performance. His training volume was just enough, neither more nor less, and he occasionally pretended to be out of breath after a couple of heavy breaths. During training breaks, he frequently ran over to Garp to build rapport. "Uncle Garp, that punch of yours is incredible. Just watching it feels so powerful. Uncle, you're truly the pillar of the Marines. With you around, pirates wouldn't dare cause trouble in the East Blue." Flattery flowed freely, making Garp roar with laughter, and he became even more dedicated in teaching. Occasionally, when he saw Bogard practicing swordsmanship on the deck, he would sidle over, put on an eager-tolian expression, and ask the most basic questions about sword techniques, perfectly playing the role of a respectful junior. Though Bogart was a man of few words, he would patiently answer a few sentences. But once night fell, the cabin door closed, and it became Moke's domain. The clone logged in on time and trained all night. Physical techniques, swordsmanship, the basics of the 6 styles, all were polished in rotation non-stop. Moke lay beside him, eating and sleeping. Training and resting happened simultaneously with absurd efficiency. Life couldn't be more comfortable. In just 5 days, Moke's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. His once frail and thin frame had become sturdier, muscles visibly grew, and his entire aura had changed. That afternoon, Garp, having nothing better to do, wandered over to check on Moke's training. After watching a complete set of basic boxing, the old man's eyes lit up. He had always thought the kid had good talent, but he never expected such rapid progress. In just a few days, the kid's basic physical techniques were already well formed, and he had even gotten started on iron block. This pace was faster than many Marine recruits. "Good kid, you've got something." Garp laughed heartily, and without warning, he clenched his fist and hurled it at Moke's shoulder with a whistling wind. The force was perfectly controlled, just enough to test his skill without hurting him. Moke reacted instantly, almost instinctively activating iron block while twisting his waist and applying a technique to deflect the force. Bang! A dull thud. Moke's body swayed, his feet stumbled a couple of steps, but he finally stood firm. "Not bad. Really not bad." Garp's eyes gleamed brighter. "Your progress is faster than mine back in the day. So your clone fruit also has the effect of assisting cultivation." Moke smirked inwardly but feigned a dazed look on the surface, scratching his head. I don't know either. I just let the clone practice moves in my mind while I sleep, and when I wake up I feel like I've learned quite a bit." Half-truth, half-falsehood, perfectly shifting the blame to the clone fruit. After all, outsiders didn't know the specific abilities of the fruit. However he explained it was his call. Garp immediately understood. So that's how it was. The clone could independently deduce moves, essentially using one brain as two, so his understanding of techniques naturally surpassed others. Coupled with the kid's innate talent and good physique, rapid progress was perfect. Garp beamed with joy and made a decisive call on the spot. "From today on, I'll personally teach you the complete set of Marine 6 styles. Within half a month, I'll lay a solid foundation for you." Moke's heart was bursting with ecstasy, but he pretended to be flattered, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Uncle Garp. I'll study hard and never let your expectations down." Time passed swiftly, and it was already the 8th day since Moku boarded the Doghead warship. According to the voyage estimate, there were still 7 full days to Foosha Village. Neither too long nor too short, just enough for him to accumulate another wave of strength under Kapu's personal guidance. Ever since Kapu decided to personally teach him, Moke's training career had hit the fast lane, with his progress skyrocketing like a rocket. Every morning the old man would unwaveringly spare an hour to give him private lessons on the deck. His teaching style was as rough and unrestrained as ever, emphasizing understanding over explanation, which was mysteriously absurd. The core of iron body is to tense up. Think of yourself as a piece of iron, and you are iron. Shave, just push off the ground with your saws, increase the frequency, and the speed will naturally come. Life return is simpler. Eat when you want, digest when you want. The key to finger gun is accuracy. If you can't hit, all the fancy practice is useless. Every time he listened to Kapu's lecture, Moku would silently complain. "So your teaching method is all about just comprehend it yourself, right? It's just that I, young master, had cloned the complete set of standard answers from the start, so I could understand with just a hint." Complaints aside, the surface work had to be perfect. "You are so amazing." Compliments flowed out like freebies, making Kapu laugh heartily and teach with even more enthusiasm. As it turned out, a sweet tongue was welcome. "You are so amazing." Compliments flowed out like freebies, making Kapu laugh heartily and teach with even more enthusiasm. As it turned out, a sweet tongue was welcome everywhere. In the afternoon, Bogard would occasionally come over. This stoic adjutant said little, holding a wooden sword and standing there, then began demonstrating on his own. Thrust, chop, slash, sweep. Each movement was as precise as if measured by a ruler. The sword light was restrained, the sound of cutting through air suppressed to a minimum, the edge hidden, yet undeniably present. Emoku watched each time with exceptional focus. It wasn't that he needed to copy the template. As early as the first day aboard, when he saw Bogard practicing swordsmanship, the entire elite sword system had been etched into his memory by the clone fruit. The main reason was that watching a live demonstration allowed him to fill in many details that he couldn't figure out on his own, like checking against a standard answer to find gaps, doubling his efficiency. He would occasionally approach, putting on a humble and eager Tolian expression, and ask, "Colonel Bogard, shouldn't the wrist be lowered a bit more here?" Although Bogard had a cold personality, he was always patient with hardworking children. Every time he would stop, slow down his movements to demonstrate twice, and occasionally offer a few core tips. Thus, during the day, Emoku was the universally acknowledged, diligent, and sensible genius boy on the ship. With a proper attitude, sweet talk, and terrifyingly fast progress, all soldiers and officers would praise him, saying, "The younger generation is formidable." But when night fell with the cabin door tightly shut, Emoku completely let loose. 2 clones would report for duty, on time, each performing their own tasks. Clone 1 specialized in physical techniques, repeatedly refining the details of the 6 powers against the air, from the precise muscle control of Iron Body to the foot-stomping frequency of Shave, going over every detail tirelessly. Clone 2 focused on swordsmanship, gripping a wooden sword found from the storage room, swinging it with fierce vigor, following Bogard's template to the letter, every move and stance exactly matching. As for the main body would lie on the bed with bread and smoked jerky piled beside the pillow. Whenever hungry, he would take a bite, while Life Return operated at full power, rapidly converting food into pure physical energy to fuel the 2 clones' all-night training. For others, sleeping was rest and recovery. For Emoku, sleeping was double experience farming. His strength would increase as he slept. This treatment was more comfortable than coasting on a salary in his past life. Just as dawn broke, the moment he recalled his clones, a flood of technique insights and muscle memory would surge into his mind, and his physical strength would steadily increase. The tangible, visible feeling of growing stronger was even more exhilarating than receiving a year-end bonus in his past life. In just 3 days, Emoku's strength had leaped forward significantly. Iron Body had already reached the peak of the beginner stage. When an ordinary recruit punched him with full force, he remained unmoved with barely any pain. Shave had also evolved from the initial 2 or 3 steps of instant movement to a continuous displacement of 7 or 8 meters with a blurry figure and clear afterimages. Although he couldn't yet achieve Kappa's terrifying level of disappearing on the spot among his peers, it was already a dimensional crushing. The most ridiculous thing was his appetite. Now he could devour the amount of 4 strong men in one meal. Bread, smoked meat, and thick soup poured into him like into a bottomless pit, yet he felt no bloating at all. The cook in the mess hall had completely memorized him. Every time he saw Emoku coming, he would directly bring out the largest plate, muttering, "How can such a young kid eat so much?" Almost catching up to Vice Admiral Kapu. Emoku would just chuckle and not explain. "So what if I can eat? Eating makes me strong. This is called efficient absorption through Life Return, understand?" One morning, after finishing the lap with the recruits, Emoku was leaning against the rail, catching his breath. Of course, it was all an act. He was just pondering whether to add another session of finger gun in the evening to go over all the basics of the 6 powers, when suddenly a loud shout came from the lookout tower carried by the sea wind across the entire warship. "Report to Vice Admiral. A pirate ship spotted 3 nautical miles off the port bow. It is raiding a merchant vessel." "Pirates." Emoku's ears instantly perked up, his spirits soaring to the max. "So a job has come. I wonder if there are any devil fruit users among these pirates. If there are, wouldn't that mean another free ability?" Just thinking about it made him happy. Kapu, who had been squatting on the deck gnawing on a meat bone, immediately straightened up upon hearing this, casually tossed the clean bone into the sea and laughed loudly. "Oh, pretty bold. Pirates in the East Sea now dare to rob under my nose." He looked up and shouted to the lookout, "Did you identify which crew?" "Report. The sail has a buffalo pattern. It's the Buffalo Pirates. Captain Anderson, a Zoan-type ox fruit buffalo form user. Pretty bold. Pirates in the East Sea now dare to rob under my nose." He looked up and shouted to the lookout, "Did you identify which crew?" Kapu cracked his knuckles, the joints popping loudly, with a look of indifference on his face. "Just happened to be idle, so we'll clean them up. Pass the order, full speed ahead." "Yes, sir." The messenger immediately ran off, and the warship quickly changed course, heading full speed toward the pirate ship. The Navy soldiers on deck swiftly mobilized, drawing their swords and forming ranks. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly tensed, and a killing intent spread through the air. Kapu suddenly turned his head and beckoned to Emoku. "Kid, you come too." Emoku was taken aback, pointing at himself with a look of flattered surprise. "Ah, Me too. Of course, Kapu shrugged with a matter-of-fact expression. Practicing without fighting is just a show. No matter how well you train, it's just a fancy facade. Today happens to be a good opportunity. Come aboard with me, watch and learn and broaden your horizons. Let me board the ship too. Imoku was ecstatic inside, almost laughing out loud. The first real battle since his transmigration. Finally here. In his past life, he could only watch others fight in manga. Now he could finally get his hands dirty and grind monsters himself. Although they were just small fry in the EC, it was still a real battle with real weapons, perfect for testing the results of his idle training these past days. His heart was already blooming with joy, but on his face he put on a timid expression and whispered, "But can I do it? Those pirates look so fierce. What's there to be afraid of? With me here, how could you get hurt?" Kapu waved his hand grandly with heroic spirit. "Just consider it a chance to broaden your horizons. When the fight starts, just stay behind. It's a good chance to see what real battlefield combat is like." "Thank you, Uncle Kapu." Imoku immediately nodded, looking as if he was moved. He stood beside the formation, already scheming in his mind. Stay behind? No way. After finally having a legal opportunity to grind experience, how could he not show off a little? How else could he do justice to his clones who had been grinding every night until dawn? Of course, he couldn't steal the spotlight too much. Just taking down a few small fry would be enough, maintaining a persona of somewhat talented, but still green. He must never reveal the trump card of the clone fruit. Playing safe and developing stealthily was always the first principle. Soon the Doghead warship neared the battlefield. On the distant sea, a battered pirate sailboat was blocking a merchant vessel. The buffalo pattern on the sail was crooked and jarringly conspicuous. The pirates were howling as they climbed onto the merchant ship. Cries, curses, and smashing sounds could be heard from afar, a scene of chaos. Seeing the Navy warship approaching, the pirate ship was clearly panicked, frantically trying to turn around to escape. But how could they be in time? Kapu snorted coldly, his voice like a great bell. "Close in. Board the ship." The two ships quickly closed in. As soon as the rails touched, the well-trained Navy soldiers shouted and leaped across, and the battle cries erupted instantly. Kapu, holding his cloak, leaped up and landed like a mountain on the pirate ship's deck with a loud boom. He immediately crushed two unlucky pirates who foamed at the mouth and lay twitching on the ground, unable even to scream. Kapu, holding his cloak, leaped up and landed like a mountain on the pirate ship's deck with a loud boom. He immediately crushed two unlucky pirates who foamed at the mouth and lay twitching on the ground, unable. In his ears were the clashing sounds of weapons, the mad roars of pirates, and the cries of the wounded. The glint of blades and flashes of swords dazzled his eyes. Chaos, utter chaos. This was real pirate combat. No flashy moves or passionate dialogues from manga. Just life and death struggles, with every strike drawing blood. One slip could mean injury or even death. Imoku steadied himself, and the little tension he had quickly dissipated, replaced by eager excitement. After training for so long, it was time to see if he was really a horse or just a mule. Time to put himself to the test. He had just steadied himself when a leering sneer came from the side. "Yo, where did this little brat come from? Is the Navy so desperate that they send in milk-fed? He with such tender skin, capturing him and selling him to the slave market will fetch a good price." Three pirates with swords emerged from the crowd, instantly fixing their eyes on Imoku, a half-grown kid. The three had fierce faces, their steel blades still dripping with blood, with greedy and cruel eyes. They clearly regarded him as the easiest target, wanting to crush him first. He with such tender skin, capturing him and selling him to the slave market will fetch a good price. Three pirates. So the traditional skill of the pirate world is to bully the weak and fear the strong, huh? In my past life, when playing games, even the minions knew to charge at the tank to draw aggro. But you guys, you accurately target the squishy backline, huh? Despite his inner complaints, Imoku didn't step back an inch. Instead of dodging, he took 2 steps forward, looking at the three calmly. Seeing this, the three pirates laughed even more arrogantly, thinking the kid was scared stiff. This little brat dares to come over. He's asking for death. The leading pirate with a scarred face cursed and flashed a vicious look, raising his steel blade to chop down. The blade whistled through the air, swift and fierce, aimed directly at Imoku's head. There was no intention to hold back, clearly aiming to kill with one blow. A few nearby Navy soldiers saw this, and their hearts tightened. They wanted to help, but couldn't in time, shouting out, "Watch out." The blade was upon him in an instant, but Imoku stood still, his eyes showing no trace of panic. Having trained Iron Body and Shave for so long, he could just test them on these 3 clueless fools. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He moved his feet slightly, and his figure suddenly flickered. The chilling steel blade, wrapped in the sound of wind, descended upon Imoku's head in an instant. The airwaves stirred by the blade sent the hair on his forehead flying wildly, and the exclamations of the surrounding marine soldiers had barely reached their lips when Imoku moved. Shaved, he stomped hard on the deck beneath his feet. His figure instantly shifted half a meter to the side, barely evading the powerful strike. The steel blade struck empty air, slamming viciously into the wooden plank, embedding itself half an inch deep with a crack. The scar-faced pirate who had swung the blade stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief, clearly never expecting a mere child to have dodged his full-force blow. Not only was he stunned, but the nearby Marines who had been rushing to help were also dumbfounded. Was that speed just now? Shave. The shave from the six powers. An 11-year-old kid actually knew the six powers. Emoku couldn't care less about their shock. The instant he dodged, his feet never stopped. Leveraging the momentum of shave, he surged forward, twisting his waist, shrugging his shoulders, and driving all his power into his fist. A fluid, seamless chain of motion. The fist may not have looked large, but the force behind it was considerable, landing squarely on the stomach of the pirate on the far left. Thump. A deep muffled sound. The pirate didn't even let out a scream. His steel blade clattered onto the deck, his hands clutching his stomach as he curled up like a boiled shrimp, twitching a couple of times before losing all combat capability on the spot. One punch took down one. The remaining two pirates were stunned, their blades frozen in midair, unable to react for a long moment. What just happened? The quickest-witted pirate swore loudly, swinging his blade from the side in a diagonal slash aimed at Emoku's arm, a cunning and vicious angle. Emoku remained unruffled. He planted his feet, his body slightly turning, and with a thought, iron body. His left arm crossed in front of him, muscles instantly tensing and hardening, meeting the blade heat. Clang! A crisp metallic clash erupted. The blade struck his arm as if hitting refined steel, sparks flying, leaving only a faint white mark on his skin. The pirate's pupils contracted sharply, his face turning pale, and the hand gripping the sword began to tremble. What kind of monster is this? Is this an ordinary kid? While he was stunned, Emoku turned his right hand into a palm and struck down at the carotid artery on the side of his neck. The pirate didn't even grunt. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, stiffly passing out on the spot. In the blink of an eye, two of the three armed pirates were down. The last surviving pirate was so terrified his face turned green. The hand holding his sword trembled as he backed away repeatedly. Don't come any closer. The last surviving pirate was so terrified his face turned green. The hand holding his sword trembled as he backed away repeatedly. Don't come any closer. Weren't you going to capture me and sell me for a good price at the slave market? His words were light, but his steps never stopped pressing closer. The pirate, cornered, panicked completely, let out a roar, and charged with his blade raised. Emoku shook his head. With such weak mental fortitude, why become a pirate? Wouldn't farming be better? He sidestepped the blade with ease, gently tripped the pirate's feet, and gave a light push on his back. The pirate, already charging too hard with all his weight forward, lost his balance, and fell flat on his face, smashing his nose into the rough deck. He lost two front teeth, blood streaming everywhere. Emoku stepped forward and planted a foot on his back, not too hard, but enough to pin him down. Stay put. Surrender, and you won't be killed. The entire process took less than a minute. 3 armed adult pirates had been cleanly taken down by an 11-year-old child. The entire process took less than a minute. 3 armed adult pirates had been cleanly taken down by an 11-year-old child. Was this even a child? He could fight better than many recruits who had been in the service for a year. Emoku noticed the shocked gazes around him, feeling secretly pleased, but he put on a perfect act. Huff. Huff. I'm so tired. Almost lost there. Acting, keep acting. If the Oscars had a pirate division, they'd have to give him a little gold statue. Huff. Huff. I'm so tired. Almost lost there. Acting, keep acting. If the Oscars had a pirate division, they'd have to give him a little gold statuette. Just then a thunderous roar erupted from the other side of the deck. Damned Marines. Die. A massive black buffalo burst out of the cabin, charging straight ahead. Its body was covered in thick, rough buffalo hide with a pair of large, sharp horns, and its hooves thudded against the deck. This was the captain of the Buffalo pirate crew, and his son, a user of the ox fruit buffalo form. He had transformed into his full beast form, possessing immense brute strength. Marines in his path were sent flying backward, screams filling the air, and for a moment no one could stop him. Vice Admiral Kapu. Watch out. The soldiers shouted in alarm, scattering out of the way. Emoku also looked over, marveling inwardly. So this is a Zoan devil fruit. It certainly looks intimidating after transformation. With this size and defensive power, it could indeed dominate the East Blue. Too bad of all people to run into, you had to pick Kapu. He had just finished his mental jab when his gaze met that of the reedy buffalo. At the moment their eyes locked, the clone fruit activated without warning. Zoan ox fruit buffalo form ability framework, full enhancement of physical strength, significant increase in stamina, enhanced regenerative recovery, additional defense bonus. Can choose to initiate transformation voluntarily. Emoku was stunned, frozen in place, with a storm rising in his heart. What the hell? He could clone devil fruits too. He had always thought the clone fruit could only replicate techniques like physical combat, Haki moves, and combat experience. He never imagined that even the power of a devil fruit could be fully copied. This was far more outrageous than copying techniques. And he focused to sense the changes in his body. A warm current was slowly spreading through his limbs and bones. The muscle soreness from the earlier battle faded rapidly, and his depleted stamina was recovering at an astonishing speed. No need to transform. He could passively enjoy the physical enhancement of a Zoan. Mo's breath quickened, and ecstasy nearly burst from his chest. Another huge gain. Hey, why did I say another? He had originally thought Zoan transformations were too ugly. If he ever used it, he'd look like a cowhead monster ruining his handsome image in front of beautiful women. But now, without transforming or revealing his ability, he could permanently gain the triple boost of Zoan stamina, recovery, and defense. It was like having a permanent 24-hour physical buff built in. This was clearly an all-attribute enhancement cheat. While he was immersed in the joy of freeloading a god-tier buff, Ka's hearty laughter rang out, full of vigor, overpowering the clamor of the scene. Huh. Thick-skinned and tough, just the thing to loosen these old bones. Kapu strode directly toward the charging into sun, without dodging or flinching. He clenched his right fist, and a layer of black armament Haki instantly covered his arm. No flashy moves, no unnecessary actions. Just a simple straight punch. Boom. A deafening earth-shaking sound. The ferocious, unstoppable buffalo into sun was sent flying backward by that single punch. His massive body slid several meters through the air, crashing heavily into the thick wooden bulwark, smashing a large chunk of the sturdy timber, sending wood chips flying. As the dust slowly settled into sun, had reverted to human form, lying in the wreckage, foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. One punch, instant defeat. The entire scene fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers from the Marines. The Vice Admiral is mighty. Vice Admiral Kapu is too strong. Moka stood nearby, his mouth twitching. A several million berry bounty zone ability user, and in Kapu's hands he was really just a punching bag, one punch, and done. So this was the caliber of a Marine hero. No wonder even Roger had been chased all over the sea by him back then. The battle ended quicker than expected. With the captain knocked out in one punch, the remaining pirates, leaderless, were already terrified. Either they threw down their weapons and surrendered, or they put up a feeble resistance before being swiftly cleaned up by the Marines. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Kapu clapped his hands, turned to look at Moku, and strode over, his face full of smiles. Kid, you did pretty well just now. He looked Moku up and down, growing more satisfied. First time on the battlefield, no panic, no confusion, and you took down 3 pirates. Your iron body and shave were both decent, better than many new recruits. Moku scratched his head, pretending to be shy, and smiled modestly. It's all thanks to your teaching, Uncle Kapu. I was just messing around, lucky. Kapu laughed heartily, slapping him on the shoulder. Don't give me that. You're hiding a lot, kid. Your progress is faster than I expected. Moku chuckled twice, not replying. Hiding a lot. This was nothing. If he went all out, these small-time pirates wouldn't even be enough to warm him up. Of course, that was just a thought, saying it was out of the question. Stealthy development was the way to go. Kapu found the kid more and more agreeable. Good talent, high comprehension, not arrogant or impatient, sensible and tactful. 100 times better than his own 2 mischievous brats. He stroked his chin, and a sudden idea struck him. Luffy and AI see those 2 little rascals. One wilder than the other, both unmanageable. If they were left at that mountain bandit woman Dodon place with no one to watch them, they'd surely cause trouble. Moku, being sensible and strong enough, and a few years older than them, would be perfect. If he stayed at Dodon base, he could keep an eye on those 2, push them to train their physical fitness and basic fists, and also let Moku consolidate his strength in the mountains. With that in mind, Kapu made the decision on the spot, looking at Moku and saying, "Kid, I want to discuss something with you." "Go ahead, uncle." "When we reach Foosha Village, I'm going to drop my grandson Luffy off at that mountain bandit woman Dodon place. My other grandson AIC is also living there," Kapu said earnestly. "I want you to stay too at Dodon base. Keep an eye on those 2 brats, push them to train their physical fitness and basic fists, and don't let them mess around all day." Mo's heart leaped, and a surge of ecstasy washed over him. Luffy, AIC, Sabo, the 3 brothers. He had been waiting for this day for so long. Brimming with joy inside, he remained expressionless, even showing a hint of hesitation and nervousness. "Huh, you want me to stay at a bandit hideout? But, can I really do it? Will Luffy and AIC listen to me? What's the problem?" Kapu's eyes widened, his tone brooking no argument. "Let's see who dares not listen. You're older, so you're the big brother. It's only natural for you to manage them. It's settled." He paused, then added in a gentler tone, "Don't worry, just lead them through basic training. Besides, you can practice well in the mountains yourself. Dodon place is spacious with tall mountains and dense forests, much more convenient than on a warship. Later, when you've trained up, they'll come back to pick you up and take you to Marine headquarters for further training." Moku immediately put on a solemn expression, nodded firmly, and said with determination, "Don't worry, Uncle Kapu. They'll definitely push them to train hard, and won't let you down." Kapu was very satisfied, laughed heartily twice, and turned to arrange the subsequent cleanup, and Emoka stood still gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up uncontrollably. It was done. Next up was the mountain bandit life at Kirbo Mountain. He silently felt the physical enhancement from the ox fruit within him, his whole body warm, his stamina abundant, and even his breathing smoother. His heart was filled with delight. "Hey kid, what are you staring at? Let's go back to the warship. We'll have an extra dish tonight to celebrate." Kapu's loud voice came from afar. "Coming," Emoku answered, snapping out of his thoughts, and quickly followed. After wiping out the Shueino pirate crew, the Guta warship adjusted its course toward Foosha Village. Emoku returned to the ship with the main force, a trace of lingering fear on his face from the first battle leg-shaking experience. The muscle soreness from the battle was dissipating at a visible rate. Even his breathing had become deeper and longer than before, and his energy was unprecedented. Even more surprising to Emoku, when he concentrated on activating his devil fruit ability, he discovered that he could now create 3 clones. With his physique strengthened, his mental capacity also increased, and the number of clones jumped from 2 to 3. Emoku gloated inwardly, barely able to suppress the grin on his lips. Perfect. This was a pure, painless upgrade, maxing out the cost-effectiveness. He was still hiding in a corner, chuckling to himself, when heavy footsteps approached from behind, followed by a heavy slap on his shoulder. "Kid, what are you thinking? You look so sly." Emoku shuddered immediately, composed his expression, scratched his head with a silly grin, putting on a simple-minded look. Nothing. It's just my first time fighting pirates, but I'm still a bit excited and haven't calmed down yet." "That's right." Garp laughed heartily, his voice like a bell. "A man only grows by getting knocked around in real combat. I see you're a good piece of material. From today, you won't be training with the new recruits." Emoku's heart stirred, but he kept a puzzled expression, blinking. "Huh? Then who will I train with?" "Of course with me." Garp slapped his chest, his voice so loud it made ears ring. "In the mornings, he'll teach you personally. In the afternoons, Bogard will practice swordsmanship with you." Emoku's eyes lit up instantly, and with a flattered expression, he bowed repeatedly. "Really? Thank you, Uncle Kapu. He'll train hard and never slack off." Damn head just been upgraded to unknown top-tier private coaching. Garp personally teaching physique and Haki, Bogard specializing in swordsmanship sparring. This treatment, even the genius cadets at Marine headquarters might not get it right. Sure enough, flattery never fails. A sweet tongue has benefits everywhere. All right, cut the act." Garp waved his hand, but his face was full of smiles, obviously pleased. "Start tomorrow morning. Don't be late and not get up. I promise not to slack off." Emoku patted his chest in assurance. Slack off? He would never slack off in this life. Except when using clones to train. All right, cut the act." Garp waved his hand, but his face was full of smile. Garp stood in a stable horse stance, looking at Emoku across from him, his voice booming. "Let me make it clear, I don't have many rules when teaching. Get beaten enough and you'll naturally learn." "Ready?" Emoku's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Garp's teaching style. Could it be pure feeding moves? Using him as a punching bag. So he was here to be a human sandbag today. He quickly assumed a defensive stance, cautiously saying, "Uncle Kapu, please go easy on me. I'm still weak and can't take much." "Don't worry, I know my limits." Garp said he had limits, but then he kicked off and charged his fist, whistling straight for Emoku's face. "Is this called having limits? Old man, do you have a misunderstanding of easy?" Complaints aside, his movements were not slow. Emoku suddenly exerted force, activating the shave technique, instantly moving half a meter sideways, barely dodging the punch. Oh, pretty fast reflexes. Garp's eyes lit up, his attack never stopping, fists raining down like a storm. Each punch held back slightly, yet perfectly pressed Emoku's limits, forcing him to respond with all his might, without even a moment to catch his breath. Emoku used Tech Eye to take the hits while constantly moving with shave to dodge, his mind racing as he compared Garp's every move against the complete combat template he had cloned. Garp grew more amazed with each exchange. This kid's rate of improvement was absurd. "Good kid, you've got something." Garp, now thoroughly enjoying the fight, increased his intensity and began incorporating armament Haki into his techniques. A faint black sheen covered his fists, the pressure instantly skyrocketing. "Feel it carefully. Haki is invisible and intangible. It's just a force. When you channel it into your fist, you've succeeded." Emoku's mouth twitched. "So your Haki teaching is like passing on skills in martial arts novels, right? All based on enlightenment, huh?" "It's only because I have a ready-made circulation method and complete template in my head. If it were someone else listening to you for 3 days and nights, they'd never grasp the threshold. They'd think you were preaching metaphysics." Mentally complaining, but his body was honest. Taking advantage of the beating, he silently guided the energy inside him, circulating it slowly according to the cloned method, honing his perception bit by bit. mentally complaining, but his body was honest. Taking advantage of the beating, he silently guided the energy inside him, circulating it slowly according to the cloned method, honing, boom. A faint black current quietly enveloped his fist. Though thin and nearly invisible, it was genuine armament Haki. Oh, Garp's eyes suddenly brightened. He immediately withdrew his fist and stepped back, staring at Imoku's fist with a hearty laugh. Good kid. You found the threshold already. Imoku, pretended to be out of breath, retracted the Haki, scratched his head with a silly grin, and looked bewildered. Huh? Really? I just tried following your instructions, thinking I shouldn't let you down. I didn't expect it to actually work. Garp was grinning from ear to ear, patting his shoulder repeatedly. Genius. A true genius. Such high Haki comprehension. Imoku was almost knocked to his knees by the pats, his shoulder numb to the point of losing sensation. The morning's training flew by in a cycle of getting beaten, comprehending, getting beaten again. By noon, Imoku was drenched in sweat, looking exhausted, but actually full of energy. With the regenerative power of the ox fruit and the digestive ability of life return, after a few pieces of smoked meat and 2 large cups of thick soup, most of his stamina was restored. Fortunately, Garp's warship was well stocked with supplies. There was more than enough food, otherwise with his appetite, he would have emptied the mess hall. The afternoon was Bogard's exclusive swordsmanship time. The stoic vice-captain walked over carrying 2 wooden swords, tossed them on the ground, exuding a serious and stern aura, and spoke sparingly. Basic sword forms 1,000 times. Concise, without a single unnecessary word. Imoku picked up the wooden sword, said nothing, assumed a stance, and began practicing. Bogard had been watching coldly with folded arms, but as he watched he frowned. He picked up the other wooden sword, assumed a stance, and said, Imoku didn't hold back. He charged with the wooden sword. Bogard stood still, lightly parrying with his sword, effortlessly deflecting all attacks, without even moving his feet. As he fought, he casually offered pointers. Too many openings, too slow in striking, retract your sword faster. Wrong footwork, sidestep half a foot, and you can avoid it, no need to block. Imoku silently noted everything while fighting, continuously optimizing and refining the swordsmanship template in his mind, filling in many practical details he had previously overlooked. After about 15 minutes he exhausted and stopped, leaning on his knees and panting heavily. Of course it was fake again. If he really fought at full strength he could go another half hour, but he couldn't break character. Bogard looked at him, a rare hint of approval on his stern face, and nodded. Good foundation, fast progress. Getting a good from this stoic vice-captain was harder than getting 10 praises from Garp. Imoku chuckled, all thanks to Colonel Bogard's excellent teaching. Bogard didn't respond, he just nodded, left they continue tomorrow, and turned away neat and without any hesitation. Imoku washed his back, rubbed his chin, and muttered, his swordsmanship is really good, but he's too cold, like a piece of ice. When I get a chance later, I'll have to spar with Hawkeye my hawk. Cloning the swordsmanship template of the world's greatest swordsman, that would be truly satisfying. Of course that's just a thought. As he is now, he's not even worthy of carrying Hawkeye's shoes. Stay low and develop, first talk about it when he's strong enough. And so days passed by, plain but fulfilling. Every morning, he trained with Garp in physical techniques, honed the 6 powers, and comprehended Haki, growing rapidly through beatings. In the afternoons, he practiced swordsmanship with Bogard, analyzing moves and learning real combat, his sword skills improving by leaps and bounds. By day, Imoku played the role of a diligent and talented youth, sweet-talking and sensible, earning praise from everyone on the ship. No one on board disliked this clever and hardworking boy. Once night fell, he locked his cabin door and completely let loose. 3 clones appeared on schedule, each performing their duties. Clone No. 1 reviewed the morning's physical techniques and 6 powers, breaking down every detail of Garp's teaching moves repeatedly, refining power techniques down to the activation of every muscle. Clone No. 2 delved into the afternoon's swordsmanship, implementing each of Bogard's pointers, polishing the sword forms over and over to perfection. Clone No. 3 specialized in tempering Haki, circulating energy according to the method, steadily increasing the density and control of armament Haki. The main body lay on the bed, holding jerky and bread, taking bites. When hungry, with life return, running at full power, plus the stamina boost from the ox fruit, maximizing endurance. Previously, with 2 clones, they would run out of stamina in the late night. Now, with 3 clones working together, they could easily last the entire night without even a blink. When the night passed and the clones merged, a torrent of technique insights, muscle memory, and Haki training results flooded his mind. His strength visibly increased with new progress every day. This feeling of getting stronger while lying down was 10,000 times more satisfying than idly scrolling through short videos in his past life. Sometimes when Imoku woke up in the middle of the night and saw his 3 diligent clones training, he couldn't help but marvel. In his past life, he worked 996, exhausted like a dog with a meager fixed salary and having to read his boss' mood. Now he had someone to train for him, even while sleeping, his strength rising step by step, and top-tier masters as teachers. How could the gap between people be so huge? Of course he didn't forget the main task. In his spare time, he pondered the plot of Foosha Village, planning how to arrange things after arrival. He would have to approach the three brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo gradually, without being too abrupt to avoid suspicion. And there was the gentle and beautiful Makino. When he went down the mountain to buy things, he would visit the tavern more often. Who doesn't love a gentle older sister? As he thought, Imoka chuckled and nearly drooled. Only when the clone's stamina ran low did he hurriedly take a few bites of jerky to restore energy, continuing his AFK-training endeavor. The voyage shortened day by day, getting closer and closer to Foosha Village. Meanwhile, in the night, known to no one, Imoka's strength quietly climbed to a height far beyond anyone's expectations. The days at sea were maddeningly monotonous enough to drive anyone to the brink of insanity. Day after day of relentless sea breeze, crashing waves, and the briny scent compounded by Garp's merciless, inhuman training regimen that cycled endlessly. Moke estimated the time, counting down. Only the final day of the entire voyage remained. They would soon arrive at the renowned windmill village in the East Blue. That morning, the scorching sun blazed down on the warship's deck, baking the wooden planks until they were scalding hot. Moke, as usual, loosened his wrists and ankles, mentally preparing himself for another round of hellish training. But today the old man Garp did not start the session without a word as he normally would. Instead, he stood firmly in the center of the training ground, his burly arms crossed. His sharp eyes locked directly onto Moke, then he gave a slight lift of his chin. "You've been training for quite a few days now." Garp's voice was deep and low, carrying an unyielding authority. "Time to see if you're a horse or a mule. Let's put you to the test. Today we'll examine the fruits of your training." With that, he turned aside and casually waved his hand. "You come here." Accompanied by steady footsteps, a tall figure stepped out from the ranks. This man stood nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a thick back, his posture straight and unwavering like a pine. His skin was tanned, wheat-colored from years of sun and sea wind, and his eyes were sharp as blades. Just standing there, he exuded the seasoned aura of a battle-hardened elite. "Hudson, a veteran of my personal guard." Garp introduced him bluntly, and simply, his tone carrying a hint of approval. "He's been in the service for 5 years, fought pirates, sailed the far seas, and has plenty of combat experience. His unknown skills are formidable. He could easily take down pirates with bounties of 3 or 4 million in the East Blue. You two spar a bit. Go easy, no killing blows. Let me see just how much real skill you've managed to accumulate after all this intense training." Moke's heart skipped a beat. He knew it was finally coming. Ever since he unlocked Garp's combat experience, mastered the basic 6 powers, and used the ox fruit to forcefully boost his physical strength, he had been itching to test himself against a worthy opponent. Moke immediately stretched his limbs, his wrists and ankles cracking sharply. A harmless, innocent smile spread across his face. "No problem, Uncle Garp. Brother Hudson, please go easy on me. I'm a beginner. I'm afraid I'll get beaten up." His words were polite, typical of his glib tongue. Hudson responded with a gentle smile, nodding slightly at Moke, his tone very courteous. "You're too kind, little brother. He'll control the intensity and won't hurt you." But Hudson's true thoughts were entirely different. After all, Moke was just an 11-year-old, half-grown child. No matter how extraordinary his talent or how highly Vice Admiral Garp regarded him, his age was still a limiting factor. Raw physical strength, combat experience, and explosive power were all constrained. In his view, the kid might have a more solid foundation than his peers and be slightly faster. But when it came to real combat strength, there was no way he could compare to a seasoned elite soldier who had fought for years. He would just hold back a little, put on a symbolic spar, and give the Vice Admiral face. Soon the two stood facing each other, assuming sparring stances. The surrounding naval soldiers noticed the commotion and stopped their work, gathering around. Everyone was eager to watch the spectacle, curious to see how much real skill this prodigious boy, whom the Vice Admiral had singled out for special training, actually possessed. "Begin," Garp ordered crisply, and the spar officially started. Hudson maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, not striking first. Instead, he steadily assumed a defensive posture and slightly raised his hand to signal Moke to attack. Moke didn't stand on ceremony. He exploded with force from his feet, unleashing an extreme burst of instantaneous power. Chafe. With a soft, the spot where Moke had been standing was instantly empty. His body had already pierced the air resistance and rushed right in front of Hudson in a flash. The watching soldiers only saw a dark blur. They couldn't even track his movement. Moke clenched his right fist, channeling his formidable physical strength, and drove it straight toward Hudson's chest with solid, heavy force. Hudson's pupils contracted sharply. The calm ease on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a storm of shock in his heart. He never imagined that an 11-year-old could move so fast. Caught off guard, he had no time to gather power for a counterattack. He could only instinctively raise his arms in a cross block, bracing to take the blow he'd in. Bang! A dull heavy impact resounded across the deck. A powerful shockwave traveled through his arms and spread throughout his body. Hudson's arms went numb, and he uncontrollably stumbled back half a step, the wooden planks beneath him trembling slightly. Such speed. Such strength. Hudson was horrified, completely discarding his earlier underestimation. He finally realized that this kid was truly capable. The next second, he let out a low shout, his eyes turning fierce. He exploded with power, launching a sharp counterattack with both fists. Facing the ferocious onslaught, Moke remained calm and unflustered. What others saw as lightning-fast, unavoidable punches appeared to him as slow-motion sequences. After all, he had perfectly replicated decades of Garp's combat experience in his mind. Against Garp's accumulated wisdom, Hudson's fighting patterns were riddled with countless flaws. Moke's footwork shifted constantly, repeatedly, using shave to make his figure flicker, unpredictably moving like a ghost through the gaps in the attacks. He either precisely sidestepped the heavy punches or raised his arms to block them with perfect timing and control. When he couldn't dodge in time, he activated the iron body passive, instantly hardening his physique, tanking the blows without even flinching. Thud, thud, thud. A rapid succession of fist and foot collisions rang out across the entire deck. The two exchanged blows, fiercely switching between offense and defense at breakneck speed, leaving the watching sailors dizzy. The crowd erupted in excitement, with exclamations rising and falling. Am I seeing this right? Is this real? Moke is actually going toe-to-toe with Captain Hudson. Heavens! Captain Hudson is one of the Vice Admiral's elite guards. This kid is only 11. 11. His combat power is insane. He's a monster. The noisy chatter all reached Moke's ears, but he remained completely unruffled, even finding it a little amusing. These Navy brothers really hadn't seen much of the world. This was nothing at all. He hadn't even gone all out, barely 3/10 of his true strength. He deliberately suppressed his speed, power, and technique, precisely controlling the force and rhythm of every strike. His goal was simple: to create the illusion of a close match, then barely win. This would perfectly showcase his training progress, satisfying Garp without shocking everyone to the point of disbelief. The two fought for over 10 minutes, still locked in a stalemate with no clear victor. But the longer they fought, the more alarmed and unsettled Hudson. He had initially thought that with his rich combat experience, he could quickly figure out the boys' patterns and secure the win. But after 10 minutes, he was completely baffled. Every punch, every change of technique, every feint he made seemed to be anticipated by the boy in advance. He dodged, blocked, and counterattacked at the most precise moments, leaving no gaps. This combat instinct and real-time reaction were more seasoned and slick than his own, a veteran of 5 or 6 years. Hudson grew more exhausted, cold sweat beating on his forehead. It was time to end this. Moke judged inwardly that dragging it out further was unnecessary. With a flicker of intent, Moke immediately adjusted his rhythm, deliberately exposing a glaring opening, his breathing slightly disordered and his moves showing a noticeable pause. To Hudson, it looked like the boy was running out of stamina and strength, a perfect opportunity to win. Hudson's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he stepped forward and drove a punch straight down the middle. Now, a glint of cunning flashed in Moke's eyes. His body suddenly dropped, shifting sideways to the extreme. Shave. He moved like a phantom, instantly circling to Hudson's side. He tightened his elbow and precisely jammed it into the vulnerable spot on Hudson's side. At the same time, his other hand shot out like lightning, accurately grabbing Hudson's wrist, and following the momentum of his punch, gave a gentle twist and pull, redirecting the force. No good. Hudson cried out in alarm, his center of gravity completely lost. He stumbled forward several steps, his footing chaotic, nearly crashing onto the deck. When he gritted his teeth and steadied himself, then turned around in haste, he froze. In the middle of the arena, Moke had already withdrawn his fists and stood upright, his posture straight. A brief dead silence fell over the deck, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the result before them. A few seconds later, thunderous cheers and applause exploded. Bravo! That was beautifully done. My God, Moke actually won. He beat Captain Hudson. That move was so smooth. Redirecting the force was textbook perfect. Garp beamed with joy, striding forward and slapping Moke heavily on the shoulder. Well done, boy. Splendid fight. You didn't waste all that hard training with me. He then turned to Hudson, who had a complex expression, and teased with a laugh. So, the little guy I picked didn't embarrass me, did he? Hudson smiled bitterly and shook his head, completely convinced. His tone was full of admiration. Vice Admiral, if I may be blunt, this child cannot be described as a genius. He's a monster. His combat awareness and on-the-spot predictions are sharper and more seasoned than mine, a veteran. Give him 2 more years to develop, and I won't stand a chance against him. Garp laughed heartily, looking immensely pleased. He stroked his chin as he carefully appraised Moke, then gave his final authoritative evaluation. Based on your current overall strength in the weakest East Blue, you're already a match for pirates with a bounty of 3 million berries. At the age of 11 to possess such combat power, I've never seen another like you in all my decades in the Navy. 3 million berries. It was worth noting that the East Blue, recognized as the weakest of the four seas, had the lowest overall fighting capability. Many small and medium-sized pirate crews had captains with bounties below 3 million. Moke at only 11 had achieved this rating using only his physical body and basic martial arts. Truly extraordinary. Anyone else would have been jumping for joy. But Moke just scratched his head, putting on a shy, honest, slightly embarrassed grin. In his heart, however, he was utterly calm, even a little disappointed. 3 million berries. That 3 million level combat power was merely his starting point. The spar over the watching sailors gradually dispersed, and the deck returned to calm. Garp gave him a few more earnest words of advice, telling him not to get arrogant, to keep a steady mind, and continue training hard, and not to let momentary pride get the better of him. Then he happily turned, and left his gaze at Moke, growing more and more satisfied. Moke slowly leaned against the cool gunwale, letting the warm sea breeze wash over his face, dispelling the sweat and fatigue. He raised his eyes to gaze into the distance at the endless clear horizon. The sun was setting, painting the azure sea in rich gold and crimson. The shimmering waves, sparkling with fragmented light, were breathtakingly beautiful. Only one more day remained. Tomorrow he would arrive at Windmill Village. The next day, Imoku waited at the bow since early morning. Watching the coastline of Windmill Village draw closer, his heart swelled with anticipation. The gangplank of the Doghead warship thudded against the wooden pier of Windmill Village, wobbled twice, and then settled firmly. The salty sea breeze mingled with the scent of wheat and vegetation. As it swept over him, Imoku instinctively took a deep breath. After drifting at sea for nearly half a month, he finally set foot on solid ground. It felt almost surreal. What are you spacing out for? Let's go. Garp's large fan-like hand landed on his shoulder, but this time the force was perfectly controlled, not sending him stumbling as usual. The old man was clearly in high spirits, being back in his hometown, his voice even brighter than during the days at sea. Imoku quickly fell into step and followed Garp into the village. The cobblestone path was polished smooth by the sea breeze, lined with rows of log cabins. The walls were painted cream white, and unknown wildflowers adorned the windowsills. Occasionally a cat curled up at the base of a wall, basking in the sun, only lazily lifting its eyelids at the sound of footsteps. The 3 giant windmills at the village entrance stood not far away, their massive wooden blades turning slowly in the sea breeze, the creaking sound audible from a distance. The scene he had seen in manga was now vividly laid out before him. Imoku stared at the windmills for a long moment, a sense of surreal disorientation washing over him. In his past life, when he stayed up late in a rented room to catch up on the latest chapters, he never dreamed that one day he would actually stand on the soil of Windmill Village. Vice Admiral Garp, you're back. A fisherman carrying a net by the roadside greeted him with a smile, his dark face brimming with familiarity. Hey, good catch today. Garp waved back and laughed heartily, showing none of the airs of a Marine vice admiral, like a retired old man visiting his hometown. The villagers they encountered along the way, whether white-haired old ladies or children chasing and playing, all greeted Garp with smiles. Someone handed him a handful of freshly baked wheat cakes. Another asked with a laugh how many days he would stay this time. The lively atmosphere was filled with joy. Imoku followed quietly, playing the part of a well-behaved background figure, but his mind was racing with sarcastic remarks. So the Navy hero is just a beloved old neighbor back home, huh? Who would have thought that this old man munching on wheat cakes and dropping crumbs was the Marine hero vice admiral who could chase Roger across the entire sea and send pirates with bounties in the millions flying with a single punch? After about 10 minutes of walking, a small tavern with a wooden sign reading "Parties Bar" appeared at the end of the road. The wooden door was half open, warm yellow light spilling through the window cracks. The rich aroma of meat mixed with wheat drifted far. This is the place. Moke's heart skipped a beat. Makino's bar, the place Luffy spent most of his childhood. Garp pushed the door open without ceremony, the hinges creaking as he barged in, his voice booming. First, Makino. And back. The people inside the bar clearly hadn't expected his sudden arrival. Behind the counter stood a young woman with dark green hair tied up in a bandana, wearing a clean checkered apron. She held a plate of freshly cooked venison stew, the steam softening her features gentle like a spring breeze. It was Makino. She paused at the sound, then broke into a warm smile, setting down the plate and walking over quickly. Mr. Garp, why are you back early? I thought you wouldn't arrive for a few more days. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Imoku behind Garp. Curiosity flickered in her eyes, but she didn't ask further, just curving her eyes gently. And this child? Please sit down. The food is freshly made and still hot. Imoku obediently stepped forward, bowed his head slightly, and said in a soft voice, Hello, Sister Makino. My name is Imoku. Please sit down. The food is freshly made and still hot. Imoku obediently stepped forward, bowed his head slightly, and said in a soft voice, Hello, Sister Makino. My name is Imoku. An invisible wave swept through silently. Life skills template recorded East Blue homestyle stew technique honey wheat cake fermentation process fruit wine brewing recipe seafood soup simmering mastery. Complete cooking framework permanently stored. Life skills template recorded East Blue homestyle stew technique honey wheat cake fermentation process fruit wine brewing recipe seafood soup simmering mastery. Complete cooking frame. With these cooking skills, not only the mountain bandits at Dodons, but even those two foodies Luffy and Ace would have to respectfully call him Big Brother. With these cooking skills, not only the mountain bandits at Dodons, but even those two foodies Luffy and Ace would have to respectfully call him Big Brother. Moreover, when he went down the mountain, he could show off to Makino and earn some goodwill. With these cooking skills, not only the mountain bandits at Dodons, but even those two foodies Luffy and Ace would have to respectfully call him Big Brother. Moreover, when he went down the mountain, he could gentle big sister is the best. As he was secretly reveling, his peripheral vision caught a small figure lying on the inner side of the table. The child had messy black hair and wore a half-worn straw hat. He was lying on the table playing with abandon, his arms stretched long like rubber bands, swinging back and forth, wrapping around the table, reaching for the sugar jar, behind the counter, muttering to himself, completely absorbed in his play. Monkey D. Luffy. Mo's gaze fell on his elongated arms, and almost instinctively the clone fruit activated again. He had only glanced casually, but the next second the information flooding into his mind made him freeze, nearly dropping the glass in his hand. Paramecia type Gomu Gomu Nomi rubber fruit ability framework full body rubberization blunt impact immunity free limb extension enhanced basic physical resistance. Mo's mind buzzed and he was instantly dumbfounded. What? Paramecia type rubber fruit? That's not right. Where is my Hito Nomi model Nika? This is the legendary fruit that the world government has hidden for 800 years, changing its name to. His brows furrowed deeply for a moment, then quickly relaxed. On the surface, he showed no sign of abnormality. His brows furrowed deeply for a moment, then quickly relaxed. On the surface, he showed no sign of abnormality, but inside his mind was a storm. Three thoughts raced through his mind. First possibility, the fruit hasn't awakened yet. Luffy was only 7, having just eaten the fruit not long ago. He couldn't even use basic stretching properly. The power of Nika was still locked deep within, and the clone fruit could only scan the currently manifested surface attributes, unable to read the deeper essence. Second possibility, the world's will, or Emu, had some special means to shield the fruit's true information. Third possibility, his own clone fruit's ability was insufficient. The mythical Zoan level was too high, and it was the legendary sun god exceeding the current reading limit of the clone fruit, unable to. Third possibility, his own clone fruit's ability was insufficient. The mythical Zoan level was too high, and it was the legendary sun god exceeding the current reading limit of the clone fruit, unable to penetrate the deep essence. Third possibility, his own clone fruit's ability was insufficient. The mythical Zoan level was too high, and it was the legendary. The clone fruit activated again, but the feedback remained unchanged. Clearly a paramecia-type rubber fruit, with no trace of the mythical Zoan. Interesting. Very interesting. Emoka lowered his eyelids, hiding the shock and curiosity in his eyes. It seemed that the world of One Piece was far more profound than he had understood from reading the manga in his past life. Even the clone fruit couldn't penetrate this secret. The origin of the Nika fruit was probably greater than imagined. But he wasn't in a hurry. The days were still long. From now on, staying with Luffy every day, there would be plenty of opportunities to slowly verify. When Luffy developed Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd, or even awakened, he could scan again and eventually find clues. Luffy belatedly noticed Garp shrinking his neck in fright. His stretched arms snapped back with a His stretched arms snapped back with a whoosh, nearly knocking over the plates on the table. He was clearly a bit afraid of Garp shifting on his stool, his eyes darting away, but still unable to suppress his curiosity, sneaking glances at Emoka beside him. Who's that? Fairskin looks a bit older than me. Brat, so this is the rubber fruit. Garp plopped down in the seat of honor, grabbed a piece of stewed meat, and stuffed it into his mouth, grease dripping down his chin. How many times have I told you? Stop hanging around with pirates. See, now you can't swim, can you? Luffy pouted and muttered, Shanks and the others are my friends. Still talking back. Garp raised his hand and gave him a knuckle thump, thudding on Luffy's head. Luffy's rubber head was knocked down sharply, then bounced back with a boing like a spring. He held his head and howled, it hurts. Grandpa, you hit too hard. Emoka watched from the side, his mouth twitching. Good grief, even a rubber head could be knocked to the point of pain. Garp's strength was truly absurd. The fist of love lives up to its name. So the Iron Fist doesn't discriminate, huh? This is the same force he uses on pirates and on his own grandson. Only because Luffy is a rubber man and tough, and also a member of the monkey family. If it were an ordinary child, this blow would have caused some serious damage. Alright, mister. Garp, Luffy is still young. Makino smiled and smoothed things over, handing Luffy a piece of honey wheat cake, and then one to Emoko. Eat up, it's freshly baked and sweet. Emoko quickly took it with both hands and thanked her. So gentle. No wonder the three brothers Luffy, Ace, and Sabo all loved Makino so much. The meal was lively. Garp was fully focused on eating, piling plate after plate, his appetite even more exaggerated than Emoke's. Makino sat beside them, occasionally refilling their dishes and soup, listening to Garp's tales of the sea, a gentle smile always on her lips. Luffy couldn't sit still. After a few bites, he would squirm around, his gaze constantly drifting toward Emoko, brimming with curiosity. Midway through the meal, Garp wiped his mouth and finally got down to business. Makino, I've come back this time to send Luffy to the care of Dayton at Mount Kalubo. I've already spoken to that mountain bandit woman. I shall keep an eye on this brat. No, I don't want to go to the mountains. Because of the mountain bandit king Higuma, Luffy held a deep aversion to mountain bandits. He exploded on the spot, jumping up from the stool, his head nearly hitting the beam. I don't want to live with bandits. I want to stay in the village. I'm still waiting for Shanks to come back. I want to be the pirate king. Pirate king? What's so good about being a pirate? Garp glared, raised his hand, and gave another ironclad knock, sending Luffy crouching on the ground, clutching his head. You're not learning any good at such a young age. What's good about being a pirate? Just go to the mountains and train your body and become a marine. I don't want to be a marine. I want to be the pirate king. Luffy stubbornly retorted, tears welling up in his eyes, but refusing to back down. Mock sat nearby, quietly gnawing on a wheat cake, silently watching the show. This grandfather and grandson pair. One wanted the boy to be a marine, the other was dead set on being a pirate. Truly a sight. With Garp's parenting style, the more he beat him, the more rebellious he became. It was no wonder Luffy wouldn't listen. If he tried a gentler approach, maybe it would work, but with daily Iron Fist lessons, he was practically driving the boy into piracy. Just as he was thinking, Garp suddenly pointed at him and said to Makino with a smile, "Oh, this kid is Mock. I picked him up on the road. He's orphaned and lost his memory, so I've taken him as my adopted grandson. I'll live with Luffy at Dodon's place from now on. He can keep an eye on Luffy and be a companion." Mock was stunned. Well, Head suddenly gained a vice admiral for a grandfather, and Luffy and Ace had become his little brothers. Hearing this, Makino looked at Mock tenderly, her eyes filled with pity. I see. What a poor child. From now on, consider this your home. Feel free to come down to the village anytime. Thank you, Sister Makino. Mock replied obediently, his words sweet. Luffy, distracted from his feud with Garp, sidled up to Mock, eyes sparkling. So you're my big brother. Thank you, Sister Makino. Mock replied obediently, his words sweet. Luffy, distracted from his feud with Garp, sidled up to Mock, eyes sparkling. So you're my... Mock smiled and nodded. I have one too. It's the clone fruit, which lets me create copies of myself that look exactly like me. With a thought, he manifested an identical clone standing beside him, also looking perfectly well behaved. Wow. Amazing. Luffy's eyes went wide. He reached out to touch the clone's arm, then Mock's, bouncing with excitement. There are two of you. So cool. Even better than my stretching. He pestered Mock with questions, asking if the clone could spar with him or if they could climb trees together. After a hearty meal, Garp stood up, grabbed Luffy by the back of his collar with one hand, and waved to Mock with the other. After a hearty meal, Garp stood up, grabbed Luffy by the back of his collar with one hand, and waved to Mock with the other. Let's go. Up the mountain to Dodon's. Luffy kicked and flailed, wailing. I don't want to go to the mountains. I don't want to live with bandits. Let me go, Grandpa. But his strength was like a chick's in Garp's grip. No room to struggle. Mock followed behind, silently complaining to himself. After all, this was the future Yonko Straw Hat Luffy. Couldn't he show a little respect? Of course, griping was one thing. He'd never dare say it out loud. Pissing off Garp for real wasn't worth a punch. The three of them walked along the winding mountain path into the depths of Mount Kalubo. Garp strode swiftly and steadily, carrying Luffy like a bag of cotton, barely breaking a sweat. Luffy howled the whole way until his voice grew hoarse. Seeing Garp ignore him, he gradually quieted down, hanging his head dejectedly. Mock, on the other hand, was perfectly at ease. The passive buff of the ox fruit was fully active, maxing out his stamina and endurance. He walked the mountain path as if on flat ground without even breathing hard. As he walked, he observed the surrounding terrain, silently memorizing the route. He'd need to go down the mountain often to buy supplies and eat at the tavern, so he had to know the way well. After about half an hour, a cluster of wooden huts built against the mountain appeared in a forest clearing ahead. Outside the huts lay hunting bows, animal hides, and split firewood. A dozen rough-looking mountain bandits lounged on the stone steps, all wearing fierce expressions, waiting impatiently. At the front stood a tall, burly woman with messy orange hair and a face full of impatience. Hands on her hips, she rolled her eyes dramatically when she saw that was Curly Dayton. Garp, what are you doing here again? Dodon's coarse voice rang out from afar. Ace alone is enough of a headache. Now you're sending Luffy over. And bringing another one. This is a bandit hideout, not a daycare. She complained loudly, but she took a few steps forward, her gaze landing on Luffy and Mock. Though she looked fierce, there was no real malice in her eyes. The bandits nearby also turned to look, their eyes settling on Mach as they muttered among themselves. Who's this kid? I never heard Vice Admiral Garp had a second grandson. Life in the mountains is tough. He'll probably cry and want to go home in a couple of days. Mach listened to these comments without a ripple of emotion. These bandits, all of them together, couldn't even hold a candle to him. They looked fierce, but in truth they were all softies with hard mouths. He'd see that in time. Garp set the two children down, laughed heartily, and clapped Dayton on the shoulder. What's the trouble? These two boys can eat and grow, and they'll help you hunt. He pointed at Mach and said seriously, this is Mach, my adopted grandson. He'll live here with Luffy and Ace from now on. This kid is sensible and pretty capable. He can help you manage these two little monkeys. Dayton pursed her lips, clearly skeptical that a half-grown boy could be that strong, but she didn't argue. She could bicker and bluff with Garp, but she truly didn't dare to outright refuse this marine hero. After all, her band of mountain bandits had dirt on them that Garp held. Fine, fine. Dayton waved her hand impatiently. They can stay. Just an extra pair of chopsticks. But I'm warning you. If they cause trouble, don't come crying to me. With you in charge, I'm at ease. Garp nodded, gave a few more instructions about safety and not letting the kids run wild, then prepared to leave. He had duties to attend to and couldn't stay long. After dropping the children off, he had to return to his warship and continue patrolling the East Blue. Before leaving, Garp pulled Mach aside and lowered his voice. Kid, I'm entrusting Luffy and Ace to you. You're older, so keep an eye on them. Don't let them cause major trouble. And don't slack off on your training. They'll come back to check on your progress in a while. You're older, so keep an eye on them. Don't let them cause major trouble. And don't slack off on your training. They'll come back to check on your Garp patted his shoulder with satisfaction, then turned and strode down the mountain, quickly disappearing into the forest path. The yard fell silent. Dayton crossed her arms, sizing up Mach and Luffy, and said gruffly, all right, come inside. I've arranged rooms for you. From now on, you'll follow the rules of the mountain. No running off, no causing trouble. Got it. Luffy pouted, looking reluctant, but not daring to talk back. He stealthily glanced into the house, as if searching for something. Mach's gaze, however, passed over Dayton and landed on a corner inside the wooden hut. In the dim light, a black-haired boy sat alone at a wooden table, gnawing on a half-eaten animal leg, his face cold as he ate in silence. The boy had sharp features and thin lips pressed tightly together, exuding an aloof, untamed aura. Though only 10 years old, his eyes were as steady as a small adult's, radiating a wild energy. Poor Gasti. Ace. Mach's heart skipped a beat. This was Fire Fist Ace. The boy who would die at the hands of a Kainu in the Summit War, trying to save Luffy. The child who carried Roger's blood and spent his life searching for meaning. At this moment, he was just a prickly, aloof 10-year-old hiding the secret of his lineage, bristling with thorns, unwilling to get close to anyone. Mach looked at him and sighed softly. In his past life, watching the Summit War, he had mourned Ace's death for a long time. Since he was here now, that tragedy must never happen. As if sensing his gaze, Ace suddenly looked up, his sharp eyes sweeping. Their eyes met. Ace's gaze was cold, filled with scrutiny and wariness, like a wild animal whose territory had been invaded. He didn't speak. He merely glanced at Mach indifferently, then lowered his head to continue gnawing on the animal leg, as if the two newcomers weren't worth his attention. Mach didn't approach to strike up a conversation either. Prickly kid, no need to rush. They had plenty of time ahead, living under the same roof. They'd warm up to each other eventually. In any case, his position as the elder brother was set in stone. Dayton led them inside, calling for Magra and Dogra to arrange their rooms. Mach followed behind, scanning the entire stronghold, silently calculating. Plenty of space. There was even open land behind the mountain, perfect for training. At night, he could split into 3 clones, one to practice Rokushiki, one for swordsmanship, and one to refine Haki, triple efficiency. During the day, he'd train Luffy and Ace in physical fitness while building rapport. Every few days, he'd go down the mountain to visit Makino's tavern and improve their meals. And there was the secret of the gum-gum fruit to slowly probe and verify. The mountain wind rustled through the trees, carrying a fresh, earthy scent that lifted the boy's coat. Mach clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him and the countless secrets and futures hidden in his mind. Life among the mountain bandits of Mount Kalubo officially began from this moment. As for those fated tragedies and regrets, he was determined to change them one by one with his own hands. Dayton stood at the door with her arms crossed, her face stretched long, glaring at the 2 half-grown children before her mouth twitching repeatedly. Before leaving, Garp said to her, listen, Dayton, Moke is the oldest of the 3 children, so from now on he'll be the big brother to Luffy and Ace. You keep an eye on them too, don't let them run wild every day. Dayton wanted to retort right then. She was a bandit leader, why should she be the one babysitting and 3 at that? But the words caught in her throat as she caught sight of Garp's clenched fists cracking and his half-smiling, half-threatening gaze, so she swallowed her words. A wise man knows when to yield. Fine, fine. You're so annoying. She waved her hand, impatiently agreeing to it. Garp let out a satisfied laugh, turned, and headed down the mountain. Now he was gone, leaving the whole mess to Dodon's gaze swept over Moke, then over the curious Luffy, who was peering into the mountains, and finally landed on the boy in the corner of the room, who kept a cold face the entire time. Ace had not spoken a word the whole time. From the moment Garp entered and declared Moke the big brother, he had been sitting there gnawing on a beast leg, not even lifting his eyelids. It was as if the matters discussed in the room had nothing to do with him. Big brother or not, he didn't acknowledge it at all. Moke stood in the yard taking in everyone's reactions, perfectly clear in his mind. Ace's personality was very stubborn in the original story, suddenly having a big brother forced on him. How could he possibly be friendly? Moke didn't rush to seek attention either. Dealing with a stubborn kid like that required patience. It was like petting a cat. You had to stroke it in the direction of its fur. If you rushed, it would definitely scratch you. Auntie Dayton. Moke spoke first, his tone polite and obedient. I can handle any chores from now on, chopping wood or carrying water. I'm older, so I should do more. Dayton was taken aback. She had thought this kid would be another troublemaker like Luffy or prickly like Ace. But he turned out to be so sensible. She coughed, put on a stern face, and waved her hand. All right, you don't need to bother. Just take care of the two little ones, and don't let them cause trouble. Her words were harsh, but her tone softened considerably. Meanwhile, Luffy had no patience for their conversation. His mind was already in the mountains, his eyes darting toward Ace, eager to join. He had heard yesterday that there was an Ace brother in the mountains, very strong, a skilled hunter. He had long wanted to go play with him. Moreover, although Moke had the appearance of a child, he was an adult at heart. To Luffy, Moke equaled boring. As for the bandits in Luffy's mind at this moment, they were no different from the bandit king. While Dayton was talking to Moke, Luffy tiptoed and stealthily moved toward Ace. Moving close, he looked up with bright eyes. Ace, let's go play in the mountains. Let's catch a wild boar. Ace finally lifted his eyelids. He coldly swept a glance at Luffy, said nothing, stood up, threw the cleanly gnawed beast bone aside, picked up the pipe from the corner, and turned to walk out the door. The meaning was clear. He didn't want to engage. Luffy wasn't discouraged. He scampered after him, shouting as he ran, "Hey, Ace, wait for me. I'm coming too." The two kids, one after the other, quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Dayton, watching their backs, stomped her foot in anger. That brat. Don't run into the mountains. Luffy, you come back too. But no matter how much she shouted, the mountains were deep and the trees thick. There was no echo. All right, Dayton. Megura came out of the house, smiling and smoothing things over. Ace goes hunting in the mountains every day. Luffy can learn something by following him. It's fine. He then turned to Moke, his tone gentle. So you're Moke? And Megura, feel free to tell me if you need anything. You must be tired from the journey. Why don't you go inside and rest? Thank you, Uncle Megura, but I'm not tired. Moke smiled, his gaze sweeping over the pile of firewood in the yard and the water vat that wasn't full yet. Since I have nothing to do, I'll chop some firewood and carry. With that, he walked to the woodpile, picked up the axe, and weighed it in his hands. The weight was perfect, very comfortable. With the passive buff from the ox fruit, this physical labor was like a warm-up to him. He didn't even break a sweat. Megura tried to stop him, but saw Moke raise the axe and bring it down with a crack, splitting a bowl-thick log cleanly in two, neat and efficient. His movements were so steady it was unbelievable. He didn't look like an 11-year-old child at all. Whoa, quite strong. Megura was taken aback, then laughed. All right, take your time and rest if you get tired. Moke nodded, not stopping his hands. The axe swung swiftly and steadily, and soon a tall pile of firewood grew. As he chopped wood, he silently complained in his mind. In his previous life, he had worked 996, slaving for his boss every day and then doing housework after work. Now, after transmigrating into One Piece, he started off living under someone else's roof and had to gain favor by doing chores. No matter where he was, the fate of a wage slave was inescapable, wasn't it? But despite the complaints, he didn't slack off in his work. He knew well that staying with Dayton, being sensible, was always the right choice. If he just lay around waiting for meals, not only would Dayton despise him, but even the bandits would have objections. Doing some odd jobs to earn everyone's goodwill was a surefire deal. Besides, he looked up toward the direction of the deep mountains. Ace was definitely hunting in the mountains now, with Luffy tagging along blindly. He could go into the mountains himself in the afternoon to train, maybe he'd run into them. But if he did, he wouldn't rush to strike up a conversation. First, he'd show off a bit, let that kid know what real skill was. That way he wouldn't always think Moke was just a useless ornament dropped in by Garp. After chopping the wood, he picked up the water buckets and went to the mountain stream to fetch water. He made 3 trips back and forth, filling the water vat to the brim and even the spare wooden barrels. Throughout the process, his face didn't flush, his heart didn't race, and he didn't even pant. Dogura, watching from the side, was a bit stunned. This kid looked so fair and clean. How could he have so much strength? He was even more capable than many young bandits. By the time Moke finished, it was already afternoon. After resting for a short, while Moke told Dayton he was going to take a walk in the mountains and practice some moves. Dayton had wanted to remind him to be careful, but the words stuck in her throat. This kid was sensible and steady, much more reliable than Luffy, if she probably didn't need to worry. She just grunted in agreement. Moke picked up a short blade he had found at the hideout and leisurely slipped into the forest. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and the forest was filled with the fresh scent of grass and earth. He didn't go deep. He found a quiet clearing surrounded by thick trees with a wide view, perfect for training. First he warmed up, loosening his muscles and joints. First shave. He stomped the ground violently, and his figure instantly vanished from its spot, reappearing the next second beside a tree trunk several meters away. Swish, swish, swish. Several consecutive flashes, his figure shuttling between the trees, his feet stepping on the uneven ground, but steady as if on flat terrain. The mountain terrain was much more complex than the deck of a warship, full of pits and roots and vines, perfect for honing the precision of his footwork. Previously practicing on the deck was too monotonous. Now training in the forest, the agility of Shave improved rapidly. After half an hour of Shave, he stopped and began to practice Iron Body. Iron Body. His muscles instantly tensed, his whole body as hard as if poured with molten iron. He walked up to a tree as thick as a bowl, took a deep breath, and rammed his shoulder directly into the trunk. Thump. A dull sound, the tree shook, leaves raining down. Moke stood unmoving, his shoulder completely without pain. Iron Body, which even ordinary swords couldn't cut, crashing into a tree was like a tickle. He nodded, satisfied with his current strength. After a bit more practice, he could try combining armament Haki with Iron Body, and then his defense would rise to another level. Next was swordsmanship. The short blade slid out of its sheath, a flash of cold light. Chop, thrust, flick, sweep. Each move was precise and clean, perfectly replicating Bogard's template. The blade light wove through the forest, the sound of wind suppressed to a minimum, the sword aura restrained, without any unnecessary flair. Completely different from those wild, showy styles, this was true military killing technique, every strike aimed at vital points, concise and efficient. Moke became more and more fluent. Previously practicing in the air always felt lacking something. Now in the forest, using leaves and branches as targets, the blade precisely sliced through leaves without touching the branches. His control over force and angle was visibly improving. After about 2 hours of practice, he stopped and sheathed the blade. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he wasn't tired at all. The endurance boost from the ox fruit was really handy. After practicing so long, he had consumed less than a third of his stamina. However, his stomach was starting to growl. Moke rubbed his belly, thinking about the wonders of life, return, his eyes twinkling. He might as well try hunting and test his current skills at the same time. There were plenty of wild boars and rabbits in the mountains. Catching a couple would both improve their meals and enhance the digestive efficiency of life return. No time like the present. He suppressed his presence, following the sounds in the forest deeper. He hadn't gone far when he heard a grunt from the bushes. 2 jet black wild boars were rooting at the base of a tree, quite large, their tusks looking intimidating. Any ordinary child would have been scared away at the sight. But Moke's eyes lit up. Free food delivered to his doorstep. He didn't even use the blade. He activated Shave in an instant, his figure blurring as he charged forward. The leading boar heard the movement and looked up, only to see a fist growing larger in front of its eyes. Bang! A solid punch landed squarely on the boar. The boar didn't even grunt, it collapsed sideways, knocked out cold on the spot. The other boar, startled, roared and charged, its tusks aimed at his waist. Moke sidestepped, reached out to grab the boar's ear, and with a twist and a throw, thud. The several hundred-pound boar was flipped onto its back legs in the air. He followed up with another punch, knocking it out as well. In less than 10 seconds, 2 large wild boars were all taken care of. Moke dusted off his hands, a bit unsatisfied. The wild boars of the East Blue were still too weak. They didn't even count as practice. At least they were big and meaty. He dragged the 2 boars back. On the way, he thought about roasting both of them when he got back. One for himself and one to share with the bandits. Consider it rent. It was still necessary to unite the masses. By the time he returned to the stronghold, the sky had not yet darkened. When the bandits saw him dragging 2 wild boars back, they were all stunned. Am I seeing this kid caught 2 wild boars? Are you kidding? How old is he, taking down 2 boars by himself? His strength is absolutely ridiculous. He just dragged them back like that. Magura hurried over to help take the boars, both astonished and delighted. Moke, you're incredible. You went into the mountains for an afternoon and came back with 2 wild boars. Just lucky I ran into them, Moke said with a modest smile. Uncle Magura, I know a thing or two about roasting meat. How about I handle dinner tonight? You can roast meat too. Magura was even more surprised. All right, then tonight, while bask in your glory. Dayton heard the commotion and came out. Seeing the 2 fat boars on the ground, she looked at Moke and her expression completely changed. This kid, not only is he sensible and capable, but he's also an amazing hunter. Could it be that Garp actually sent a treasure this time? Consider it the food fee for Ace and Luffy. She didn't say anything, but turned around and went inside, bringing out the hidden salt and spices. The meaning was clear. she agreed to let Moke show off his skills. Moke didn't hesitate. He rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Dressing the boars, cutting the meat, marinating, lighting the fire, skewering. Every move was fluid and seamless. The spice ratios and heat control were all exact replicas of Makino's top-tier culinary skills. In no time, the rich aroma of roasted meat filled the entire stronghold. The bandits gathered around, sniffing the air, their eyes fixed on the grill. Damn, this smells amazing. Compared to this, the meat we used to roast is nothing. Moke, here's something. Such great skill. When the roasted meat came off the grill, everyone tasted it and was instantly blown away. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, savory and flavorful. Even the fatty parts weren't greasy, and each bite dripped with juice. It was 10 times better than any roasted meat they'd ever had. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, savory and flavorful. Even the fatty parts weren't greasy, and each bite dripped with juice. Sensible, capable, and he can cook. Garp really didn't screw her over this time. Moke himself didn't hold back either. With life return going full throttle, the meat he consumed was rapidly digested and converted into pure physical strength and energy surging through his limbs and bones. Half of both boars ended up in his stomach. The bandits nearby were dumbfounded. Good grief, his appetite was insane. He looked so small and thin. How could he eat so much? So his hunting prowess came from his huge appetite. Moke didn't care what they thought. A true eater has an eater's soul. Eating is how you get stronger. With the dual boost of life return and the ox fruit, the more he ate, the faster he grew. This was nothing new. Once he had more clones, later his appetite would only increase. As he was eating, footsteps sounded from outside the yard gate. Luffy came running back, covered in mud, his hair a messy bird's nest, and grass clippings stuck to his face, beaming with joy. He caught the scent of meat from far away, his nose twitching, and his eyes lit up instantly. So fragrant. What's so delicious? He charged into the yard, saw the meat on the grill, and pounced, reaching out to grab it. Slow down, it's hot, Moke said with a smile, handing him a skewer. Luffy took it, blew on it twice, then bit into it ravenously, his face shining with grease, mumbling indistinctly, delicious. So delicious. Even better than Makino's. Moke chuckled inwardly. Not really. At best it was a tie. This was exactly Makino's recipe, faithfully replicated. Luffy had been running wild in the mountains all afternoon and was famished. Of course roasted meat tasted amazing now. Brother Moke, you're incredible, Luffy said while eating. You're a great hunter and a great cook. He was already completely won over by the roasted meat, calling him big brother, quite naturally. Moke smiled and glanced toward the mountain path. Luffy was back, but Ace was still nowhere to be seen. Did this kid stay in the mountains this late, every day? Just as he was thinking, a figure appeared at the end of the forest path. The boy was carrying a water pipe with a mountain deer over his shoulder. His posture was straight, his steps steady. It was Ace. He had obviously caught the smell of meat too, and his brow furrowed slightly as he quickened his pace. When he reached the yard and saw Moke standing by the grill with the bandits chatting and laughing around him, Ace paused for a moment. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Had only been gone half a day, and this newcomer had already gotten chummy with everyone. Without a word, he carried the deer to a corner, set down his prey, and turned to go inside. Ace, come over and eat. Brother Moke's grilled meat is amazing, Luffy shouted, holding up a skewer. Ace stopped in his tracks. He turned his head, casting a cold glance at Moke, his tone, I see no need. With that, he walked straight into his own room and closed the door. He didn't give Moke a single proper look the entire time. The bandits felt a bit awkward. Magura tried to smooth things over. All right, that's just how Ace is. Don't. He didn't give Moke a single proper look the entire time. The bandits felt a bit awkward. Magura tried to smooth things over. All right, that's just how. Take it slow. There was plenty of time to change his mind. Besides, when Ace had looked over earlier, there was clearly curiosity. He was just being stubborn. After dinner, the sky was already darkening. The bandits dispersed to rest, and Luffy was so full his belly was round he leaned against the doorstep and yawned. Moke walked over and ruffled his hair. Luffy, don't go to sleep yet. Uncle Garp asked me to teach you basic training. From today on we practice for an hour every evening. Huh, training again. Luffy's face felt instantly reluctant. Had been playing all day and was so sleepy his eyelids were drooping. If you train well you'll become stronger and be able to become the Pirate King, Moke said, slowly dropping the killer move. Luffy's eyes lit up. Alright. He had to get stronger to become the Pirate King. He'll train. He'll train. He jumped up immediately, full of energy. Brother Moke, teach me. Moke chuckled inwardly. This kid. Only the 3 words Pirate King could tame him. He led Luffy to an open space in the yard and started teaching from the basics: horse stance, punching. These were all basic physical techniques Garp had taught. Standard movements, clear power application, perfect for Luffy's current level. But Luffy couldn't sit still. After 2 or 3 minutes, he wanted to move around. Moke didn't yell at him. Instead, he coaxed him with promises like, after you finish he'll teach you a new move, and you'll be able to knock out big bandits later. Between coaxing and tricking, he managed to make Luffy stick with it for an hour. Despite Luffy's mischievousness, when he got serious he learned fast. After all, he was the protagonist, the talent was there. A basic straight punch became presentable after a few repetitions. Not bad, that's enough for today. Moke checked the time. Same time tomorrow evening. Luffy was drenched in sweat, but excited, pumping his fist. I'm definitely going to become super strong. Then he yawned and ran back to his room to sleep. The yard fell quiet. Moke was about to go back inside when his peripheral vision caught a shadow flickering at the edge of the woods. It moved fast and disappeared in an instant. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Moke's mouth. Ace. How long had he been hiding there watching? Was he curious about the basic techniques, or about Moke's strength? Moke didn't call him out. He pretended not to notice and turned to go back to his room. It would be no fun to expose him. A sulky kid sneaking a peek. Best to pretend not to know and save him some face. One day, when he couldn't hold back anymore, he'd come over on his own. In fact, Ace had been standing behind the tree for a while. He had originally come back to get something, but when he reached the edge of the woods, he heard the sound of fists and feet cutting through the air in the yard. Out of curiosity, he stopped and took a distant look. That one look made it hard to look away. The moves Moke was teaching Luffy seemed simple, but every detail showed a clear method. The angle of the punch, the positioning of the feet, the way of twisting the waist and driving the shoulder. All completely different from the wild, improvised style Ace had developed from fighting in the mountains and against beasts. That was real military combat techniques. Had Garp taught him that? Ace felt a bit conflicted. Had always thought he was pretty good at fighting, that no beast in the mountain could match him. But seeing what Moke was teaching today, he realized there was so much more to fighting. Did that new guy really have? He bit his lower lip, feeling a little defiant, yet couldn't help wanting to watch more. When Moke looked in his direction, he snapped out of it, quickly ducked behind the tree, his heart beating a little faster. Had he been seen? No way, he was too far away. After waiting for a while and hearing nothing, he peered out again, but the yard was empty. Ace stood in the shadows for a long moment, then silently returned to his own room. He closed the door, leaned against it, and replayed those moves in his mind. Almost unconsciously, he raised his hand and mimicked a motion in the air. It did feel more natural than his own rough style. He shook his head, pushing the thought away. Almost unconsciously, he raised his hand and mimicked a motion in the air. It did feel more natural than his own rough style. Meanwhile, back in his room, Moke locked the door and blew out the oil lamp. The room was pitch black, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window. He didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed, calmed his mind, and slowly began to channel the power of his devil fruit. The energy from hunting boars, practicing moves, and eating during the day made him feel that his mental power was on the verge of a breakthrough. Previously, he could only split into 2 clones. During today's training, he felt his mental energy was much more abundant than before. He should try to break through and create more clones. Moke took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and with a thought he commanded clone. A low hum vibrated in the air. In the darkness, 3 figures identical to him slowly materialized, standing silently on either side of the room. 3 clones. Moke gave them their orders. Number 1, refine the details of the Navy's 6 powers, focusing on the basics of finger pistol. Number 2, hone your swordsmanship fundamentals. Number 3, enhance your physical conditioning. The 3 clones nodded simultaneously without hesitation. Clone 1 stood on the left side of the room, assuming a combat stance, and began practicing punches and kicks slowly and precisely. Clone 2 picked up the wooden sword propped against the corner and started practicing sword forms, 1 move at a time. Clone 3 went through the fitness trifecta, squats, sit-ups, and push-ups. Moke meanwhile lay down on the bed and pulled up the covers. The main body only needed to maintain the clone's existence. The rest was just sleeping. By morning, when he merged with the clones, a whole night's worth of training results would be credited directly. Listening to the faint sounds of punches and the wooden sword cutting through the air, Moke felt a warm satisfaction. This efficiency was even more outrageous than using a cheat code. He planned to tell outsiders that this was just the normal development of his clone fruit. After all, using a clone-type fruit for training was plausible. But the true power of the clone fruit and his actual cultivation progress must be kept absolutely hidden. A trump card. The deeper it's hidden, the more useful it is in a critical moment. In the darkness, Moke stared at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting far away. The secret of the gum fruit was still elusive. Ace's tragedy awaited in the future, and Sabo hadn't even appeared yet. But that was fine. Now the starting point was solid and his training speed was maxed out. There was still time for everything. He closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Life on Mount Kalubo had only just begun. Once he grew a few more years, he could roam the East Blue as he pleased. Then he'd go down the mountain to see Makino set sail and meet Nami. Just thinking about it made him feel good. The mountain breeze slipped through the window crack, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. In the room, the clones continued their tireless training. Moonlight spilled across the boy's face, quiet and peaceful. No one knew that this seemingly ordinary 11-year-old boy was growing stronger at a terrifying. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar April, 3 full months had slipped by since Mo moved into Dodon's den. Life on Kuair Boshan was both monotonous and lively in its own peculiar way. Every day before dawn, Ace would grab his water pipe and vanish into the deep mountains, not showing his face until nightfall. Luffy was always an inescapable shadow. The first thing he did upon waking was to seek out Ace, chasing after him through the mountains, tripping and bruising himself with relentless glee. The mountain bandits went about their business, hunting when they hunted, slacking when they slacked. Life was rough but peaceful. Emoku, however, had seamlessly blended into the rhythm, becoming the universal patch of the Dayton household. By day, he chopped firewood, fetched water, and maintained the hideout as routine. Every few days, he would venture into the mountains to bring back a couple of wild boars or pheasants, then personally cook to improve the meals. With his culinary skills, a replica of Machi Nuas, his status in the Dayton household had. The mountain bandits who once treated him with polite distance now greeted Emoku with smiles from afar, just hoping to snag an extra piece of roast meat at dinner. Dayton never said it aloud, but every meal, she would subconsciously glance his way, eagerly anticipating whatever new creation he would whip up that day. Emoku knew exactly what was going on. To live comfortably in a bandit den, one must first conquer their stomachs. After all, those who eat your food are short-tongued, and those who take your gifts are short-handed. Eating his cooking day after day, even if he got into a little trouble, Dayton would at least soften her tongue and not report him to Kapu. Of course, he never neglected his training. In 3 months, his 2 clones had trained ceaselessly every night, bolstered by the Nyo fruit's physique enhancement and the efficient recovery of life return. His strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. All 6 forms of the Navy's Rokushiki had been mastered: shave, iron, body, paper, art, finger gun, storm leg, and moonwalk, each executed with effortless proficiency. Though he had not yet reached Kapus level of refined mastery, it was more than enough to handle pirates with bounties of several million in the East Blue. His armament Haki had stabilized at the beginner stage. Although he could only cover his hands and feet, it was sufficient to make ordinary blades unable to harm him. His swordsmanship advanced rapidly. He repeatedly polished the combat template of Bojia, take each strike fierce and precise. In a real fight, he was more reliable than many swordsmen who had roamed the world for a decade. The only issue was Ace's attitude. 3 months had passed, and the stubborn child no longer wore a cold face all day. Occasionally when they met at meals, Ace would grunt a greeting, but the word "big brother" had never crossed his lips. Emoku was not in a hurry. He had figured out that Ace was like a stubborn mule. Lead him, and he won't move; beat him, and he backs away. The more you pester, the more he holds back. Ignore him and focus on your own affairs, and he would secretly sneak over to observe you. Over the past 3 months, when Emoku practiced boxing and swordsmanship in the yard, he had often glimpsed the boy's figure behind trees or on the rooftop. Whenever discovered, Ace would immediately pretend to be passing by putting on a tough front. Emoku never called him out, pretending not to see. He knew that one day, when the boy truly admired him, he would voluntarily acknowledge him. As for Luffy, he had long been calling Emoku "big brother" with perfect fluency. Every evening, he would practice basic punches and kicks with Emoku for half an hour, then get a tasty treat. A life of pure bliss. Although he still couldn't sit still and would squirm after 10 minutes, Emoku knew how to coax him. With a mix of persuasion and deception, Luffy's foundation was solidly laid. That morning, just as dawn broke, Emoku had just finished merging the training results of his 2 clones and was stretching his limbs when he saw Luffy sneak out of the room, tiptoeing like a thief, staring at Ace's door. Soon Ace pushed open the door, water pipe in hand, and strode briskly down the mountain. The direction was clearly not the usual hunting grounds, but rather toward Guya Kingdom. Luffy's eyes lit up. He crouched low and stealthily followed, his sneaky demeanor resembling a little spy. Emoku stood in the yard, raising an eyebrow. What mischief was that kid up to now? Usually when Ace went hunting in the mountains, Luffy would chase after him openly. Why was he being so sneaky today? He thought about it, but didn't pay much attention. Kids, he figured, were probably planning some surprise or afraid Ace would find him annoying and wanted to follow secretly. After all, Ko'er Boshan wasn't that big, and nothing major could happen. He shook his head, picked up the axe, and went to chop wood. There was still a pile of chores to do in the morning, and he had to find time in the afternoon to practice moonwalk. He had recently mastered moonwalk, and the mountain air currents were perfect for refining his stability in the air. Once he was skilled enough, he could just moonwalk down to Foosha Village instead of taking the mountain paths. Imagine landing right in front of Machi Nua's tavern. The sheer coolness would be off the charts. Wouldn't the gentle big sister's eyes sparkle with admiration as she praised him? While chopping wood, Emoku daydreamed with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The thought was delightful. But by afternoon, when the sky was nearly dark, Ace and Luffy had still not returned. Usually at this hour, even if Ace had gone far hunting, he would be on his way back. and Luffy especially would have run back long ago yelling for food. A nagging doubt crept into Mok's mind. Something was off. Very off. Luffy was a glutton. He was more eager than anyone at mealtime. He couldn't have been delayed this long. Unless something had happened. He put down his work and asked Magula. Magula was also worried. Ace has stayed out overnight before, but Luffy has never followed him for so long. Guya Kingdom. It's not a safe place. Guya Kingdom. Mok's heart skipped a beat. Ace had headed that way in the morning, and Luffy had vacating Wuzhongyanjian. The name flashed in his mind instantly. In the original story, Ace and Sabo hid their treasure in the garbage terminal, and later Bogard came after them, capturing Luffy. Damn, the plot had collided right at this moment. Mok's expression shifted slightly. He had been so focused on his training that he had almost forgotten about this. That Bogard, a cadre of the Blue Gem Pirates, was ruthless and fond of scalping people alive. He had a bounty of 3,400,000. If Luffy fell into his hands, there would be no good outcome. Uncle Magula'll go look for them. Mok's voice turned serious. They might have gone to the garbage mountain of Guya Kingdom. That place is a mess. Are you going alone? Should I call a few people to go with you? Magula hurriedly said. No need. A larger group would attract more attention. Mok shook his head. I'm fast. We'll find them and come back. Without waiting for Magula to respond, he grabbed a short sword from the corner, kicked off the ground, and activated Shave. With a whoosh, his figure vanished through the yard gate. Magula only saw a blur before the man was gone, standing dumbfounded for a long time. Good heavens, that speed was terrifying. No wonder Vice Admiral Kapu valued this child so much. He was a monster. Meanwhile, a little earlier at vacating Wuzhongyanjian, the endless mountains of garbage stretched as far as the eye could see. Discarded timber, rusted iron, rotting food, all piled chaotically, emitting a pungent sour stench. Flies buzzed everywhere, sewage flowed through the ditches, and every step splashed black mud. Luffy followed behind, Ace winding through the maze for a long time until his nose was nearly numb from the smell. He covered his nose, his face scrunched up, wondering silently. Why would Ace come to a disgusting place like this? It was stinky and dirty with nowhere to play. He didn't dare get too close, afraid Ace would spot him and send him back, so he kept a safe distance. He saw Ace expertly weave through the garbage piles and enter the wall. Finding a massive dead tree, Ace climbed up in a few quick moves. Luffy quickly hid behind a garbage heap, craning his neck to look up. What he saw made him freeze. There was not just Ace on the tree. A blonde-haired boy wearing a top hat with goggles and a neat little coat looked clean and completely out of place in this garbage mountain. The two crouched on a thick branch, a wooden box before them, counting gold coins and berries with their heads together, whispering. Luffy blinked. They had hidden so much money. His eyes went wide. With that much money, he could buy so much meat. He was about to call out when he heard a clatter of footsteps in the distance, accompanied by arrogant laughter. Kuku. Search thoroughly. Those two brats must be hiding around here. Daring to steal from our Blue Gem Pirates, they've got a death wish. Luffy's heart tightened, and he quickly ducked back. Pirates. Looking for Ace and the other. The expressions of Ace and Sabo on the tree changed instantly. It's Bogard. Sabo whispered, his eyes grim. How did he find this place? I don't know. Ace gripped his water pipe, his face cold. Hide first. Don't let them find us. The two quickly covered the wooden box, moved deeper into the dense foliage, and held their breath. Soon a group of ferocious pirates searched their way over. The leader was a tall, thin man with a scar slashing across his cheek. He toyed with a sharp blade, his eyes as sinister as a viper's. It was Bogard. Behind him were over a dozen underlings, each brandishing steel knives, their faces filled with brutish menace, ransacking the area. Luffy hid behind a tree, barely daring to breathe. Though mischievous, he knew these men were bad. But his hiding spot was far from concealed, easily spotted. Before long, a pirate walked over and immediately spotted Luffy curled up in a ball. Boss, there's a little brat here. Bogard turned his head, his sinister gaze falling on Luffy. He strode over, looked down at Luffy, and grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Oh, where did this kid come from? Looks like you know those two wild boys. Luffy pressed his lips together, stubbornly silent. He would never betray Ace. Not talking. Bogard sneered, reaching out and grabbing Luffy by the scruff of his neck like a chick lifting him up. No matter. We'll have plenty of time to make you talk. Take him away. He carried Luffy and turned toward the shanty town deep in the garbage mountain. The pirates stopped searching and followed their boss back. After all, with this kid captured, they weren't afraid the other two wouldn't show their faces. Ace and Sabo, perched in the tree, saw everything unfolding below with crystal clarity. Ace's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, and he lifted his leg, ready to leap down and fight to the death. Don't be impulsive. Sabo grabbed his arm in a death grip, his voice low and urgent. If you go down there now, you'll just be throwing your life away. You can't save Luffy, and both of us will be dragged into it. All the treasure we've been hoarding for so long will be taken too. Then what do we do? Just watch him get beaten to death. Ace's eyes were red, his voice a barely audible growl, his whole body radiating a murderous aura, his fingers white-knuckled. Sabo's brow furrowed deeply as his mind raced. First, let's move the treasure to a more secluded spot and hide it. If that kid can't hold out and spills the beans, at least we'll still have the money, so we won't lose everything. He won't talk, Ace blurted out instinctively. But even as the words left his mouth, he felt a flicker of doubt. Luffy might be a devil fruit user now, but he was only 7 years old. How could he withstand the torture from a ruthless brute like Bogard? What if the pain became unbearable and he opened his mouth? The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the same anxiety in each other's eyes. In the end, reason prevailed. They carefully hoisted the wooden crates, crawled down from the other side of the tree, and crept into the denser forest to transfer the treasure to a more concealed location. As he carried the boxes, Ace's mind was a tangled mess. That idiot Luffy, so naive and single-minded, would he really hold out to the end? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, and he nearly dropped the crate on his foot. He cursed Luffy under his breath for bringing this on himself by sneaking after them, yet his fingers were white nails digging into his palms. In all his years, he had rarely felt such panic. The last time Head been this shaken was when Head nearly been thrown off a cliff by the Mountain King, that massive tiger. After a long while of hard work, they finally managed to hide the treasure securely. Sabo said in a low, solemn voice, "You stay here and keep watch. He'll sneak over to the shanty town and check on the situation, see how that kid is doing. I'm coming with you. No too many people, and we'll be spotted easily." Sabo shook his head. "He'll go alone. You stay here and keep an eye out. If anything happens, you can back me up." With that, he pulled his hat down lower, hunched his body, and crept silently toward the direction of the shantytown, disappearing in a few swift moves. Ace crouched behind the ruins, his heart pounding like a wild rabbit trapped in his chest. Every second felt like agony. After what felt like an eternity, hurried footsteps approached, and Sabo returned. His face was grim, his voice urgent and heavy. "Luffy's locked in the innermost broken wooden shack. Bogart's been beating him nonstop, forcing him to tell where we are and where the treasure is." "Did he talk?" Ace jerked his head up, his voice strained. Sabo shook his head, his expression complicated. "No. That kid's stubborn beyond belief. He's covered in bruises, but he didn't even cry, not a single word." Ace shuddered all over. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. His chest felt like it had been slammed by something heavy, aching and suffocating. That dim-witted brat who always tagged along behind him, the nuisance who never stopped talking about becoming the Pirate King, had been beaten to a pulp and still hadn't uttered a single word. "No, we have to save him." Ace suddenly stood up, grabbing the iron pipe at his feet, his eyes bloodshot. "Wait." Sabo was sweating with anxiety too. He understood the logic, but he couldn't just watch his brother walk to his death. Grinding his teeth, he grabbed his own. "Even if it's suicide, I have to go." Ace's voice was hoarse as he shook off Sabo's grip. "He was captured because of us. We can't just leave him there to die." Sabo was sweating with anxiety too. He understood the logic, but he couldn't just watch his brother walk to his death. Grinding his teeth, he grabbed his own pipe. "Fine, we'll go together. If it comes to it, we'll fight to the death." With their minds made up, they tightened their grips on their weapons and crouched low, ready to charge toward the shantytown. "With what?" "With those 2 broken pipes of yours. They wouldn't even be enough to pick someone's teeth." Startled, the two spun around. "Fight." "With what?" "With those 2 broken pipes of yours. They wouldn't even be enough to pick someone's teeth." Startled, the two spun around. There, standing atop the rubble, was a young boy with a tall, straight posture, gripping a short blade in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked down at them. It was Moke. "What are you doing here?" Ace was taken aback for a second, then frowned, his tone harsh. "This has nothing to do with you. Get back to the mountain. Don't come causing more trouble." He was stubborn and didn't like this big brother who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but he had no reason to let him walk into death too. "Luffy is my brother too. How is it none of my business?" Moke raised an eyebrow, then leaped down from the rubble, landing soundlessly on the ground. He had followed the trail all the way to the garbage mountain, and just as he approached the shantytown, he ran into these 2 hotheads about to jump into the fire. Good thing he arrived in time. Another moment later, and these 2 impulsive fools would have been throwing their lives away. Sabo studied Moke with a hint of doubt. He had heard from Ace that Dodon's family had taken in a grandson of Vice Admiral Garp named Moke. Was this that kid? He looked only a few years older than Ace, with delicate features. Did he have what it took? "Do you have a plan?" Sabo asked, his tone cautious, grasping at straws. Moke didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "What's the situation inside? How many men does Bogard have? What's Luffy's condition now?" "Over a dozen men, all armed. Luffy's locked in the innermost room. He's been beaten badly, but he's still conscious." Sabo spoke rapidly. "Bogard's still pressing him about the treasure." Moke nodded, his mind already calculating. Bogard, a bounty of 3. For million berries, a swordsman with spiked gloves, a ruthless and underhanded fighter. His underlings were just common thugs, no real threats, only relying on numbers. Fighting his way through alone wouldn't be a problem. But he had to ensure Luffy's safety. He couldn't push Borjimi into a corner where he might take Luffy hostage. And besides, it would be a good chance to let Ace and Sabo contribute, so those two would stop thinking they were invincible and always resorting to suicidal charges. In mere seconds a plan formed. He looked at the two and said in a crisp tone, "Listen, we'll split into 3 routes. They'll charge the front door, draw everyone's attention, and clear out the grunts. You two circle around to the back of the house. When I start making a ruckus, break in through the window, get Luffy out first, and take him to a safe place to hide. After you've rescued him, come back and help me. The 3 of us will take down Borjimi together." Ace frowned deeply. "You're charging the front alone. They have over a dozen men, all armed. Are you crazy?" Even though he never really liked this big brother who came out of nowhere, he couldn't just watch him walk to his death. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to face Garp. "Don't worry. These small fries can't touch me." Moke's tone was calm, but carried absolute confidence. "Just move quickly, rescue Luffy, and don't worry about anything else." Sabo stared at Moke for a few seconds, seeing the unwavering certainty in his eyes, not a hint of bravado. He gritted his teeth. "Fine. Let's do it your way." He grabbed Ace's arm, his voice urgent. "No time to hesitate. Saving Luffy is what matters." Ace pursed his lips, glanced at Moke, and finally nodded heavily. "Let's go." The 3 moved into action immediately. Ace and Sabo crouched low, using the piles of garbage and broken planks for cover, circling toward the back of the wooden shack, moving silently, without making a sound. Moke stayed where he was, weighing his short blade in his hand, rolling his wrists until his knuckles cracked. He hadn't had a proper fight in 3 months. This was a perfect chance to practice on these pirates. Time to see if the results of 3 months of relentless training, day and night, were any good. He took a deep breath, then exploded forward with force. Shave. Whoosh. His figure vanished, instantly charging straight at the front door of the wooden shack, leaving only a blur behind. The 2 guards at the entrance were still smoking and chatting, completely caught off guard, seeing only a flash. "Hua." One of the pirates barely got out half a word before Moke was in front of him. His elbow slammed into the man's. Bang. The pirate's eyes bulged, the cigarette falling from his mouth, bile and half-digested lunch nearly spewing out. He curled up like a shrimp and collapsed to the ground, twitching twice before going still. The other pirate was so terrified he screamed, raising his steel saber and slashing down. "Die, you brat." Moke didn't dodge. He raised his left arm. Iron body. Clang. The steel blade struck his arm with a sharp metallic ring, as if hitting solid iron. Sparks flew, but only left a faint white mark, not even breaking the skin. The pirate stood frozen, his sword still raised, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this? An 11 or 12-year-old kid with a body as hard as this. While he was still stunned, Moke twisted his short blade and struck the man's neck with the flat of the blade. Thud. The pirate's eyes rolled back, and he fell flat on his face, unconscious. In 2 seconds flat, both guards were taken care of. Moke kicked the wooden door. Crash. The already rotten door flew off its hinges and slammed heavily onto the ground. He strode inside, his presence overwhelming. The room was dim, the stench of mold and blood thick and suffocating. Luffy was tied to a pillar in the center, his body covered in bruises, his clothes torn, his face black and blue blood at the corner of his mouth. Luffy was tied to a pillar in the center, his body covered in bruises, his clothes torn, his face black and blue blood at the corner of his mouth. But he clenched his teeth, not uttering a sound. Tears welled in his eyes, but he glared at Borjimi with a defiant, unyielding stare. At the sound of the door being kicked in, all the pirates in the room turned to look. Borjimi frowned, his cold gaze sweeping over Moke. "Who are you? Where did you come from, you little brat?" "I'm here to beat you up." Moke's tone was flat as he quickly scanned Luffy, confirming he was still conscious and not fatally wounded. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good he wasn't too late. "You..." Borjimi let out a mocking laugh, a strange cackling coo coo coo. "Kids these days have no idea how big the world is, do they? Get him. Kill this little bastard." The remaining dozen or so pirates in the room drew their blades and charged with wild shouts. Cold steel flashed as they aimed brutal slashes at Moke's head, holding nothing back. "Big brother Moke. Watch out," Luffy shouted, desperately struggling against the ropes that cut into his skin. Moke gave him a quick smile, but his feet never chafed. His figure vanished on the spot. The leading pirate's sword cut through empty air. Before he could react, a heavy kick landed on the back of his neck. The man pitched forward, his face smashing into the ground, knocking out 2 front teeth and filling his mouth with blood. Moke's figure weaved through the crowd, his speed leaving trails of afterimages. He alternated between shave and paper drawing, so that every sword swing missed him by a hair's breadth, never even grazing his clothes. When a blow was unavoidable, he used iron body to absorb it unscathed. His short blade targeted joints, necks, and lower backs, weak spots with precision. Every strike was accurate, and any pirate hit would immediately collapse, howling in pain and completely incapacitated. So fast. What kind of monster is this? The pirates were terrified and frustrated. They had been fighting for a while, and couldn't even touch him, while their own numbers kept dwindling, bodies littering the floor. Borjimi sat in his chair, his expression darkening, his eyes growing more sinister. This kid was no ordinary brat. That speed. Was it the Navy's shave? How could it be? A child this young using the 6 powers. Garp's people. In less than a minute, over half of his men were down, sprawled in a chaotic mess. The remaining few stumbled back, keeping their distance, too scared to charge again, their legs trembling. Moke dusted off his clothes, standing still, not even breathing, hard looking, as if nothing had happened. Is that all? Not even enough for a warm-up. Mock glanced at Borjami, not far away, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. After beating my men, it's your turn. Borjami's face darkened, his spiked gauntlets creaking as he clenched them, ready to hurl a threat and charge. Just then, bang. The window at the rear of the wooden hut shattered violently, sending wood chips flying. 2 figures leaped in, Ace and Sabo. Luffy. They rushed over and cut the coarse hemp ropes in a few swift moves. Luffy winced in pain, but still grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. How are you? Can you walk? Sabo quickly supported him. I'm fine. I'm tough. Luffy nodded through gritted teeth. Get him out first. Ace, holding his iron pipe, positioned himself in front of the two, glaring at Borjami. Seeing his hostage snatched away, Borjami's face turned utterly grim. Fine. He rose slowly, his tone sinister. Since you've all come to me, none of you are leaving. He'll skin you all and offer you as a gift to Captain Blue Jam. Before the words faded, he blurred, moving with such speed that a residual image trailed behind him, charging straight at Ace, who was closest. A dagger gleamed coldly, aimed at Ace's throat, showing no regard for the boy before him. Ace's pupils contracted, and without a second thought, he instinctively raised his pipe to block. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying. The immense force transmitted through the pipe, numbing Ace's arm and stinging his palm. He staggered back 2 steps to regain his balance, chest heaving. So strong. Is this what a real pirate is like? Completely different from the beasts in the mountains. Is that all you've got? Borjami sneered, his assault relentless, each strike aimed at vital points. Ace struggled to parry, but in both strength and combat experience he was outmatched, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Sabo helped Luffy lean against the wall, then grabbed a steel pipe and joined the fray, the two flanking Borjami. Yet even outnumbering him, the tide didn't turn, they remained suppressed. Borjami, a seasoned fighter who lived on the edge, saw the two boys relying solely on grit. Soon several shallow wounds adorned their bodies. Kukuku. 2 snot-nosed brats daring to fight me. Borjami let out a cold laugh, then suddenly feigned an attack, forcing them back. His spiked gauntlet, carrying a fierce wind, aimed straight for Ace's face. With no escape, Ace's pupils shrank, every hair on his body standing on end. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Luffy by the wall watched with blazing eyes and screamed, "Ace!" Sabo's face also turned pale. He wanted to help, but was too far. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ace, swift as the wind. Mock raised his arm, muscles instantly tensing, a layer of black armament Haki coating it. Iron block armament. Bang! The spiked gauntlet slammed into Mock's forearm. Borjami felt a numbing shock, the massive recoil traveling up his arm, forcing him back half a step. He looked up at the boy before him, his eyes filled with disbelief, his voice cracking. Armament Haki. Had enough. Mock's tone was calm, but his eyes turned cold. Did you ask me? Had enough. Mock's tone was calm, but his eyes turned cold. Did you ask me before messing with my brother? Without another word, his left hand's fingers clenched and straightened, forming a spear-like tip. Finger gun. Swish. The fingertip shot like lightning, breaking the air, aimed straight for Borjami's shoulder. Borjami's face twisted. He threw himself sideways to dodge. But he was a fraction too slow. A sharp sound. The finger gun grazed his shoulder, tearing through flesh and leaving a deep gash that exposed the bone. Damn! Borjami, shocked and enraged, clutched his wound and stumbled back a few steps, glaring at Mock. Who the hell are you? A user of the 6 powers and armament Haki. When did the East Blue produce such a figure? Who I am is none of your concern. Mock flexed his fingers. He'll give you a chance. Get lost. Don't make me act, or you won't be able to leave. He could have easily subdued Borjami, even crippled him in one move. But he didn't. Some grudges Ace and Sabo had to settle themselves, as some hurdles they had to overcome on their own. He only needed to stay back, ensuring the two boys didn't get hurt. Borjami's face alternated between pale and red, uncertain. Fight. He couldn't fathom the mysterious boy's true strength. If it came to blows, he'd likely end up here. Flee. Running away like this, word would spread and he'd lose face in the East Blue. His eyes darted, catching a glimpse of the weakened Luffy by the wall. Can't beat the big one, can still snatch the small one. Grab the weakest kid as a hostage. As long as he held Luffy, the others would hesitate. His eyes darted, catching a glimpse of the weakened Luffy by the wall. Can't beat the big one, can still snatch the small one. Grab the weakest kid as a hostage. Just as Borjami's claws were about to grab Luffy's collar, Mock's cold voice rang out, unhurriedly laced with mockery. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Tempest kick. He raised his right leg and kicked the air viciously. A pale crescent-shaped slash appeared out of nowhere, hurtling toward Burjami. Burjami's hair stood on end. A strong sense of death enveloped him. Without a second thought, he slammed on the brakes, throwing himself to the side with all his might. Boom. The Tempest kick slammed into the wooden wall, blasting a half-man-sized hole with chips and debris scattering everywhere. Burjami lay on the ground, disheveled and covered in dust, his heart pounding wildly, his back soaked with cold sweat. What the hell is this kid? A secret marine prodigy. He was genuinely terrified now, any trace of wishful thinking gone. This strength was probably not far off from their captain Blue Jam. He didn't dare think anymore. Abandoning even his men on the floor, he scrambled up and bolted out the door, vanishing in an instant. Trying to run. Ace's eyes sharpened, and he grabbed his pipe to chase after him. Don't bother, Mock stopped him. Luffy's hurt badly, we need to get back first. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with him later. Ace paused, looked at Luffy, and finally stopped. Sabo quickly ran over, and together with Ace they supported Luffy on either side. Though Luffy winced and hissed in pain, he still grinned carelessly. Big bro Mock, you were so awesome. You scared the bad guy away in no time. And Ace, Sabo, you guys were amazing too. Idiot, who told you to sneak after us? Ace glared at him, scolding, but his tone wasn't as harsh. Next time you run off, it'll break your legs. I just wanted to see where Ace was going. Luffy scratched his head, grinning foolishly, completely unfazed by the threat. Mock watched this scene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Let's go. Head back first. If we're late, Dayton will be jumping out of her skin. Mock said, taking the lead. Yeah. Ace and Sabo, supporting Luffy on either side, slowly followed. By the time they returned to Dodon's place, it was already completely dark. Dayton was pacing anxiously, muttering, where have those little brats gone? When she saw them push through the door, especially Luffy, battered and barely able to walk, she exploded. You little bastards. How did you get so hurt? She rushed over, carefully taking Luffy from Ace. Quick. Magra, get the medicine kit. Dogura, boil some hot water. Move it. Dayton carried Luffy inside, laid him on the bed, and tenderly treated his wounds. Which bastard did this? Daring to hurt a kid so young. They must be tired of living. Dayton, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Luffy grinned, trying to raise his hand, but Dayton glared him into silence. Shut up. You're hurt this bad, and still mouthing off. No more going down the mountain. Dayton growled, but her fingers were gentle, deliberately light, when applying the medicine. Mock stood nearby, briefly recounting the incident, omitting the details of using the 6 powers and armament Haki, only saying they happened to encounter the pirates, and the brothers fought them off together. Dodon's face darkened further. Blue Jam pirates. Burjami. She gritted her teeth, a fierce glint in her eyes. Those scum dare to run wild near Mount Kalubo. Do they think the Dayton family is a pushover? Just then she noticed Sabo standing beside Ace. The blonde boy wore a neat little coat, though a bit dusty. He clearly wasn't a mountain child. Who's this? Dayton frowned, pointing at Sabo. He's Sabo, my friend. Ace stepped forward, his tone firm and leaving no room for negotiation. He's staying here. Staying here. Dodon's voice shot up an octave. This is a mountain bandit's hideout, not a daycare. Another one. I already have enough trouble raising you little brats. Sabo stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke politely, Ms. Dayton, sorry for the intrusion. I can help with chores. I want freeload. Who asked you to do chores? Dayton pursed her lips, looking annoyed. She sized up Sabo, delicate skin, well-dressed, clearly a city noble's child. Why would a noble boy want to stay in a bandit's den? Thinking of how had shared hardships with Ace and Luffy, the words of rejection stuck in her throat. She couldn't very well kick a kid out on a dark, dangerous night. All right, Dayton, Magra said with a smile, trying to mediate. It's just one more set of chopsticks. Sabo seems sensible. He'll be good company for Ace and the others. Yeah, more kids make it livelier, Dogura chimed in. Dayton snorted, putting on a stern face, feigning reluctance. Fine, you can stay. But let me make this clear, if you cause trouble, you're on your own. And you'll have to work. Don't think you can play the young master here. Thank you, Miss Dayton. Sabo bowed again in gratitude. After the fuss died down, Luffy's wounds were treated. He ate a bit and soon fell into a deep sleep. Sabo was also assigned a room sharing with Ace and Luffy. Mock returned to his own room, about to manifest a clone for training, when a soft knock came at his door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Mock raised an eyebrow. It's me. Ace's voice came from outside. Mock walked over and opened the door. Ace stood at the doorway, head down, clutching something wrapped in oil paper. Something on your mind, Oi? Mock leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a teasing smile on his face. Ace pursed his lips, silent for a long while. Then he suddenly lifted his head and shoved the package into Mock's hands. It was a large piece of airdried premium game meat, excellent quality, with even fat marbling. Likely his own hunted stash head saved up, usually too precious to eat. It was a large piece of airdried premium game meat, excellent quality, with even fat marbling. Likely his own hunted stash head saved up. Mock took the meat, weighing it in his hand. That's it. Just a thank you. Ace's face stiffened, a flash of embarrassed anger in his eyes as he looked up. What else do you want? How about calling me big brother? Mock said slowly. Ace's face instantly flushed crimson, his neck stiff, unable to squeeze out a word for a long time. You? Alright, I'm just teasing you. Mock smiled and waved his hand. We're family, no need for thanks. I'm just glad you're all safe. He paused, looking Ace in the eye, his tone more serious. He had expected Mock to take advantage of the situation or mock his recklessness. Instead, he let it slide so lightly. No lectures, no boasting, only... He had expected Mock to take advantage of the situation or mock his recklessness. Instead, he let it slide so lightly. No lectures, no boasting, only genuine concern. He looked up at Mock. Ace pursed his lips, his voice very soft, but clear like a mosquito's buzz, yet each word distinct. I know, big brother. With that, he turned and dashed back to his room, slamming the door shut. Mock stood at the doorway, frozen for a second, then let out a low chuckle. Early the next morning, the Dayton household was in a state of lively chaos. Luffy was wrapped in white bandages with only his eyes spinning around, yet he was far from obedient. He bounded around Ace and Sabo, full of energy. Ace leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his face turned away in a feigned indifference. Yesterday's battle at the garbage dump had shown him Moke's ghostly speed, fluid movements, and the storm leg that shattered walls with casual ease, far surpassing his understanding of strength. Yet he felt a strange reluctance to fully accept this newly arrived big brother. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he had been better prepared, he might have held his own against Borgimi for a few exchanges rather than being completely overwhelmed and relying on someone else to save him. Sabo sat on the stone steps, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee, his gaze thoughtful. That kind of teleportation-like speed and a body that could withstand a steel blade were definitely not something one could develop on their own. His curiosity burned within him. How strong was this big brother who seemed only a year older than them truly? After bouncing around for a while, without getting a response, Luffy's eyes darted as he suddenly shouted, how about we have a contest with Brother Moke? All three of us together. Let's see if we can beat him. At these words, Ace's head shot up, his eyes instantly brightening. Sabo stopped tapping his fingers, a clear glint of interest flashing in his eyes. A contest? 3 against 1. It seemed. Worth a try? Ace curled his lips and let out a disdainful snort. Humph, what's there to compete? Despite his words, his feet unconsciously took a half step forward, his body betraying him. Sabo smiled, mediating gently, it's just a spar to the point. It's also a good chance to see how far we are from Brother Moke. The two played off each other, their little intentions clear. They were itching for a fight, wanted to test the waters, but couldn't bring themselves to ask directly. Luffy, the most eager, turned and ran toward Moke's room, shouting as he went, Moke. Moke. 3. Inside, Moke was drinking porridge when he heard the shout, nearly choking. He coughed several times before recovering. What the heck? I risked my life to save you from pirates yesterday, and now you're forming a team to take me on. So I've been the big brother for just one day and already face a team-building challenge. These little brothers are too much. He set down the bowl and walked out, only to see the 3 kids standing in a row in the yard, all staring at him with eager eyes, each with a different expression. Ace held his head high with its under, a look that screamed, I don't really want to fight you, it's all Luffy's idea. Sabo wore a gentle smile, but his eyes hid a burning eagerness. Luffy was the most enthusiastic, waving his fists and jumping high, afraid Moke might refuse. You 3 want to fight me? Moke raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, and teased with a smile, let me warn you, don't cry if you lose. We'll see who cries. Ace snapped, storming to the corner to grab an iron pipe, holding it high and shouting, 3 of us against 1. Do you dare to accept? What's there to be afraid of? Moke smiled, rolling his wrists, producing a soft crack. Let's go to the open space behind the hill. No fighting in the yard. If we break the pots and pans, Dayton will chase us cursing. Dayton happened to come out of the house, rolled her eyes at the remark, and yelled with her hands on her hips, you little brats, try to wreck my house if you dare. They'll break your legs. The 4 headed toward the back hill. Morning sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Luffy skipped ahead while Ace and Sabo flanked him, silently adjusting their breathing and loosening their muscles, quietly entering a state of readiness. Moke walked at the back, secretly amused. 3 little brats thinking they can gang up on me. Your big brother is a monster who cultivates with triple speed auto training. Not just 3, even 10 more wouldn't be enough for me to warm up. Of course, he only thought this, never saying it out loud. Saying it would crush the kid's self-esteem too much. During the spar, he would hold back, show enough strength to establish his authority as the big brother, but not scare them off. They soon reached a forest clearing. The surrounding trees were thick and the ground was flat and open, a perfect natural arena. The 4 took their positions, each assuming a stance. Luffy jumped out first, shaking his bandaged rubber arm. Moke. We're coming. Be careful. Come on. Moke stood casually in the center, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed. All 3 of you at once, no need to hold back. If you can even touch the hem of my clothes, you win. At this, Ace's face darkened instantly. Too arrogant. Hands in pockets while fighting them. Such contempt. He didn't intend to kill, but used about 70 or 80% of his strength, wanting to force Moke to take the fight seriously. Sabo sidestepped, circling around. He didn't intend to kill, but used about 70 or 80% of his strength, wanting to force Moke to take the fight seriously. Sabo sidestepped, circling around to strike at Moke's lower body with a diagonal sweep at a tricky angle. The two coordinated surprisingly well, covering high and low, sealing off the left and right escape routes. Luffy, not to be outdone, yelled rubber bullet, stretching his fist far and launching a direct frontal attack. 3 attacks arrived simultaneously, impressively coordinated. Moke's eyes lit up. Not bad. No wonder these 3 brothers would make a name for themselves in the future. Their teamwork was innate. He praised them inwardly, but his feet moved without a hint of panic. Shave. With a soft whoosh, his figure vanished instantly, leaving only a faint afterimage. Ace's pipe, Sabo's sweep, and Luffy's rubber fist all struck empty air, the momentum throwing them all off balance by half a step. The 3 froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Where did he go? Over here. Moke's voice came from the side, laced with amusement. He stood just 3 paces away, still with his hands in his pockets. Too slow. Try harder. Damn it. Ace gritted his teeth, his face burning, and charged again. He swung the pipe with fierce, powerful strokes, one after another. Sabo followed, closely searching for openings. Luffy harassed from a distance, flinging his rubber arms around, aiming for surprise attacks. For a while the clearing was filled with the whoosh of pipes and Luffy's shouts. But no matter how they attacked, Moke remained unfazed, moving with elusive footwork. He seemed within reach, yet impossible to touch. Ace's fierce pipe strikes missed by a hair's breadth. Sabo's ambushes always failed, as if Moke had eyes in the back of his head, predicting his every move. Luffy's young version of rubber bullet was even worse. All wild punches that Moke easily dodged by a slight sidestep. After just a few minutes the 3 were panting, drenched in sweat, their arms aching. Moke, on the other hand, stood calmly, his breathing unaltered, not a drop of sweat on his face. Is that all you've got? He teased, his tone light. You've been fighting for a while, and can't even touch me. That won't do. You need more practice. Stop dodging. Face my attack heat, and if you dare. Ace shouted, his pride stung. Fine if you insist. Moke smiled, stopped evading, and stood still, beckoning to Ace with a finger. Ace's eyes lit up, thinking his provocation had worked. Gathering all his strength, he let out a roar and smashed the pipe at Moke's shoulder with full force. Huh. A dull thud echoed as the pipe struck solidly against Moke's shoulder. But Ace felt no joy. Instead, his face changed drastically, his pupils contracting. It was like hitting a block of steel. A powerful recoil shot up through the pipe, numbing his hands and stinging his palms. Moke shrugged, looking as relaxed as ever, as if nothing had happened. Not bad, but a bit weak. With that, he flicked his finger lightly, striking the middle of the pipe. A soft crack sounded. Ace felt a subtle force travel through the pipe, and the weapon flew out of his hands, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk with a thud. The clearing fell silent. Ace stared at his empty hands, dumbfounded. Just a flick, and the pipe was sent flying away so easily. Sabo's heart sank. The gap was enormous, completely out of their league. Even if they had 3 more, they probably couldn't land a single touch. He gritted his teeth, but didn't retreat. Instead, he tightened his grip on the pipe, quickened his steps, and aimed a surprise stab at Moke's back while he was speaking. Moke, as if with eyes in the back of his head, didn't even turn. He sidestepped by half a step, evading the pipe with pinpoint accuracy, and simultaneously raised his elbow slightly. Thud. It struck the numb spot on Sabo's arm. Sabo's arm went limp, most of his strength gone, and the pipe clattered to the ground. His entire arm was too numb to lift. 2 moves, 2 opponents defeated. No Haki, no clones. Pure technique, a crushing display of superiority. Only Luffy remained. The little boy blinked, looked at the pipe stuck in the tree, then at the one on the ground, then at the composed Moke. Instead of being afraid, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Brother Moke is amazing. He shouted, charging forward with his arms outstretched, trying to wrap his rubber limbs around Moke's waist. Moke laughed helplessly, reached out, and grabbed Luffy by the collar, lifting him up like a kitten. Luffy's arms and legs flailed, but he couldn't break free. All right, the spar is over. Moke set Luffy down, clapped his hands, and said calmly. Ace looked at the pipe still quivering in the tree, then at his numb palm. The resistance in his heart vanished without a trace. He had thought that even if Moke was strong, the gap was limited. After all, he was only a year older. But now he realized Moke hadn't even been serious. The difference was vast enough to be disheartening, yet it stirred no jealousy. Sabo picked up his pipe, dusted it off, walked to Ace's side, and gave a wry smile, shaking his head. I'm completely convinced. He truly was. It wasn't just the strength, it was the composure and grace. No wonder Vice Admiral Garp had entrusted Luffy and Ace to him. Ace pursed his lips, silent for a long time, his fingers clenching and unclenching. Finally, he stepped forward, looked up at Moke with earnest eyes devoid of the usual defiance and resistance, only genuine recognition. Big brother. The voice was soft but clear, carrying weight. Moke raised an eyebrow and smiled. It wasn't easy, but he had finally earned their respect. He reached out and patted Ace's shoulder, his tone encouraging. Keep training hard. You have plenty of room to grow. No rush, take it slow. Of course, they'll definitely surpass Brother Moke one day. Luffy raised his fist, jumping high, shouting, and then become the Pirate King. Find the One Piece. Of course, they'll definitely surpass Brother Moke one day. Luffy raised his fist, jumping high, shout. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the four boys. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands. Hey, let's become sworn brothers. Sworn brothers? Ace blinked. Yeah, like the pirates on the sea. Well, drink the oath sake. Then we'll be true brothers. Luffy's eyes sparkled. The four of us will sail together, have adventures together, and see the whole world. Sabo's gaze flickered as he looked at Ace. Ace glanced back, then at Moke, and finally settled on Luffy's face. The blood of youth was the easiest to ignite. Sailing adventure brothers. These words were exactly what boys their age yearned for most. I'm fine with it, Sabo spoke first, smiling and nodding. TCH, fine, let's do it. Ace muttered, his ears tinged red. Who wants to be brothers with you? It's just joining in the fun. His words contradicted his true feelings. Moke watched the three kids, his heart warming as well. Sworn brotherhood. In his past life, when he read the manga, the scene of the three brothers' oath had cost him countless tears. The four of them acted immediately. Ace ran back to Dodon's house and sneaked out the fruit wine she had hidden. Low alcohol sweet. The four of them acted immediately. Ace ran back to Dodon's house and sneaked out the fruit wine she had hidden. Low alcohol sweet, and something Dayton usually couldn't bear to drink. He also found 4 coarse ceramic bowls, tucked them into his shirt, and ran up the mountain. Dayton shouted from behind, "You little brat, dare to steal my wine." But he ignored her and ran swiftly. Back at the clearing, the 4 bowls were lined up. Luffy clumsily poured the wine, spilling more than half. The liquid was a pale amber carrying a fruity fragrance and smelled sweet. How do we do this? Luffy scratched his head, forgetting the procedure. I think we need to state our names, then drink together. Sabo thought for a moment. And we need to swear? Share joys and hardships, Luffy added. The 4 boys stood side by side, facing the empty mountain forest, their expressions serious. Moke spoke first, his voice clear. I'm Moke. Port Gas D. Ace. Sabo. Monkey D. Luffy. They chorused. Today we become sworn brothers, sharing fortune and misfortune, life and death together. As the words fell, they raised their bowls and drank in one gulp. The fruit wine was sweet, with a slight warmth that slid down the throat and warmed the heart. Yeah. Luffy threw his bowl aside and jumped high. We're true brothers now. Ace and Sabo also smiled, their youthful brows relaxing, full of vigor. Right? We need a name. Luffy's mind began to race. Like a pirate crew. A cool name. A name. Moke raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Using the first letters of our names. Luffy counted on his fingers. M for Moke, A for Ace, S for Sabo, L for Luffy. MESL. Moke's mouth twitched. This name sounded like a cheap sportswear brand. It would be better as ASL. The MESL Brotherhood. Luffy was thrilled, clapping his hands. Ace thought for a moment and nodded. Not bad, it rolls off the tongue. Sabo also smiled and agreed. It's great, it sounds like the 4 of us. The majority ruled. Moke went along with it. Fine, MESL it is. At least it was better than Luffy's Rubber Meat Brotherhood. They continued to mess around for a while before carrying the empty bowls back. Along the way they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere much more harmonious than before. Ace no longer held back and occasionally exchanged a few words with Moke. Sabo completely let loose, chiming in now and then. Luffy was the most boisterous, chattering endlessly about the adventures he planned to have at sea. Moke walked beside them, listening to the 3 kids' dreams, a smile always on his lips. It was good. Truly good. In his past life, watching their story through a screen, he was always an outsider. Now he was the eldest brother, the M in MESL. From now on they would walk together. After the oath, Moke officially launched a full training plan for everyone. Before he only trained Luffy, but now Ace and Sabo joined in. He dismantled the training system he had copied from Garp and adjusted it to suit the intensity for children around 10 years old. After all, they were still growing, and training too hard could damage their foundations. Every day before dawn, the 4 of them got up on time. First, they ran 5 laps around Corbo Mountain to build endurance. Then came basic physical training, push-ups, frog jumps, and horse stances, none skipped. In the morning, they practiced basic combat techniques, starting with correcting the form of punches and kicks, gradually turning their wild moves into proper ones. In the afternoon, there was free time. Ace and Sabo could go hunting for real combat. Luffy could play around, but they had to return in the evening for review. At night, they spent another hour learning the basics of life, return how to control their bodies and efficiently absorb nutrients. Moke's teaching method was 10,000 times more reliable than Garp's. Garp would say, figure it out yourself, while Moke would break it down and spoon-feed them. For every move, he explained how to exert force where mistakes were likely and the consequences of doing it wrong. He also personally sparred with them, precisely controlling his strength to make them feel pressure without actually hurting them. Most importantly, Moke also provided meals. After each training session, he would cook himself. Using cloned top-tier culinary skills and the nutritional knowledge from Life Return, he prepared nutritious meals in various ways. There were braised venison, roast wild boar, honey wheat cakes, and vegetable chowder, no repeats. Not only were they delicious, but they also built strength. The three kids would be exhausted from training, but the moment mealtime came, they perked up eating until their bellies were round. The mountain bandits at Dodon's also benefited, eating well every day, their faces ruddy and their weight increasing. Moke, your cooking is incredible, Magura said, gnawing on roasted meat indistinctly. Yeah, with you around, we don't want to cook anymore, Dogura added. Dayton sat at the head of the table saying nothing, but her spoon never stopped. She thought to herself, Garp didn't just send a grandson, he sent a treasure. He could fight, was sensible, could cook, and could keep those three little monkeys in line. He was a blessing to the mountain hideout. Besides physical combat and conditioning, Moke also added theory classes. Every evening after dinner, he would set up a small table in the yard and teach the three kids about the three types of Haki. Since they were still young and their physical bodies weren't strong enough, forcing Haki training could harm them. But laying the groundwork and building understanding was fine. There are three types of Haki, Moke said, sitting on a stone stool and drawing on the ground with a small twig. First, armament Haki. Simply put, it's like wearing an invisible armor. It increases both attack and defense power, and it can also hit the solid bodies of Logia-type ability users. Luffy raised his hand. Is it like that hard part on your shoulder, big brother Moke? Yes, something like that, Moke nodded. Second, observation Haki, he continued. It enhances perception. You can sense the presence of those around you and predict the opponent's attacks. At its peak, you can even hear the thoughts of others. Sabo's eyes lit up, so when fighting you can know what move they're going to make in advance. Exactly, Moke smiled. Yesterday during the sparring match, I was able to dodge your ambushes partly thanks to observation Haki. Ace pursed his lips, realization dawning. So that's why. Every ambush was dodged, because of this ability. Third, Conqueror's Haki, Moke paused. This one is special. It's innate and cannot be trained. Only 1 in a million people have it. Those with the qualities of a king can knock out those with weak wills just by their presence. Wow. Royal qualities. Luffy's eyes went wide. I definitely have it. I'm going to be the pirate king. TCHU. Ace snorted, but deep down he also felt a hint of longing. Royal qualities. He too wanted to know if he had them. Moke watched the three kids' eager expressions and added with a smile, don't rush. Haki comes naturally when the time is right. Once you've built a solid foundation with your bodies, you'll naturally find the threshold. For now, focus on the basics. Got it, big brother, the three replied in unison. After the oath and the sparring, the three kids now trusted Moke completely. When he said to train hard, they trained earnestly, without slacking off. Days passed one after another. Each day was filled with training, eating, and fooling around. Full and lively. Ace's hostility diminished, and his smile appeared more often. Sabo fully integrated into the bandit den, no longer as reserved as when he first arrived. Luffy remained loud and boisterous, but he had matured a lot, never stopping no matter how tough the training got. Moke watched them grow little by little, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. It was like raising outs. Seeing three future big shots take shape under his guidance was quite entertaining. One late night, the moon was high in the sky. After fusing the cultivation results of his three clones, Moke felt thirsty and got up to drink water in the yard. As he passed Ace's room, he heard a faint sound of tossing and turning. He paused, instinctively softening his movements. The window wasn't fully closed, and moonlight seeped through the gap, falling on the boy's sleeping face. As he passed Ace's room, he heard a faint sound of tossing and turning. He paused, instinctively softening his movements. The window wasn't fully closed, and Moke stood outside the window watching quietly for a while. Memories of the Summit War from his past life surged under the cannon fire at Marineford, the dust filling the air, a kindness fist burning with magma. And Ace lying in Luffy's arms, smiling as he said, I have no regrets. That scene had made countless people cry back then. Even now, thinking about it, Moke felt a tightness in his chest. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Before, he was a spectator, powerless. But now it was different. He was Moke, Ace's big brother. He had the clone fruit, the advantage of foresight, and over a decade of training time ahead. Don't worry, Moke whispered, his voice soft but resolute. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. The Summit War, the world government, Emu. Anyone who wants to touch Ace will have to get 2 days after the sworn brotherhood. Life at Mount Kirbo returned to its usual rhythm. The only change perhaps was that Ace's coldness had softened a little, and he occasionally took the initiative to exchange a few words with Moke. Though most of the conversations were about training techniques, at least he was no longer putting on that awkward "who are you? Don't touch me" act. That evening, Moke weighed the oil paper wrapped jerky in his hand, looked up toward the back mountain, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Figures. Ace had gone missing again. Usually at this hour, Ace would have already carried his prey back to the hideout. But today it was almost dark and there was no Luffy squatted at the yard gate mumbling that Ace must have sneaked off to hunt a big wild boar again. Sabo also put down his book, a hint of worry on his face. You two go back and eat first. The meat is warming in the pot. Moke patted Luffy's head, tucked the jerky into his chest. I'll go find him. Big brother Moke, hurry up. There's braised venison tonight. If you're late, I'll eat it all. Luffy shouted, tilting his head. You sure can eat. Moke laughed and flicked his forehead, then turned and disappeared into the woods. Moke knew all too well. Ace was probably sulking somewhere, lost in his emo thoughts. The kid seemed defiant and prickly, but inside he was more sensitive than anyone. Ace was always pondering about Roger, about bloodline, about whether he even deserved to exist in this world. He was clearly a gentle, kind-hearted boy, yet because he carried the blood of the Pirate King, he had lived his whole life drowning in curses and contempt, forever searching for the answer to, does my life even have meaning? In the end, for that obsession, he lost his life at Malenfanguo. What a tragedy. Moke walked through the fallen leaves muttering to himself. Other transmigrators all started off showing off, slapping faces and collecting harems. But when it came to him, he had to begin as a child caretaker. Not only did he have to manage food, lodging, and training, but he also had to take care of their mental health. This wasn't being a big brother, it was being both a father and a mother plus a part-time psychologist. But despite the complaints, his steps didn't slow down. He followed the path in his memory toward the cliff at the back mountain. A place with a wide view, secluded and quiet, Ace's usual spot for brooding. Sure enough, as soon as he rounded a patch of bushes, Moke spotted the figure. The boy wearing a faded coarse cloth shirt was squatting on a large rock at the cliff edge, back to him, knees bent, arms resting on them, chin propped on his arms, staring blankly at the distant sea. The setting sun fell on his profile, softening the usual defiance, leaving only a heavy silence that seemed out of place for his age. He didn't even notice Moke approaching. What are you thinking about, so lost? Moke casually tossed a pack of jerky which landed precisely in Ace's arms. Ace snapped back to reality, instinctively clenching his fist. When he turned and saw it was Moke, he slowly relaxed, his ears turning red. Nothing. He was stubborn, weighing the jerky in his hand, then frowned. Why are you here? Someone went hunting and disappeared. Luffy almost tore down the yard, saying you were carried off by a big tiger. Moke shrugged, casually sitting down beside him. The rock, warmed by the sun all day, still held a little heat. If I didn't come find you, was I supposed to wait for you to come back on your own? Ace pursed his lips, but didn't argue. He tore open the oil paper, and the aroma of meat instantly wafted out. It was honey-roasted venison jerky, crispy on the outside, tender inside, perfectly salty and sweet. Moke's signature dish. I know, he muttered in a low voice, not arguing as usual. The two sat side by side, chatting casually about this and that. There were no deliberate probing attempts, no pretentious airs. Just two ordinary teenagers talking about trivial matters. The wind blew from the cliff, carrying the salty dampness of the sea and the fresh scent of grass and trees. Ace's shoulders gradually relaxed, shedding the usual tension and wariness. Moke watched, nodding inwardly. The time was right. The moment had come to talk about serious matters. He took a piece of jerky, chewed slowly, and said, as if casually mentioning it, by the way, when I went down the mountain today to buy spices, I ran into some guards from the Goa Kingdom at the village tavern. Ace's movement paused almost imperceptibly. He didn't say anything, just lowered his eyes, waiting for Moke to continue. Those guys were drunk, spouting nonsense. Moke's tone was flat, unreadable. They said something like all remnants of the Pirate King Roger deserved to die, and that kind of demon spawn should have been strangled in the cradle. It was pretty nasty. The moment the words fell, Moke could clearly feel the person beside him freeze. The air seemed to solidify instantly. Ace's hand gripping the jerky suddenly tightened, his knuckles turning white, the pads of his fingers pale, with a bluish tint from the force, the bones protruding. The temperature around him seemed to plummet, a suppressed harsh aura silently surging up, and his breathing grew heavier. It was a mixture of anger, inferiority, and a bone-deep fear. Moke didn't turn to look at him, just stared at the distant sea, and continued, I thought it was ridiculous too. A bunch of people who had never even seen Roger's face were acting more indignant than anyone. What do they know? Ace's voice suddenly rang out, hoarse and trembling slightly. Moke turned sideways and saw the boy with his head bowed, his bangs covering his eyes, expression unreadable. Only his clenched jaw and slightly quivering shoulders betrayed his emotions. They don't know anything. Ace repeated, his voice growing softer, as if talking to himself or suppressing something. The next second he lifted his head abruptly, his eyes red-rimmed, but carrying a fierce, desperate resolve. Then they're not wrong. Someone like me was born wrong. The words left his mouth, and he himself was momentarily stunned, as if he hadn't expected to say them. Then he clamped his mouth shut, lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes darting away in panic, unable to meet Moke's gaze. Damn it. That was the only thought in his head. He had let it slip. Would Moke guess? Would he, like those people, think he was the son of a demon, that he deserved to die? Countless thoughts exploded in his mind, and Ace's palms instantly broke out in cold sweat. He had already prepared himself. Prepared for Moke to ask, "Why do you say that?" Prepared for the look of disgust and distance, prepared for the newly formed brotherhood to shatter. After all, he was the son of the Pirate King, a remnant that everyone wanted dead. Who would want to be brothers with someone like that? But the expected questioning and surprise never came. Moke simply gave a very calm "oh," then picked up a piece of jerky and crunched it loudly. "Wrong my ass." His tone was as casual as if he were commenting on the weather, but every word struck Ace's heart like a heavy hammer. "You're already born, how can there be any right or wrong?" Ace's head shot up, staring at him in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. He had expected Moke to ask, to be surprised, to probe why he said that. But he didn't. He didn't even show a shred of curiosity, he just took it lightly and directly denied his words. Aren't you going to ask me why I said that?" Ace finally blurted out after a long pause. Moke turned his head and raised an eyebrow. "What's there to ask? If you want to say it, you will. If you don't, asking won't help. Besides, it's probably just some messy stuff about your background." Leaning back on the rock, hands behind him, he gazed at the sunset clouds and spoke slowly. "Come to think of it, I'm worse off than you. I don't even know who my parents are or where I'm from. I woke up on a pirate ship. To put it bluntly, I'm just a wild child. When I first started following Grandpa Garp, I used to overthink too, wondering who I really was, where I came from, what my parents were like." Moke said it lightly as if talking about someone else. But Ace was stunned. He had always thought that someone as steady and reliable as Moke, who seemed unstoppable, could never have such worries. So even he had struggled with these things. "What happened then?" Ace couldn't help asking. "Then, I figured it out." Moke laughed, turning to look at him. "What's the point of overthinking? Can you decide who gave birth to you? No. Since you can't, why bother? A person's good or evil is never determined by blood. It's what you live out yourself. Whether your father was a good man or a bad one, does that have anything to do with you? He is he, you are you. Why should you bear the burden of his deeds?" He reached out, pointing at Ace's chest. "What's in here is what matters most." Ace opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't. No one had ever spoken to him like this. Since childhood, all he had heard was "Roger's son, demon spawn, you shouldn't have." Even he himself felt that he carried sinful blood, that his existence was a mistake. But now Moke told him none of that mattered. What mattered was who he was himself. Don't doubt it. Moke pulled back his hand and counted on his fingers. "Let me ask you, last time Luffy fell off the mountain and scraped his leg, who carried him all the way back to the hideout on his back?" Ace was stunned. "I did. The backyard fence that was broken by a black bear last month. Who fixed it secretly in the dead of night?" "I did. That time with the Blue Jam pirates, knowing you couldn't beat Blue Jam, who grabbed a water pipe, charged in, and risked his life to save Luffy." Ace's voice dropped even lower still. "Me. See, that's it." Moke spread his hands. "Which of those things you did looks like a villain? Those people shouting, 'The remnant must die.' Do they even know you, Ace? They know nothing. They just yell and scream at a name, pretending to be righteous. In short, they're just a bunch of useless talkers hiding in the crowd." He hung his head, his long lashes trembling slightly. His eyes grew hotter and hotter, as if something was about to spill out. He fought hard to hold it back. He hung his head, his long lashes trembling slightly. His eyes grew hotter and hotter, as if something was about to spill out. He fought hard to hold it back, not wanting to cry in front of Moke. It was too embarrassing. But his nose was so sour, his throat so tight, even his breathing trembled. For 10 years, ever since he could remember, this was the first time someone had told him, "You are not wrong." The first time someone had said that bloodline doesn't matter, that what kind of person you are is what counts. Before, he had always felt that his life was meant to prove that Roger's blood was not a sin. But now he suddenly felt a little lost. If it was really like Moke said, that he didn't need to prove anything. He was just Ace. Just himself. Whose son you are really doesn't matter. Moke's voice came again, soft but unwavering. To me, to Luffy and Sabo, it doesn't matter who you are. You are Ace, the second sworn brother in our alliance. The A in the MESL Brothers Alliance. That's enough. No matter who your father is, you are my little brother. That will never change." After the words fell, the cliff was silent for a long time. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. Ace kept his head down, his shoulders trembling slightly. He didn't speak, didn't look up. After a long while, a muffled nasal response came through. Just one word, but it seemed to take all his strength. Moke didn't say anything else, nor did he look at him. He gave the kid some face. The two sat quietly like that until the sun completely sank below the horizon, leaving only a faint afterglow at the edge of the sky. Only then did Ace slowly lift his head. His eyes were a little red, the corners wet, but he stubbornly pretended to be fine, wiping his face with his hand and snarling, "I wasn't crying. It's the wind." Moke almost laughed out loud. "The wind, huh?" Only a fool like Luffy would believe that excuse. But he wisely didn't call him out, just nodded seriously and echoed, "Yeah, the wind is strong. My eyes are a bit dry too." Ace. He felt like he was being humored, but he had no proof. Awkwardly, he grabbed a piece of jerky, shoved it into his mouth, and chewed loudly, as if venting something. As he chewed, he suddenly muttered in a very low voice, "Thanks." The words were as faint as a mosquito's buzz. If Moke hadn't had sharp ears, he wouldn't have heard it. After saying it, his ears instantly turned bright red. He turned away, pretending to look at the scenery, refusing to glance at Moke again. The corners of Moke's mouth lifted slightly. Good. This trip wasn't wasted. He looked up at Moke. Ace pursed his lips, his voice very soft, but clear like a mosquito's buzz, yet each word. At the break of day, a thin layer of morning mist still clung to the forest. On the open ground behind Dodon's house, the sound of steady rhythmic breathing had already begun. His arms were already aching, yet he clenched his teeth and refused to stop. Beside him, Sabo's stance was far more precise. A few strands of his blonde hair were. His arms were already aching, yet he clenched his teeth and refused to stop. Beside him, Sabo's stance was far more precise. A few strands of his blonde hair were dampened by the morning dew, but he showed no signs of fatigue. This kid was a natural genius. Moke had only explained the power technique once, and after 2 days of contemplation, Sabo could already apply it with impressive skill. Truly the scholar among the three brothers. If not for Moke keeping watch, he would have sneaked in to steal a bite long ago. Moke leaned against a tree trunk, arms crossed, watching his 3 younger brothers train, while inwardly, if not for Moke keeping watch, he would have sneaked in to steal a bite long ago. Moke leaned against a tree trunk, arms crossed, watching his 3 younger brothers train, while inwardly, he was already grumbling. So he had traveled through time, not to become a pirate and conquer the world, but to serve as a daycare teacher in the mountains, right? A fitness coach, a nutritionist, a psychological counselor, all rolled into one. During the day, he led training. At night, he managed their minds. And in between, he had to sneak in his own cultivation. With this workload back in his past life, he would have demanded triple pay. But here not only was there no salary, he had to hunt and cook to feed 3 growing boys. The soul of a wage slave. Even after reincarnation, he couldn't escape the fate of a wage slave, huh? But despite his complaints, he knew exactly how much progress he had made in this 1 month. The 6 powers had already crossed the threshold from proficient to mastery. With a single finger gun, he could punch a clean hole through an inch-thick hardwood. A single tempest kick launched into the air would snap a bowl-thick pine tree in 2. The 6 powers had already crossed the threshold from proficient to mastery. With a single finger gun, he could punch a clean hole through an inch-thick hardwood. A single tempest kick launched into the air would snap a bowl-thick pine tree in 2. The most fearsome was Iron Body combined with armament Haki. He had secretly tested it recently. An old hunter's shotgun fired at close range against his arm left only a red mark, not even breaking the skin. Back when he first arrived, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing. He had also mastered life, returned to perfection. Now he could down 5 or 6 pounds of meat in a single meal, like it was nothing, digesting it all, in less than half an hour with his stamina instantly restored to its peak. Garp's Iron Fist combat system and Bogard's military swordsmanship had long been absorbed and refined into his own fighting style, no longer a rigid copy, but gradually taking on his own unique flavor. He hadn't neglected Haki either. Armament Haki could already cover his entire forearm, a dark solid layer that looked formidable. With observation Haki extended, he could clearly hear the flapping of bird wings within half a mile. He could even track down wild boars or rabbits in the forest with his eyes closed. The only ability he kept hidden was that of the clone fruit. Whether it was the passive benefits of the ox fruit or the template of the rubber fruit, he had told no one, not a single soul. Luffy only knew that his was the clone fruit, while Ace and Sabo simply thought he had a natural talent for physical techniques. A hidden card was only valuable if it remained deeply concealed. Big brother, want to take a break? Sabo stopped his practice, walked over, and handed him a water flask. His forehead was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were bright. This past month Sabo had improved the most. His previous wild, untrained style had now become structured and effective. 15 more minutes, then breakfast. Moke took the flask, smiled, and nodded. His gaze swept over Ace, who was still stubbornly pushing himself. Ace, stop too. Overtraining will damage your foundation. Ace paused, still stubbornly saying, I'm not tired. But even as he said it, his fists slowly lowered and the tips of his ears turned red. After the hard on the cliff the other day, the boy was still a bit awkward, but he had truly started to listen to Moke's words. As soon as Luffy heard about eating, he perked up, instantly jumping like a spring. Food. Honey wheat cakes. His speed was more than 10 times faster than during training. Moke could only laugh and shake his head. So this kid's entire motivation for training was just to eat, huh? Breakfast in the yard was as lively as ever. The mountain bandits sat in a circle holding large bowls and devouring roasted meat, their mouths dripping with grease. Ever since Moke took over the cooking, the quality of meals at Dodon's house had skyrocketed. The bandits all had rosy complexions, and even their waistlines had expanded. Magura even muttered to Dogura in private, saying that if they kept eating like this, they wouldn't be able to run when they went down the mountain to rob. Dayton sat at the head of the table shoveling stewed venison into her bowl, but still couldn't help growling. All you do is eat. After eating, get to work. Chop would carry water. Anyone who slacks off gets no dinner. She sounded fierce but then turned and placed the biggest piece of meat onto Ace's plate, who had just finished training. Moke lowered his head, sipping his thick soup, silently calculating. 1 month had passed. The passive boost from the ox fruit had long been integrated into his bones, but he had never seriously tested the rubber fruit template he had cloned at the beginning, let alone trying to fuse the two abilities together. Before, his spiritual power had been insufficient. He was afraid of losing control and causing trouble. But after a month of nightly clone cultivation, his spiritual power had increased significantly. Delaying any longer wouldn't do. He had to get a feel for his cards and see just how deep his hand really was. Tonight the moonlight was beautiful, and there was a secluded valley deep in Mount Kirbo, so remote that even hunters rarely went there. Without anyone knowing, it would be the perfect place to test his abilities. Having made up his mind, Moke formed a plan. During the day, he trained the 3 brothers as usual, teaching them combat techniques. In the afternoon, showing no signs of anything unusual. Luffy even pestered him to show off his clones. Moke smiled and split off 2 clones to play with Luffy, perfectly maintaining his clone fruit persona. Late into the night, the forest had fallen completely silent, with only the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The rooms of Ace and Luffy had long gone quiet. Luffy's snoring could be heard through the wall. The mountain bandits were also fast asleep, exhausted from their day's work, falling asleep the moment their heads hit the pillows. Moke silently opened his eyes, sat up, and moved without making a sound. He gently pushed open the window, shifted his body, and lightly tapped the windowsill with his toes. Moonwalk. Like a feather, he floated gracefully into the air, gliding into the depths of the forest under the moonlight. The night wind brushed against his cheeks, carrying the scent of grass and trees. Moke stepped higher into the air, his figure weaving between the treetops, moving as fast as a dark shadow. In the past, he could only sustain moonwalk for a short while before needing to land and catch his breath. Now, with the stamina buff from the ox fruit, he could fly continuously for over 10 minutes without gasping. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Back when he read the manga, he thought the strong characters flying through the air with moonwalk looked incredibly cool. But now that he actually used it, he realized it was quite taxing on the feet. It was only convenient for travel. If he were to use moonwalk in the middle of a fight, he'd just be wasting stamina. He only used it to sneak out at night and test his abilities. On normal days, he preferred to walk down the mountain. After all, walking also helped train his leg strength. After flying for about 15 minutes, a wide, secluded valley appeared below. It was surrounded by steep cliffs, the valley floor covered in thick fallen leaves, with a small pond in the middle shimmering under the moonlight. Remote enough, spacious enough. Even if he made a commotion, it wouldn't carry far. Perfect. Moke descended and landed steadily on the open ground at the bottom of the valley. His feet touched the thick layer of leaves without making a sound. He first spread his observation Haki and scanned the area, confirming that there wasn't even a large beast within half a mile, and finally relaxed. Alright, let's begin. Moke rolled his wrists and his joints cracked. He started with a warm-up, running through a basic fist set to loosen up his entire body. The warm yellow moonlight bathed him. The boy's figure was straight and tall, his brows carrying a calmness beyond his years. First test ox fruit buffalo form. Full beast transformation. To be honest, he had never really wanted to try a full transformation. It wasn't that he was afraid of losing control, it was mainly because he found it ugly. A handsome young man turned into a bull-headed monster with 2 horns and a thick hide. If he went down the mountain to see Makino like that, he couldn't just show up with bull horns, could he? His affection points would definitely drop to 0. But ugly as it was, the power was real. He had only been using the passive boost all this time, never knowing his upper limit in beast form. If he ever faced a life-or-death situation, he couldn't afford to hold back just because he found it ugly. Who? Moke took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and with a thought activated the cloned ox fruit ability within him. Boom! A warm, heavy power surged from every limb, more than twice as strong as the passive state. His bones made a faint cracking sound, muscles rapidly expanded, a layer of thick black short fur emerged on his skin, and his scalp tingled as 2 sturdy curved horns burst forth. In just a few seconds, the young man had transformed into a black buffalo, nearly 3 meters tall. His body was massive, his muscles clearly defined, and his hooves sank slightly into the ground. There was no animalistic chaos in his bull's eyes, only Moke's clear, lucid gaze. So I really did transform. Moke shook his head, and the bull horns on his head wobbled along, feeling a bit unfamiliar. His voice had become deep and rumbling like muffled thunder. He looked down at his own bull hooves, then flicked his tail, screaming internally. Only cute ones like Chopper could pull it off. His buffalo form was pure beastly menace. But despite the complaints, the power was real. Only cute ones like Chopper could pull it off. His buffalo form was pure beastly menace. But despite the complaints, the power was real. He could clearly feel an endless brute force surging through his entire body, his skin and flesh taut like steel plates, and even his breathing carried a weighty sense of power. Defense, recovery, pure physical strength. all skyrocketed. At least 50 stronger than the passive state. Let's test the power. Moke walked on his bull hooves to the cliff wall, slightly pushed off with his hind legs, then raised his front hooves and slammed them hard against the rock face. Boom. A dull thud shook the entire valley. Gravel cascaded down, and a shallow pit was smashed into the cliff with cracks spreading like dust flew covering Moke. He shook his hooves. No pain at all. Damn, one punch like that, and an ordinary pirate would be flattened. Moke marveled inwardly. And this was just pure brute strength. If he added iron body and armament Haki on top. He didn't dare to imagine. He couldn't compare to monsters like Garp, but in the East Blue there probably weren't many who could withstand a punch like this. He also tested his defense. He lowered his head and rammed the cliff with his horns, then slammed his body against it twice. The cliff crumbled, but he was completely... He picked up a fist-sized rock and threw it at himself. It felt like a tickle, leaving not even a white mark. He also tested his recovery. He deliberately used a stone shard to cut a small gash on his leg. The blood had just seeped out when in less than 2 seconds it scabbed over. A few seconds later the scar was almost gone. The recovery speed was more than double that of the passive state. But the duration? Moke felt the consumption within him. In full beast form his stamina drained faster than usual, but with his current foundation, he could maintain it for about an hour. It was just mentally awkward. He kept feeling weird having a bull's head. In full beast form his stamina drained faster than usual, but with his current foundation, he could maintain it for about an hour. It was just mentally awkward. He kept feeling, when he landed, he even touched his head to make sure the horns were gone, then let out a sigh of relief. Good. His looks were back. He would never transform unless absolutely necessary. It was too damaging to his image. He walked to the pond, cupped some cool water, washed his face, and rested. Next he needed to properly test the rubber fruit. Thinking about it, Imoku was still somewhat confused. When he cloned Luffy, he had cloned the ordinary rubber fruit. It wasn't the Hito Nomi model Nika from his memories. He pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out whether it was because the fruit hadn't awakened, the cloned fruit couldn't be fully read, or some kind of shielding mechanism existed. In any case, he hadn't found even a trace of Nika's shadow. But regardless, it was still a paramecia-type fruit. Immunity to blunt force and limb extension, both could be godly techniques, if used well. The only problem was he dared not use it normally, fearing Luffy would become suspicious. He couldn't exactly tell Luffy, what a coincidence, I have rubber powers too, just like yours, could he? That simpleton might believe it, but Ace and Sabo would definitely overthink things. No one's around, good time to practice. Imoku shook his arm and activated the rubber fruit's ability. Instantly his entire arm became as soft as if it had no bones, able to stretch freely. He tried throwing it forward and his arm shot out 4 or 5 meters, his fingertips almost touching the tree trunk across from him. Damn. Imoku lost control of the force and his arm nearly slapped his own face when it snapped back. He quickly used his other hand to hold it down. Good heavens, watching Luffy swing it around so easily, why was it so awkward when he tried it himself? So this thing required skill mastery too. No wonder Luffy played with his arms all day. It turned out that was also a form of training. He patiently tried to control it bit by bit. Stretching, shortening, bending, wrapping. At first he was clumsy, either overstretching or unable to retract, like a kid playing with a rubber band for the first time. After practicing for over 10 minutes, he gradually got the hang of it. His arm could now steadily extend to about 6 meters, and his precision had improved. He could aim wherever he wanted without swaying. Let's test the blunt force immunity. Imoku bent down and picked up a large stone weighing about 10 Gene and smashed it against his own arm. A dull thud sounded. His arm dented inward from the impact, then bounced back. Not only was there no pain, he didn't even feel a thing. Imoku's eyes lit up. This ability was practically a brawler's holy grail. Ordinary punches and kicks landing on him were basically like scratching an itch. From now on, when fighting others, he could just activate the rubber buff and go heated. They could hit him 10 times without pain, but one punch from him would be enough to hurt. However, his extension ability was far inferior to Luffy's. But that made sense. Luffy was the real deal, playing and practicing every day, while Imoku was a clone template relying entirely on last-minute cramming. No rush. He could let his clones practice secretly in the future, gaining mastery, like an idle game, and he would catch up sooner or later. He played around with Rubber Whip and Rubber Bullet for a while, growing more comfortable with each move. As he was playing, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since both the Ox fruit and the rubber fruit were cloned and resided within his body, could he activate them simultaneously? The physical strength of the buffalo form combined with the rubber's extension property. A single punch would have both the acceleration from the elongated distance and the 1000 Gene force of the Ox fruit. Once this thought emerged, he couldn't suppress it. Imoku's heart itched. Should he try? What if it worked? Even if it failed, at worst he'd strain his chi, and with life returned, nothing too serious would happen. Let's do it. Imoku gritted his teeth and stepped back 2 paces, leaving enough space. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and first stabilized the power of the ox fruit, letting that heavy force flow slowly through his meridians. Then he carefully activated the rubber fruit's ability. At first it was fine. The two forces each went their own way, interfering with each other. But when he tried to merge the two forces, boom. The two forces collided violently. Like water and fire, they exploded instantly within his meridians. A sour swelling sensation surged from his right arm to his chest, choking him so much he almost couldn't breathe. His meridians swelled with pain, feeling like they were about to burst. Holy crap! Mok's expression changed. He quickly withdrew the rubber fruit's ability, leaving only the ox fruit's power to slowly calm down. He held his arm and stepped back, frowning deeply. So they really reject each other. He had thought that since both were his own abilities cloned from the original fruits, they should coexist peacefully. But instead there was still conflict between the two devil fruit powers. Well, it made sense. A normal person who ate two devil fruits would explode instantly. Although his fruit abilities were cloned and didn't bear the curse of the fruits, they were still two different fruit powers at their core. Rejection was perfectly normal. Should I just give up? Moku rubbed his arm, feeling unwilling. If he could truly merge them, his combat power would increase significantly. Moreover, he would surely encounter many devil fruit users in the future. Giving up like this would be a huge waste. His mind raced rapidly. Moreover, he would surely encounter many devil fruit users in the future. Giving up like this would be a huge waste. His mind raced rapidly. Or perhaps find something to act as a buffer, separating them while allowing them to function simultaneously. Buffer. Control. Mok's eyes lit up. Life return. Life return could precisely control every muscle, every meridian, every cell in the body. Since it could control the body, could it be used to regulate the two forces, making each perform its own role? Let's try. No sooner said than done. Moku sat cross-legged, first activating life return to smooth out the chi in his body. Only after adjusting his physical state to its peak did he activate both abilities again. This time, he didn't rush to bring them together. Using life return, he first created two separate pathways in his meridians. One for the ox fruit's power, one for the rubber fruit's power, clear and distinct without interference. The two forces flowed steadily in their respective channels, and indeed they didn't fight anymore. Moku breathed a sigh of relief. Step 1 success. Next came the hardest part, fusion. Not merging them into a single mass, but making them act on the same body part, while maintaining their own characteristics. A fist needed to be able to extend, and also have enough power. He carefully controlled the two forces, gradually converging them toward his fist. The fine threads of life return, like countless tiny hands, gently supported the two forces, slowly bringing them together. As soon as they touched, they began to stir again. His meridians swelled slightly, aching faintly. Moku didn't panic. He steadied his mind and used life return to guide them, gradually adjusting their frequencies. Once no good. The two forces collided, and he quickly separated them, sweat beading on his forehead. Twice still no good. He had barely fused a 10th when backlash occurred, his arm numb for a long time. 3 times. 4 times. After trying 4 or 5 times, Mok's face grew pale, his mental energy heavily drained. But he could clearly feel the rejection between the two forces weakening each time. Like two strangers meeting more often, gradually becoming less resistant. One last time. Moku gritted his teeth and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He took a deep breath, activated life return at full power, and immersed his entire mind into the forces within his body. The heaviness of the ox fruit, the flexibility of the rubber fruit. This time, he didn't force them together. Instead, he controlled the two forces to intertwine and wrap around each other at his fist. One last time. Moku gritted his teeth and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He took a deep breath, activated life return at full power, and moonlight fell on his furrowed brows, casting a faint halo. Suddenly, Mok's eyes snapped open. Now, boom. The two forces achieved a delicate balance in his right arm. No violent collision, no swelling pain in the meridians. He could clearly sense that the muscle density in his right arm had surged, carrying the heaviness and explosive power of the buffalo form, while his skin possessed the rubbery elasticity to stretch at will. It worked. Mok's heart leaped with joy. Without wasting a moment, he stomped the ground, pulling his right arm back. His arm shot out over 3 meters, his fist rapped with immense force, and he slammed it viciously into a nearby pine tree as thick as a bowl. Bang! A loud crash, even heavier than the sound of his beast form, smashing the rock wall earlier. The pine tree was broken clean in the middle, the trunk flattened on one side. The entire tree fell with a thunderous thud, scattering leaves and dust. The power was far stronger than using either ability alone. Awesome. Moku couldn't help cursing. Just as he was celebrating, a sudden dizziness hit him, his mental energy drained, as if sucked dry, his whole body going weak. The two forces in his right arm instantly lost balance, retreating each to their own side, and the fusion state dissolved. TSK. Such a huge consumption. Imoka leaned against the tree, panting heavily. He had only maintained it for about 10 seconds, and his mental energy nearly bottomed out. His physical stamina was fine, but the mental strain was outrageous. He quickly calculated in his mind. At his current level, the fusion state could last at most 15 seconds. He could use it 2 or 3 times a day at most anymore, and his mental energy couldn't handle it. In a real fight, it would only serve as a surprise finishing move, not a regular technique. But it's enough. Imoka smiled, not discouraged. Everything takes time. Just being able to fuse at the beginning was already good. With practice, as his mental energy grew and his skill improved, the duration would naturally increase. When he could maintain it for a long time in the future, that would be a true ultimate weapon. And this was just 2 fruits. If he encountered stronger fruits later and cloned a few more, the thought was thrilling. Of course, that was just a thought. He understood the principle of biting off more than one can chew. Mastering the 2 cards he had in hand was more important than anything. He rested there for about half an hour, waiting until his mental energy had mostly recovered before standing up. Time to go back. If he didn't return soon, dawn would break, and he might be discovered. Imoku patted the dust off his clothes and took one last look at the mess in the valley. Broken trees, rubble, and pockmarked rock walls. These traces would be covered by the forest in a few days. Tonight's events as if they had never happened. He tapped his toes, activated moonwalk again, and soared into the air, flying back along the same path. Bam! His iron fist slammed solidly into a giant tiger's body. Ace withdrew his fist and retreated 3 steps, his knuckles slightly numb. This so-called king of the mountain before him was even more sinister than the rumors claimed. Its yellow-black striped hide was absurdly thick. The punch he had thrown with all his might had no effect whatsoever. The giant tiger, stung by the blow, roared and turned its head, its copper-bell-sized eyes gleaming with ferocity. Its claws, larger than Luffy's face, came down with a foul wind. "Watch out!" Sabo growled low, sidling in from the flank. His feet worked the shave technique, his form blurring into afterimages as he swung his steel pipe viciously at the tiger's leg joint. Using the paper art technique, he rode the momentum of the tiger's tail sweep, flowing around to the other side with seamless ease. Luffy was more direct, stretching his arms long and pounding rubber bullets into the tiger's head with a rapid bang, 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 as he shouted louder than anyone, "Take this. He'll flatten you." The 3 of them worked in perfect concert. This year of systematic training under Imoku had elevated their physical prowess and combat skills far beyond their peers. They had even achieved initial mastery of the 6 powers, shave, iron body, and paper art, making them impervious to over a dozen ordinary thugs or pirates. It was precisely this newfound confidence that emboldened the 3 boys to challenge the Deep Valley giant tiger. They had even privately made a wager whoever took down this mountain king would become the captain of their future pirate crew. It was a somewhat competitive appointment. They kept the matter tightly under wraps, not a whisper reaching Imoku or Dayton. At the crack of dawn, the 3 of them slipped into the back mountain, armed with steel pipes and short blades. But once the fight began, they realized why the Corpo Mountain King was no idle title. After nearly a quarter of an hour of combat, the giant tiger had barely lost a hair and was instead thoroughly enraged. Roar! A tiger's roar shook the leaves from the trees. The giant tiger abruptly whipped its tail, as thick as a tree trunk, in a sweeping arc with a vicious roar. A tiger's roar shook the leaves from the trees. The giant tiger abruptly whipped its tail, as thick. A dull thud echoed as Luffy was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree trunk behind him. Without a sound, he slid down to sit at its base, unable to get up for a long while. Ace and Sabo's hearts tightened. In that moment of distraction, the giant tiger lunged, its foul breath rushing toward them. The 2 were forced back step by step until their backs pressed against the cold rock wall, with no room to retreat. The giant tiger opened its gaping maw, fangs glinting coldly, saliva dripping onto the ground, etching shallow pits into the mud. "He'll hold it." Ace gritted his teeth, bracing his steel pipe horizontally, ready to activate iron body and endure the blow. He knew that if this hit landed, his arm would at least break. But there was no retreat. At that critical moment, thump! A heavy, muffled impact suddenly rang out. The giant tiger's head was knocked violently aside, its forward momentum halted abruptly. A figure leaped down from a nearby tree, landing lightly on the ground, stable, as if rooted in the earth. It was an old man with graying hair, wearing a faded coarse cotton shirt, carrying a half-meter-long wooden mallet. He looked ordinary, no different from an herb-gathering elder in the mountains. That strike had been delivered by the wooden mallet to the tiger's face. "Beast, back off." The old man's voice was low but filled with authority. The giant tiger shook its head as if stunned, and stared at the old man with low growls, yet dared not lunge immediately. Ace and Sabo were dumbfounded. Who was this? He looked unremarkable, yet had knocked the Mountain King senseless with one blow. Before they could ponder further, the tiger recovered and charged again with a roar. The old man remained unhurried, turning his wrist to block the wooden mallet right at the tiger's maw. With a crack, The mallet was clamped between the tiger's fangs, shaking the old man's frame, but his feet did not budge. Then he twisted his wrist, sliding the mallet along the fangs, and striking the softest part of the tiger's nose with a sharp blow. Ow! The giant tiger let out a pained howl, as if grievously wronged, and leaped far away. It stared at the old man for several seconds, its eyes filled with wariness, before finally tucking its tail and turning to vanish into the forest. 3 moves in total. The infamous Corpo Mountain King had been driven off. The valley fell silent for a few seconds. Luffy rubbing his back as he got up, eyes bright as bulbs, bounded over and shouted, "Old man, you're amazing. Can you fight even better than our big brother, Imoku? Little brat, you sure have a sweet tongue." The old man smiled, hefting the mallet onto his shoulder. "And you've got guts, daring to tangle with that beast. Don't you want to live?" Sabo was the first to regain his composure, stepping forward and bowing respectfully. "Thank you, sir, for saving us. We're from the Dayton family, on the other side of the mountain. We acted rashly and nearly caused a disaster." Ace nodded as well, for once not stubbornly silent. The man had saved their lives. Basic courtesy demanded gratitude. The old man waved his hand, introducing himself as Na Guli, living down at the non-deterministic terminal, and had come to gather herbs today. After a few exchanges, the 3 boys learned that this unassuming old man was actually a retired pirate. In his early years, he had been the captain of the Wooden Mallet Pirates, famous even in the New World. Later he fell to Gold. Roger, his crew scattered, and he drifted to the East Blue. All these years he had been scavenging materials in the Trash Mountain, repairing an old ship, still harboring the dream of one day setting sail again and returning to the Grand Line. Roger. When Ace heard those 2 words, he gripped his steel pipe tightly, his knuckles turning white. He stood aside with downcast eyes, saying nothing. No one saw the turmoil surging in his eyes. That was his father. Though he refused to admit it, it was still his father. He was the most heinous pirate king in the world's eyes. The bloodline shackle Ace had been unable to escape since birth. He loathed the scorn and curses that name brought, yet he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of man was that man really? Sabo quietly nudged his arm. Ace shook his head, signaling he was fine. Moke's earlier words of comfort had somewhat taken effect. Na Guli, oblivious to the boys' inner turmoil, cheerfully recounted tales of the sea. Winds in the Grand Line that could tear ships to shreds, bizarre islands, devil fruit users of every kind, countless treasures and battles. The 3 children were utterly captivated, forgetting their aches and pains. Only when the sunset dyed the forest orange and the light dimmed did they suddenly realize it was time to go back. They promised to visit the Trash Mountain often, then reluctantly headed back to the hideout. On the way, Luffy chattered endlessly, his mind full of the sea and treasure. Ace walked at the rear, speaking little, but his brow had noticeably relaxed. By the time they returned to Dodon's place, dusk had settled. An oil lamp was lit in the yard. Imoku was leaning against the stone table, wiping a short sword whose blade reflected the warm light. Hearing footsteps, he glanced up. Luffy's collar was torn, Ace's arm bore shallow claw marks, and Sabo's trousers were covered in mud. The 3 stood in a row, voluntarily standing at attention before Imoku, feeling a bit guilty. They had sneaked into the mountains and caused trouble, nearly getting killed by a tiger. Anyone else would have erupted in fury. Imoku was usually easygoing, but when he truly frowned, the 3 were still intimidated. Ace spoke first, confessing everything in detail. How they went into the mountains to fight the tiger, were overpowered, and were rescued by Na Guli, holding nothing back. After finishing, the 3 hung their heads, waiting for punishment. But Imoku sheathed his blade and simply asked, "Is everyone all right?" "Fine. Just a few scrapes." Luffy quickly nodded, thumping his chest loudly. "Good, as long as you're okay." Imoku stood up and slid the sword into its sheath. No scolding, no punishment, not even a harsh word. The 3 were stunned. That was it. The mountains are dangerous. Next time you go, scout the situation thoroughly first, don't rush in blindly. Imoku's tone was calm. And that Na Guli, spend more time at the Trash Mountain, interact with him often. The rules of the sea, the ways of close combat, the customs of various lands. These are experiences that can't be bought with gold, far more valuable than training in isolation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3, but remember one thing, don't be reckless. Always have a backup plan. Never gamble with your lives. Got it, big brother Imoku. The 3 responded in unison, their eyes bright. They had expected to be grounded, but instead not only were they fine, they could legitimately go listen to Na Guli, an old pirate who had crossed Roger, tell sea stories. This was a win. After sending the 3 off to eat and wash, the yard fell silent. Imoku leaned back against the stone table, tapping his scabbard lightly with his fingertips. No one knew how absurdly his strength had grown this past year. His 3 clones worked round the clock, without rest. The 6 powers were long mastered. Shave, Moonwalk, and Tempest Kick came effortlessly, his skill rivaling that of a Marine Headquarters lieutenant commander. His armament Haki could cover most of his body. Garp's iron fist techniques and Bogard's military swordplay had long been assimilated into his own style, switching seamlessly. Even the cloned ox fruit had achieved a stable fusion, with the Gomu Gomu no Mi lasting twice as long as 6 months ago, his explosive power having risen several levels. Now if he truly went all out, the East Blue pirates with bounties in the millions couldn't withstand 3 of his punches. In the entire East Blue there were few who could last 10 moves against him. He had deliberately let the boys go out and face setbacks, not wanting to raise them in a greenhouse. Those who would sail the great sea must see blood suffer losses. Mere practice in forms was useless. Once they reached the Grand Line, no one would follow rules. His role was to sharpen his hidden cards in the shadows to be able to bear the weight when trouble truly came. Imoku raised his eyes toward the mountains beyond. The night was deep, the distant lights of the Goa kingdom were faintly visible. He knew deep down that the peaceful days in Corpo Mountain were numbered. The fire that would inevitably ignite in the Trash Mountain, the rotten affairs hidden in the Goa kingdom, and the storm about to sweep the entire East Blue, all were converged. Once this matter was settled, it would be time to leave the East Blue. After all, the true stage was never in this small mountain. The roaring waves of the Grand Line, the rise of countless powers in the New World. That was where he ought to go. Yet once again, Imoku felt a sense of confusion about his own future. Marine. Pirate. In early summer, the vegetation on Kirbo Mountain grew wildly, with weeds on both sides of the mountain path, nearly reaching knee height. Just past noon, a slender figure ascended the stone steps. Machinual. Business at the tavern had been slow lately, so she specially took a day off. She wrapped a bundle of pre-cut fabric and prepared a full basket of fresh ingredients, making a trip up the mountain to visit Imoku and Lu Fei. Sister Machinuak. Lu Fei dashed out of the yard, nearly throwing himself into her arms. Slow down, watch your step. Machinua smiled and steadied him, her eyes and brows curving into gentle crescents. Hearing the commotion, everyone in the yard came out. Imoka leaned against the doorframe and waved. He was familiar with Machinua. Every few days he would go down the mountain and hang around the tavern for a free meal, so the two were long past any awkwardness. AIC and Sabo stood behind, seeing the legendary tavern landlady for the first time. Before, they had only heard Lu Fei and Imoka constantly mention how gentle she was and how delicious her cooking was. Seeing her today, it was indeed true. Her dark green hair was tied up in a headscarf, her checkered apron neat and tidy, and her voice soft and gentle, a world apart from the rough mountain bandits. AIC instinctively stepped back half a pace, feeling awkward, unsure where to put his hands. Sabo stepped forward, gave a slight bow, and greeted her with full courtesy. Hello, Miss Machan. I've often heard Big Brother mention you. Please don't be so formal, just call me Machinua. Machinua handed over the fabric. I brought you some summer cloth. Since it's getting hot, I thought I'd make some thin clothes. Thank you for the trouble. AIC finally managed to say after a long pause, his ears turning red. As he took the bundle, his fingertips brushed the edge of the fabric, then quickly withdrew, pretending to casually wipe his pants. Imoka saw through it all clearly and chuckled inwardly. He glanced at Machinua again, and a thought couldn't help but pop into his mind, wondering if that guy Xian Kasi had hung around the tavern every day back then because of her cooking and looks. Despite his thoughts, he didn't dare say it out loud. He stepped forward and picked up the basket of ingredients. Come on, let's head to the kitchen. They'll help you. You can cook. Machinua was a bit surprised. I've learned a little, Imoka said with a smile. His cooking skills were essentially a clone of Machinuo's. Calling himself a disciple would be an understatement. Normally in the mountains, he only displayed rough skills like grilling meat and stewing, but he hadn't shown much for finer dishes. The two entered the kitchen, one chopping vegetables, one stewing meat, one kneading dough, one simmering soup, working together with extraordinary synergy. When Machinua said to add a pinch of salt, Imoku sprinkled just the right amount. When she said to reduce the heat slightly, he casually adjusted the firewood. After a while, even Machinua was amazed. This is far from just a little. You're better than many cooks. Before long, the aroma filled the entire base. The stewed venison bubbled, the grilled fish had a crispy skin, and the vegetable soup mingled with the sweet scent of honey wheat cakes, making the bandits glance repeatedly toward the kitchen. Lu Fei clung to the kitchen doorframe, drool nearly dripping onto the floor, his eyes fixed on the baking tray. If Imoka hadn't shot him a glare, he would have grabbed a piece of meat and started eating. AIC leaned against a tree trunk in the yard, pretending to clean a water pipe, but his nose twitched involuntarily, and his gaze drifted toward the kitchen from time to time. Sabo simply picked up a sewing basket and sat on the steps, organizing the fabric and thread. All right, time to eat. Imoku came out carrying the last pot of soup and called out. The bandits who had been waiting swarmed over in a rush. But with Machinua present, they were too embarrassed to be unruly. Each took a bowl and sat up straight. As the dinner table grew lively, the conversation drifted far. Lu Fei munched on a wheat cake, crumbs all over his mouth, and suddenly slapped the table. When I go to sea in the future, I'm definitely going to be the pirate king. As soon as he finished, AIC let out a snort, but didn't refute. Instead, he raised his chin. The Pirate King is mine. He said it casually, but his eyes blazed with startling intensity. Sabo took a sip of soup and smiled, nodding. All right, when the time comes, we'll go to sea together as pirates. The three boys spoke with fervor. Imoka sat beside them, slowly chewing meat, not joining in. He knew this day would come. He knew that deep down these three lads all harbored a drive to go to sea. There was no stopping them, nor any need to. The path was theirs to choose. All he could do was lay a solid foundation for them and keep them safe until then. But just then, bang! The courtyard door was kicked open with such force that the doorframe shook 3 times. A familiar oppressive aura surged toward them. The dinner table fell into instant dead silence. Luffy forgot to chew the wheat cake in his mouth, frozen in place. Aice's chopsticks stopped midair, his expression shifting slightly. Sabo set down his bowl and frowned quietly. Moke's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. He looked up, and sure enough, Kapu stood at the door with a dark expression, his vice admiral uniform perfectly neat, veins bulging on his forehead. He had just reached the courtyard entrance when he heard the three boys clamoring about becoming pirates and making a name for themselves. Unacceptable. Pirate King. Kapu strode in with large steps, his voice shaking dust from the roof. You're asking for a beating. Before the words even faded, he raised his palm as big as a fan. Thump, thump, thump. 3 precise strikes landed on the three boys' foreheads. Luffy immediately crouched on the ground, clutching his head, howling in pain. Grandpa. AIC stiffened his neck trying to dodge, but couldn't escape. He took the hit squarely, grimacing in pain, but too proud to cry out, forcing himself to bear it. Sabo crouched with his head in his hands, receiving a solid hit. Still talking about Pirate King. Kapu stood with his hands on his hips, fuming. You brats have no ambition. You've got a perfectly good career as Marines, but you keep thinking about becoming pirates. What's so good about pirates? The 3 kids crouched in a row, holding their heads. Who dared to talk back? Only Luffy dared to mutter softly, pirates are free. Free my foot. Kapu gave him another knuckle rap. Can you eat freedom? The old man wanted the kids to become Marines while the kids were determined to be pirates. They were fundamentally incompatible. He didn't want to get in the way and get hit, so he pretended to drink soup. The old man wanted the kids to become Marines while the kids were determined to be pirates. They were fundamentally incompatible. He didn't want to get in the way and get hit, so he pretended to drink soup, acting like part of the background. And what he feared came to pass. Kapu slapped him on the shoulder, the force nearly sending Imoka face first into his bowl. Don't think I won't say anything just because you're quiet. These 3 kids are daydreaming all the time, and you, as their big brother, don't even try to control them. Imoka felt bitter inside. How could I possibly control them? Each one is more stubborn than the last. 8 oxen couldn't pull them back. But all he could say with a forced smile was, yes, you're right, old man. They'll be sure to remind them more often from now on. After a long commotion, Kapu finally calmed down a bit. He sat down grandly on a stool, picked up a bowl, and downed half the soup. Machinua smiled and handed him a pair of chopsticks. Mr. Kapu, what brings you up here all of a sudden? You didn't mention it beforehand. I have business. Kapu wiped his mouth, his expression turning more serious, and looked at Imoko. This time I've come to talk to you about something important. Imoke's heart stirred. Important business. Something that made Kapu come all the way up the mountain must be significant. I've reported your performance on the warship to headquarters. Kapu's tone was unusually serious. Zhangguo reviewed the materials and thinks highly of you. At 11 years old, you've mastered the 6 powers and can hold your own against elite veterans from headquarters. This kind of talent hasn't appeared in headquarters for years. The 3 kids crouching nearby were stunned. They knew Big Brother Imoku was strong, but this strong. Even the fleet admiral had taken notice. Imoku wasn't too surprised. With Kapu's personality, once he took a liking to someone, he would inevitably boast about them to the higher-ups. He just hadn't expected Zhangguo to act so quickly. Zhangguo has issued an order. Kapu looked at him and said word by word. He wants me to take you back to Marine headquarters. There you'll have the best instructors, the most systematic training, and the top-tier opponents. We'll focus on grooming you. You're meant to carry a heavy burden in the future. As his words fell, the courtyard became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Luffy was the first to explode, jumping up and shouting, no. I won't let Big Brother go. If Big Brother leaves, who will teach us to train? His eyes were red with urgency. Big Brother can't join the Marines. If you go, you won't be able to set sail with us. AIC pursed his lips and said nothing, his fingers gripping the chopsticks tightly, knuckles white. His mind was in turmoil. On one hand, he knew that going to headquarters was a tremendous opportunity, something many would beg for. But on the other hand, if Big Brother left, life in the mountains would suddenly feel empty. Sabo also frowned and asked softly, Big Brother, is it absolutely necessary to go? Dadan set down her bowl, her face falling. Can't you just stay in the mountains? It's fine here. What's the point of going to headquarters? We've only had a peaceful year, and now you're going to stir things up again. Her words were harsh, but her tone carried reluctance. Over the past year, Imoku had taken care of the three rascals hunting and cooking daily, as she had long come to see him as one of her own. Imoku remained silent. He knew better than anyone that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Staying in the East Blue, no matter how hard he trained, his ceiling headquarters was different. There were powerhouses of Ka-plus caliber, vast combat experience, complete systems of Haki and the six powers, and even access to deeper secrets of the world. To establish a foothold and protect those he wanted to protect, just idling in the mountains was far from enough. He had to go out. But truly leaving also made him anxious. AIC's emotional, hadn't been fully untied. Sabo's background was still uncertain. Luffy was still young, not yet fully grown. There were also the troubles with the Blue Sapphire Pirates and the Goa Kingdom. So many matters left unsettled. As if reading his concerns, Ka-pu waved his hand. I know you're worried about these brats. No need to rush off. He'll give you 3 days. Settle the matters in the mountains, give your instructions. In 3 days the warship will be waiting for you at the dock in Foosha Village. 3 days. Not long, not short. Enough time to say what needed to be said and arrange what needed to be arranged. Imoku took a deep breath and nodded, all right. With that single word he had agreed. Luffy instantly wilted, his head drooping like a frostbitten eggplant. AIC turned his face away, gazing at the woods outside the yard, saying nothing. Sabo let out a soft sigh and didn't try to persuade him further. They all understood. This opportunity was one Imoku had no reason to refuse. The atmosphere grew noticeably heavy. Ka-pu, on the other hand, was carefree, eating heartily and praising Machinuo's cooking between bites. Machinuo smiled gently, occasionally adding food to the children's bowls, her eyes also holding a hint of reluctance. Imoku didn't eat much. His mind was racing with calculations. 3 days, there was too much to do. He needed to leave a complete training plan for the three brothers and remind them to stay safe. And his own trump cards, the secrets of dual fruit fusion and clone training, would have to be hidden even more carefully at headquarters. The Marine headquarters was crowded with eyes and filled with experts. One careless slip could lead to exposure. After the meal, Machinuo helped clean up the dishes. It was getting late. She still had to return to the village, so Imoku accompanied her down the mountain. The winding mountain path, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Take care of yourself when you get to headquarters, Machinuo said softly. Don't push yourself too hard in training, and eat on time. Don't worry, Sister Machinuo. Imoku smiled. I'll come back to see you all when I have time. After seeing Machinuo off, he stood halfway up the mountain, gazing at the distant lights of Foosha Village and the fishing boats coming and going on the sea. The wind blew from the sea, carrying a salty, damp scent. He had been on Kirbo Mountain for over a year now. From the cautiousness of his initial arrival to now having a foothold, 3 younger brothers, and familiar people. To say he had no feelings would be untrue. But he also understood clearly. The East Blue was just the starting point, not the end. The real storms lay in the Grand Line in the New World. Ka-pu's conscription order was the key to pushing open that door. Imoku clenched the jerky in his hand, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. 3 days. Once he had settled everything. Marine headquarters, he would go and see. See what that place proclaimed as the world's strongest military force truly held. And see how his year of arduous training measured up when placed among the true geniuses. Zephyr coughed lightly and said seriously, prepare well. Don't embarrass the training camp. Then without a word, he discreetly slid the plate. During the day, he supervised the 3 boys' training, and at night he hunched over the desk writing and sketching. Training plans, safety instructions, emergency protocols, filling 3 full pages. As he wrote, he couldn't help but grumble to himself. He wasn't being a big brother, he was practically a part-time babysitter. Managing their meals, lodging, and training was already a lot, but he even had to prepare contingency plans for their lives. Despite the complaints, he dared not slack off on the matters he needed to convey. Some events that would occur in the future were known to him, yet he could not speak of them openly. He couldn't just grab AIC and shout, don't go head-to-head with Hey Hoosie later, if you can't win, run. Nor could he pull Sabo aside and say, don't rush to set sail, otherwise you'll run into the celestial dragons and suffer greatly. If he actually said those things, at best he'd be deemed insane, at worst he'd expose himself as a time traveler, inviting unnecessary trouble. He could only offer subtle hints, hoping they would absorb as much as possible. On the first morning at the training ground in the back mountain, AIC bare-chested pounded his fists against a homemade sandbag, producing a series of muffled thuds. Sweat dripped down his jawline, the muscles on his back taut and defined. Each punch was thrown with full force. Imoku leaned against a tree trunk, watching for a while, then tossed him a flask of cool water. Take a break. AIC caught the flask, tilted his head back, and gulped down most of it. Wiping his mouth, he looked at Imoku. What? Leaving soon, and you want to spar with me? No need to spar. You're still no match for me right now. Imoku smiled and walked over. Let's talk about something serious. AIC raised an eyebrow, saying nothing, waiting for him to continue. You have great talent, and you've learned the 6 powers of the Marines. Once you set sail, you should be able to make a name for yourself. Emoku first gave affirmation, then shifted his tone. But there's a flaw. Rigidity invites breakage. Refusing to admit defeat is a good thing, but when you encounter a truly formidable opponent, it's easy to suffer. AIC frowned as if about to speak, but held back. He had always believed that fighting should be heathen and brute force. Running was no skill. I know you're not convinced. Emoku saw through his thoughts. He picked up a stone-channeled armament Haki, and with a slight pressure from his fingertips the stone split in two with a crisp crack. See, the stone is hard, but even the hardest stone can be broken by technique. He dropped the broken pieces, his tone growing serious. Physical techniques and Haki are your foundation. Master these two and you'll have confidence wherever you go. If someday you encounter a devil fruit, no matter how powerful its ability, don't neglect this foundation. Devil fruit. AIC was taken aback. He who would later be known as the Fire Fist had never considered eating a fruit at this point. Emoku nodded. The Grand Line is swarming with devil fruit users. Many eat a fruit and think they're invincible, neglecting their physical techniques and Haki. And what happens? When they meet a true Haki master, one punch sends them to their knees. A devil fruit is a tool to enhance your strength, not a crutch for survival. Rely on it too much, and when you encounter someone who counters you, one fall could be irreparable. He spoke calmly, but his heart was tense. AIC, you will suffer from this mistake in the future. The flame fruit is indeed powerful, but you neglected your physical techniques and Haki. When you face Hughes's dark fruit, which counters yours, you'll be completely helpless. I hope you take these words to heart. AIC was silent for a long time. He stared at his own fists, his knuckles tightening. AIC, you will suffer from this mistake in the future. The flame fruit is indeed powerful, but you neglected your physical techniques and Haki. When you face Hughes's, Emoku was the first. I understand. After a long pause, he muttered 3 words, soft but resolute. Emoku patted his shoulder. And don't be stubborn in the future. If you can't win, run. It's not shameful. If you lose your life, all your reputation and ambitions will be nothing. AIC stiffened his neck. I won't run. His words were defiant, but a flicker in his eyes showed he had taken it in. Emoku smiled, not calling him out. As long as he remembered this, the words weren't wasted. In the afternoon, Emoku found Sabo. The young man sat on a large rock outside the hideout, a map of the Gaia kingdom spread on his knees, a charcoal pencil in hand, his brow slightly furrowed. What are you looking at? Emoku walked over and sat down beside him. The terrain of the Gaia kingdom, Sabo answered, shifting the map slightly. There have been more guards near Laji Mountain lately, as if they're preparing something. Emoku's heart sank. He knew that soon the nobles would set fire to the Grey Terminal. Sabo would sever ties with his family, set sail alone in a small boat, and collide with a celestial dragon ship, suffering severe injuries and memory loss. Direct warnings would only arouse suspicion, so he had to adopt a more roundabout approach. The nobles have always looked down on the commoners. For the sake of their so-called glorious facade, they are capable of any ruthlessness. Emoku tapped the area on the map, marking the noble town, speaking slowly. Sabo, I've always thought you're different from AIC and Luffy. You were born with advantages that others can only dream of. Sabo was momentarily stunned, gripping the charcoal pencil tightly. I don't want that rotten noble identity at all. I'm not asking you to accept them. I'm showing you 2 paths. Emoku looked at him earnestly, slowing his pace. Right now you're burning with anger, wanting to abandon everything and sail out alone. But without power or support, when you encounter a powerful tyrannical figure, you'll have no way to fight back. A single misstep could cost you your life, or even your memories. Sabo frowned deeply. Am I supposed to return to that hypocritical family and collude with those nobles? Stand by and watch the lower class suffer. You don't have to collude, but you can use their power to reach the top. Emoku shook his head, revealing the idea he had kept hidden. Instead of going heathen with nothing, it's better to be patient. Use your noble identity to climb step by step and reach the highest echelons of power. Changing the rules from above is far more effective than struggling alone at the bottom, armed only with passion. When you have enough influence, you can overthrow injustice and protect the common people. Then you'll have the capital to confront all oppressive forces without risking your life. Sabo's eyes snapped wide, filled with shock. He could sense the heavy warning in Emoku's words. It wasn't just a simple plea to avoid impulsive actions. Heathen resistance is just momentary valor. If you recklessly cut off all your escape routes and sail alone, the path ahead holds dangers you can't withstand. Emoku patted the map, his tone deepening. Live, protect yourself, and amass enough power to rival the strong. Only then can you change the world. If you throw yourself away in a moment of impulse, even the grandest ambitions will dissolve into nothing. Sabo stared at the mark of Laji Mountain on the map, silent for a long time. He was intelligent and perceptive, vaguely understanding the implicit warning in Emoku's words. He knew that the other feared he would make an irreversible choice out of impulse. After a long while he looked at Imoku solemnly. I understand, big brother. Imoku breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and patted his shoulder. The Gaia Kingdom might become unstable soon. If anything happens, call AIC. If it's too much, wait until I return. Sabo nodded, folding the map and putting it away. Don't worry. They'll keep an eye on Luffy and AIC, making sure they don't cause trouble. Imoku smiled. Among the three brothers, Sabo was the most reliable. With him around, he could leave with some peace of mind. After instructing the two older ones, the youngest Luffy was the main challenge. The entire next day, Luffy followed him like a shadow. Wherever Imoku went, he went. He asked, is there meet at the headquarters? And when will you come back? Non-stop chatter. Finally, he grabbed Imoku's arm and shook it. Big brother, I want to go to the headquarters too. I want to be a marine. No, I want to be the pirate king. Take me with you. Imoku's head was spinning from the shaking. He reached out and ruffled the straw hat on Luffy's head. You're too weak now. You'd only be a burden. Come back when you can defeat the Mountain King in the back mountain. Really? Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. You promise? I promise. Imoku nodded. Then I'll beat that big tiger in no time. Luffy clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit. When I become the pirate king, I'll make Imoku my first mate. Imoku laughed. First mate? That kid was ambitious. No way. He wouldn't be his first mate following him around, getting into trouble and getting beaten up. Late on the second night, when Imoku was about to sleep, Dan knocked on his door and tossed a rough cloth bundle at him. Take it. Light. Besides the three boys, the one who would miss Imoku the most was Dan. She kept complaining daily, just leave already till I'll be quieter, and I'm tired of cooking for you all, but secretly, she was preparing things. Late on the second night, when Imoku was about to sleep, Dan knocked on his door and tossed a rough cloth bundle at him. Take it. Imoku opened it to find a stack of berry, not much, about 200,000, along with several pieces of top-quality dried beast meat wrapped tightly in oil paper. Spend it on the road. Don't arrive at the headquarters penniless and look like a poor wretch, embarrassing the Dan family. Dan crossed her arms, turning her face away, her tone harsh. And don't make trouble over there. Even if old man Kapu protects you, you have to stand on your own. This mountain bandit leader was a classic case of a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I understand, Aunt Dan. He smiled and nodded. Take care of the three boys. I appreciate your patience. As if you need to tell me. Dan snorted, turned, and walked away, but stopped at the door and added in a low voice. Come back and visit when you have time. Imoku leaned against the doorframe, silently watching the dawn figure disappear into the nighttime forest. The smile on his lips slowly faded. A full year of living together in this remote mountain bandit hideout had made them more than mere passing. Here there was Dan with her sharp tongue and kind heart, the passionate AIC, the thoughtful Sabo, and the ever-energetic Luffy. This was the only place he could call home since his time travel. But ahead lay the distant marine headquarters, and behind them lurked countless predestined calamities. All he could do was offer a few subtle warnings, unable to completely change everyone's fate. He gripped the heavy cloth bundle in his arms, suppressing the weight in his eyes. The journey ahead was long and the date of return uncertain. He only hoped that the words he had spoken would be etched firmly into the hearts of the three young men, helping them avoid the fatal disasters that awaited. That night, lying back in bed, Moke tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He shook his head, dispelling all the melancholy of parting, and began to envision the wonderful life awaiting him at Marine headquarters. As Moke thought, his heart grew both expectant and a little excited. It wasn't that he longed for promotion or wealth. The main reason was that headquarters had plenty of beautiful women. For instance, Smoker's old classmate Tina, a barrier fruit user, exuded a mature charm, and Momosaji, whose legs were longer than his own life. He wondered where the absent-minded glasses girl Tashiji was now. If she was already training in the Marines, encountering her would be quite amusing. The more Moke thought, the more delighted he became, his mouth almost splitting to his ears. But soon he reined in his thoughts. Dreaming was one thing, but strength was the true foundation. Without power, no matter how beautiful the young lady, she would have no. Headquarters was teeming with geniuses, and Zifa's training camp was a gathering of formidable individuals. He had to stay steady, develop modestly, and not be reckless. The clone fruit was his greatest trump card, and it must never be exposed. Train normally during the day, let the clone work overnight, and steadily improve. That was the true path. On the morning of the third day, just as dawn was breaking, Moke packed his things. In truth, he didn't have much luggage, a few changes of clothes, the new summer outfit Makino had made, along with the money and jerky Dayton had given him. A simple bundle that he could carry and go. Sabo and Luffy were already waiting in the yard. Luffy had just woken up and was still drowsy, but he stubbornly refused to go back to sleep. Ace stood at the front, his expression sour, as if someone owed him money. Sabo held a water flask filled with mountain spring water, which he handed to Moke to drink on the road. Come on, we'll see you down the mountain, Ace said gruffly, striding out first. Moke smiled and shook his head, then followed. The mountain path wound along, and the four walked unhurriedly. The trail, usually bustling with noise, felt rather desolate today. When they reached Windmill Village, they first went to Party's bar. Makino had been waiting at the bar since early morning, and the table was laden with a full spread of dishes, all Moke's favorites: braised venison honey wheat cakes, and seafood chowder, their aromas wafting through the air. "Sit down, eat before you go," she said with a gentle smile, her eyes soft. "The journey will take many days. Fill your stomach before setting out." The four of them sat down to eat. Makino kept piling food onto Moke's bowl until it was towering high. "When you get to headquarters, don't just focus on training. Eat on time. The sea breeze there is strong. Remember to dress warmly, and don't catch a cold. If you feel wronged or homesick, just come back to Windmill Village." Moke thought that if this opportunity to train at Marine headquarters weren't so rare, he would have loved to stay in Windmill Village forever, freeloading meals and boosting goodwill. Wouldn't that be wonderful? No, a man must have ambitions. He couldn't indulge in the comforts of tenderness. After the meal, Makino handed him another large bundle. Inside were roasted jerky wheat cakes and several neatly folded items of clothing. "Eat on the road, don't go hungry," she said, pressing the bundle into his hands. "When you arrive, send word back." "Don't worry, Sister Makino," Moke nodded, taking the bundle. "They'll write to you as soon as I reach headquarters." He said it seriously, but inwardly he mused that in this pirate world the efficiency of mail delivery was so poor that by the time the letter arrived, who knew when that would be? If only he weren't so poor now, he would have bought a din mushy no matter what. Full and satisfied, Moke left the bar and headed toward the pier. From afar he could see the iconic doghead warship moored at the shore, the large dog's head on the bow baring its teeth in a goofy grin. Garp leaned against the ship's railing, clutching a bag of rice crackers, crunching away happily. When he saw them approaching, he waved and called out in a booming voice, "Kid, what's the holdup? Get on board." A few villagers were also at the pier to see him off. Seeing Moke, they smiled and greeted him. Over the past year, Moke often came down the mountain, treating everyone with courtesy and having a sweet tongue, so most of the villagers liked him. At the ship's side, it was time to say goodbye. Luffy was the first to break down, his eyes red, clutching Moke's sleeve and refusing to let go. "Brother Moke, you must come back soon." His voice was choked with sobs, but he held back his tears. "I'll train hard. By the time you return, it'll definitely be stronger." "I know," Moke said, ruffling his straw hat and setting it straight on his head. "Eat well, and don't cause too much trouble." Luffy nodded vigorously, and finally his tears couldn't be held back, falling with a plop. Next was Ace. The boys stood, their lips pressed together, holding back for a long while. "When you get to headquarters, don't slack off," he said, looking up at Moke with bright eyes. "Next time we meet, I want to fight you. And I won't lose then." Moke smiled. "All right, anytime." In his heart, he knew that with Ace's talent, their next meeting might indeed bring a surprise. Sabo stepped forward and handed over a small wooden carving. It was a little wooden boat, not exquisitely carved, but made with care, with a tiny M etched on the sail. "Bon voyage," he said with a smile. "We'll take care of things at home, don't worry." Moke took the wooden carving and tucked it into his inner pocket. Thank you for your hard work." Last were Dayton and Makino. Dayton stood with her arms crossed at the back, putting on a tough front. Go on, you're annoying me, just looking at you." But her eyes dared not meet Moke's, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. After speaking, she turned away. Moke gave her a deep bow. "Aunt Dayton, I leave the house in your care." "How troublesome." Dayton waved her hand, her voice a little hoarse. Makino stood beside her, smiling gently, and waved lightly. "Safe journey, Moke." Moke nodded and waved back. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Everyone he needed to see had been seen. Moke took a deep breath, turned around, and with a light push of his toes leaped onto the warship's deck. His movements were crisp and clean, without any hesitation. He stood at the ship's railing and turned back to wave again. The figures on the shore grew smaller and smaller. Luffy was still jumping and shouting, "Brother, come back soon." Ace stood with his arms crossed. Sabo waved, and Makino and Dayton stood together. Until the dock became a tiny dot barely visible, Moke finally turned around. He couldn't deny a twinge of loss in his heart. But more than that, there was anticipation for the road ahead. The warship slowly departed from Windmill Village, sailing toward Marine headquarters. The sea breeze blew in his face, carrying a salty, moist scent. Garp finished the last piece of rice cracker, patted the crumbs off his hands, and ambled over. A palm as large as a winnowing fan slammed down on Moke's shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. "Kid, when you get to headquarters, don't embarrass me." Moke steadied himself, inwardly complaining. Could the old man please break the habit of slapping people's shoulders? 2 more of those and his shoulder would be shattered. But he smiled and replied, "How could I? I definitely won't let you down." Inside, his mind was already exploding. What the hell? Black Arm Zifa. The former Marine Admiral, a legend at headquarters whose mastery of armament Haki was so profound, he was called Black Arm. In the entire Marine system, when it came to Zifa, Moke's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned ignorance on the surface. Who's Zifa? Inside, his mind was already exploding. What the hell? Black Arm Zifa. The former Marine Admiral, a legend at headquarters whose mastery of armament Haki was so profound, he was called Black Arm. In the entire Marine system, when it came to physical techniques and Haki, if Zifa ranked second, few dared to claim first. Moreover, his training camp was known as the cradle of Marine officers, Smoker Tina Akiji Kizaru Akayo. All were his students. Going in would mean daily exposure to top-tier templates. Armament Haki physical techniques, battlefield experience, and methods for dealing with devil fruit users. And most importantly, devil fruits. A full set of top-tier configurations. This wasn't training, it was a supply run. A huge profit. Zifa, former Marine Admiral alias Black Arm, Garp said with a hint of admiration in his voice. He's now the chief instructor for Marine recruits, specifically in charge of the Genius Youth Camp. Not a single weakling comes out of that old man's hands. The training camp gathers the finest seedlings from all 4 seas. He fixed his eyes on Moke and instructed, once you're in, train hard and don't play any clever tricks. Zifa hates sly and opportunistic people the most. If you truly catch his eye, the benefits will be plenty. Moke suppressed his inner ecstasy and pretended to look a little nervous, a former admiral teaching in person. Wouldn't it be too strict? Can I keep up? Don't play dumb with me, Garp said, eyeing him sideways as if seeing through his little scheme. You're a deep one, kid. Scared of a little thing like this. How could I be scared? Moke laughed, sheepishly scratching his head. Just a bit excited. That's the spirit. Garp roared with laughter and slapped him again. A real man needs some drive. Zifa's old eyes are sharp, you perform well. Moke nodded repeatedly, already scheming in his mind. The geniuses in the training camp. Each one was a quality template. Smoker's smoke fruit. Tina's barrier fruit. If he could clone them on the side, that would be amazing. Of course, the main target was Zifa. With the full template of Black Arm, his physical techniques and Haki would take off directly. But despite his elation, he didn't get carried away. Zifa was experienced and sharpied. His cloned fruit must never be exposed. During training, he would just perform normally, not too outstanding, not too suppressed, steady development. With the clone working overnight, he could train with the camp during the day and have the clone secretly grind at night. His progress would never fall behind. Perhaps by graduation, he might even be able to spar with Marine officers. Moke walked to the ship's railing and gazed at the endless blue sea. Sunlight spilled over the water, shimmering like scattered gold. Behind him was the receding east blue, the smoke and familiar faces of Mount Kalubo. Ahead lay the entrance to the Grand Line Marine headquarters at Marineford, a broader and more perilous world. There would be stronger opponents, more thrilling adventures, and countless expected yet unpredictable people and events. Moke clenched his fist, a light gleaming. All right, the East Blue Beginners Village was officially cleared. Now it was time to tackle the headquarters dungeon. Zifa's training camp, a gathering of geniuses. Here I come. The 30-day voyage, neither too long nor too short, passed. The dog-headed warship drifted leisurely across the boundless blue sea, its daily routine seemingly monotonous. Eating, training, watching the sea, plus Garp's occasional surprise lessons. But for Mock, the gains of these 30 days far surpassed half a year of arduous training in the East Blue. This confidence stemmed from the solid foundation he had laid over the past year. Ever since he had traversed into the world atop Kalbo Mountain, he had never dared to slacken even a fraction. During the day, he practiced close combat basics. At night, he summoned his clones to take shifts in relentless cultivation, using life return to precisely control every nutrient and every muscle fiber within his body, even steadily enhancing his bone density through repeated tempering and nourishment. After a year, the once slender youth's physique had been completely transformed. His shoulders and back had broadened a full circle. His muscles were sleek and firm, and the explosive power of his punches was considerable. His recovery was also extraordinary. Even after training until muscle fibers tore and knuckles swelled, a night's sleep would heal most of the damage. It was precisely this foundation that allowed him to withstand Garp's seemingly casual, but actually terrifyingly powerful iron fist drills. Ever since leaving Windmill Village, Garp had set his sights on him. Every morning, as soon as the sun rose to the top of the mast, the old man would be there chewing on a senbei, ambling onto the deck and beckoning him over to personally teach his signature move, the iron fist. The technique sounded simple, but its intricacies were profound. The core was never simply wrapping armament Haki around the fist. It was about borrowing force from the foot, pushing off the ground, channeling it through the twisting of the waist and hips, then layering it through the shoulders and arms to the fist's peak, finally condensing the Haki into a single point and releasing it explosively. One punch could shatter rock and split metal. Garp's teaching style remained the same, emphasizing understanding over explanation. He would often clench his fist and punch the air twice, bellowing, "Your Haki is still lacking. Just think about smashing the enemy into pieces and it'll be fine." Mock would put on a look of sudden enlightenment, each time nodding vigorously in agreement, his acting skills on full display. "I see. You've enlightened me, sir. But in his heart, he knew perfectly well with this teaching method an ordinary person would need, who knows how long to even grasp the threshold. Fortunately, he had the advantage of his clone system. By day, he followed Garp's training, sweating profusely, pretending to exert all his strength just to keep up. At night, as soon as the cabin door closed, 3 clones would report for duty on time, 1 repeatedly tempering his fist bones, 1 honing his swordsmanship, and 1 specializing in the 2 types of Haki. His main body would lie on the bed, chewing on the dried meat that Makino had given him as life return operated at full capacity, rapidly converting food into pure stamina, supplying the 3 clones without pause. It was as if while others trained 12 hours a day, his clones alone could train 24 hours. But Mach did not let it get to his head. He was well aware that the East Blue was ultimately just a beginner's village. Marine headquarters at Marineford was where the true dragons and tigers lay, hidden geniuses from all over the world, as plentiful as fish in a river. Once there, the top priority would always be to hide his talents. The secret of the clone fruit must never be exposed, and his true strength could not be fully revealed. He understood the principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered better than anyone. The days passed in this manner, drills by day, cultivation by night. Then one morning a shout from the lookout tower shattered the calm sea. In the distance, a colossal island lay across the sea and sky like a dormant giant beast. The port was densely packed with warships, their cannons In the distance, a colossal island lay across the sea and sky like a dormant giant beast. The port was densely packed with warships, their cannons polished to a shine, gleaming coldly in the morning sun. At the island's center, the imposing marine headquarters building rose majestically, its pure white walls adorned with golden patterns, the seagull emblem of the Marines fluttering atop. Patrolling sailors by the port marched in perfect unison, their orders echoing back and forth. Even the rhythm of the waves crashing against the shore seemed to fall in step with military discipline. Damn. So this is headquarters, Mach muttered under his breath. Kid, stop gawking, Garp said, ambling over with a sunbae in his mouth. He clapped a hand on Mach's shoulder, nearly sending him stumbling. Come on, let's go see Zephyr first. That old man has been waiting for a while. Mach steadied himself, silently complaining about the old man's habit of slapping people, but kept a docile expression and obediently followed Garp. The warship slowly docked at a pier reserved for vice admirals. The dock was bustling with people. Marine soldiers moved with brisk efficiency, saluting sharply as they saw Garp. Their gazes lingered on Mach behind him with curiosity. A boy personally brought back by Vice Admiral Garp must be no ordinary person. Mach followed Garp, composing himself, adopting the appearance of a well-behaved, cautious youth. Occasionally he would steal a glance at passing female Marines, silently thinking to himself, once he got familiar with the place, he'd definitely get to know a few pretty older sisters. Of course that was just in his mind, on the surface he showed nothing. The two arrived at the chief instructor's office deep in the ground floor of headquarters. The wooden door was ajar. Garp didn't bother knocking, stepping inside, his loud voice shaking the windows. Zephyr, I've brought the kid. Mach followed him in and immediately saw the man standing before the desk. His figure was like a solid iron tower, back to the door, his shoulders and back shockingly broad. The officer's uniform was stretched taut over his bulging muscles, the line of his neck as hard as rock. Hearing the voice, the man slowly turned around. The first thing Mach saw was a weathered face, dark brown skin etched with deep lines. The most striking feature was the wide black sunglasses covering most of his eyes, but they couldn't hide the sharp gaze behind the lenses. His arms hung naturally at his sides, the outline of knotted muscles visible even through the uniform. This was the man who would later be known across the seas as Black Arm. At present, Zephyr's arms were still intact, yet they already bore countless feats and honors. This was Zephyr, former Marine Admiral, now the chief instructor of Marine recruits. Garp, you always find ways to cause me trouble. Zephyr spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Sengoku just called me this morning saying you've stuffed a 12-year-old into my training camp. This is a training camp, not a daycare. Hey, you'll see when you meet him. The kid's got a solid foundation. Garp laughed heartily, pushing Mach half a step forward. Come, Mach, meet instructor Zephyr. Mach bowed his head slightly, his posture respectful, but not servile. Greetings, instructor Zephyr. I am Mach from Windmill Village in the East Blue. He could feel Zephyr's gaze on him, sweeping up and down. Zephyr didn't respond immediately. He stared at Mach for a few more seconds, then turned to Garp, his tone flat. 12 years old, basic Rokushiki, and a rudimentary grasp of both. Zephyr didn't respond immediately. He stared at Mach for a few more seconds, then turned to Garp, his tone flat. 12 years old, basic Rokushiki, and a rudimentary grasp of both Haki types. You taught him the Iron Fist. Sure did, Garp said, chewing on a senbei, looking smug. The kid's got great comprehension, he learns fast. He's taken in everything I've taught. Give him proper training, and he'll be a fine hand in the future. I've seen plenty of people with great comprehension, Zephyr replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Every year the Four Seas send up dozens of so-called geniuses. Most of them end up failing due to impatience and arrogance. He then turned his gaze back to mock, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable weight. In my training camp you will follow my rules. No exceptions, no favors. It doesn't matter whose grandson you are, or what background you have. Here you are just trainee no. 37. You either pass or fail. If you fail you pack your bags and leave. I'm not just teaching you how to throw a punch, or use Haki. I'm teaching you how to be a Marine who stands in front of the people. Those who can't endure, who just want to coast, get the hell back to the East Blue now. Don't waste my time. Garp didn't intervene. He leaned against the desk munching on his senbei, and winked at Mock with a grin. Hear that? Train hard. Don't embarrass me. I've got military affairs to attend to, so I'm off. I'm leaving the kid to you. Train him as you see fit. Don't go easy on my account. With that the old man waved his hand and turned to leave. The office was left with only the two of them, the atmosphere growing heavier. Zephyr studied Mock for a few seconds, then turned, picked up a folder from the desk, and tapped the cover with his knuckle. Follow me. He strode out, his steps firm and steady. Mock quickly followed, half a step behind, maintaining proper decorum. The training camp was located in the mountains behind headquarters, occupying an entire valley. As soon as they approached the valley entrance, the sound of battle cries hit them, mixed with the smell of sweat and dust, bustling yet orderly. Zephyr led him inside, passing rows of training grounds, each clearly demarcated. On the left was a martial arts field where a group of youths in white training uniforms practiced basic punches, kicks, and rokushiki. Their kicks and punches cut through the air with sharp sounds, every one of them drenched in sweat, yet none slacked off. The wooden posts at the edge of the field were covered in fist and blade marks, a testament to years of training. On the right was a weight training area. Youths carrying heavy iron blocks ran along a mountain path, their footsteps rhythmic like drum beats. The instructor in charge held a stopwatch, shouting loudly. This is the Genius Recruit Camp, Zephyr said, his voice flat, but with a hint of pride. This session has 48 trainees, all top picks from the 4Cs aged 14 to 18. Even the weakest among them has mastered 3 of the rokushiki techniques, and can stably coat their limbs with armament Haki. He turned his head to glance at Mock, the gaze behind the sunglasses sharp as a blade. You're the youngest, 12 years old. Don't expect me to go easy on you because of your age. Youth is not an excuse for weakness. The enemy on the battlefield won't show mercy just because you're young. Yes, instructor, Mock replied, his voice steady. Inwardly, he was evaluating, looking around. These recruits indeed had solid foundations. Any one of them was far stronger than the average Marine at the East Blue base. But he himself was already proficient in all 6 rokushiki techniques, and had mastered both the iron fist and swordsmanship. With the added support of life return and the clone fruit, he believed his strength surpassed all the trainees here. The only thing to watch out for was to hide. Hide his strength, hide his cards, hide the secret of the clone fruit, and develop steadily, without drawing attention. The living quarters are over there, Zephyr said, pointing to a 2-story wooden building not far away, its outer walls painted in off-white. 2 to a room assigned by number. Your number is 37. Go to the quartermaster sergeant to get your uniform and supplies. He paused, then added, his tone heavier. Tomorrow at 5:00 a.m. assemble at the valley entrance. 1 second late, and you'll do an extra 10 laps with weights. In my training camp, we have a quarterly assessment. The bottom 30% are eliminated. If you survive the first year, you officially stay in the camp. If not, you go back where you came from. With those words, Zephyr didn't say another thing. He turned and walked deeper into the training area, presumably to oversee the other trainees, unwilling to waste a single moment. With those words, Zephyr didn't say another thing. He turned and walked deeper into the training area, presumably to oversee the other Zephyr's armament, Haki, physical techniques, and battlefield experience were all genuine skills honed through life and death situations. Although he had already cloned Garp's template, one could never have too many skills. Who would refuse an additional admiral's techniques and insights? He picked up his bundle and turned to walk toward the barracks, taking his time to look around. The barracks were standard Marine-issue wooden buildings, the floors polished to a shine. The corridor was quiet, with the occasional trainee passing by, all walking briskly, carrying the smell of sweat. No one loitered around chatting, and certainly no one was slacking off. He reported his number to the quartermaster sergeant, who handed him a neatly folded set of white training clothes, a pair of durable combat boots, and some bedding and towels. He also pointed upstairs. Room 37 is in A19, second floor, third door on the left. Thank you, Mock said, taking the supplies and heading up the stairs. Arriving at the dormitory door, he found it unlocked. Moku, carrying his cloth bag, pushed it open with his hand. A faint creak sounded, and the gazes inside instantly swept over. By the window stood a silver-haired young man. He wore a crisp lieutenant's uniform, the top 2 buttons undone, 2 unlit cigars clenched between his teeth, and was bent over wiping a trident. Moku paused in his steps. What the heck? Smoker. His mind instantly flashed to the original story's Marine, the Smoke Man, who chased Luffy across the Grand Line with a cigar in his mouth. The version before him was clearly several years younger, lacking the later weariness, but adding a touch of arrogance, yet that taciturn and indifferent temperament was exactly the same. Under Bogard's tutelage, Imo-ku had also learned about the marine hierarchy and ranks. Looking at Smoker's uniform and insignia, it was clearly that of a marine lieutenant. So his roommate was currently a lieutenant named Smoker. Zifa's arrangement caught him off guard. As thoughts raced through his mind, his clone fruit stirred silently within him. An imperceptible wave of energy swept over the young man opposite him. Logia type, smoke fruit. Ability framework, elementalization, smoke manipulation, flight, and hovering, large-scale obscuration, physical attack, immunity. A vast amount of detail about the ability was instantly engraved into his mind, from the techniques of elementalization transformation to the precise control of smoke density, all crystal clear. Mo's heart pounded violently. Jackpot. On his first day at headquarters, he had directly obtained a Logia fruit template for free. He knew better than anyone how versatile the smoke fruit was. Elementalization granted immunity to physical damage, allowed flight and battlefield control, and was perfect for both escape and ambush. Ecstasy threatened to burst from within, but he revealed none of it on his face. He walked over with his bag, smiling innocently. Hello, Mo-ku from the EC. They'll be living here from now on. Smoker lifted his eyelids and grunted a low, Smoker, training camp assistant instructor. He leaned the trident against the bed, his tone devoid of warmth. Lights out at 10 p.m. No staying out all night, no playing with fire in the room. He finished speaking, lowered his head, and continued wiping his weapon, unwilling to utter another word. Mo-ku shrugged, not bothering to force a conversation. He placed his bag on the empty bed and began to organize his belongings. But his mind was already plotting. The smoke fruit template was in hand now, he just had to slowly grind proficiency. Elementalization had to be practiced secretly, not in the room. If he was discovered, trouble would be immense. And there was the clone training. Mo-ku glanced at Smoker beside him and sighed inwardly. Having a lieutenant assistant instructor as a roommate meant his nighttime AFK training would likely have to be suspended. Night fell. At exactly 10 o'clock the barracks lights were turned off. The room was pitch black with only a faint glimmer of moonlight filtering through the window. Smoker's breathing was steady, seemingly fast asleep. Mo-ku lay on the bed, moving his fingers. Back in the Mount Corvo days, his 3 clones would have already been on duty by this time. But now there was a living person beside him, and a marine lieutenant at that. Even if he suppressed his aura to the lowest, once the clones materialized, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be detected. If Smoker walked in on 3 identical versions of himself appearing out of thin air, that would be a real disaster. The clone fruit was his greatest trump card, and he absolutely could not expose it. Mo-ku sighed in his heart. Although he could pretend it was a clone-type fruit, summoning clones in the middle of the night would be hard to explain. So every gain came with a loss, huh? Had gotten a Logia template for free, but lost the chance for nighttime AFK training. No matter how he calculated it, this seemed like a loss. No, he had to figure something out. In the future, he could either deploy clones when Smoker was on night duty, or find an abandoned training room, or even sneak out to the woods behind the mountain in the middle of the night. He couldn't let a roommate stop his biggest cheat. That would be too foolish. That night, Mo-ku didn't dare summon his clones. He just lay there introspecting, slowly sorting out the framework of the smoke fruit's abilities, and using life return to gradually refine the power within his body. The efficiency was 10 times worse than his clone AFK training, but it was better than nothing. The next day at 4:50 a.m., the sharp assembly whistle pierced the training camp sky precisely on time. Smoker sprang up the moment the whistle sounded, putting on his uniform, gloves, and grabbing his trident. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, completed in half a minute. Turning his head, he saw that Mo-ku was also ready. He raised an eyebrow slightly, but said nothing. The two walked one after another to the training ground. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the mountain wind carrying moisture blew in, cool and refreshing. The training ground was already filled with a dense crowd of people. Over 40 young trainees, all in uniform training clothes, stood with their backs straight as rods, yet no one dared to whisper. These were the geniuses selected from the 4 Cs through rigorous screening. As Mo-ku just stood at the back of the line, he felt several gazes sweeping over him. They carried a look of scrutiny and some undisguised contempt. From the East Sea. Can the East Sea produce someone worthy of Zifa's camp? Look at him, all skinny. Could he be a backdoor entry from Vice Admiral Garp? Muttered whispers drifted into his ears. Mo-ku pretended not to hear. Backdoor entry. If I went all out, I could make you so-called geniuses question your existence. I'm just keeping a low profile, you know. Playing the long game. His gaze swept across the entire field. The line, which had had a few faint sounds, fell into absolute silence. Today's training content. Zifa's voice was hoarse, but carried immense penetration. His gaze swept across the entire field. The line, which had had a few faint sounds, fell into absolute silence. Today's training content. Zifa's voice was hoarse, but carried immense penetration. Warm up 30 laps with 30 kilograms of weight. Then specialized training in shave iron body and finger gun paired practice for correction. In the afternoon, armament Haki training, actual combat sparring. Those who fall behind get an extra 10 laps. No one complained, no one refuted. Everyone who entered Zifa's training camp knew that complaining was useless. The old man didn't buy it. He was a true demon coach. Weighted sandbags were distributed one by one. Imoku weighed the 30-kilogram sandbag in his hand, his heart utterly calm. This weight was almost like nothing but on his face he still put on an expression that said, "A bit strenuous, but I can manage," and followed the crowd onto the track. His pace was neither fast nor slow, steadily staying in the middle upper part of the group. He neither stood out by charging at the front nor lagged behind at the tail. Smoker and Taina, along with a few other assistant instructors, stood by the track patrolling. Taina held her arms, her pink short hair fluttering gently in the wind, her features bright and beautiful, her posture straight. Her gaze swept over the line, paused on Imoku for half a second, then calmly moved away. Imoku caught it from the corner of his eye and clicked his tongue inwardly. She was truly dashing, heroic, and handsome. No wonder she was the Marine's beauty icon. He wondered if once they got familiar he could chat her up. After running 30 laps, more than half an hour had passed. Most of the trainees were panting heavily, leaning on their knees and gasping for breath with sweat dripping down their chins. Imoku also leaned on his knees, breathing slightly heavily, and even used life return to secretly force a thin layer of sweat onto his forehead. He acted as if it were real. His heart was utterly calm, even a little amused. This intensity was nothing compared to the training he used to do with Luffy and Ace in the mountains. Rest for 10 minutes. Zifa's voice sounded again. Then 6 styles paired practice. Assistant instructors will lead the groups, pair up on your own. As his voice fell, the line immediately stirred. Those who were familiar with each other gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing the details of the previous movements. Imoku was about to find someone who looked average to pair up with when a figure suddenly blocked his way. It was a tall youth about 13 or 14 with high cheekbones and a look of arrogance. He crossed his arms, looked down at Imoku with a slanting gaze, and lifted his chin high. "Hey, see guy." His tone carried undisguised provocation. "Dare to spar with me? I want to see just what kind of skill Vice Admiral Garp's personal recommendation has." Imoku lifted his eyelids. Oh, a free opportunity to slap someone. Before he could speak, several other trainees gathered around. At this age, even though they were geniuses, they were still fond of watching a commotion. "It's Carl the genius from the West Sea. I heard he's already mastered Iron Body. This new guy is in for it." Carl doesn't hold back. "He deserves it for sneaking in through the back door." The murmurs grew louder, and many people turned to look. Smoker frowned and stepped forward, but Taina reached out and stopped him, shaking her head slightly, signaling him to wait and see. As assistant instructors, their duty was to ensure nothing went wrong when normal sparring match didn't need intervention. Moreover, they also wanted to know just what level this EC youth that Garp had personally sent was at. In the center of the field, Carl, seeing Imoku silent, became even more convinced he was afraid. "What? Scared?" he sneered. "If you're scared, just say so. Admit defeat and keep a low profile in the training camp from now on." Imoku stood up straight, dusted off his hands. His face was expressionless, but inside, he was a little helpless. He had wanted to quietly hide his strength and develop, but why did people always rush into his crosshairs? He looked at the arrogant youth opposite and said slowly, "Fine. To the point." Carl's eyes lit up as if afraid he might back out, and immediately stepped back 2 paces to assume a stance. "Don't worry, he'll hold back. Wouldn't want to be accused of bullying a newcomer from the East Sea." He clenched his fist, iron body activated instantly, and his arm took on a hard metallic luster. From his stance, he intended to take down Imoku in one move and make a name for himself. The surrounding people gathered into a small circle. Some waited to see Imoku humiliated, others watched with cold arms folded. Smoker's frown deepened. Taina also leaned forward slightly, her eyes holding a hint of curiosity. No one noticed the glint of mockery flashing in Imoku's eyes. "Trying to establish authority at my expense. You've picked the wrong person." He slowly raised his hand, assuming a defensive stance. "Well, since I can't avoid it, I'll play along with you." Imoku had intended to keep playing the fool. Lying low and biding his time was the strategy he had set before coming to headquarters. But seeing Ka-Air's arrogant, nose-in-fear demeanor and hearing the relentless jeers from the crowd, he suddenly felt utterly weary. What was the point of hiding and pretending? Every day some random rabble would come looking for trouble, and he had to hold back his strength and put on a show. How exhausting. So what if headquarters was full of prodigies? Did they really think he was a pushover who had sneaked in through Ka-Pu's connections? Imoku cracked his wrists, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "All right. Since you insist on forcing my hand, I'll show you something today. Ready?" Ka-Air clenched his fists. "I won't go easy on you." Before his words faded, he stomped the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, his fist whistling straight toward Imoku's face. Cheers erupted from the onlookers. "Ka-Air is so fast." The newbie is doomed. But the next second, a swish. Moke's figure vanished from where he stood. Kai's punch hit nothing, but air sending him stumbling half a step forward, his arrogance instantly frozen. Where is he? Too slow. A light, airy voice sounded from behind him. Moke stood just half a step away, casually tapping his shoulder. Shave. So fast it left only an afterimage. The entire crowd erupted. What the hell? Was that Shave? His speed is way faster than Kai's. Kai's face flushed crimson, both shocked and furious. He spun around and swung his fist in a sweeping arc. You're asking for it. Moke stood his ground, not dodging. Just as the fist was about to strike his chest, he shifted his body slightly, like a piece of paper caught in the breeze, not even letting his clothes be touched. Paper art. Kai threw punch after punch, each one fierce and powerful, yet he couldn't even graze Moke. The more he fought, the more frantic he became, his breathing growing ragged. Stop dodging. Take my punch, Heaton, if you dare. As you wish. Moke chuckled softly and suddenly halted. He crossed his left arm, and iron body instantly hardened it. Clang. Kai's fist slammed into his arm with a metallic clang, a dull reverberation echoing. Moke stood unmoved, not even a tremor. Kai, on the other hand, was knocked back 2 steps, his fist numb, his face pale. The same iron body, yet the hardness was worlds apart. Is that all? Moke raised an eyebrow. Before the words faded, he tightened his fingers and thrust out a gun finger with ferocity. Uft. The tip of his finger pierced the air so fast it was but a blur. Kai had no time to dodge, could only desperately raise his arm to block. A soft thud. The gun finger struck precisely on the outer side of his forearm, the force penetrating to the bone. Kai hissed in a sharp breath, his arm instantly going limp, his face white with pain. Before he could recover, Moke lifted his right leg and swept out a tempest kick. A pale white crescent flew with a howl, grazing just past his shin. Bang! Kai was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, sliding 2 meters before stopping. 1 shave, 1 paper art, 1 iron body, 1 gun finger, 1 tempest kick. 5 moves. Clean and decisive. The once arrogant genius from the West Blue was now lying on the ground. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Everyone stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed as if they had seen a ghost. Was this a newbie from the East Blue? His mastery of the 6 styles was even smoother than theirs after 2 or 3 years of training. Those who had mocked him just moments ago now had their faces thoroughly slapped. Kai pushed himself up off the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were a mix of shock, anger, and defiance. I haven't lost yet. He gritted his teeth, struggling to rise and continue fighting. Moke couldn't be bothered to waste more time. He lifted his head, slightly tapped the ground with his toes. Moonwalk. His entire body leaped into the air, looking down at the people below. Sunlight fell upon him, making the young figure stand tall and imposing. Anyone else think I got in through connections? His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly across half the training ground. No one spoke. Everyone looked up, staring at the youth in midair, their minds blank. Moonwalk. The hardest of the 6 styles, Moonwalk. On his very first day, a 12-year-old from the East Blue, not only had he mastered all 6 styles, but he even pulled off Moonwalks so effortlessly. And they called this coming through the back door. Then what were they? Trash. Smoker stood not far away, the cigar between his fingers, freezing for a moment. He nearly dropped it. He frowned, his eyes fixed on Moke in the air, filled with shock. 12 years old. Perfectly proficient in all 6 styles. Where the hell did that old man cop who dig up such a monster? Tina was also stunned, her pink hair tousled by the wind, without her noticing. She had thought the newbie was merely decent, but this. It was far more than decent. With this talent, he could rank among the top of the entire training camp. Moke slowly descended from the air, landing steadily on the ground. Seeing the dead silence around him, he felt a deep satisfaction. He should have known that crushing his opponents felt this good. Why had he been playing the fool all along? Acting like a coward was nowhere near as satisfying as showing off. Besides, the secret of the clone fruit hadn't been exposed. What was so wrong with being good at the 6 styles? Geniuses were naturally gifted, right? He brushed the dust off his hands and scanned the crowd. He intended to stop there. But then he thought again. Just showing off the 6 styles might not be enough to deter everyone. There would probably still be some blind fools who'd come looking for trouble. Might as well go all out. Moke took a deep breath. With a thought, shush, shush, shush. 3 figures materialized beside him out of nowhere. Identical height, identical face, even the training uniforms were exactly the same. 3 Mokes stood side by side, their aura identical, their eyes synchronized. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was frozen in place, eyes bulging, forgetting to breathe. Three identical people appearing out of thin air. What kind of ability was this? A devil fruit. Ka collapsed on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. The one who had fought him just now was this newbie fighting without even using his devil fruit. If he had brought out these 3 clones together, he would have been beaten to a pulp. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Smoker abruptly tightened his grip on his tin-handled weapon, his expression shifting. Clones. This ability. He instinctively wanted to activate his smoke fruit, but held back. Seeing Imoke's calm demeanor, it didn't seem like he was about to cause trouble. Tina took half a step forward then stopped. She stared at the three identical youths, her brow furrowed. What kind of fruit ability was this? Why was there no mention of it in the intelligence? What kind of monster did Vice Admiral Kapu send in? Imoku paid no attention to the shock around him. He lifted his chin, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, a casual smile on his lips. Weren't you all curious about my skills just now? Now you've seen it. Anyone else wants to come up and give me some pointers? His voice was clear, carrying the brashness of youth, yet no one thought him arrogant. The three clones stood silently by his side, the aura overwhelming. The trainees who had been buzzing with gossip now hung their heads, not daring to breathe. Pointers. Pointers, my ass. Go up and get beaten up. He had casually shown a fraction of his ability, and it was already more than they could achieve in years. Whoever went up would only embarrass themselves. Among the crowd, a few who had mocked him the loudest turned pale. Their hearts raced. Oh no, they had been so loud earlier. Would he hold a grudge? How would they survive in the training camp from now on? Just then a low, raspy voice came from the entrance of the training ground. Enough with the ruckus. Everyone shuddered and turned around in unison. Zafa stood there. No one knew how long he had been watching. His face was dark, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixed directly on Imoku. No one knew how long he had been standing there, or how much he had seen. The air instantly dropped to freezing point. The trainees were all silent, not daring to lift their heads. Smoker and Tina immediately straightened up, their expressions serious. Imoku's heart skipped a beat. Damn, he had shown off too much, and now the real boss had appeared. Zafa hated arrogant, flashy types the most, didn't he? With a thought, the three clones vanished without a trace. He stepped forward, lowered his head, and put on a repentant posture. Reporting, instructor. We were just sparring among trainees, not causing trouble. Kair also scrambled to his feet and echoed. Zafa didn't say a word. He just stared at Imoku. After a few long seconds, he finally spoke, his tone unreadable. Imoku. Here. This afternoon in the practical combat session, you will fight Smoker. As the words fell, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Smoker. The assistant instructor. A captain-ranked officer. A Logia-type smoke fruit user. A newbie fighting Smoker. Was this? All eyes were on Imoku. Some sympathetic, some gleeful, some curious. He had just shown off the 6 styles and his clones, and now he was going up against Smoker. The newbie's good days were probably over. Imoku was also a little surprised. Fight Smoker. Me. Alright. This was a perfect chance to test the depth of Smoker's smoke fruit, and see how his current strength compared to a headquarters captain. He lifted his head, and answered clearly, yes, instructor. Zafa gave him a long, deep look, then turned, and walked away without another word. His back was still straight, but no one knew what he was thinking. The crowd slowly dispersed. But the way they looked at Imoku had completely changed. From the initial contempt and doubt, it had turned into all wariness and a hint of curiosity. No one dared to mention the words backdoor anymore. The newbie from the East Blue had made a name for himself in one battle. The morning training continued as usual. Yet everyone's mind was already drifting to the afternoon spar, their movements frequently distracted, eyes darting toward Moke. Moke, however, remained calm and composed, carrying on as if nothing had changed. He ran his laps, practiced the 6 powers, and maintained his rhythm without a single misstep. But in his mind, he was calculating Smoker was a Logia user, ordinary physical attacks were useless. He would need armament Haki. He had been cloning Bogate's swordsmanship for so long that it was time to put it to the test. As for the 3 cloned devil fruit abilities, the buffalo fruit, the gum fruit, and the smoke fruit, he would refrain from using them for now. After a 1-hour lunch break, the afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. The combat training ground was surrounded by layers upon layers of spectators. All the trainees had come, and even a few logistics veterans gathered to watch the excitement. Everyone wanted to know whether this East Blue prodigy who had appeared out of nowhere could last 10 moves against Smoker. Moke walked to the edge of the field and gestured to a trainee holding a sword. Brother, lend me your sword. The trainee was stunned for a moment before hurriedly handing over his standard issue sword, stammering, here you go. Be careful. Moke took the sword, weighing it in his hand. An ordinary navy longsword with just the right balance. He casually twirled it, his movements sharp and elegant. He had been practicing Bogate's Iaido for over a year with his clone, putting in extra hours every night. Today he would finally test its true effectiveness. In the center of the field, Smoker was already standing, a cigar dangling from his lips, each hand gripping a 10-pronged weapon. He eyed the sword in Moke's hand and frowned. You can use a sword too. I dabble. Moke smiled, taking his stance with the sword. Lieutenant Smoker, please go easy on me. Let's talk. Smoker snorted. The moment the words left his mouth, he moved. Virum, A blinding white mist burst from his body, surging across the entire field like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, half the training ground was engulfed in thick smoke, visibility plummeting to less than half a meter. The trainees on the sidelines erupted into commotion. Here it comes. A Logia. That's just unfair. How can you fight when you can't even see? The rookie is doomed. Deep within the smoke, Moke stood still, unmoving. He slowly closed his eyes. Observation Haki silently spread out like an invisible net extending through the gaps in the smoke. The flowing wind, the fluttering breath, Smoker's rapidly moving figure. Every sound and movement was clearly reflected in his mind. Trying to ambush me with smoke. How naive. A sound of breaking wind came from the left. Smoker's figure was hidden in the smoke, his 10-pronged weapon thrusting with fierce force straight at Moke's chest. Fast, precise, ruthless. Just as the weapon was about to strike, Moke moved his feet. Shave. His figure vanished from the spot. The 10-pronged weapon struck empty air. Smoker frowned, about to change his stance when a sound came from behind him. Clang. Moke's sword slashed horizontally, crashing against the 10-pronged weapon. Sparks flew. Smoker felt his arm go numb, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. He whirled around, his eyes wide with shock. Precise targeting, even within the smoke. Was this? Observation Haki. Not bad. Smoker growled, raising his left hand. Several whips of condensed smoke lashed out from thin air, striking at Moke's limbs like venomous snakes. Moke's feet never stopped. He adopted the paper art form, his body drifting like a leaf in the wind, weaving through the gaps between the smoke whips. The whips cracked against the ground, raising dust, yet they couldn't even touch his clothes. Just dodging. Smoker roared, fully elementalizing his body into a mass of smoke, surging instantly before Moke. His fist, shrouded in smoke, slammed toward Moke's face. This time Moke didn't dodge. He raised his left arm, activating Iron Body at full power, and in an instant a layer of pitch-black armament Haki covered his entire arm. Boom. Fist and arm collided with a thunderous thud. Moke took half a step back, standing firm. Smoker, on the other hand, was thrown off balance, his elemental form flickering. Armament Haki. His heart sank. This kid not only mastered all 6 powers, but had also grasped the basics of armament and observation Haki. At 12 years old. What a joke. My turn. Moke chuckled softly. He twisted his wrist, the long sword in his hand tracing a cold gleam. Bogate's swordsmanship had no wasted movements. Thrust, slash, sweep, cut. Each strike was swift and deadly, carrying a chilling, killing intent. Smoker retreated step by step, his 10-pronged weapon blocking with increasing difficulty. Relying on his Logia elementalization, he deliberately refrained from dodging several times, expecting the sword to pass through him. But at some point Moke's sword had been coated in a faint layer of black. Armament Haki infusion. Shush! The blade grazed Smoker's shoulder. Instead of passing through, it left a solid gash. SSS. Smoker sucked in a sharp breath, leaping back abruptly. A burning pain seared his shoulder. Real, tangible physical damage. He stared at the sword in Moke's hand, his expression darkening completely. Armament Haki coated on a weapon. This level of proficiency was not that of a rookie. The sidelines erupted. Holy crap. Armament Haki infusion. He can actually injure Lieutenant Smoker. This swordsmanship is brutal. Everyone craned their necks, eyes wide. They had expected a one-sided beatdown, but instead it was a close match. No judging by the momentum, Moke seemed to have the upper hand. The smoke gradually thinned. Smoker stood opposite, his breathing slightly heavier, the wound on his shoulder aching faintly. He knew he had underestimated his opponent. If this continued, he might actually lose to a rookie. I underestimated you. Smoker spat his cigar onto the ground, his gaze turning cold. From now on I won't hold back. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide. Smoke prison. Rumble. A massive surge of smoke billowed up, forming thick walls that pressed in on Moke from all directions. The range was so vast that there was no place to dodge. This was Smoker's signature move. Once trapped, even breathing became difficult, leaving the victim helpless. The sidelines fell silent. It's over. Smoker was serious now. There was no way the rookie could break this technique. Moke watched the oncoming smoke, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Finally getting serious. All right, time to show them something. He focused his mind. SH. 3 figures materialized beside him without warning. Identical faces, identical swords, even the same look in their eyes. 3 clones plus the original formed a 4-cornered formation. Trying to surround me. Moke chuckled. Let's see who surrounds whom. Before the words died, all 4 figures moved at once. Moonwalk. All 4 launched into the air simultaneously from 4 different directions, tearing through the top of the smoke prison. Then they dove down. The original charged straight in with the sword, drawing Smoker's attention. 2 clones flanked from left and right, unleashing finger guns to seal off all escape routes. The last clone circled behind, executing a tempest kick horizontally. 4 against 1. An all-directional flawless pincer attack. Smoker's face changed in an instant. He had never faced such a tactic. One was troublesome enough, but 3 more. He frantically elementalized to dodge his 10-pronged weapon, blocking left and right. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sharp sounds rang out. He blocked the original's sword from the front, parried the clone's finger guns from both sides, but the Tempest kick from behind was unavoidable. Boom. The Tempest kick struck him solidly in the back. The force of armament Haki penetrated deep into his body. Smoker staggered forward 2 steps, a metallic taste rising in his throat, nearly vomiting blood. He spun around, glaring at the 4 Mokes, his eyes a mix of shock and fury. What kind of devilish ability is this? A clone fruit. He had never heard of such an absurd clone fruit. Not only did the clones have physical substance, but they all mastered the 6 powers and Haki. How is that possible? Sword flashes, finger guns, Tempest kicks, iron fists. A deluge of attacks rained down. Smoker gritted his teeth, fighting. Sword flashes, finger guns, Tempest kicks, iron fists. A deluge of attacks rained down. Smoker gritted his teeth, fighting back with all his might, turning his smoke into shields, whips, and spikes in a desperate defense. But the 4 Mokes coordinated flawlessly, their offense and defense seamless, leaving not a single opening. He grew more exhausted with each passing moment, his stamina draining rapidly. If this continued, losing was only a matter of time. Just as Smoker, gritting his teeth, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique with all his remaining strength. Stop! A low voice rang out from the sidelines. The sound was not loud, yet it clearly overpowered all noise. The assault halted instantly. All 4 Mokes withdrew simultaneously, the clones dispersing in a flash. Moke stood still, sword in hand, breathing steady, his face neither flushed nor winded. Smoker crouched, leaning on his 10-pronged weapon, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring down his face, utterly disheveled. Zephyr walked slowly into the field. He glanced at the wound on Smoker's shoulder, then at the sword in Moke's hand, its armament Haki still lingering. His gaze was deep, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The entire field fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the chief instructor to speak. After a few seconds, Zephyr finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Spar ended. Moke wins. The moment the words fell, the crowd erupted. 1. A rookie beat the assistant instructor. A 12-year-old from East Blue defeated Lieutenant Smoker, a Logia user. Everyone went wild, their chatter nearly lifting the roof off the training ground. Holy crap. He really won. Did I see that right? Those clones were insane. For against one who could handle that. And it's not just the clones. The 6 powers, both colors of Haki's swordsmanship. Is this kid even human? Monster. An absolute monster. Smoker straightened up, his expression a bit grim, but he didn't make excuses. He wiped the sweat from his mouth and looked at Moke, his voice raspy. You're strong. I underestimated you. You're too kind. Smoker straightened up, his expression a bit grim, but he didn't make excuses. He wiped the sweat from his mouth and looked at Moke, his voice raspy. You're strong. I underestimated you. You're too kind. Moke smiled. If you had gone all out from the start, I might not have won. The words were half courtesy, half truth. If Smoker had fought with everything he had from the beginning, winning would have taken more effort. But a win was a win, and there was no need to be modest. Zephyr stood in the center of the field, waiting for the noise to subside before speaking again. See clearly, everyone. This is what real strength looks like. Don't always think you're the best in the 4 seas like frogs at the bottom of a well. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Moke. Moke, starting tomorrow, you don't need to train here anymore. The field went silent. Some gloated, thinking Moke's arrogance had gotten him expelled. Moke raised an eyebrow. Huh. The next second, Zephyr's words stunned everyone. You'll join the elite intensive class in the same group as Tashigi, and he'll personally mentor you. The moment the words fell, the field was dead silent. The elite intensive class. Personally led by Chief Instructor Zephyr. That was the pinnacle of the training camp, the reserve for future officers. Tashigi, Smoker, and the others were all in this class for further training. A rookie who had just entered the camp on the first day was directly promoted to the elite class with Zephyr as his personal instructor. Moke himself was a bit surprised. Oh, there's such a good deal. Suppressing the exhilaration in his heart, he stepped forward and replied, clearly, yes, sir. Thank you, instructor. The murmurs in the training ground had not yet subsided. Tina walked over with her arms crossed, her pink hair being the most eye-catching feature, a hint of a half-smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Lucky Lieutenant CMO Go went easy on me. Moku smiled with an innocent look. As he spoke, the clone fruit within him silently emitted an imperceptible wave that swept over Tina. Well, Lucky Lieutenant CMO Go went easy on me. Moku smiled with an innocent look. As he spoke, the clone fruit within him silently emitted an imperceptible wave that swept over Tina. Paramecia barrier fruit ability framework, iron barrier generation cage, confinement area, lock and limb restraint. Every detail of the ability was instantly engraved into his mind, from the hardness control of the iron barriers to the formation speed of the cages. All crystal clear. Another practical fruit template acquired. The barrier fruit has strong crowd control capabilities. great for encirclement, trapping enemies, and coordination. In the future, when facing a swarm tactic, just deploy barriers to lock them down and pick them off one by one. Don't give me that. Tina scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Tina knows CMO guest temper well. If he really went easy, he wouldn't have used his smoky cape. She lifted her chin, gesturing toward the deeper part of the training ground. Come on, Instructor Zifa told Tina to take you to the elite class venue. I appreciate it, Senior Tina. Emoka followed. The two walked side by side deeper into the grounds with trainees along the way casting sidelong glances filled with awe. Defeating a lieutenant assistant instructor at the age of 12, this achievement was unprecedented in the entire history of the training camp. The elite class venue was located at the innermost part of the training ground with more space and a fuller set of equipment. Zifa was already standing in the center of the field holding two thickened training iron rods in his hands. He slammed them onto the ground, producing a dull thud. You're here. He raised his eyes and swept a glance over the two, getting straight to the point. First, practice combined attack. Tina will use the barrier fruit for crowd control, and Imoku will be responsible for assault and output. 30 moving targets ahead. Clear them within 3 minutes, and that counts as passing. Across the field, 30 wooden moving targets were already in place, sliding back and forth along tracks at a decent speed. Tina stepped half a step forward and turned to ask Imoku. Tina will handle the locking. You attack. No problem. No problem. Imoku picked up a standard-issue longsword from the weapon rack and assumed a combat stance. Begin. The moment Zifa finished speaking, Tina extended both hands forward, and a black light flashed at her fingertips. Barrier cage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several pitch-black iron barriers materialized out of thin air, cutting across the trajectory of the moving targets, instantly locking the first 8 targets firmly in place, unable to move. The iron barriers were extremely hard. The targets slammed into them with dull thuds, but remained completely still. Meanwhile, Imoku exerted force from his feet. Chafe. His figure suddenly moved, turning into a blur that swept across the field in an instant with continuous flashes of sword light. Puff, puff, puff. 8 sharp, cold gleams cut through the air, and the heads of 8 targets snapped off with a sound scattering, with chips everywhere. Not bad at all. A flicker of surprise passed through Tina's eyes, but her hands did not hesitate in the slightest. She moved with fluid footwork, flicking her fingers repeatedly, sending several dark rays shooting out. One after another, iron barriers condensed out of thin air, interweaving into a net that enveloped the remaining targets. Moke's body moved with his sword, the blade threading through the gaps between the iron barriers, each strike hitting the target accurately. The two, one controlling, one attacking. Their coordination was gradually reaching its peak. However, when they reached the last 5 targets, the situation suddenly changed. The 5 targets abruptly doubled their speed and darted off in different directions. Tina hastily deployed barriers, but was a beat too slow, only locking 2. The remaining 2 slid to the sides, about to exceed the range. Imoka raised an eyebrow and had a thought. 2 clones instantly materialized on the left and right. Shaved. 3 figures swung their swords simultaneously. Crack. The last 3 targets snapped off with a sound. The timer stopped. 2 minutes and 17 seconds, passing the mark. Imoka sheathed his sword, and the clones quietly dissipated. No good. Zifa walked over his brow, furrowed, his tone heavy. Too flashy. Both of them were taken aback. You both think your devil fruit abilities are convenient, don't you? Zifa swept his gaze over Tina, then looked at Imoku. In the future, if you really encounter a master with strong armament Haki, you fruit users will suffer. Tina pursed her lips, but didn't refute. Imoku also remained silent, waiting for what came next. You two team up and attack me with all your strength. Zifa stood in the center of the field, hands behind his back. Let me show you how Haki can break fruits. As soon as he said that, Tina's face changed color. Instructor, this. Just do as you're told. Zifa's voice grew stern. Less chatter. Moke's heart was also pounding. Spar with Zifa. The former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zifa. Wasn't this just asking for a beating? But he was also curious. Just how powerful was top-tier armament Haki? He exchanged a glance with Tina, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Watch out, Instructor. Tina let out a low shout and made the first move. She flung her hands wide open, and black light burst from all 10 fingertips. Barrier triple iron wall. Buzz. 3 pitch-black iron barrier walls rose from the ground, layer upon layer, pressing fiercely toward Zifa. Each iron barrier was twice as thick as the ones used against the targets, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic luster. This was the strongest technique Tina could currently muster. At the same time, Imoku also moved. With a rapid thought, 3 clones materialized simultaneously, making 4 figures, including his original. Go! The clones fanned out and charged at Zifa simultaneously. Some used finger pistol to strike vital points, some swung their swords to slash at his waist, some raised their legs to deliver rankyaku, and one circled behind a fist coated in armament Haki aiming for his back. A full-scale blind spot encirclement. If it were anyone else, they would have been torn to shreds in an instant. But Zifa, standing in the center of the field, didn't even move. Just as the iron walls pressed in and the 4 attacks simultaneously descended, buzz, a heavy suffocating Haki suddenly exploded from Zifa's body. Pure black armament Haki instantly covered his entire right arm, turning his skin a deep ink color gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Black arm. Humph. Zifa gave a cold snort and threw a plain, unadorned right punch. No fancy moves, just a simple fist. Crack. The first iron barrier wall shattered with a sound. The second cracked into countless fissures. The third exploded violently. The triple iron walls under this single punch were no different from paper. The fist momentum didn't diminish, sweeping through the 2 clones that were charging in the front. Thump, thump. 2 dull sounds, and the clones were directly dispersed by the shockwave of the fist, not even able to get close. The remaining 2 figures continued their assault without pause. Imoku gritted his teeth, his long sword coated in armament Haki, thrusting straight at Zifa's heart. Clang. Zifa didn't even dodge, he simply turned sideways and blocked with his arm. The long sword struck the armament Haki on his forearm, sparks flying, without even leaving a white mark. Imoku felt a tremendous force reverberate back through the sword, numbing his tiger's mouth, and the sword almost slipped from his hand. Meanwhile, the attacks of the other clones also missed. Zifa shifted his stance, his movements incredibly fast, and threw 2 backhand punches. Thump, thump. The remaining clones instantly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, only Imoku's original body was left on the field. Imoku's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, is this the armament Haki of an admiral level? That's insane. He pushed off the ground, intending to retreat. Too late. Zifa's fist was already in front of his eyes. The black fist enlarged in his pupils, the oppressive feeling overwhelming. Imoku instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, activating Tekai and armament Haki at full power. Boom! The punch landed solidly. Imoku felt as if he had been hit by a charging rhinoceros. His entire body flew backward, sliding 5 or 6 meters before he managed to stop. His arms were numb and lost sensation, his blood and chi surging. If Zifa hadn't held back 90% of his strength, his 2 arms would have been crippled on the spot. On the other side, Tina was also in a bad state. The moment the iron barriers were shattered, she suffered ability backlash, staggering back 2 steps with a pale face. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The 2 of them together couldn't even last 10 moves against Zifa. Zifa withdrew his fist, and the armament Haki on his body slowly faded. See clearly. He looked at the 2, his tone calm, but each word striking their hearts. No matter how flashy your fruit abilities are against top-level Haki, they're just decorations. Neither of them spoke, silently digesting the impact. Especially Imoku. He had just told Ace that Haki was everything. He never expected to receive the lesson himself today. Compared to Zifa, he now knew what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. That old geezer Garp is no good at teaching disciples. Zifa suddenly looked at Imoku, his tone softening a bit. But for a kid like you to have reached this level under his teaching method, you are indeed a genius. Imoku quickly gathered his thoughts and took the opportunity to ask, Instructor, I have a question I'd like to ask. Speak. My clone fruit, the number of clones and their duration depend entirely on my mental energy. Imoku said half-truthfully. Right now I can at most create 3 clones, and if it goes on for too long my mental energy can't keep up. I want to ask, how can I train to strengthen my mental energy? He didn't mention the clone fruit, using the clone fruit as a cover. Mental energy was indeed his current weakness. The number of clones, cloning, precision, and ability manipulation all essentially relied on mental energy. If he could improve his mental energy, not only could he double the number of clones, but in the future manipulating multiple fruit abilities at the same time would not be a problem. Zifa glanced at him, but didn't suspect anything. Many paramecia fruits consume mental energy. It's normal. There is no shortcut to improving mental energy. He slowly spoke, offering 3 directions. First, deep meditation. Set aside 4 hours every day, eliminate distractions, withdraw your perception inward, and hone your focus. The stronger your focus, the more condensed your mental energy becomes. Second, extreme combat. Zifa paused. Push yourself to the brink. When your stamina is exhausted and your Haki is depleted, your mental energy will be forced to expand. It grows fastest between life and death, but it's also the most dangerous. Third, practice observation Haki simultaneously. He looked at Imoku. Observation Haki is essentially an extension of mental energy. The wider your perception range, and the more accurate your predictions, the thicker your mental foundation naturally becomes. The 2 are the same thing. Training observation Haki is training mental energy. Imoku's heart lit up. Indeed, he had found the right person. Meditation was easy. He could practice it while sleeping at night. For extreme combat, the training camp had plenty of opponents, and observation Haki, needless to say, was already being honed daily. With this training, it was only a matter of time before his mental energy improved. Thank you for the guidance, instructor. Emoku thanked him seriously. Don't talk nonsense. Zifa's face turned stern. For the next week, both of you will put away your fruit abilities. Tina, you are not allowed to use the barrier fruit. Just train in physical techniques and Haki. Emoku, you are not allowed to summon clones. Use only your original body for sparring. When your foundation is solid, then you can use your fruit. Huh. Emoku was stunned. But upon second thought, Zifa was right. A weak foundation leads to instability. With this weak as a foundation, improving his Haki and physical techniques further would be more beneficial. Yes, instructor. The two responded in unison. Zifa nodded and tossed over 2 pairs of weighted wristbands. Wear them. Don't take them off except when sleeping. Starting tomorrow, 50 laps of weighted running in the morning, combat sparring in the afternoon, and 2 hours of meditation at night. If you dare to slack off, you'll go straight back to the regular class. With that, he turned and left. Emoku caught the wristbands, weighed them in his hand. They were not light, at least 10 kilograms per side. He put them on and flexed his wrists. Not bad within his tolerance. Tina also put on the wristbands, shook her arms, and looked at Emoku, a hint of battle intent curling at the corner of her mouth. In the coming week, Tina won't go easy on you. In combat sparring, don't lose too badly. Emoku smiled, drew his sword, and made a flourish. Funny saying, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, the intensity of the training camp was pushed to its absolute limit. Emoku obediently followed Zifa's instructions: no clones, no devil fruit abilities, just wearing weighted wrist guards of 10 kilograms on each arm, relying purely on his physical body to spar with Tina. During the day, they competed in hand-to-hand combat and honed their Haki, striking every blow according to the standards Zifa had set. At night, while others collapsed into sleep, he lay in deep meditation, advancing at an astonishing pace. At first, when sparring with Tina, the two could fight, evenly, a 50-50 split. After 3 days, Tina, without using her fruit, gradually fell behind. By the afternoon of the 7th day, the two had exchanged 100 or so real blows. Tina was forced back step by step, and when she finally withdrew her fists, her forehead was covered in sweat. Your rate of progress is insane. She shook her sore arm, a few strands of her pink short hair damp, looking at Emoku with astonishment in her eyes. Now in pure physical combat, I can barely hold you back. Emoku, leaning against the railing and smoking a cigar, nodded. He had been sparring with Emoku a few times each day, putting in full effort, without any. At first he could still gain the upper hand, but by today, he could only barely manage a draw. It's all thanks to the instructor's teaching. Emoku chuckled and ended his stance. He had been holding back his strength all along. This week was merely gradually revealing the foundation he already possessed. Just as he spoke, Zifa walked over from the other end of the training ground. The old man's tone remained flat, with no words of praise, but the satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. The old man's tone remained flat, with no words of praise, but the satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. I can see you haven't been slacking off. Emoku respectfully bowed. All thanks to the instructor's guidance. Zifa said nothing more, simply dropped a sentence. Starting tomorrow, you can resume devil fruit development training, and turned away. After he left, Tina nudged Emoku's arm and smiled. Nice one. Getting a compliment from the instructor. Hardly anyone in the entire camp manages that. Just lucky. Emoku smiled. As the sun set, the day's training ended. Emoku bid farewell to Tina and walked toward the barracks with a towel over his shoulder. He mused to himself that Emoku had been around every night recently, so he still dared not summon his clone. Once this chain smoker was on night duty, he would sneak out and have a good time. But he hadn't expected the surprise to come so soon. When he pushed open the barracks door, Emoku was squatting on the floor, packing his military backpack. 10-hand uniform, cigar case. He was stuffing them in one by one, looking like he was going on a long trip. What's this? Emoku was taken aback. The transfer order came down. Emoku didn't even look up, his voice still hoarse and low. Station at Logue Town in the East Blue, leaving tomorrow morning. Logue Town. Emoku's heart skipped a beat, and then a surge of joy nearly broke through his composure. Logue Town. The place where the Pirate King began and ended. No, that wasn't the point. The point was, this chain smoker was finally leaving. His nighttime clone training no longer had to be done in secret. They need people in the East Blue. Orders from above. Emoku zipped up his backpack, stood up, and looked at Emoku. You've got good talent, kid. Train hard. You'll definitely represent the new generation of Marines. Reluctance. So sudden. Why the transfer when you're doing? They need people in the East Blue. Orders from above. Emoku zipped up his backpack, stood up, and looked at Emoku. You've got good talent, kid. Train hard. You'll definitely represent the new generation of Marines. He was a cold man, incapable of sentimental words, so that dry statement served as his farewell. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you, my defeated opponent. Emoku teased with a grin. Emoku snorted, but didn't argue. He had been a bit unconvinced the day he lost to Moku, but after a week of sparring, he had long accepted it in his heart. This kid was genuinely strong, losing to him wasn't unjust. He picked up his backpack, took one last look around the room, and pulled open the door. "I'm off." With those two words, his footsteps faded away. This kid was genuinely strong, losing to him wasn't unjust. He picked up his backpack, took one last look around the room, and pulled open the door. "Take off." He was finally gone. Clone idol training restart tonight. Moku had no intention of training in the barracks. After all, it was a shared dormitory. If someone did a night check or passed by and heard noises, the secret would be exposed. He had already scouted the area. Beyond the training camp's back mountain, there was a deserted stretch of rocky beach, spacious, remote, and even patrolling soldiers rarely went there. Perfect for letting loose and integrating his abilities. When late night came and the camp was completely silent, Mo could changed into a light black outfit and slipped out of the window without a sound. With a light moon step, his figure skimmed over the treetops like a shadow heading deep into the back mountain. A dozen minutes later, he reached the rocky beach. Moonlight spilled over the bare rocks. All around was silent save for the sound of the sea breeze. Moku spread his observation Haki and swept the area for miles around. There was not a single living thing. Safe. Finally, I can play without restraint. He flexed his wrists, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He had spent the whole week on basics, and he had a belly full of ideas he hadn't been able to test. The 6 powers of the Navy life return: Ka Pus Iron Fist, Bogard drawing technique, Zay Faz Black Arm. And the 4 devil fruits. He had cloned buffalo fruit, rubber fruit, smoke fruit, and cage fruit. So many good things, just piling them up was useless. He had to blend them together and forge his own style. With a thought, puff, puff, puff. 3 soft sounds, and 3 clones materialized beside him at once. Time to work. At Moku's command, all 4 figures moved simultaneously. Clone No. 1 refined the armament Haki condensation technique of Zay Faz Black Arm, Clone No. 2 experienced the fine control of life, return, Clone No. 3 dissected Bogard drawing technique, pondering how to combine it with the smoke fruit. The main body stood in the center of the field, focusing on experimenting with fusion killing moves. First on the list, smoke fruit plus buffalo fruit. Moku closed his eyes, simultaneously mobilizing both abilities. Smoke slowly billowed from his body, a vast white expanse spreading with the wind. At the same time, the brute force nature of the buffalo fruit infused into it, and the originally loose smoke gained a heavy sense of power. Condense. He shouted low, thrusting his right hand forward. Boom. The rolling white smoke abruptly contracted, instantly transforming into over a dozen massive smoke buffaloes' heads. Lowered horns pointed forward, charging violently at the rock wall ahead. Bam, bam, bam. A series of muffled explosions, fragments of stone flying. The hard rock wall was directly dented with over a dozen shallow pits, dust and smoke filling the air. And those smoke buffaloes, after smashing apart, dispersed back into smoke, spreading through the area and obscuring vision. Not bad. Moku's eyes lit up. This move could serve as both a group charge attack and a smoke screen. A godly tool for team battles. They'll call it remake White Smoke Herd. Next, the second move, rubber fruit plus buffalo fruit. Moku activated the rubber fruit's properties in his right arm, instantly extending it over a dozen meters. Simultaneously, he infused the brute force and hoof strike techniques of the buffalo fruit, tightening the muscles of his entire arm, wrapped in a faint layer of armament Haki. Remake stretch hoof strike. He clenched his fist sharply, and the extended arm shot out like a cannonball. Boom. A boulder half the height of a man was smashed to pieces by the single punch. The force was more than 10 times that of a simple rubber bullet, and it came with a long-range attack property. This move is perfect for a sneak attack. Moku blew on his fist, very satisfied. Third move, smoke fruit plus finger gun. Moku gathered wisps of smoke at his fingertips, compressing again. The originally ethereal smoke was compressed until it was like steel needles gleaming with cold light. He flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen thin smoke needles shot through the air, their speed producing a sharp whistle. They struck the opposite rock wall, burying themselves half a finger deep. Remake smoke gunshot. Moku nodded. Long-range pinpoint attacks, silent and invisible, could be released within the smoke. Hard to defend against. The last move, and the one he anticipated most, smoke fruit plus iron fist fistbone. Moku took a deep breath, coating his right fist with armament Haki in the style of Ka Pus fistbone. At the same time, thin strands of smoke seeped out from between his knuckles, wrapping around the surface of the fist, blending reality and illusion. Remake smoke fist fistbone. He stepped forward, his right fist smashing squarely into the boulder in front of him with a simple plane motion. Whoosh. The fist wind arrived first, the smoke entangled the boulder first. Then the iron fist wrapped in black arm-grade armament Haki struck solidly. Boom. A thunderous roar shook the earth. The half-man-high boulder exploded into fine powder. Fragments of stone mixed with smoke scattered everywhere, filling the sky. Emoku withdrew his fist and shook his hand. The penetrating power of fist bone plus the adhesion and interference of smoke plus the hardness of armament Haki. A triple overlay. The power of this punch was more than double that of his previous pure iron fist. 4 trump card killing moves all fully formed. Now with his cards in hand, even if he encountered a Marine headquarters officer, he had the confidence to take them on. It's really satisfying to develop in secret. He grinned about to have his clones continue refining the details of. Now with his cards in hand, even if he encountered a Marine headquarters officer, he had the confidence to take them on. It's really satisfying to develop in secret. He grinned about to have his clones continue refining the details of the moves and max out his proficiency. After training for over an hour, his observation, Haki, suddenly stirred. On the distant mountain path, 3 rapidly approaching presences were heading toward the rocky beach. Their speed was high and they wore the aura of Marine uniforms, but their route was stealthy, not like a normal patrol. Emoku frowned. In the dead of night, who would come to such a desolate place? With the thought, the 3 clones instantly dissipated and the smoke around him was completely retracted. His figure flickered and he hid behind a huge boulder, holding his breath. The 3 figures soon landed in the rocky beach. The leader was a man with the rank of lieutenant commander, his face dark and sullen. He lowered his voice. Is everything hidden? Don't worry, Chief. Buried deep inside, nobody will find it. Once the heat dies down in a few days, we'll sell it off. We'll never have to worry for the rest of our lives. Emoka hid behind the rock, his heart skipping a beat. Hiding something. Sneaking around in the middle of the night, afraid of being discovered. From the sound of it, were they hiding contraband? Or embezzling loot? He had come out to train, and he stumbled upon this kind of melon. He was debating whether to slip away when the leading lieutenant commander suddenly turned his head, sharply staring at the direction of his hiding spot, and barked. Who's there? Come out. Emoke's heart sank. He had been discovered. Emoke's heart sank behind the boulder. Damn it, he had been discovered after all. He strode out, openly dusted off his trousers, and wore an innocent smile. Sir, don't misunderstand. I'm from the training camp, just took a wrong turn during extra practice. They'll leave now. The 3 men instantly formed a pincer formation around him. The leader, a burly man in a lieutenant colonel's uniform, was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his gaze cutting through Mo-ku like a blade. A brat from Zifa camp. He recognized the training uniform on Mo-ku at a glance. Coupled with his not-so-tall stature, it was easy to conclude that this was the prodigy from the East Blue, who had defeated C. Moj at the age of 12, the talk of the training camp for days. It's me. Moke's mind raced. Run. Taking a bullet in the back would be worse. Fight. 1 headquarters lieutenant colonel plus 2 armed Marines, odds of winning were slim. So I just sneak out at midnight to practice, and I stumble upon the shady secrets of this corrupt official's lackey. What rotten luck. Beside him, a Marine yanked the bolt with a clatter, aiming the muzzle at Moke's head. Chief, he heard us. We can't let him go. You think I need you to tell me? The lieutenant colonel sneered, cracking his knuckles as a layer of jet black armament, Haki, slowly crept up his arm. Since you've seen what, you shouldn't leave your life here. Bang! Bullets streaked with sparks headed straight for his heart and forehead. Moke's feet exploded with bang! Bullets streaked with sparks headed straight for his heart and forehead. Moke's feet exploded with power. Soru. His form flickered violently, leaving only 2 smoking bullet holes in his place. When he reappeared, he was beside the left Marine. A knife hand strike slashed diagonally, precisely hitting the man's wrist. A crisp crack, bone-breaking sounds mingled with a scream, and the Marine's gun clattered to the ground. The Marine on the right tried to swing his rifle around, but Emoka kicked him in the abdomen. With a thud, the man flew back like a sack slammed into a rock and passed out without even a groan. 2 grunts, 2 seconds. Not bad. The lieutenant colonel remained unflustered, stepping forward, crushing loose stones under his boots. Whirlwind fist. He roared, his right fist hurtling forward with a howling wind. The fist wind drove grit against Emoka's face, stinging painfully. Emoka dared not take it, heat sidestepping and sliding away. Thud. The punch struck a boulder, sending stone chips flying. The massive rock was now split down the middle. Emoke's eye twitched. This strength was far greater than C. Mog's in their earlier fight. A genuine headquarters lieutenant colonel was no pushover. He took a deep breath, coated his fist with armament Haki, and seized an opening in the enemy's counterattack to punch at his ribs. Clang. It was like hitting a block of iron. The lieutenant colonel merely staggered, then swung a backhand punch. Emoka crossed his arms to block. Boom. The immense force sent him stumbling back 3 steps, his arms numb. The lieutenant colonel merely staggered, then swung a backhand punch. Emoka crossed his arms to block. Boom. The immense force sent him stumbling back 3 steps, his arms numb. Emoku relied entirely on Soru and Kami to dodge and weave, occasionally countering, but he couldn't break through the defense. In less than a minute, his breathing grew ragged. Dragging this out meant certain defeat. He couldn't hold back any longer. Moke's gaze sharpened. With a flicker of thought, pop pop pop, 3 soft sounds, and 3 figures identical to him materialized on the field. For Moke's encircling from all sides. Clone fruit. The lieutenant colonel's pupils contracted, then he snorted, "What use are numbers? All worthless copies." Moku said nothing. 2 clones charged simultaneously, throwing left and right punches aimed at vital points. The original circled in front, alternating Shirgan and Rankyaku to draw attention. The remaining clone, taking advantage of the chaos, slipped back into the woods and sprinted toward the training camp without looking back to sound the alarm. If no one came soon, he'd be finished here. After a few exchanges, the lieutenant colonel realized something was wrong. These clones all possessed armament Haki and fought in perfect sync. He couldn't suppress them easily. Worse still, one had escaped. Trying to run. He bellowed, his fist wind surging violently as he shook off 2 clones and turned to give chase. Imoka wouldn't let him. Rankyaku, the original, and both clones kicked simultaneously. 3 pale white slashes swept horizontally, sealing off every escape route. The lieutenant colonel had to turn back and block, forced back 2 steps by the slashes. In that instant, the messenger clone had vanished. Damn brat. The lieutenant colonel was utterly enraged, his eyes bloodshot. His armament Haki thickened instantly, and the power of his whirlwind fist surged to a new level. He'll tear you apart first. Bam, bam, bam. 3 consecutive punches. The 2 clones bore the brunt, each shattered by a single blow, dissipating into blue smoke. Moke's original took a glancing blow, his chest aching dully. He flew back 2 steps, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. A sharp pain lanced. The backlash from the shattered clones weighed heavily on the original. He couldn't hold out much longer. Imoka gritted his teeth, his steps unsteady. The lieutenant colonel advanced, a sneer on his face. "No one's coming to save you. Die quietly." He raised his fist high, armament Haki gleaming black. A solid hit would shatter his skull. Imoka clenched his fist, ready to endure severe injury just to buy a few more seconds. At that critical moment, Lindroff stopped. A low, hoarse voice struck the field like a hammer. An overwhelming pressure swept down the mountain path, suffocating all. The lieutenant colonel's fist froze midair. He shuddered slowly, turning his head, his face instantly pale. "ZZ for the chief instructor." 2 figures strode forward quickly. In front was Zifa, clad in black training gear, his face ashen, followed by Tina. The messenger clone had run into Zifa, who was leading a night patrol at the mouth of the mountain pass. Zifa's gaze swept over the mess, then to Moku with blood at his lips, and finally settled on Lindroff, embezzling and then silencing the witness. His voice was low, but each word carried frost. "Lindroff, you've got nerve." Moka heaved a long sigh of relief and sighed. "Finally here." Half a second later, and he'd have had to use his smoke fruit to escape. Lindroff's legs went weak, but he forced himself to argue. "Chief instructor, let me explain. This kid attacked me. I was just defending." "Self-defense." Zifa interrupted, pointing toward the deeper rock pile. "Self-defense? Then why did you bury the fine blade Zhongfeng under the stones?" One sentence exposed everything. The fine blade Zhongfeng, stolen from headquarters armory last week, had been searched for 3 whole days. They never expected it was Lindroff himself stealing it to bury here and sell later when the heat died down. Lindroff's face was ashen. The jig was up, no room for redemption. He gritted his teeth, a vicious glint in his eyes. "Since you found out, then ill fight." He roared, surging his armament Haki to the max, charging at Zifa like a mad bull, unleashing his whirlwind fist with full force. A cornered beast, Zifa stood still, not moving an inch. Only when the fist was inches away did he slowly raise his right arm. Pure black armament Haki instantly coated his entire arm, gleaming with a metallic cold light. "Black arm." Humph. A cold snort. Zifa punched back. Crack. The crisp sound of bone breaking. Lindroff's whirlwind fist was shattered instantly, his entire arm bent backward. He flew back like a broken kite, crashed heavily to the ground, spat a mouthful of blood, and fell unconscious on the spot. One move. A headquarters lieutenant colonel couldn't even withstand a single blow from Zifa. Moke's eyes twitched. That old handsome man was brutal. That black arm's power. He might not match it even after 10 more years of training. But then again, in 10 years, it would be about the time of Zifa, who defected from the Marines, aging and weakened, defeated by Luffy, and then dying under the siege of his own students. A truly poignant fate. Tina hurried to Moke's side, looking him over. "How are you? Are you badly hurt?" "It's nothing, just a few scratches." Moka wiped the blood from his lips and smiled. "Good thing you came in time." Another moment, and I'd have been done for. He sounded dramatic, but inside he was calm. If it came to a life-or-death struggle, he hadn't even used his replicated fruit abilities. He could definitely escape, but it would expose his trump card. Zifa walked over and looked down at him. "Sneaking out for extra practice at midnight." His tone was unreadable. Moke's heart tightened. He couldn't exactly say he was out secretly practicing fruit fusion techniques, could he? He quickly straightened up, putting on a serious face, reporting instructor. I felt my daytime training was insufficient, so I wanted to do extra physical and footwork drills. I stumbled upon them by accident. Zifa stared at him for 2 seconds. This kid was full of tricks and kept things hidden. But he didn't press further, only saying calmly, facing a headquarters lieutenant colonel and holding out until reinforcements arrived. You didn't disgrace the training camp. He paused, then added, from now on file proper night training reports. No sneaking into the deep mountains without authorization. Yes, instructor. Mo-ku quickly responded. At least he wasn't getting punished. Tina had already called in the patrol who tied up the unconscious Lindroff and the 2 Marines securely and dug out the fine blade Zhongfeng from the rock pile. The scabbard was antique. Drawing the blade halfway revealed a piercing cold gleam, truly a rare fine sword. The armory case is finally solved. Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Could have thought it was an inside job. Zifa nodded and looked at Mo-ku. Tonight's incident counts as a merit for you. Come to my office tomorrow morning. Mo-ku's eyes lit up. A reward. Could it be this fine blade? He was overjoyed inside and quickly replied, yes, sir. Thank you, instructor. Early the next morning, as soon as morning training ended, Mo-ku was summoned by the assistant instructor to the chief instructor's office. His mind was already racing with calculations along the way. Last night, he had not only uncovered Lindelof's act of stealing from the very place he guarded, but also used his clone to inform Zifa to hold out until reinforcements arrived. There was definitely merit to be claimed. He just wondered what kind of reward Zifa planned to give. Surely it couldn't be just a few words of verbal praise. That would be far too stingy. He knocked on the door, and Zifa's deep voice came from inside. Enter. Pushing the door open, the office was sparsely furnished. A desk, a row of weapon racks, and a map of the headquarters waters hanging on the wall. Zifa sat behind the desk, idly toying with a sheathed blade. The sheath was a deep brown, simple and elegant. It was the superior grade sword Zhongfeng seized last night. Zifa sat behind the desk, idly toying with a sheathed blade. The sheath was a deep brown, simple and elegant. It was the superior grade. Zifa sat behind the desk, idly toying with a sheathed blade. The sheath was a deep brown, simple and elegant. It was the superior grade sword. The case is closed, and I requested to take it. He paused, his tone flat. I specialize in fist techniques. My swordsmanship is only rudimentary. Leaving this blade with me would be a waste. You have a foundation in swordsmanship. It's just right for you. Mo-ku's heart leaped with joy. He was actually being given a sword. A superior grade sword. There were only a few such treasures in the entire East Blue. His previous standard-issue iron sword was nothing but a fire poker compared to this. He didn't hesitate. Reaching out, he took the sword. Its weight felt perfectly balanced in his hand. Thank you, instructor. Mo-ku's eyes narrowed into happy slits. He'll treasure this blade. Zifa watched him, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly spoke. I'm quite curious. Mo-ku's heart skipped a beat. At just over 10 years old, you've mastered the 6 powers, entered the threshold of Haki, and have solid techniques in both swordsmanship and boxing. Zifa said slowly. Even if Garp taught you personally, a year wouldn't be enough to achieve this. What's the secret behind your clone fruit? Mo-ku scratched his head, putting on an honest expression. Instructor, it's actually nothing special. It's just that my clones are a bit different from ordinary ones. The clones I create can train independently, and the insights they gain all converge back to me. It's like having several people practicing the same technique at once. Naturally, progress is a bit faster. This was half truth and half fiction. It was true that the clones could train, but the core secret, that the clone fruit could replicate an opponent's entire skill set, was something he would never reveal. Zifa raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Synchronized training and shared insights. He had seen many clone-type fruits before, mostly used for combat illusions, but never one that could aid in training. This ability was indeed rare. More or less, Mo-ku quickly nodded. But it consumes a lot of mental energy, so I don't dare create too many clones for training at once. Zifa studied him for a few seconds before pressing no further. Everyone had their own secrets. As long as his heart was with the Marines, there was no need to pry into every detail of his abilities. All right, go ahead. He waved his hand. Use the sword well, and don't neglect your swordsmanship. Yes. Mo-ku, holding the blade, left the office in haste. When he reached a quiet corner, he finally drew the sword. With a clear ring, a cold gleam flashed. The blade was long and narrow, its edge shimmering with a faint chill. Truly worthy of a superior grade sword. Just looking at it, it was terrifyingly sharp. Mo-ku casually twirled the sword, and Bogard's military swordsmanship template ran through his mind. He twisted his wrist, and the moves, slash, chop, thrust, flick, flowed like water. The blade's wind swept past, and the nearby grass blades were cleanly severed in two, the cuts perfectly smooth. Excellent blade, Mo-ku couldn't help but praise. Holding the sword, a thought suddenly struck him, the black sword. Like Hawkeye's black sword knight, which had been infused with armament Haki over years, turning into a permanent black blade. Not only did it double in hardness, but it also carried Haki damage with every strike. The mere thought was cool. No time like the present. He gripped the handle tightly, concentrated, and armament Haki seeped from his palm into the blade. A dark hue slowly crept over the steel, spreading from the hilt toward the tip. At first it went smoothly, but when it reached about a third of the way it became sluggish. Emoku gritted his teeth and increased the output, forcing the entire blade to turn black. However, after only a dozen seconds, he felt the strain. He released his power, and the black instantly faded, the blade returning to its original cold white. Of course it's not that simple. Emoku shook his tired arm, understanding. Forging a black sword was no easy feat. It required years of nurturing with Haki to fully integrate the armament into the blade's material. With his current level, still unable to cover his entire body with armament, he was far from achieving a black sword. Alright, take it slow. He sheathed the sword, not in a rush. You have to eat your meals one bite at a time, and strength must be built step by step. With a superior grade sword as a foundation plus the cloned swordsmanship template, owning a self-forged black sword was only a matter of time. The morning training proceeded as usual. With the new blade, Emoku's performance in swordsmanship class became even more dazzling. Even the instructor in charge of the class nodded, frequently remarking that the lad had astonishing insight. Emoku remained humble on the surface, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. The afternoon training ended with the sunset painting half the sky crimson. Emoku wiped his sweat and headed toward the barracks. Just as he stepped out of the training ground, his footsteps halted. A familiar figure leaned against the wall. Dressed in a vice admiral uniform, munching on a rice cracker, hands shoved in his pockets. It was none other than Kapu. But strangely, the old man's usual carefree demeanor was gone. His brow was furrowed, and he had even forgotten to chew his cracker. Emoku's heart dropped. Something was wrong. Kapu wouldn't make a special trip to the training camp with such an expression. He quickened his pace. Old man, why are you here? Kapu looked up at him, swallowed the cracker, and his voice was much heavier than usual. Emoku. He turned and walked toward a secluded spot by the shore, his back radiating a heavy weight. Emoku's heart pounded. For Kapu to look like this, something must have happened in the East Blue. AIC, Luffy, or Sabo. A terrible thought surged through his mind. When they reached a deserted stretch of rocks, Kapu stopped and turned around. He stared at Emoku, silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a low voice. I just received word from the East Blue. That boy Sabo sneaked out to sea on his own. Emoku's heart sank. It had come. What was meant to happen had finally arrived. His ship had just left the waters of Goa Kingdom when it ran into a celestial dragon's fleet. Kapu's fists clenched with a crackling sound. The celestial dragons ordered the cannons to fire. The ship was blown to pieces. Search teams have been looking for a day. No sign of him alive, no body found. For now, he's listed as missing. After saying this, Kapu sighed and patted Emoku on the shoulder. I've already sent more people to search. All the coastal marine bases are mobilized. Don't take it too hard. As long as there's no body, there's still hope. Emoku stood frozen, his face pale, his fingers clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. He looked as if he had been dealt a massive blow, his entire body rigid. So it was true. The inertia of the plot was greater than he had imagined. He had specifically warned Sabo before leaving to watch his timing, and if necessary to return to his noble family and lie low. He had reminded him to consult AIC and Luffy about matters. But fate still caught up. He knew what came next. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and Kapu's own son, had been there at the scene. Sabo would be rescued by Dragon, likely losing his memory and grow up with the Revolutionary Army. He was alive, but would vanish for many years. Even so, hearing the news still made his chest tight. The younger brother he had spent a year with. That clever, responsible, golden-haired boy who helped keep the other two monkeys in line. Even knowing he wasn't dead, that he would walk a different path, the thought of him experiencing an explosion, losing his memory, and being separated from AIC and Luffy made Emoku's heart ache. For a moment, he wondered if he had stayed in the East Blue, could he have prevented this? But he quickly shook his head. It couldn't be stopped. This was the will of the world line, Sabo's destiny. And the Celestial Dragon's route wasn't something he could alter. The torrent of the plot was not something his current strength could redirect. I understand, old man. After a long pause, Emoku spoke in a low, hoarse voice. He lifted his head, suppressing his emotions, and looked at Kapu. Do AIC and Luffy know? Not yet, Kapu said gravely. Dayton is keeping it from them first, afraid those two will act rashly and run off searching. I understand. Emoku took a deep breath, gazing out at the distant sea. The sunset dyed the ocean gold, and red waves crashing against the rocks, shattering into white foam. Sabo's incident was like a pebble dropped into his heart, stirring countless ripples. He was now even more aware of one thing. His current strength was still far too weak. So weak that he could only watch the fate of those around him unfold, powerless to change it. What good was knowing the plot? Without sufficient power, he didn't even have the right to intervene, let alone alter destiny. This time Sabo was lucky, Dragon had saved him. But what about next time? The Summit War of AIC. The life and death crises Luffy would face later. He couldn't rely on luck and others to save him every time. Mo could tighten his grip on the sword sheath. Become stronger. He had to grow stronger faster. Strong enough to stand before those great figures to protect those he wanted to protect, to forcibly reverse the events he didn't want to happen. Kapu watched the boy's tense profile and said nothing. He could feel that the youth's aura had suddenly become much heavier. Previously there was still a hint of youthful frivolity, but now something weighty had been added. Alright, don't dwell on it. Kapu patted his shoulder again. Just train hard under Zifa and focus on improving your strength. Previously there was still a hint of youthful frivolity, but now something weighty had been added. Alright, don't dwell on it. Kapu grunted, then pulled out a bag of rice crackers and handed them to him. Here, have some. Don't look so gloomy. A soldier has to eat first, even if the sky— Emoku took the crackers, opened them, and ate one. The salty, savory flavor spread in his mouth, easing the tightness in his chest a little. They chatted a bit more, then Kapu said he had military duties and left. Emoku stood by the rocks, letting the sea breeze blow over him for a while. Darkness gradually crept in, and the lights of the headquarters lit up one by one in the distance. He looked down at the zhongfeng in his hand, then raised his head toward the direction of the east blue. Sabo, good luck. When we meet again, I hope, we'll both have grown strong enough. Summer of 1512 in the Sea Circle calendar. At the elite training ground behind the Marineford training camp. The moment the black fist wind struck solid, the ground erupted with a thunderous blast. The soles of his boots carved 2 shallow furrows into the hard earth before he finally stabilized, his forearms tingling with numbness. Opposite him, Zifa withdrew his fist, the pure black armament Haki slowly— The soles of his boots carved 2 shallow furrows into the hard earth before he finally stabilized, his forearms tingling with numbness. Opposite him, Zifa withdrew his fist, the pure black armament Haki slowly fading from his entire right arm. The soles of his boots carved 2 shallow furrows into the hard earth before he finally stabilized, his forearms tingling with numbness. Opposite him, Zifa withdrew his— Yes, instructor. Mock gasped in response, wiping the sweat from his brow. The 7 identical figures beside him dissipated silently into wisps of smoke, leaving no trace. A full year. From 3 doppelgangers when he first entered the camp, to the stable 7 now, each capable of independently executing the 6 powers and coding with armament Haki. The hardship behind this achievement was known only to him. Throughout this year, Zifa had never eased the intensity of Mock's training. Every morning 50 laps with weighted gear were just the appetizer. The morning was dedicated to refining the 6 powers with specialized drills. The afternoon brought live combat sparring, starting from being beaten until he couldn't get up to now leading 7 doppelgangers and surviving over 100 exchanges under Zifa's onslaught. Plus 2 hours of deep meditation every evening, without fail, which greatly enhanced Mock's mental fortitude. His doppelgangers grew from 3 to 5, then broke through to 7. Now, even with all 7 doppelgangers dispersed in battle, he could maintain a calm mind and control them with ease. Again, Zifa gave him no time to rest, bellowing as he charged forward once more. The black arm once again coated his arm, his fist hurtling straight for Mock's face. Mock's eyes narrowed. Divide. 7 doppelgangers materialized instantly, and together with the original 8 figures fanned out. Some met the fist heat in, some flanked from the side, some circled around for a surprise attack, and some kicked out Rankyaku. Fists, feet, finger guns, and blade edges. Attacks came from all directions, sealing every angle of Zifa's evasion. This was the killing move he had honed for half a year, Shadow Octastrike. The original plus 7 doppelgangers, 8 attacks landing precisely on the same point, their damage stacking layer upon layer. Against an opponent of the same level, 1 hit would either kill or gravely wound. But the opponent was Zifa. The former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zifa. Humph. A cold snort. Zifa neither dodged nor blocked, sweeping his right fist in an arc. The black armament Haki burst forth as a semicircular shockwave, exploding outward with a roar. The 3 doppelgangers in the lead were struck by the fist wind and instantly dissipated. The remaining 4 attacks landed on him like mere tickles, failing to even breach the surface of his armament Haki. Humph. A cold snort. Zifa neither dodged nor blocked, sweeping his right fist in an arc. The black armament Haki burst forth as a semicircular shockwave, exploding outward with a roar. The 3 doppelgangers in the lead were struck by the fist wind and instantly dissipated. The remaining 4 attacks landed on him like mere tickles, failing to even breach the surface. Over this year, his combat system had been thoroughly refined. Rankyaku had been condensed into a narrow, sharp air blade named Rankyaku Mountain Splitter. 1 strike could cleave a half-meter thick steel plate in 2, its power more than 3 times that of a normal Rankyaku. Finger gun was no longer a single-point thrust. Instead, he concentrated Haki at the fingertips. Zifa glanced at him sideways. Aiajutsu relies on power stored in the hips. Your hip and waist drive didn't follow through. Relying only on your wrist no matter how fast you cut it's useless. Mach sheathed his blade, understanding in his heart. Understood, instructor. He replied aloud, but inwardly he couldn't help grumbling. When would he ever reach that level? Over this year his combat system had been thoroughly refined. Rankyaku had been condensed into a narrow sharp air blade, named Rankyaku Mountain Splitter. One strike could cleave a half-meter thick steel plate in two, its power more than 3 times that of a normal Rankyaku. Finger gun was no longer a single-point thrust. Instead, he concentrated Haki at the fingertip, maximizing penetration, named Finger Gun Peak Piercer. With armament, Haki ordinary iron armor was like paper. The core close combat killing move fused Garp's Iron Fist Bone Fist with Zifa's Black Arm Haki, which he named Black Arm Iron Fist. One punch combined the tricky penetration of Bone Fist with the heavy hardness of Black Arm, a true heavy single-target killer. In swordsmanship, Aiajutsu Flash specialized in speed, while Aiajutsu Draw and Cut specialized in charged burst, one fast, one heavy. Combined with Shadow Octastrike for coordination, the entire system was complete for frontal group battles, single-point decapitation, and Hitandran tactics. His overt strength was far beyond the rookie level when he first entered the camp. Only a powerhouse of Zifa's caliber could casually break his techniques. Against an ordinary Marine headquarters commander, it was uncertain who would win in a real fight. The sparring session ended, and the sun had climbed to its zenith. Mach sat by the field drinking water, and as he uncapped his canteen, a figure walked over. Tina tossed him a towel, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Not bad, huh? Now you can last 100 moves under the instructor. Lucky break, the instructor was going easy. Mach caught the towel, wiped his sweat, and replied with a smile. After a year together, he and Tina had become quite familiar. At first it was senior and junior teaching assistant and trainee. Training together every day, sparring together, occasionally teaming up for headquarters missions, and over time, they became good friends. Tina was straightforward, unpretentious, and spoke directly, making her easy to get along with. Going easy. Tina has never seen the instructor go easy on anyone. Tina scoffed, sitting down beside him and taking a sip from her canteen. It's just that you're talented and willing to train. Anyone else would struggle to make such progress even after a year. She truly admired him. Entering the camp at 12 in 1 year, he had risen from a rookie to the top of the elite class. Mach smiled and didn't respond. Graduate. Mach was taken aback. He hadn't actually thought about it. Staying in the training camp was fine. He had Zifa's personal guidance, other trainees to spar with, and good food and accommodation. If he graduated and was assigned to a unit, he wouldn't have such a comfortable graduate. Mach was taken aback. He hadn't actually thought about it. Staying in the training camp was fine. He had Zifa's personal guidance, other trainees to spar with, and good food and accommodation. If he graduated and was assigned to a unit, he wouldn't have such a comfortable training environment. He was more inclined to stay a few more years. You haven't thought about it. Tina looked at his blank expression, a bit exasperated. With your current strength, you'll definitely be first in the exam. You could apply for early promotion and be assigned to a unit as a lieutenant right away. A 13-year-old lieutenant. There aren't many in the entire history of the Marines. She said with a hint of envy. It had taken her 5 full years to reach lieutenant. This kid, on the other hand, had that opportunity at 13. Comparing people was infuriating. Mach shrugged and didn't answer. Lieutenant was nothing. His goals were far beyond that. Besides, if he graduated early and went to a unit, it wouldn't be as convenient to secretly develop his power. Just as the afternoon training ended, Zifa's messenger came looking for him. Mach, the head instructor wants you in his office. Mach's heart stirred. He was looking for me. He pondered as he walked, soon arriving at Zifa's office. Report. Enter. He pushed open the door and found Zifa sitting behind the desk reviewing documents. On the desk lay a thick evaluation report with his name on the cover. Seeing him enter, Zifa put down his pen and pointed to the chair opposite. Sit. Mach sat down as instructed, his heart a little uneasy. This posture didn't seem like a reprimand. Could he really be urging me to graduate early? Zifa picked up the evaluation report, flipped a few pages, and got straight to the point. Your strength assessment is out. Comprehensive rating, headquarters commander level. Mach was stunned. Commander. He had estimated lieutenant, but Zifa directly gave him a commander rating. Wasn't that a bit high? He paused, then shifted his tone. But. Mach's heart tightened. Here it comes. The but was the real point. You're only 13 years old this year. Zifa looked at him, his voice growing heavier. Too young. Your mentality, experience, and battlefield experience are still far behind. Strength has arrived, but your mindset hasn't caught up. Sending you to a unit now wouldn't be a good thing. It would harm you. Mach nodded. He agreed with that. He paused, then shifted his tone. But. Mach's heart tightened. Here it comes. The but was the real point. You're only 13 years old this year. Zifa looked at him, his voice growing heavier. Too young. Your mentality experience and battlefield experience are still far behind. Strength has arrived, but your mindset hasn't caught up. Sending you to a unit now wouldn't be a good thing. It would harm you. Mach nodded. He agreed with that. Becoming a commander at 13 sounded glorious, but the foundation was unstable. The military had severe seniority-based hierarchy. How could a half-grown kid suppress a group of veterans? If a tough battle came, lack of experience would easily lead to a fall. Staying in the training camp to polish himself was actually more prudent. So, Zifa put down the evaluation report, looked at him, and said word by word, "I won't let you graduate early. You'll continue staying in the training camp until you're 16. Mach felt a secret joy. Exactly what I wanted. But on the surface he put on a slightly disappointed yet obedient expression. "Yes, instructor. I'll follow your arrangements." Zifa was a bit surprised by his reaction. He had expected the young man to be impetuous and throw a tantrum about not being able to graduate. Instead, he was so composed. He was even more mature than many adult officers. Zifa felt even more satisfied and continued, "I'm not letting you idle. Starting tomorrow, you'll be promoted to training camp teaching assistant. Help with the basic courses for the new recruit class and also participate in the elite class sparring sessions. Teach others while honing your own skills. You learn by teaching assistant." Mach's eyes lit up slightly. This was way better than being a trainee. Teaching assistants had separate barracks, their own training privileges, and access to every batch of talented new recruits. He was overjoyed inside, but kept his face composed as he stood up and gave a crisp military salute. "Yes, instructor. I'll do my best and not let you down." Zifa nodded and waved his hand. "All right, go prepare. Report to the new recruit class tomorrow morning. Don't think that just because you're a teaching assistant you can slack off. Your daily training and assessments are still mandatory. If you relax, I'll still punish you." "Understood." Mach answered promptly, turned, and left the office. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, 2 rows of people stood rigidly in the training camp square. In the front row were over 30 newcomers selected from across the seas, the oldest 15 or 16, the youngest 12 or 13. Each stood with backs straight, faces etched with a mix of tension and excitement. To be admitted into Zifa's genius camp was to be a figure who could strut unopposed across the 4 seas. Yet here all pride was shed, and they dared not even breathe too loudly. In the back row stood several assistant instructors. Tina stood at the far left, arms crossed, her pink hair strikingly vivid in the morning light. Beside her, Moke wore a crisp assistant instructor uniform, his posture upright, yet his brows still carried the youthful greenness of a boy. A 13-year-old assistant instructor, standing there, younger than many of the newcomers. Below, some had already begun to sneak glances at him, murmuring in low voices, "Is that assistant instructor Moke? I heard he's only 13. You're kidding, right? He's 2 years younger than me, and he can be our assistant instructor. Fool, don't you know? He defeated Lieutenant Commander Smoker at 12 and was personally appointed by Chief Instructor Zifa." The whispers were extremely low, but Moke's keen ears caught every word. He kept his expression unchanged, eyes fixed ahead, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. "Silence," Zifa said, striding to the front of the line, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The square, which had held faint sounds, instantly fell into absolute silence. "They'll only say the rules once. In this training camp, only strength matters, not background. Those who can't keep up are eliminated. Those who break rules are eliminated. Those who dare to slack off will be kicked out directly." His voice was not loud, but it struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. The newcomers all stiffened their faces, no one daring to utter a sound. First item upon entering the camp: ability demonstration. Zifa's tone was flat. "Body techniques, 6 styles, devil fruit abilities. Show whatever you have. It's convenient for grouping, and it lets me know where you stand." He raised his hand and pointed to a tall youth in the line. "Binzu." A youth stepped out from the crowd. 15 or 16 years old, tall and lean, dressed in a deep green ninja outfit, a headband covering half his face, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes, with 2 short swords crossed on his back. Moke's eyes twitched. Bins. That name sounded familiar. Taking in the ninja attire and the comical, yet slightly lecherous aura. What the hell? Moke's heart jolted, and he instantly realized. Bins of the Bloom fruit. In the movies, Zifa's right-hand man, a loyal follower who stayed with Zifa for life. How had he entered the training camp so early? On second thought, it made sense. Calculating the timeline, Zifa hadn't yet left the Marines, and these 2 children should have become his disciples around this time. Bins walked to the center of the field, slightly bowing as a salute. The next second, his hands moved rapidly, forming seals, fingers flying so fast they left trails of afterimages. "Shinra no Tsuda," he muttered, bending his knees slightly, then pressing both hands heavily into the ground. A faint green light flowed from his palms into the earth, spreading like water. The next moment, the ground suddenly swelled. Shoo shoo shoo. A dozen thick vines burst from the soil, shooting up like pythons, each as thick as an adult's arm and covered in sharp barbs. Bin snapped his wrist. The vine tips lashed out at the nearby training posts. Bang, bang, Bang! A series of muffled thuds rang out. The bowl-thick hardwood posts were splintered into flying chips, reduced to a pile of debris after 3 strikes. But it wasn't over. He lifted a finger, changing his hand gesture, lightly tapping his knuckles. Flower funeral. Countless pale pink blossoms burst from the vines, petals fluttering in the air, looking soft and delicate, yet their edges were as sharp as frosted blades. Bins twisted his wrist, and the air around him swirled. The petals shot out with the wind, dense as a rain of flowers, striking the steel target board opposite in perfect unison. A crisp ding-ding-ding-dang-dang rang out, leaving a dense layer of shallow pits on the thick steel plate, sparks flying. The entire demonstration was fluid and seamless. All the newcomers were dumbfounded. At the same time, Moke's clone fruit active. A mental wave swept across Bins in the center of the field, spreading along the energy of his fruit ability, instantly replicating the entire ability framework. Paramecia type, bloom fruit ability framework, plant growth, vine manipulation, petal blade root, binding large-scale vegetation, cover underground root travel. A torrent of information flooded into his mind. Moke's breath quickened. The bloom fruit. A top-tier team battle control skill. Large-scale area denial, binding vision obstruction, and sustained damage output. If he ever faced a swarm tactic, he could just grow a dense forest and trap them to death. He wondered how it would stack up against Green Bull's forest fruit. Bins withdrew his ability, the vines slowly retracting into the earth, leaving only faint traces on the ground, clean and crisp. He stepped aside. Zifa nodded slightly, clearly satisfied. Next time, as the words fell, a girl stepped out from the line. 13 years old, slender, with sea blue hair tied into twin tails that hung over her shoulders, fair skin and delicate features. Her eyes held a calmness beyond her years. She walked to the center of the field and gave Zifa a proper bow, instructor. The moment Moke saw her, his heart shook again. Ein of the retreat fruit. In the movie, Zifa's adjutant with a fruit ability so buggy it was absurd. A single touch could reverse age by 12 years, a few more touches, and the person would vanish entirely. A causality level paramecia. Good heavens, was today a wholesale for movie characters. Bins and Ein, Zifa's 2 main disciples, were all present. Moke's heart cheered, his eyes brightening. Not just because of their looks, but because the fruit abilities were simply too tempting. The retreat fruit. He was already looking forward to it. The clone fruit was already stirring with anticipation. Ein didn't act immediately. Instead, she picked up a plump, bright red tomato from nearby and held it in her palm. She raised her right hand, her fingertips wreathed in a faint sea blue glow like scattered starlight flowing at her fingertips. Retreat, she whispered, lightly touching the tomato's skin. The blue light flashed and vanished. The next second, a miraculous scene. The ripe tomato, at a visible speed, lost its red color, turned green, shrank in size, its flesh tightened, and finally transformed into a fingernail-sized green, unripe fruit with not even full seeds. This. All the newcomers widened their eyes. What's happening? The tomato shrank. Time reversal. It's probably only effective on fruit, not on living things. Someone muttered in disbelief, unconvinced. As if hearing this, Ein glanced up, said nothing, and turned to a nearby potted plant. It was a rosebush in full bloom, with sturdy branches, plump flowers, and layers of petals. Ein reached out and gently touched the outermost petal. The sea blue glow flared again, spreading along the petal. The petals rapidly closed and faded from full bloom to tight buds, then from buds to yellow-green sprout points, and finally, the branches themselves shortened and softened, regressing to a newly sprouted seedling. All in less than 3 seconds. A blooming flower had reverted to a state only days after planting. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was stunned. It could truly reverse the living state. Many instinctively stepped back, half a pace, their looks toward Ein changing. This girl, seemingly delicate, possessed such a terrifying ability. Tina also frowned, muttering, this fruit ability is too special. She knew in her heart that an ability capable of interfering with temporal states was rarer than even Logia types. Moke stood beside her, nodding along, but inside, he was already ecstatic. The moment Ein activated her fruit, the clone fruit's wave swept out again, precisely enveloping that sea blue energy. Paramecia type, retreat fruit ability framework, touch-based age regression, 12 years per regression, cumulative effect, state reversal of inanimate objects, biological state, reversal, wound reversal. The complete ability system was instantly etched into his mind, including the energy flow during touch, subtle control of the regression magnitude, and differences in adaptation across species. Moke almost laughed out loud. In the future, when facing an opponent he couldn't beat, he could just touch them and regress them by 12 years, instantly reducing their combat power to a primitive state. Even weapons and ships could have their states reversed with countless applications. Today's newcomer induction was practically a gift delivery for him. Zifa observed the reactions below. Expressionless devil fruit abilities are merely tools. What truly determines strength is the user themselves. No matter how special the ability, if body techniques and Haki can't keep up, it's still useless. These words were spoken to the newcomers, but also to Binz and Ein. Both responded in unison, yes, instructor. Binz Ein assigned to the elite class. Zifa directly ordered. The rest group according to basic test results. Formal training begins this afternoon. Dismissed. At the command, the newcomers scattered in twos and threes, still enthusiastically discussing the two demonstrations. Binz and Ein walked straight up to Zifa, bowing their heads to receive instructions. Zifa gave a few notes, then pointed to Moke. From now on, daily training will be led by Moke. If you have questions, ask him. Both turned to look at Moke, their eyes showing surprise. They clearly hadn't expected the legendary genius assistant instructor to be so young. Especially Ein, who blinked her sea blue eyes, curious, but polite, bowing slightly. Assistant instructor, Moke, he'll be in your care from now on. When Most had left, Tina nudged Moke's arm and said with a smile, Tina congratulates you. Just became an assistant instructor, and you've already got two promising talents. When Most had left, Tina nudged Moke's arm and said with a smile, Tina congratulates you. Just became an assistant instructor, and you've already got two promising talents. Of course, who do you think I am? The Navy's #1 genius, youth, Moke said half-jokingly. Tina rolled her eyes at him, less of the cheek. Instructor Zifa values them. You need to be diligent. Don't worry, I've got it. Moke nodded, his gaze following their retreating figures. Don't worry, I've got it. Moke nodded, his gaze following their retreating figures. Future. But he also knew that later Zifa's arm would be severed, and that the one who cut it, Wibber, would be recruited by the world government as a warlord. Zifa would become utterly disillusioned with the Marines, form the Enyo Marines, and walk an extreme path. And Binz and Ein would follow him unwaveringly until death. Moke let out a soft sigh. He was still too weak to change anything now. But at least during these years in the training camp, he could get along with them well and teach them everything he should. As for the future, he would take it one step at a time. He pulled his thoughts back, turned, and walked toward the training ground. Let's go. Time to prepare for the afternoon training session. Tina responded and walked beside him. In the western training ground of the elite camp, the morning sunlight slanted across the barbed wire. A fierce gale howled within the field, and the crackling sounds of vines lashing out formed a continuous symphony. Binz let out a low shout, slamming his hands heavily onto the ground. A faint green glow seeped from his palm lines into the soil, and in the next instant over a dozen thick vines covered in thorns burst forth from the earth, rising like giant pythons. 3 vines charged forward, lashing and smashing Hedon. 7 flanked from the sides, coiling to trap the enemy. The remaining lurked underground, ready to erupt and bind. The 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, were sealed off airtight. This was a combo he had refined for 3 days, confident he had perfected it. Yet Moku across from him hadn't moved at all. Only when the foremost vine was 3 inches from his face did he lightly tap his foot. Chafe. His figure became a faint blur, slipping diagonally through the gaps of the interwoven vines. The vine lashed past the edge of his clothes, not even grazing the fabric. Is that all you've got? Moke's voice came from the side. Binz's pupils contracted. Without a second thought, he clenched his left hand sharply. The 3 hidden underground vines suddenly erupted, shooting straight toward the sound, their thorns gleaming coldly. Clang. A crisp metallic clash rang out. Moku drew Zhongfeng with a reverse grip, the blade wrapped in a faint layer of armament Haki, and slashed horizontally. A flash of cold light, and all 3 vines were severed cleanly into the cuts, smooth and flat. Before Binz could change his move, Moku had already closed the distance. His index finger pressed together a finger gun, lightly poised an inch before Binz's throat. You lose. Binz froze, then slowly lowered the hand, forming his seal. Beneath his headband, his face was burning. This was already the 7th time today. Every time he made his vines more elaborate, he lost faster. Moku sheathed his blade, leaned against a nearby wooden post, and said flatly, Do you know where the problem lies? Binz nodded, then shook his head. The problem is that you're too flashy. Moku cut to the chase. You spread vines all over the sky. Looks intimidating, but each one lacks power. What's the difference between that and being a stationary target? Binz pressed his lips tight. He had always taken pride in his devil fruit power, believing the bloom fruit was both offensive and defensive strong enough. But these past few days of sparring with Moku, he had been defeated in seconds every time, and his pride was a bit bruised. I'm not saying your fruit is useless. Moku changed his tone, pointing at Binz's ninja attire. You already have a foundation in ninjutsu and movement skills. That's your advantage. From now on, don't just stand there and output. Use the fruit as a support. Vines to block paths, obstruct vision, and tangle opponents' limbs. Rely on your movement to circle behind and strike at close range. 1 bright, 1 dark, 1 faint, 1 real. Binz's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. He had always thought of solving everything with his fruit, neglecting the movement and ninjutsu he was best at. Using vines as cover while his real body sneaked in for an ambush would indeed be much harder to defend against than standing and casting spells. Also, you must keep up with your physical techniques and Haki. Imoku added, no matter how hard the vines are, they can't be harder than armament Haki. From now on, add 2 hours of physical training every day and don't neglect your ninjutsu and movement. Yes, assistant instructor? Binzi nodded firmly. Previously, he had thought that Imoku, being younger than himself, might not have real substance as an assistant instructor. After these days of sparring, he was completely convinced. Alright, practice on your own. He'll go check on AIN. Imoku waved his hand and turned to walk toward the other end of the training ground. He had only taken 2 steps when he saw a small figure squatting by the field. Aquamarine twintails hung over her shoulders, and she clutched a training gun in her hand, propping her chin as she watched intently. It was AIN. Hearing footsteps, AIN immediately looked up her eyes. She stood up, swiftly trotted over and gently tugged at Imoku's sleeve, tilting her face up to ask, Assistant Instructor, Imoku, it's my turn, right? I practiced the footwork you taught me yesterday. Can you see if it's right? The little girl's voice was soft and tender, her hair and swaying as she nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. Imoku's mouth twitched. In his mind, he quickly chanted, I am a big sister faction, I like the gentle type, like Machinua, and the cool mature type like Tina is also fine. Lolis. Not interested at all. Absolutely not a Lilicon. As he grumbled inwardly, he still had to maintain a proper assistant instructor's demeanor. He gently pulled back his sleeve and nodded. Alright, you attack, and he'll defend. Let me see how you've practiced. Okay. AIN immediately hopped to the center of the field and clenched her fists. A faint aquamarine glow began to envelop her fingertips. The reverse fruit was already activated. She took a deep breath, spread her footwork, and charged toward Moko. Her steps were quick and light, her body swaying left and right, trying to find an opportunity to touch Moko. The reverse fruit required contact to take effect. Close quarters was her only way to deal damage. Imoku remained still. When AIN closed in and her fingertips were about to touch his arm, he only slightly turned his body. Paper drawing. His figure resembled a paper sheet blown askew by the wind, perfectly dodging AIN's fingertips. AIN's attack missed, and she instantly changed her move, twisting her wrist to grab his wrist instead. Imoku stepped back half a pace and dodged again. Back and forth over a dozen moves passed. AIN couldn't even touch the hem of Imoku's clothes. The little girl was sweating on her forehead, panting as she stopped, a bit aggrieved. Assistant Instructor, Imoku, why are you so fast at dodging? It's not that I'm fast, but that you have too many openings. Imoku walked over, pointing at her shoulder. When you charge, your shoulder moves first. Anyone can tell which direction you're going at a glance. Also, the reverse fruit requires close contact. That's your biggest weakness. On a real battlefield, no one will stand still waiting for you to touch them. Before you even get close, you might already be hit. AIN lowered her head, fidgeting her fingers. She knew this flaw of hers, but the fruit's ability was like that. She couldn't help it. I'm not saying the fruit isn't useful. It's the way you use it. Imoku bent down, picked up a soft bullet training gun from the ground, and handed it to her. Why do you have to get close? Practice shooting. Attach your reverse ability to the bullets. They'll work the same way when they hit someone. One shot, and the opponent is sent back 12 years. Isn't that better than rushing in and getting yourself killed? AIN's head shot up, her eyes shining. Can it really work like that? She had never thought that a devil fruit ability could be attached to bullets and fired. She had always thought she had to touch with her own hands. Moku said casually, as long as your control is fine enough, you can attach the energy to bullets, throwing knives, or even stones. They'll all work. She had always thought she had to touch with her own hands. Moku said casually, as long as your control is fine enough, you can attach the energy to bullets, throwing knives, or even stone. AIN nodded vigorously, gripping the gun tightly. The disappointment in her eyes was swept away, replaced by fighting spirit. I understand, Assistant Instructor. He'll practice shooting every day from now on. She acted immediately, stepping back a few paces, raising the gun to aim at the moving target opposite. The little girl's posture was still a bit awkward, her shoulders tense, but she was especially earnest. The aquamarine glow spread from her fingertips to the gun, then permeated the bullet. Bang! The soft bullet fired, but it went wide, grazing the edge of the target. AIN didn't lose heart. She gritted her teeth, adjusted her stance, and took a second shot. Imoku stood by and watched, occasionally offering a few words of guidance. Don't raise your arm too high. Keep it steady. Steady your breathing. Don't hold your breath when you fire. AIN was quick to learn. After a dozen shots, her accuracy improved significantly. After another 20+ shots, she finally landed one squarely on the bullseye. I hit it. Assistant Instructor, Imoku, look. I hit it. AIN jumped up with joy, turning to beam at Imoku. Imoku also smiled. Not bad. Keep practicing. You still need to improve your accuracy and speed up your rate of fire. On a real battlefield, no one will give you time to aim slowly. AIN nodded firmly and turned to continue practicing. Imoka leaned against the wooden post watching the two young people training hard in the field, feeling a bit emotional. Come to think of it, these two kids would later become loyal followers of Zephyr, following him for the rest of their lives. Just as he was thinking this, Benzi retracted his vines and walked over his forehead covered in sweat. Assistant instructor, I tried what you said, using vines for cover and movement for a breakthrough. It really works much better. He paused, then finally asked the question that had been bothering him for days. Assistant instructor, you always talk about Haki and armament Haki. Can Haki really block devil fruit abilities? As soon as he said this, AI, who was practicing shooting, also stopped and came over. Clearly she had been curious about this for a long time. They had only heard that Haki was powerful, but how exactly it worked and whether it could truly counter devil fruits no one had ever seen. Imoka straightened up, his expression turning more serious. Yes, and it's the nemesis of most devil fruits. He bent down, picked up a broken vine branch, and handed it to Benzi. Use your fruit to harden it. Benzi did as instructed, activating his ability. A faint green glow flashed, and the vine instantly became as hard as iron, thumping against the ground with a hollow sound. This is the hardest I can make it. Ordinary blades can't cut it. Imoka nodded, extending his right hand. A jet black armament Haki slowly crept over his fingertips, not the deepest shade, but dense and heavy. He pinched the vine between two fingers and applied a little force. Crack! The iron-hard vine was snapped cleanly in two. Benzi's pupils contracted. AI also covered her mouth, her face filled with astonishment. They both knew Imoka had Haki, but seeing him casually snap a fruit-hardened vine was still too shocking. See that? Imoka tossed away the broken branch. Armament Haki is the solidification of one's own life energy, covering the surface of the body or weapons. It can directly strike the real body of a devil fruit user, withstand the impact of fruit abilities, and when trained to a high level, even shatter attacks formed by the fruit. AI was a bit flustered. Then aren't devil fruit abilities useless? Of course not. Imoka shook his head. Haki is a threshold, not invincibility. If a devil fruit ability is developed well enough, it can still overpower Haki. But the prerequisite is that you yourself must have some Haki. Otherwise, if you meet a true expert, they could stand still and let you attack, and you still wouldn't be able to break their defense. Benzi and AI exchanged a glance, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Yes, assistant instructor, they replied in unison. Previously, they had both thought that having a devil fruit made them superior. Today, they finally understood that their own abilities in front of true powerhouses didn't even count as entry level. For the rest of the day, Imoka focused on having them practice the basics, until the sun set and the whistle signaling the end of training blew. AI ran over, wiping her sweat, and handed him a canteen. Assistant instructor, have some water. The little girl's eyes sparkled, her face flushed from exercise, looking especially lively. Thank you for today. I feel like I've learned so much. Imoka took the canteen and thanked her. In his mind, he began reciting again, big sisters are good, big sisters are great, Alolas are just little kids. Despite his inner monologue, he still advised, don't rush to practice when you get back. First massage your arms, or they'll be sore tomorrow. Shooting can't be rushed, just practice for an hour every day. He'll remember. AI nodded vigorously, walking beside him, chattering about tomorrow's training content. Benzi followed behind, not saying much, but listening attentively. The three of them walked side by side toward the barracks, the setting sun stretching their shadows long. Imoka listened to the little girl's questions beside him, feeling a bit helpless, but also amused. She was a bit clingy, but these two kids had great comprehension and were willing to work hard. At this pace, they would achieve the basics of Haki within 6 months at most. Once they combined that with their respective devil fruit abilities, their strength would definitely reach a whole new level. Autumn year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar. 3 months had passed since Imoka was promoted to assistant instructor at the training camp. The daily routine in the valley remained rigid and rigorous. Morning assembly whistle, midday weighted runs, evening sparring sessions, repeating day after day in an endless cycle. Imoka's life was split into two stark halves. By day, he wore the assistant instructor's uniform, drilling the new recruits in the basics of the 6 powers, occasionally stepping in for controlled sparring. By night, he slipped away to the rocky shoals behind the mountain, where his 7 clones worked in unison, honing physical techniques, Haki swordsmanship, and devil fruit fusion all at once. After 3 months, his armament Haki had steadily advanced, the Black Arm Iron Fist gaining another layer of density. Tempest Kick Mountain Splitter could now unleash 3 consecutive flying slashes. Finger Gun Peak Piercer struck with unerring precision. Even the good fast blade Zhongfeng tempered day and night, with Haki now bore a faint dark gleam along its edge, still far from a true black blade, yet several times sharper than ordinary steel. That morning, just as dawn broke, the training camp was unusually assembled in full formation. Zephyr, draped in his justice coat, stood at the front of the training ground, his face heavier than usual. The elite class students lined up at the front with Imo-ku and Tina among the assistant instructors. Everyone knew. A high-ranking officer from headquarters was coming to inspect today. Which commander is it? A new recruit whispered. Who else? The one among the 3 admirals who takes it easy the most. The veteran beside him lowered his voice. Admiral Borsellino, the glint fruit user, one of headquarters' top combatants. Imo-ku's heart jolted violently. Kizaru. Borsellino. He clenched his fist at his side, his fingertips burning hot. A top-tier Logia fruit, the glint fruit. Lightspeed movement photonization, Yasakani Magatama Ama no Murakumo. This was a power at the very pinnacle of the world's combat pyramid. Back when he read the manga before his transmigration, he had been deeply impressed by the sheer absurdity of this fruit. A perfect trinity of ranged melee and escape capabilities. He never expected to encounter it here. As he pondered, a blinding golden light suddenly flashed in the sky, streaking through the clouds like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, the golden light landed on the high platform at the entrance to the training ground. As the radiance faded, a tall figure emerged. It was Kizaru. He wore a bright yellow striped suit, his inner shirt loose with the collar open, a white justice coat casually draped over his shoulders. A pair of frog-like sunglasses covered most of his eyes. He stood with his hands in his pockets, swaying slightly, a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips. An air of casual indolence surrounded him, as if he hadn't come to inspect combat readiness, but had merely taken a detour on a stroll. He exuded an overwhelming presence, except for a slight resemblance to the kindergarten principal from Crayon Shinchan. A Zephyr instructor, long time no see. Kizaru drawled, his voice light and airy, carrying a languid nonchalance. Marshal Sengoku insisted I make a trip, said I should check on how the new generation of seedlings is doing. Honestly, with all the paperwork piling up at headquarters, I still have to hike up the mountain and catch the wind. Save the chatter. Zephyr frowned, though his tone wasn't harsh. They're all here. If you want to see, then see. Don't be so serious. Kizaru chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping slowly across the crowd. From the ordinary recruits to the elite class, and then to the assistant instructors like Tina, his eyes passed over each one. When his gaze landed on Imo-ku, his steps paused for half a second, and behind his sunglasses his eyes narrowed slightly. And in that moment when their eyes met, the clone fruit in Imo-ku's dantian trembled violently, without warning. An invisible ripple spread silently from him, like a stone thrown into a lake, precisely enveloping the Kizaru before him. The next second, a torrent of information surged into his mind, like a flood bursting through a dam. Logia glint fruit. Ability framework photonization. Transforms the entire body into light elements, immune to all physical attacks. Speed reaches light speed. Light speed movement. Steps on light to travel short distance, displacement nearly instantaneous. Light bullet barrage. Condenses photons into explosive bullets, range and power controlled at will. Yada no Kagami. Uses light refraction to achieve multipoint displacement, trajectory unpredictable. Ama no Murakumo. Condenses photons into a light blade, sharpness rivaling that of a great blade, with a complete set of lightspeed sword techniques. Yasakani Magatama. Large-scale saturation light bullet bombardment, devastating area coverage. Laser. Highly concentrated light, piercing attack penetration at the top level. From the core principles of the fruit's operation to the detailed exertion of each technique, to Kizaru's lightspeed combat instincts honed over years of battle. Even his decades of top-tier swordsmanship, the precise cutting, thrusting, slashing, and parrying, the instantaneous slash rhythm, combined with lightspeed displacement, the seamless integration of elementalization and sword techniques, were all perfectly replicated, permanently etched into the depths of Imo-ku's memory. Imo-ku's breath hitched sharply, his heart pounding so violently it seemed ready to burst through his chest. Success. He had truly cloned it. Not only the top-tier Logia glint fruit, but also Kizaru's swordsmanship legacy hidden beneath the fruit's radiance. All within his grasp. He clenched his back teeth, forcing his face to betray no hint of emotion. Outwardly, he stood straight, his expression respectful, as if he were merely an ordinary junior assistant instructor gazing upon the presence of an admiral. But inside, a storm was raging. With this fruit template, he now possessed a top-tier survival trump card. If he couldn't win, he could photonize and flee in pursuit. He could use light speed displacement at range. He could unleash lasers and light bullets. Not to mention combining it with his clones. 7 clones simultaneously unleashing Yasakani Magatama. Just imagining it was absurd. And this admiral-level swordsmanship insight would directly fill the gaps in his own sword path, elevating the power of his Zhongfeng to another level. Oh, Kizaru's voice pulled Imo-ku back from his thoughts. The admiral lifted his chin, pointing at Imo-ku, his tone laced with a playful curiosity. So this is the little genius who beat Smoker at 12 and became an assistant instructor at 13. My, truly remarkable. A monster like this popping out of the East Blue. Zephyr said flatly, his name is Imo-ku. He's my student. Has some talent, but he's young and hot-headed. Still needs plenty of tempering. Needs tempering, huh? Kizaru drew out the words, slowly descending from the high platform step by step until he stood in the center of the training ground. He stopped, turned to face Emoku, a lazy smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Well, I've got time to kill today. How about the little brother spars with me? Let me see just how formidable the genius Zephyr has taught really is. As his words fell, the entire field fell into dead silence. The recruits even held their breath, their eyes wide with shock. A sparring match with an admiral. Letting Emoku fight Admiral Kizaru. This was bullying, wasn't it? Tina frowned and instinctively wanted to speak, but Zephyr stopped her with a single glance. Zephyr looked at Emoku and said in a low voice, Borsalino is a sitting admiral. Being able to exchange a few moves with him is your good fortune. Give it your all, don't hold back. He had his own considerations. Emoku had advanced too quickly in the past 6 months. Smooth sailing for too long would inevitably breed arrogance. Letting an admiral personally suppress him, making him understand the true level of top-tier combat power, might actually be a good thing. Emoku took a deep breath and stepped forward. He reached for the hilt of Zhengfeng at his waist, his fingers tightening slightly. Since Admiral Borsalino is kind enough to indulge me, I won't hold back. He knew, of course, that he couldn't win. But losing didn't mean no gain. Through real combat, he could refine the newly acquired glint fruit template and sword techniques and experience in Admiral's battle rhythm up close. An opportunity money couldn't buy. Moreover, he might not necessarily fall in just a few moves. The crowd quickly retreated to the sidelines, forming a large circle, not daring to breathe loudly. In the center of the field, the two stood facing each other. Kizaru still had his hands in his pockets, slouching lazily. Little brother, I'll let you make the first move. His tone was light, but carried the absolute confidence of an admiral. Emoku didn't stand on ceremony. He knew that against an opponent of this level, politeness was suicide. Forgive my impertinence. With a low shout, Emoku exploded off the ground. Shave. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a blur. At almost the same moment, with a thought, 7 clones materialized around him. 8 figures fanned out in a semicircle, charging at Kizaru from 8 different directions. Some swung swords in horizontal slashes, some thrust with finger guns, some kicked with tempest kick, while others wielded iron fists clad in dark armament, Haki aiming straight for the face. Shadow Eightfold Strike. This was his strongest multi-target burst technique. 8 attacks landing precisely on the same point, stacking damage to devastating effect. A single hit would gravely injure an average lieutenant commander. A muffled gasp rippled through the sidelines. Tina narrowed her eyes. This technique was already far stronger than it had been 3 months ago. But Kizaru merely let out a soft "oh." A cloning fruit. How interesting. Before the words faded, his body suddenly transformed into a blinding golden light, bursting apart with a pop on the spot. The 8 attacks landed simultaneously. Fist, swords, finger gun, tempest kick. All hitting empty air, not even brushing his clothes. The next second, the golden light recondensed into a human form 3 meters behind Emoku. Kizaru turned around slowly back to Emoku and flicked his finger lightly. Whoosh. A tiny golden light bullet the size of a fingertip shot out, moving so fast, it was just a golden thread. In the instant it appeared, it was already at Emoku's back. So fast. Emoku's hair stood on end, his observation, Haki screaming a warning. He didn't have time to turn around. He stomped out a moonwalk, his body jerking sideways by half a foot. Sizzle. The light bullet grazed past his shoulder, the searing heat instantly scorching the fabric of his uniform. The bullet continued unabated, slamming into a distant rock wall and blasting a half-meter deep crater, sending debris flying. One move, just a casual flick. Emoku landed, his heart racing. So this was light speed. Facing the speed of light, his observation, Haki could foresee it, but his body simply couldn't keep up. After all, he hadn't cultivated the ability to foresee a brief future like Katakuri. Moke's heart raced. If he hadn't shifted half an inch earlier, that attack would have pierced his shoulder. Oh my, dodged it. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his tone. Little brother, your observation, Haki, is quite impressive. Even as he praised, his hands never stopped. He raised a finger lightly, and a brilliant light gathered at the tip. Yasukani no Magatama. A hum echoed as countless golden light bullets materialized, dense as a storm, raining down upon the entire area where Moke stood. The range was so vast that there was nowhere to hide. Scatter, Moke muttered. The 7 clones simultaneously darted in all directions, their moonwalk leaving afterimages, each seeking cover. The main body stomped the ground, activating both Tekai and armament, Haki, his body turning a deep black while holding the sword Zhengfeng in front of him. A series of explosions roared, shaking the entire training ground. Smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring everyone's vision. The trainees on the sidelines held their breath. Tina clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Amidst the smoke, 2 clones were struck by the light bullets and dissipated into green smoke. 2 other clones were injured, their aura unstable. The main body, relying on the sword's block and armament Haki, had several bloody gashes on his arm, burning with pain. But he didn't retreat. Not done yet. A low shout came from the smoke. Moke used Moonwalk to soar into the sky, piercing through the golden dust, charging straight at Kizaru. The remaining 5 clones followed closely. He knew that long-range combat would be his doom. He had to get close. Batajutsu flash. Moke gripped the sword with both hands, channeling all his strength into the blade, dark armament Haki coating the entire sword. The blade cut through the air, leaving only a cold arc. Simultaneously, the 5 clones attacked from the sides and behind, using finger pistol, iron fist, and Rankyaku, sealing all possible angles of evasion. This attack was fast, precise, and fierce, putting all his current strength on the line. The casual demeanor on Kizaru's face slightly faded. Oh, you know swordsmanship too. Interesting. Without dodging, he raised his right hand and golden light gathered in his palm, quickly forming a long, slender light sword. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Clang. The blade of the light sword perfectly intercepted the point where the momentum of the Batajutsu was at its peak, just as the old force was exhausted. Kizaru's wrist moved slightly, and with a gentle twist along the blade, a subtle soft force dispersed 70% of the Batajutsu's momentum. The remaining impact clashed, releasing a blinding golden light that forced everyone at the sidelines to squint. Moke felt a tremendous force surge through the blade into his bones, his arms numbing and his tiger's mouth split open, bleeding. He was sent flying backward, turning 3 somersaults in the air before barely stabilizing. His heart trembled. The timing, angle, and precision of the force dispersion were impeccable. Compared to the overwhelming power of the devil fruit, this swordsmanship was a more terrifying dimensional suppression. The world only knew of the Pika Pika no Mi's lightspeed prowess, but few knew that Borsalino himself was a master swordsman hiding in plain sight. The clone's attacks also missed. Kizaru, while blocking, turned his body into translucent light, causing all physical attacks to pass through harmlessly. Elementalization. The most unfair ability of Logia types. With other Logia, armament Haki could still hit the elemental form. But the Pika Pika no Mi's speed was too fast, allowing instant teleportation. There was no reasoning with it. Moke landed panting, slightly, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The gap was too vast. Power, speed, devil fruit level swordsmanship skill. Total domination. The opponent hadn't even moved a single step so far. Not bad, little brother. Kizaru held the light sword, casually twirling it with his fingers. At 13, you forced me to draw Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi and block 2 moves. You can be proud. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. But the warm-up should end now. If you can block this next move, I'll consider you passed today. How about it? Moke gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze serious as he nodded. Please. He knew in his heart that the true test had come. Kizaru raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Moke. A golden light rapidly gathered at the fingertip, growing brighter and more focused, the surrounding air seeming to distort from the heat. No flashy move name, just the purest. Laser. SHI? A thin but intensely focused golden beam shot out instantly. No sound of air being cut, because it was faster than sound. The speed of light was the present moment. Moke's observation Haki screamed in his mind, the shadow of death enveloping him completely. He wanted to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with the speed of light. In the nick of time, he instinctively converged all his armament Haki onto his chest, crossing his arms in a block, and pushed Tekai to its limit. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves across the entire field, smoke instantly engulfing half the training ground. The ground trembled violently, and the hard stone floor of the training ground was directly blasted into a crater over 2 meters deep, with cracks spreading over 10 meters. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the center of the smoke. Tina took a step forward, shouting Moke. Beside her, Ein and Binz clenched their fists tightly, worried for Moke. Zephyr also frowned. The smoke slowly dissipated. At the edge of the crater, a figure knelt on one knee. Moke supported himself with Zhongfeng, his uniform on his arms, torn, his arms covered in blood and blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth. The ground in front of him was scorched black, with wisps of smoke rising. But he hadn't fallen. That laser had been forcibly blocked by him. Kizaru looked at him, the expression behind his sunglasses finally showing a hint of seriousness. Oh my, you actually blocked it. He walked over slowly, examining Moke up and down, clicking his tongue. What a monster. Even a rear admiral from headquarters might not have come out unscathed from that strike. You little brat. You've got something. Moke slowly stood up, leaning on the sword, panting, but smiling. Thank the admiral for going easy on me. He understood the gap between himself and Kizaru. Kizaru had held back at least 90% of his power. If it were a full-power laser, not even a rear admiral could withstand being pierced through. All right, the spar ends here. Kizaru waved his hand, and the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi dissipated into light particles. He returned to his lazy demeanor, turned to Zephyr, and said with a smile, Zephyr Sensei, you've found a treasure. This kid in another 10 or 8 years might become another admiral candidate. Zephyr snorted, but the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Don't give me that flattery. You've seen him, now get back to your headquarters. Don't waste my training time here. Oh, so heartless. Kizaru shrugged, not lingering. Before leaving, he glanced back at Moke, his gaze behind the sunglasses meaningful. Little brother, train well. Next time we meet, I hope you'll make me exert a bit more effort. As his voice fell, a golden light flashed around him. Swoosh. A beam of light shot into the sky, disappearing at the cloud's edge in an instant, coming and going in a flash. Only when the golden light was completely gone did the training ground erupt. My God. Instructor Moke actually fought with Admiral Kizaru for so long. He even blocked that last laser? That's insane. 13 years old. When I was 13, I couldn't even master Tekai. Tino walked over quickly, handing him a towel and medicine. With a furrowed brow but a tone of undisguised admiration, she said, You're too crazy going head-to-head with an admiral. It's a rare opportunity, Moke said with a smile, taking the towel to wipe the blood from his mouth. The wounds on his arms looked frightening, but most were just scratches and bruises. With the self-healing ability of his ox fruit, they'd heal in a few days. The real gain was all in his mind. The complete template of the Pika Pika no Mi Admiral-level combat experience, with lightspeed, the full details of top-tier moves like Laser Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi and Yasakani no Magatama, along with a rare swordsmanship inheritance that others would beg for. This sparring session was not just a huge win, but an incredible fortune. Zephyr approached, looked down at his injuries, and said sternly, Go recover. No strenuous activity for 3 days. After you heal, increase your daily training load by 20%. Huh. Moke was stunned. Increase the load. What, not convinced? Zephyr glared at him. Got cocky after trading a few moves with an admiral. You're still far from good enough. Haki physical skills, devil fruit development, all need improvement. Don't be a frog in a well. Yes, instructor. Moke immediately stood at attention, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. You're still far from good enough. Haki physical skills, devil fruit development, all need improvement. Don't be a frog in a well. Yes, instructor. Moke, lightspeed movement, photonization, light bullet condensation, and lightspeed swordsmanship to polish with Zhongfeng. All needed to be gradually mastered. Once he fully absorbed this gain, he wouldn't just be passively taking hits next time he faced a top-tier powerhouse. The sun set in the west, the boy carrying his sword slowly walking toward the barracks. A faint, almost imperceptible trace of golden light flickered silently at the tip of his finger hanging by his side, then vanished instantly. In the highest meeting room of the Malinfanjuo Navy headquarters, a heavy solid wood table spanned the chamber. Sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating the massive word Justice on the wall. Seated around the table were 5 individuals, each standing at the pinnacle of naval power. The air was thick with an oppressive weight. Fleet Admiral Zhangguo sat at the head, his fingers pinching a thick report on the New World situation, his brow deeply furrowed. Beside him sat Chief of Staff, he gently tapping her fingers on the table, her expression serene. Opposite them sat the 3 admirals. Sakaski sat rigidly upright, his aura as cold as ice. Kazan leaned back in his chair, his eye patch sliding to the tip of his nose, looking half asleep. Borsellino leaned against the window, twirling a pen in his fingers, swinging his leg carelessly. Kapu, however, was completely undisciplined. He sat in a corner chair, clutching a bag of senbei, munching away noisily, utterly out of place with the room's solemn atmosphere. I have gathered you all today to discuss strategies for dealing with the 4 emperors in the New World. Zhangguo began. In the past, Halfir Whitebeard has continuously expanded his territory, taking in over a dozen New World pirate crews. Big Mom has been forcibly collecting tribute around the islands of Wangua, and 3 small nations have been destroyed. Kaido has been secretly forging weapons in the land of Wa on a scale far exceeding previous years. Red Hair Shanks has also been wandering the New World, gathering many new forces. These 4 forces are showing signs of breaking the balance. We can no longer sit idly by. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakaski responded in a deep voice, his tone carrying an unyielding firmness, We must take the initiative. The 4 emperors have entrenched themselves in the New World for years, their arrogance growing day by day. If we do not strike hard now, they will eventually become a calamity that shakes the world government. I suggest we dispatch elite forces from headquarters combined with the G-branch troops in the New World to first eliminate the subordinate pirate crews surrounding the 4 emperors, gradually compress their living space, and then break them one by one. Sakaski, don't be too hasty, Kazan said slowly, lifting his eyes, his voice lazy. Each of the 4 emperors holds a firm grip on their own territory with deep roots. If we start an all-out war, the price, well, pay will be too high. The 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line are already unstable. Our forces are stretched thin. Rashly provoking a conflict will only bring more loss than gain. Maintaining the current balance and slowly infiltrating is the safer approach. Chief of Staff, he nodded, adding Kazan, makes a valid point. The four emperors themselves are already checking each other. They will never easily ally. What we need to do now is not to fight Hedon, but to plant spies, support proxies, and let them wear each other down. When the time is ripe, we strike and close the net. Kapu finished his last senbei, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and cut in boisterously. In other words, we can't fight. Those guys are all monsters. If we really go to all-out war, not just the few of us, even if we mobilize the entire navy, we'd still lose a layer of skin. I say just keep an eye on them for now. Don't let them go too far. Oh, my Vice Admiral Kapu is right, Borsalino chimed in, dragging his tone, his eyes half closed behind his sunglasses. The four emperors are just too terrifying. If it really comes to a fight, that would mean a lot more work. Just thinking about it is troublesome. Zhangguo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Each of them had their own reasoning, but no one could produce a foolproof plan. Sakaski's plan was too aggressive and risky. Kazan and his plan was too moderate and slow to take effect. Kapu and Borsalino were simply adopting a defeatist attitude. He flipped through the thick report in his hands and let out a heavy sigh. Throughout the entire morning, from troop deployment to logistics, from intelligence networks to combat power assessment, they went in circles, but in the end they couldn't settle on a viable plan to eliminate the emperors. In the end, the only decision was to strengthen the defenses of all New World branches, raise the alert level, and continuously monitor the four emperors' movements. As for strategies targeting the four emperors themselves, they were temporarily shelved to be discussed again after more intelligence was gathered. In short, it was about maintaining the status quo and taking things one step at a time. A grand strategic summit, loudly proclaimed, came to an anticlimactic end. Everyone gradually stood up and filed out, the solemn atmosphere of the meeting room slowly dissipating. Borsalino drawled his tone, carrying genuine admiration. Oh, my, truly remarkable. At 13 years old, he took one of my laser attacks without falling. His physical art, swordsmanship, and Haki. Borsalino drawled his tone, carrying genuine admiration. Oh, my, truly remarkable. At 13 years old, he took one of my laser attacks without falling. His physical art, swordsmanship, and Haki. Borsalino drawled his tone, carrying genuine admiration. Oh, my, truly remarkable. At 13 years old, he took one of my laser attacks without falling. His physical art, swordsmanship, and Haki are all quite impressive. He paused, then added with a smile, a talent like that, if properly nurtured for a decade or so, might become another admiral. The future pillar of the Navy might just come from your family. Hearing this, he and Kazan both looked over. Kapu was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice loud enough to rattle the windows. Haha. Of course. Whose grandson do you think he is? How could his talent be lacking? He puffed out his chest, looking immensely proud. That boy has been sensible since he was young, with great comprehension. He's exactly like me when I was young. He couldn't help but smile, reaching out to tap him. Look at how proud you are. But I've seen his assessment report. Steady nature, not arrogant or impatient. He's much more reliable than you were at his age. Someone as picky as Zifa is full of praise for him. He even specially kept him in the camp as an assistant instructor for focus training. Instructor Zifa's judgment has always been sharp. Kazan chimed in slowly. For him to make an exception and keep him as an assistant instructor means he truly has skill. 13 years old. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. As they were talking, Sakaski, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and turned back to cast a cold glance. Talent is not bad, he said, coldly expressionless. But being too sharp at a young age is not necessarily a good thing. Don't let a little natural ability go to your head and stray down the wrong path. Kapu immediately took offense, his eyes wide. Hey Sakaski, what do you mean by that? What stray path? Alright, he said, mediating with a smile. Sakaski meant well, just a reminder. Borsalino, enjoying the spectacle, laughed and tried to smooth things over. Oh, don't argue. Anyway, with Vice Admiral Kapu and Instructor Zifa watching over him, there's no room for error. In a few more years, maybe we'll be sitting in the same meetings with this little brother. No need to say that. Kapu snorted, chin raised high, his face full of pride. No one imagined that this promising young prodigy, the subject of their conversation, was huddled in his own dormitory, staring at the night scenery outside the window. No one imagined that this promising young prodigy, the subject of their conversation, was huddled in his own dormitory, staring at the night scenery outside the window, agonizing over which path to take in the future. The single dormitory of the training camp assistant instructor was not large, but it had the advantage of being quiet. Moke had just returned from the rocky beach behind the mountain. He took off his training jacket, casually draped it over the back of a chair, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then turned and walked to the window, leaning against the frame to look outside. His fingers unconsciously caressed the scabbard of the fine sword Zhengfeng at his waist, his mind in turmoil. The scene of Borsalino's inspection was still vivid in his memory, every move and technique clear as day, but he felt none of the excitement he had imagined. It had been nearly a year and a half since he came to the Navy headquarters. From being the 37th rookie to the youngest assistant instructor in the training camp, from being doubted as a backdoor entry to earning everyone's heartfelt respect. With Zifa's personal instruction Kapu as his backing top-tier training resources and countless powerful templates to clone, he should have been satisfied. But there was always a thorn in his heart. The Navy, after all, was the sword of the world government and the watchdog of the celestial dragons. He was still low in rank and had not yet encountered those unpleasant matters. But if he kept climbing all the way to Admiral, he would inevitably face the celestial dragons. What then? Watch that bunch of trash riding roughshod over everyone while he had to bow and scrape to their orders. Moke frowned, feeling a sense of unease. He hadn't crossed over to work for the celestial dragons. What about becoming a pirate? The thought had barely surfaced when he extinguished it. Pirates were free, but most were murderous, thieving outlaws. He had no interest in being a mountain king, nor did he want to be chased by the Navy every day living a precarious life. Besides, if he became a pirate, meeting Ace and Luffy later would be awkward. Thinking of Luffy, Moke's heart stirred. Maybe he could join the Straw Hat crew later. Once this idea emerged, it grew like wild grass. Luffy and his crew were hardly real pirates. They were basically a group of adventurers, sailing along, taking risks, intervening whenever they saw injustice, making friends wherever they went, free and unbound, without having to answer to anyone or follow any damn rules. More importantly, he knew the plot. Following the Straw Hat crew, he could avoid many fatal pitfalls. Moke stroked his chin. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Of course, he wasn't interested in Nami, Robin, or Hancock. Absolutely not. What orange-haired, spirited navigator, erudite, and elegant archaeologist, or stunningly beautiful and domineering empress of Amazon Lily? Was Moke the kind of person swayed by appearances? It was mainly about shared ideals. Yes, ideals. Pursuing freedom, protecting friends, helping the weak. That was the sea life he wanted. Much better than spending every day in the Navy dealing with the celestial dragons' ridiculous rules. After secretly justifying himself, Moke calmed down. No, it wasn't time yet. Luffy was only 10 now. There were still 8 years before he set sail. Besides, this gold mine of the Navy headquarters had too many benefits. Among the 3 admirals' abilities, they had only cloned Borsalino's Glint Glint fruit, Sakaski's Magma fruit, and Kazan's Ice fruit, were both top-tier Logia types. It would be a waste not to exploit them. And there were also the headquarters' many officers and rare devil fruit users. Leaving now would be too much of a loss. Better to stay deep in the Navy for a few years, using the training camp's resources to develop, crazily clone every ability. He could build a solid foundation and raise his strength. In a few years, when Luffy was about to set sail, he would have amassed enough capital. Then he could make his move. By then, with enough strength, the choice would be in his hands. If he wanted to stay in the Navy, he could climb up using his skills and reform the Navy's corrupt atmosphere without kowtowing to the celestial dragons. If he wanted to join Luffy, he could just walk away and no one could stop him. Even if he wanted to go solo and build his own force for a carefree life, he would have the confidence. Moke nodded, feeling this line of thinking was correct. Play it safe, develop quietly, don't be reckless. Get all the benefits first, then decide. On January 1st, 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar, the morning sunlight swept obliquely across the training ground behind the rear mountain of Malenfanduo. The genius training camp, which usually echoed with shouts before dawn, today was unusually filled with a relaxed commotion. Zafa stood on the high platform, his stern face devoid of its usual severity. He swept his gaze over the group of bright-eyed youths below and spoke in a deep voice. New Year's holiday for 3 days, permission granted to leave the island for supplies. Do not enter the lawless zones and cause trouble. Roll call at dawn on the 3rd day. Latecomers will be severely punished. As his words fell, a low cheer erupted throughout the training ground. These top students, selected from the 4 seas, had been forced to endure Zafa's hellish training for over half a year, rarely even visiting the affiliated commercial street of Malenfanduo, let alone a bustling place like Xiongwu-di-Chuandao. Moke stood at the forefront of the assistant instructor line, his expression calm on the surface, but he had already calculated the days in his mind. A 3-day holiday, just enough for a trip to Xiongwu-di-Chuandao. First, to fulfill the training rewards promised to AIN and Bin Z. Second, and most importantly, to meet the Pluto hidden in the rip-off bar. Assistant instructor Moku. A clear voice came from behind. AIN ran over with Bin Z at her side. Do you have any plans for the holiday? AIN looked up and asked. Bin Z and I were just talking about wanting to visit Xiongwu-di, but we're not very familiar with it. Moku smiled. I happen to be planning a trip too. They'll take you both along. As agreed before, you both met the standards in last month's assessment, so it's time to deliver the rewards. AIN's eyes instantly lit up. She still remembered that last month Moku had guided her on how to control the regression time limit of the regress fruit ability to her own will. At that time, he had said that once she mastered it, he would give her a good, suitable gun. Bin Z also clenched his fists slightly. He had recently been practicing vine techniques combined with close quarters slashing and was in need of a suitable blade. The 3 simply changed into casual clothes and set off on the headquarters transport boat. The boat left the port of Malinfan, duo the sea surface sparkling under the sunlight. In the distance, the iconic Yerkaman red trees of Xiangbo di Chiwandao could be seen, their massive canopies spreading in the sky with bubbles drifting leisurely among the branches. So beautiful. AI leaned on the ship's rail, watching the approaching island and whispering in awe. She had grown up in the West Sea and was seeing the bubble culture of Xiangbo di for the first time with her own eyes. So beautiful. AI leaned on the ship's rail, watching the approaching island and whispering in awe. She had grown up in the West Sea and was seeing the bubble culture of Xiangbo di for the first time with her. Blocks 1 to 29 were the lawless zones where human trafficking and black market deals were hidden. Blocks 30 to 39 were the bubble park and commercial district, which was their destination for today. He cautioned, "We'll split up later. Don't go to the blocks before 29, it's a mixed bag there." AIN and Bin Z nodded in unison. After docking, the three headed straight for the most famous long-established weapon shop on the commercial street. The shop had a quaint facade, the counter polished to a shine. The owner was an old craftsman with a goatee. Seeing that Imoku and his companions were well-dressed, he immediately greeted them warmly. "Let's look at pistols first." Imoku nodded to the owner. A revolver, moderate caliber, prioritizing accuracy, suitable for a woman's grip and solid craftsmanship. The owner immediately brought out a velvet box from the back cabinet. Lifting the lid, a silver-gray revolver lay quietly inside, its body engraved with fine star patterns, the barrel slightly longer than an ordinary pistol, and the grip polished to fit the hand perfectly. This one is called Shattered Star, handcrafted by a skilled artisan. It has an effective range 30% longer than a standard revolver, low recoil, excellent accuracy, and is best paired with special armor-piercing bullets. The owner introduced. AI carefully picked up the gun, weighed it in her hand, then raised it to aim, her eyebrows and eyes full of delight. "They'll take it." Imoku paid the money, 500,000 berries, and handed the gun to AIN. "The reward I promised." "Thank you, assistant instructor Imoku." AIN hugged the gun, her cheeks slightly flushed, smiling with crescent-shaped eyes. Next was to find a suitable blade for Binzi. Hearing the request, the owner brought out a katana. The blade was narrow and thin, and when unsheathed it emitted a clear dragon's roar with a faint cold gleam on its surface. "Good sharp blade, Shadow Cutter." The owner held the scabbard with both hands. "The blade is light and thin with fast draw speed, suitable for surprise attacks." Binzi drew the blade, ran his fingertips over the surface, then casually twirled it in a flourish, the movements crisp and clean. He looked up at Imoku, his eyes seeking approval. Imoku nodded. "It suits you well. When we get back, I'll teach you the basics of quick draw techniques. It goes perfectly with this blade." Binzi solemnly sheathed the blade and said in a low voice, "Thank you, assistant instructor." Imoku then took out another 1,000,000 berries and paid the owner, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he had a subsidy as an assistant instructor, and since he was usually busy training and didn't spend much, it was fine. After buying the weapons, the three found a seaside restaurant for lunch. AIN was in high spirits, constantly talking about how she would practice shooting when they returned. Binzi occasionally interjected with questions about swordsmanship, and Imoku gave advice on each. After the meal, Imoku gave each of them 100,000 berries as pocket money, and told them to explore the commercial street on their own, meeting at the dock at 6 in the evening. Stay safe and don't go to secluded places. After the meal, Imoku gave each of them 100,000 berries as pocket money, and told them to explore the commercial street. Watching the two figures disappear into the crowd, Imoku turned and walked toward another district. His target was clear, Block 13, Xiaqi's Ripoff Bar. After passing through two bustling streets, the surrounding pedestrians gradually thinned out, and the shops became more subdued. He stopped in front of an inconspicuous wooden door with a crooked sign hanging above it that read Xiaqi's shop. He pushed open the door, and a bell jingled. The bar was dimly lit with a faint scent of tobacco and alcohol in the air. Behind the counter stood a woman with short black hair, a cigarette dangling from her lips, her eyes carrying a hint of lazy charm. This was Xiaqi. "Welcome." Xiaqi glanced at Imoku, holding a cigarette between her fingers, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Little brother, you look unfamiliar. What would you like to drink?" Imoku walked to the counter and sat down, his expression calm. "A glass of lemon tea." "Lemon tea, huh?" Xiaqi drawled, tapping her fingers on the counter. 300,000 berries a glass. Imoku. He couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Indeed, a rip-off bar living up to its name. An ordinary glass of lemon tea dared to be priced at 300,000, more expensive than red wine at upscale restaurants. This wasn't doing business, it was outright robbery. Yet his face showed no sign of surprise. Imoku reached into his pocket and took out 3 stacks of berries, placing them neatly on the counter. In a calm tone, he said, "Thank you for your trouble, ma'am." Xiaqi raised an eyebrow instead. She had quoted the price, casually wanting to test the young man's reaction. Judging by his bearing and demeanor, he was most likely a Marine. She had expected him to be either surprised or to haggle, but never thought he would pay so readily. She smiled, collected the berries, turned around, and poured a glass of iced lemon tea, pushing it over. Little brother, you're a Marine, right? Xiaoqi leaned on the counter, sizing him up with interest. Young as you are, why aren't you out having fun on the commercial street? Why come to my shabby bar? I heard there's a very powerful old senior here. Imoka picked up the cup and took a sip, the sweet and sour icy taste spreading on his tongue. His tone was natural. I came specially to try my luck and seek advice on some cultivation matters. Xiaoqi snorted with laughter, blowing a smoke ring. Old senior? What old senior could there be in my shop? There's only an old drunkard who loses money gambling every day. Imoka smiled and didn't respond, just slowly sipping his tea. He knew that Layli was probably at the casino at this hour, and he guessed he would soon be back after losing all his money. Seeing that he was patient, Xiaoqi didn't ask further and busied herself wiping glasses, occasionally glancing at him. The young man appeared to be only 13 or 14, sitting upright with clear eyes and an aura of inner restraint. About an hour later, the bar door was pushed open again, the bell ringing somewhat heavily. A tall, silver-haired man walked in, wearing a faded gray craftsman's coat with a loose collar, a look of sleepy fatigue on his face, muttering, "Damn it, my luck today is just terrible." This was Zirbazi Layli. The moment Imoka looked up, the clone fruit within him silently activated, locking onto the target like a precise scanner. No light or unusual movement occurred, only a torrent of information flooding into his mind like a tidal wave. Swordsmanship mastery. Every move of the Western sword, thrust/feint parry, was executed with exquisite precision, effortless yet profound, the pinnacle of simplicity. Three-color Haki. The advanced circulation, externalization, and internalization of armament Haki were seamlessly integrated. Observation Haki could predict subtle fluctuations in airflow and emotions. Conqueror's Haki was controlled with ease, concentrated into a fine line without harming innocence. And countless experiences from maritime combat techniques for dealing with various devil fruit abilities, and a heap of scattered gambling tips and card-counting methods. Imoku was first startled. Layli's Haki and swordsmanship foundation indeed possessed a greater sense of freedom than anyone he had encountered so far. Zayfa's Haki was fierce and heavy. Kappa's was domineering and direct, but Layli's Haki was like water, pervasive, freely controlled, and entirely another level of mastery. But after digesting that pile of gambling knowledge, the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Is that it? In terms of card-counting logic and probability control, it was only at the level of an ordinary tavern gambler, far inferior to a professional casino dealer. So this Pluto relied on his observation Haki to peek at opponents' cards and predict dice rolls just to barely avoid losing when he gambled. Today he probably felt it was too boring to bully ordinary people and didn't feel like cheating with Haki, so he ended up losing badly and coming back disheveled. With such poor gambling skills, if he kept going to the casino every day, who else would lose but him? The vice-captain of the Pirate King, winning money by cheating. How shameful to say out loud. Speaking of which, in the original story, Luffy trained under Layli for 2 whole years and only barely completed the basics of Haki, using the 3 colors only at a proficient level. Yet in Wano country, he was knocked unconscious by Kaido and imprisoned in Udon, but soon after waking up he mastered Raiwo, and after a few more hits he awakened Conqueror's Haki, coating his strength, skyrocketing like a rocket. By comparison, Layli's teaching ability was truly worrying. 2 years of Hansen personalized instruction was less effective than Kaido's 3 hits as a wake-up call. Calling him a mediocre teacher who misleads students didn't seem unfair. Despite his inner complaints, Imoka calmly put down his cup, stood up, and gave a slight nod to Layli. Old senior. Layli, who had been shuffling toward the counter with his head down, heard the voice and noticed the young man sitting in the shop. He glanced at Imoku, his gaze pausing on the blade at his waist, raising an eyebrow. A Marine. I am Imoku, serving at the Marine training camp. Imoku spoke calmly. I heard that there is a senior here with profound mastery in swordsmanship and Haki, so I took the liberty to come and seek advice on a few questions. Rayleigh did not respond. He pulled out a chair at the counter and sat down, casually tossing aside the empty bag that had once. Shaki let out a scornful laugh as she wiped a glass. Did you hear that, old man? He came specially to pay respects to you, the veteran. Pay respects to me. Rayleigh's lips twitched. He picked up an empty glass from the counter, turned it upside down, and spun it lazily. I'm just an old coder who knows nothing about cultivation. Little brother, you must have the wrong person. Moke did not expose him. He raised a hand to signal Shaki. Boss lady, please bring this senior the finest rum. It's on me. Shaki raised an eyebrow without asking further. She turned, took a bottle of aged liquor from the cabinet, poured a full glass, and pushed it before Rayleigh. The amber liquid rippled against the glass, releasing a rich aroma. A drink for the senior means nothing else, Moke said as he raised his own lemon tea and gently clinked it against the glass. I'm a junior who has hit a bottleneck in cultivation. I've been seeking out experts everywhere, and someone said that in Shampoo 13, there's a senior who has weathered great storms. So I came to try my luck. Rayleigh glanced at him, neither refusing nor accepting. He took a large gulp of the rum. As the liquid went down his throat, the gloom on his face faded somewhat. The bar fell silent for a moment, broken only by the distant clamor from the streets. Moke was not impatient. He sipped his lemon tea, slowly, his mind racing to sort through his thoughts. Straight up, revealing his identity was out of the question. Too abrupt, it would only arouse suspicion. Rayleigh had been living incognito for years, and the last thing he wanted was to be reminded of his past. But if he didn't offer some pretext, this old fox would definitely play dumb to the end. Today he had come for two reasons. First, to clone Rayleigh's ability. That was already done. Second, to use the excuse of seeking advice to lay the groundwork for the connection with Ace. The Summit War was still 8 years away, but the world's will was unpredictable. If the plot inertia was too strong, and Ace still walked that path, having Rayleigh as a backup could give him an extra chance to survive. After pondering for a moment, Moke spoke, first steering the conversation towards swordsmanship. Senior, I've been practicing swordsmanship for years. Through hard training in the camp, I barely managed to touch the threshold of cutting iron, stepping into the realm of a swordsman. But going further, the level of flying slashes, I simply cannot find the way. He paused, his tone carrying genuine puzzlement. I'd like to ask the senior, what is the secret to a great swordsman's flying slash? This statement was half true and half false. With his current foundation from cloning, the swordsmanship of Bogard, Kizaru, and Rayleigh, cutting iron was already in his grasp, and he had even touched the edge of flying slashes, though he was not yet proficient. Using this as a lead was the most reasonable approach. A young, talented genius encountering a bottleneck and seeking out a master was perfectly normal. Rayleigh paused, his hand holding the glass, and scanned Moke. The boy sat upright, a sword at his waist, calluses on his fingertips, and clear eyes that did not suggest he was boasting. A swordsman at 13 or 14. That would surely drop jaws. But seeing how his aura was restrained and his posture as steady as a mountain, it was clearly no exaggeration. Yet Rayleigh still laughed it off, waving his hand. Cutting iron. Flying slashes. Those words sound terrifying. I'm just a ship coder, or what do I know about such things? Little brother, you'd better go to Marine headquarters and ask those swordsmanship instructors. They're the professionals. With that, he took another big gulp, adopting an air of I know nothing, clearly determined to keep up the act. Shaki watched with amusement, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she added fuel to the fire. Exactly. Other than coding ships and gambling, he's useless at everything else. And he always loses at gambling. Rayleigh's face darkened as he shot her a glare. Moke chuckled inwardly. A stubborn old fox indeed. It seemed he would have to get serious to pry open his mouth. He set down his teacup, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice, his tone steady. Since the senior refuses to discuss swordsmanship, let me change the subject. I have a sworn brother named Portgas D. Ace, who is now in the East Blue. Portgas. Rayleigh repeated, absently, not paying it much mind at first. But the next second, his fingers gripping the glass tightened abruptly, the knuckles turning white. He snapped his head up to look at Moke. The weariness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sharpness like a drawn blade piercing straight at Moke. What did you say his name? Portgas D. Ace. Moke enunciated each word, clearly repeating it, while meeting Rayleigh's suddenly oppressive gaze, without flinching. His mother is Portgas D. Rouge. His father is Gold. Roger. The air in the bar seemed to freeze. Shaki's fingers holding her cigarette paused midair. The smile on her face faded as she looked at Moke with a hint of scrutiny. Gold. Roger. That name had been a legend on the seas for over a decade. The pirate king, the criminal, the taboo in many hearts. This boy of 13 or 14 had casually uttered it, and even revealed the whereabouts of Roger's unborn child. Rayleigh remained silent, staring intently into Moke's eyes. His gaze was complex, carrying shock, wariness, nostalgia, and a barely perceptible pain. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice much deeper than before. Who are you? How do you know this? My name is Moke. I am Vice Admiral Garp's honorary grandson, and also Ace's sworn brother, Moke said calmly. We swore brotherhood in the mountains. Very few people know his true identity. I learned of it by chance from an elder. Sworn brother. Rayleigh repeated in a low voice, his brow furrowed. Garp's honorary grandson, a trainee at Marine headquarters, and the sworn brother of Roger. The whole thing sounded absurd. Garp was the hero of the Marines, a man who had chased Roger his entire life. And his honorary grandson had sworn brotherhood with Roger's son. Yes. Moke nodded frankly. Ace, myself, and 2 other younger brothers formed a pact long ago. We are brothers. Rayleigh leaned back in his chair and downed the rest of his rum in one gulp. The cold liquor slid down his throat, but it could not suppress the churning emotions within him. Roger's child, already so grown. And now the sworn brother of Garp's honorary grandson. What a world. He was silent for a long time, so long that the beads of condensation on the glass had traced a small puddle along the table's crack. Sunlight slanted through the window, falling on his silver hair in scattered specks. Shaki said nothing, quietly wiping glasses, giving them space. After a full quarter of an hour, Rayleigh slowly exhaled. The look he gave Moke held less distance and more complexity. You didn't come today to ask about swordsmanship, did you? He said slowly, his tone emphatic. You came for Ace. Moke did not deny it. He nodded gently. Swordsmanship was a side question. Mainly, I know how troublesome Ace's lineage is. He has a fiery temper and is determined to become a pirate. Once he goes to the Grand Line, if his identity is exposed, it will create a huge storm. He looked up at Rayleigh, his gaze sincere. I know that the senior once sailed with Captain Roger and was his most trusted first mate. I ask for nothing else. If ever Ace faces an insurmountable crisis and the senior learns of it, I hope you might lend him a hand. He looked up at Rayleigh, his gaze sincere. I know that the senior once sailed with Captain Roger and was his most trusted first mate. I ask for nothing else. If ever Ace faces an insurmountable crisis and the senior learns of it, I hope you might lend him. Rayleigh looked at Moke for a long time. The boy's eyes were clear, yet held a composure far beyond his years. At 13 or 14 most would be hot-headed, but he was meticulous and farsighted. Garp's honorary grandson Zephyr, student Roger's son's sworn brother. These identities tangled together like a mess of threads. You've got quite the scheme going, Rayleigh suddenly laughed, shaking his head. Setting your sights on me. He paused, his smile fading. How did you recognize me? I've been on Sabo for over a decade and hardly anyone knows who I am. Moke's expression remained unchanged. He reached into his coat and pulled out a leather envelope, pushing it onto the counter. I traveled through the East Blue as a child and once collected some old items from an old pirate. Among them was a wanted poster. He slowly opened the envelope and took out a yellowed slip of paper. I've kept it all these years. Seeing the senior's extraordinary bearing today, I took a bold guess. The wanted poster was worn at the edges, the paper yellowed and brittle, but well preserved. It bore the portrait of a young man with flowing golden hair and a defiant gaze. Beside it, clearly written silver's Rayleigh bounty to its Barry's note, first, made of the Roger Pirates, Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh picked up the wanted poster, his fingertips gently tracing the portrait. Many years had passed, so long that he had almost forgotten what his wanted poster looked like. Back then he was young, sailing with Roger from the East Blue to Laugh-Tale, turning the whole sea upside down. In the blink of an eye, Roger had been gone for over a decade, and he had become an old drunkard scraping by as a coater. Dark King Rayleigh. He murmured to himself, laughing bitterly. All ancient history. He set down the wanted poster and looked at Moke, no longer playing dumb. Yes, I am Silver's Rayleigh. You've got sharp eyes, kid. With his identity revealed, the atmosphere in the bar relaxed a little. Shaki chuckled, refilling their glasses, leaning against the bar counter with a cigarette dangling from her lips as she watched this. Rayleigh's gaze fell upon the yellowed wanted poster, and after a long silence he spoke slowly. You want me to look after Ace. That's a kind intention. But on the vast sea, everyone has their own destiny. Roger walked his path, and the road Ace will ultimately take is his to choose. Moke nodded, his expression unruffled. I merely wish to prevent him from dying needlessly because of his heritage. If he ever reaches a dead end, it would be enough if you could lend a hand. Rayleigh raised his eyes to look at him, his silver hair framing a gaze as deep as the ocean. He studied Moke for a long moment, as if trying to see through the young man's thoughts. After a while he gave a slight nod, his voice low but resolute. Very well. Ace is Roger's child, a lingering thread of the old era in this world. If he truly faces a tribulation he cannot overcome, I will not stand idly by. A heavy stone lifted from Moke's heart. With Rayleigh's word, the paramount war gained its sturdiest safeguard. The Dark King might seem laid back, but once he gives his word, he never breaks it. Moke immediately stood up and bowed solemnly to Rayleigh. Thank you, senior. Sit down, spare me the formalities. Rayleigh waved a hand, pointing at the sword on the counter. You asked about flying slashes. Since you're Ace's elder brother, I'll offer you a few pointers. How much you grasp is up to your own fortune. Moke quickly sat upright, focusing intently. Most people believe flying slashes relies solely on strong Haki. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, his tone unhurried, yet every word a jam wrong. Swordsmanship is never merely about swinging a blade. True great swordsmen sever everything through will. He extended his right index and middle fingers held together like a sword and made a gentle slash through the air. There was no sharp wind, no released Haki, yet Moke distinctly felt an extremely subtle burst of energy streak past his ear toward the rear. With a soft, a wine bottle in the far corner snapped cleanly, the cut smooth as glass. That strike used little force and released barely any Haki. Rayleigh withdrew his fingers, his tone calm. The key is control. The energy within your body, your Haki, even the rhythm of your breath, all must harmonize and flow along the blade. To release and restrain it will fast or slow as you please. Only then can the slash fly and maintain its power without dissipating. Moke felt a jolt in his heart. In his previous practice of flying slashes, he had always focused on condensing thicker armament Haki and swinging with greater force, but the more effort he exerted, the faster the slash dispersed upon leaving the blade. He had been fundamentally wrong from the start. It wasn't about pushing out, but sending out. And there is something even more important. Rayleigh's tone grew heavier. At the pinnacle of swordsmanship, it's not techniques that matter, but conviction and spirit. When you swing your blade, what do you think about? Is it victory, killing, or something you wish to protect? The stronger your conviction, the steadier your sword, the heavier your slash. He looked at Moke, his eyes sharp. You entered the swordsman realm at a young age with solid foundations and talent. Yet your blade lacks something. You are too steady. Steady like walking a tightrope, always holding back, always calculating. Such a sword cannot fly far, nor cut down true strong. Moke felt a chill. He had always been accustomed to hiding his abilities, to planning before acting, even leaving a third of his strength in every swing. Rayleigh saw through it in a single glance. Indeed, his swordsmanship skills were sufficient, having cloned the techniques of Bogard, Kizaru, and even Rayleigh. But as a transmigrator, he lacked that fearless forward-driving spirit. No matter how exquisite the clone moves, without a sword will of his own, they were ultimately castles in the air. I am deeply grateful for your guidance. He took a deep breath, speaking from the heart. Words are useless. Rayleigh stood, flexed his wrists, and gestured to Moke with a chin lift. Draw your sword. Spar with me for a few moves. Let me see the true caliber of your so-called iron-cutting level. Moke didn't stand on ceremony. He rose, grasped the hilt of Zhongfeng, and stepped back 2 paces to take his stance. The bar was cramped, but both kept their aura contained enough for practice. Senior, please. Moke saluted with his blade, the edge pointing at the ground, his entire presence instantly withdrawn. Rayleigh casually grabbed an empty bottle from the counter, wielding it like a sword, and said nonchalantly, go ahead. Show me your fastest slash. Moke didn't stand on ceremony. He stomped the ground, instantly activating Soru, his figure darting forward like a phantom. The moment the blade left the sheath, a cold light burst, armament Haki coating it pitch black, all concentrated at the tip. Batajutsu flash. A slash of extreme speed, almost without wind up the blade, cutting through the air with a sharp hum. But Rayleigh only swayed slightly, raising the empty bottle with a gentle flick. A soft ting sound. The bottleneck caught the blade precisely, its black armament Haki rendering it indestructible. Moke felt a soft, absorbing force that completely neutralized the power of his entire draw technique. Before he could change his move, Rayleigh twisted his wrist, sliding the bottle along the blade toward Moke's wrist. Moke hurriedly withdrew his blade to parry, retreating 3 steps to regain his balance. One move, just one move, and he was forced back. And his opponent had used only an empty bottle. Moke knew the gap was enormous, yet his fighting spirit was ignited. He took a deep breath, changed his sword style, and layers of blade light surged forward like a tide. Rapid clinks rang out without end. Rayleigh stood in place, not moving a step, an ordinary glass bottle in his hand, yet it seemed like the sharpest sword in the world. Every block was precise to a hair, every counterattack aimed directly at a flaw. Moke exhausted all his skills, unable even to touch the other's clothing. Rapid clinks rang out without end. Rayleigh stood in place, not moving a step, an ordinary glass bottle in his hand. Whose sword is your sword? Moke's heart jolted, and his movements slowed momentarily. Rayleigh seized the opening, tapping the bottle lightly against Moke's. A dull clang sounded. An overwhelming force traveled through the blade, numbing Moke's hand. Zhongfeng nearly flew. He staggered back 2 steps, stopping only when he hit the bar counter, his chest heaving slightly. He had lost. Completely. His opponent hadn't even used a proper sword, just an empty bottle suppressing him utterly. Such was the power of the legendary Dark King. Rayleigh's swordsmanship was effortless simplicity at its peak, every move infused with profound truth. Senior, your swordsmanship is divine. I am far from your level. Moke sheathed his sword, genuinely impressed. Outwardly respectful, inwardly, he couldn't help but grumble. With this level of skill, teaching Luffy for 2 years only resulted in basic Haki. He clearly hadn't put any real effort into teaching. Always gambling at the casino, a laissez-faire approach. No wonder it was slow. Kaido's 3 strikes had more effect than your 2 years of mentoring. Calling you a mediocre teacher wouldn't be unfair. Of course, he kept those thoughts to himself, maintaining a humble and teachable demeanor. Rayleigh placed the bottle back on the counter and sat down. You have a solid foundation, but greed overreaches. Go back and think carefully about what your own sword means. He'll remember that. Moke nodded. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast long shadows across the floor through the windows. Moke estimated that the agreed time with Ein and Binz was near, so he stood to leave. Senior, my companions are waiting at the dock. I won't impose further. Thank you for today's guidance. He'll visit again when I have the chance. Go on. Rayleigh waved a hand and took a sip of his drink. Train well. Next time come have a drink with me. I will. Moke gave a slight nod, turned, and pushed open the bar door to step out. The bell jingled, sealing the aroma of liquor and tales inside. Outside was the evening breeze of Sabaody Archipelago, carrying the salty dampness of the sea. Shaki watched the door, cigarette dangling, and smiled. That kid. Young but so composed. You pushed him around for half a day, and he didn't even show a temper. It's not that he has no temper, but that he's habitually hiding himself deep. Rayleigh gazed at the young man's retreating figure outside the window, his eyes meaningful. Garp's sworn grandson Zephyr's student, and Ace's sworn brother. That kid carries quite a few secrets. Moke walked out of the blackmail bar, turned 2 corners, and saw Ayn standing on tiptoe at the pier, her hair gently swaying in the evening breeze, while Ben stood beside her, holding several thick botanical tomes. Assistant Instructor Moke. Ayn spotted him immediately and waved. Have you been waiting long? Moke approached, glancing at the items in their hands. All done, yes. Ayn shook the small cloth bag in her hand. I bought many special bullets and cleaning tools for the gun. Ben's also got a sharpening stone and plant nutrient solution. Ben's nodded. I also bought a manual for sword and blade maintenance. Moke nodded. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. He looked out at the sea. The transport boat should be arriving soon. Let's prepare to board. Not long after, a transport boat, painted with Navy insignia, slowed. The 3 boarded with the crowd. Inside, most were Navy officers returning from leave, chatting in small groups in a relaxed. Moke found a seat by the window at the rear. Ayn and Ben sat beside him, enthusiastically discussing their training plans after returning. The boat left the dock and sailed into the open sea. The sunset dyed the water molten gold, the shimmering waves dazzling. Moke closed his eyes, organizing Rayleigh's sword techniques, when he heard steady footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw a man and woman walking side by side. The man wore a rear admiral uniform with a square face and a relaxed demeanor, holding a folding fishing rod that stood out among the uniforms. The woman wore a cream-colored dress, her features gentle, carrying an exquisite food box. Her demeanor was warm and approachable. Moke recognized them as Jonathan and Jessica. He hadn't expected to encounter characters from the anime original G8 Fortress arc. The moment his gaze fell on them, the clone fruit within him silently activated, functioning like a precise scanner as it completed the information collection. No visible phenomenon occurred, only a torrent of data flowed into his mind. Jonathan's framework of the 6 powers, his practical combat techniques, and a complete set of fishing knowledge covering sea current patterns, fish behavior, and tackle combinations down to what bait to use in different waters and which weather was best for catching fish. Meanwhile, Jessica's culinary system was fully replicated, from ingredient preparation and heat control to dishes from all 4 seas, including banquet presentation and nutritional pairing. Vast and systematic. Moke's fingers moved almost imperceptibly as he silently evaluated. Jonathan's 6 powers were merely at the standard rear admiral level, at least 2 tiers below the domineering might of Garp or the heavy solidity of Zephyr. The techniques were conservative, with more finesse than lethality. Only his practical combat thinking had some reference value. Cloning it was better than nothing, but it still wasted some mental energy. However, Jessica's culinary skills were something. Previously, he had cloned Makino's cooking. East Blue homestyle, warm and simple, but limited in variety. Jessica's was proper kitchen-trained cuisine, West Blue cream soup, North Blue charcoal grilled ribs, and even specialty spice dishes from the Grand Line. More variety and better presentation. Though his thoughts raced, Moke stood up and gave a slight nod. So you're Assistant Instructor Moke from Instructor Zephyr's camp. Jonathan spoke first with a smile, extending his hand. I'm Jonathan from G8 branch. I've heard a lot about you. A 13-year-old assistant instructor. Word has spread through Marine headquarters. Meeting you today, you truly live up to the reputation. Rear Admiral Jonathan flatters me, Moke said, shaking his hand lightly. I'm just fortunate to have been guided by Instructor Zephyr and Vice Admiral Garp. He turned to introduce the 2 beside him. These are camp trainees Ayn and Benz. Then he looked at Jessica and nodded. And this must be your wife. Greetings. Hello, just call me Jessica, she said with a gentle smile, lifting the food box. I just bought some pastries at Sabo. Would you like some? Thank you for the kind offer, but we've just had dinner. Moke declined, politely stepping aside. Would you and the Rear Admiral like to sit here? Jonathan didn't stand on ceremony. He thanked Moke and sat down with Jessica. He was easygoing and without airs, quickly engaging Moke in conversation, from the intensity of training camp to pirate movements on the Grand Line, and sharing their own experiences. I thought Instructor Zephyr's camp was strict with few holidays, Jonathan said with a laugh. But you have 3 days off for New Year's. New Year's is a special case. Training is usually intense, Moke replied with a smile. Glancing at the fishing rod in Jonathan's hand, he teased, I thought you brought your wife to Sabo for a fishing vacation. The rod never leaves your hand. You must be an expert angler. Jonathan's face lit up. Well, the vacation was secondary. I mainly came to accompany Jessica on business at headquarters. I had an itch to fish, so I spent half a day at it. But the fish weren't biting today, didn't catch anything big. Jessica gave him a playful glare and said to Moke, don't listen to him. He insisted on following me. We came because headquarters is hosting a Navy-wide culinary competition. Every branch is sending a representative. Our branch nominated me. I'm here to join the fun. A culinary competition. Moke raised an eyebrow. I've never heard of such an event at headquarters. Jonathan laughed heartily. It's held every 5 years to liven things up. Your sister-in-law's cooking is famous in our branch. She might even win a good spot. Jessica blushed and lightly tapped him. Don't talk nonsense. There are many talented people. I'm just here to learn and exchange ideas. Moke smiled. You clearly have a knack for it. I'm sure you'll achieve excellent results. The conversation flowed, and time passed quickly. By the time the transport boat reached Marineford Harbor, night had fully fallen over the bay. Assistant Instructor, Moke, you must visit G8 branch sometime, Jonathan said, patting his shoulder. Freshly caught fish is always the most tender. Certainly. Thank you for the kind invitation, Rear Admiral, Moke replied. They parted at the dock. Jonathan accompanied Jessica toward the headquarters guest house, while Moke led Ein and Bins back to the mountain training camp. Get some rest early. No need to wake up early for training tomorrow, Moke instructed as they reached the trainee dormitory. Got it. Good night, Assistant Instructor. Watching them enter the building, Moke turned and walked to his own single-room dormitory. After putting away his sword and coat, he felt his stomach. He hadn't eaten much at dinner, and now he was genuinely hungry. The camp's main mess hall had long closed, but as an assistant instructor he had access to the kitchen's small stove. He changed into casual clothes and strolled unhurriedly toward the kitchen. The camp's main mess hall had long closed, but as an assistant instructor he had access to the kitchen's small stove. He changed into casual clothes and strolled. The cold storage held marinated beef ribs, fresh sea fish, seasonal vegetables, and a full stock of rice flour and seasonings. He reviewed Jessica's recipes in his mind and selected a few quick and appealing dishes. First, he took a beef rib, seasoned it with sea salt, rosemary, and black pepper according to Jessica's method, then slow roasted it at low temperature to lock in the juices until the outside was crisp and the inside tender. He cut potatoes and carrots, simmered them with cream into a rich, aromatic soup. Then he stir-fried a seafood rice, each grain distinct with plump shrimp. Finally, he baked 2 honey cupcakes for dessert. In no time, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. The duty soldier stood at the entrance, swallowing hard several times, but too afraid to approach. Moke carried the dishes to a small table by the window in the mess hall, set the utensils, and was just about to take a bite when the mess hall door banged open. 2 tall figures entered. The one in front sniffed the air, his voice booming loud enough to rattle the windows. Whoa, what smells so good? I could smell it all the way from the office building. Moke paused, fork in hand, and looked up. It was Garp, wearing his navy coat loosely, half a rice cracker still in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the food on the table. Behind him stood Zephyr, his expression as stoic as ever, though his gaze also drifted toward the table. Old man. Instructor Zephyr. Moke quickly stood up, surprised. What brings you here at this hour? Just finished a meeting with Sengoku. We're hungry, Garp said, striding over without ceremony and pulling out a chair. He rubbed his hands together. Lucky I caught you cooking in the back kitchen. Fate. Zephyr and I haven't had dinner. You don't mind if we join you? Zephyr stood aside, frowning as if about to say something about protocol, but the aroma of grilled meat was too tempting. He swallowed his words. Come on, Zephyr, don't be so stern, Garp said, grabbing his arm and pulling him down to sit. Moke is family. What's wrong with eating his cooking? Besides, he's your star student. It's only natural for a student to treat his teacher. Moke watched the 2 old men, one shamelessly freeloading, the other wanting to eat but too proud to admit it, and found it amusing, but he remained respectful. If you don't mind, you'll get 2 more sets of utensils. When he returned with the utensils, Garp had already grabbed a piece of grilled meat with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes lit up. Delicious. He chewed with relish. Moke, here's something. Great swordsmanship, Haki, and now you cook this well. Zephyr picked up his knife and fork, cut a small piece of beef, and chewed slowly. The heat is well controlled. Tender, evenly seasoned. Receiving approval from both old men, Moke smiled and sat down to eat with them. Garp devoured his food, talking between bites. By the way, Moke, did you know the headquarters is hosting a Navy-wide culinary competition in a few days? I heard about it on the boat. Every branch will send participants, Moke nodded. Then you must sign up. Garp slapped the table, nearly upsetting the soup bowl. With your skills, you'll definitely take first place. Show those branch cooks what's what. Zephyr had just taken a sip of soup. He put down his spoon and frowned. Nonsense. An assistant instructor from the training camp participating in a cooking competition. That's a distraction from duty. Hey, don't say that, Garp retorted, bristling. Work-life balance, understand. The whole Navy is involved. Why can't the training camp join? It would be a shame if Moke didn't go. He turned to Moke, eagerly urging him. Don't listen to Zephyr. Sign up. The winner gets 500 berry and a medal of honor. Great stuff. Zephyr wanted to argue, but recalling the taste of the grilled meat and the often criticized camp meals, he changed his mind. He cleared his throat. If you're interested, it's fine to participate. It'll allow you an hour each day to prepare your competition dishes. I won't count it as slacking, and I'll check on your progress. Moke paused, fork in hand, amused and exasperated. He had just gotten hungry in the middle of the night, cooked a simple meal, and now it had turned into a discussion about entering a Navy-wide cooking competition. But seeing Garp's eager expression, he couldn't refuse. Since there was nothing pressing, he might as well join. Just to pass the time. Moke put down his fork and smiled. Alright, since both of you say so, I'll sign up. Consider it a hobby. Garp burst into laughter, slapping the table. That's the spirit. He'll be there in person to cheer you on. Zephyr coughed lightly and said seriously, prepare well. Don't embarrass the training camp. Then without a word, he discreetly slid the plate of honey cupcakes closer to himself. On January 2nd, 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar at Marineford, the morning wind carrying the salty scent of the waves swept across the massive dockyard of the Navy headquarters. But for the enrollment hall on the first floor of the logistics building, the atmosphere today seemed distinctly steaming hot. Dressed in a crisp Navy instructor uniform, Mo-ku stood calmly at the back of the long queue. Before him were over 80 elite chefs selected from the Navy headquarters direct fleet and the 4 sea branches: East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. Among them were muscular G1 branch chefs who could lift a 100-pound sack of flour with one hand, West Blue culinary artists with goatees who looked like gourmets, and petite, yet sharp-eyed female chefs. Next, following the staff member's call, Mo-ku stepped forward and took the registration form printed with the Navy emblem. After filling out the form, Mo-ku did not hurry to leave. His eyes, strengthened by the clone fruit, narrowed, slightly scanning every busy figure in the hall like the most precise scanner. At that moment, a familiar slight tingling sensation, like a data stream, flooding and echoed in his mind. Target detected: East Blue Branch head chef skill, recorded Navy, special high-energy curry, cooking method progress, 100. Target detected North Blue polar cuisine chef skill, recorded anti-cold sea beast meat deodorizing technique progress, 100. The corners of Mo-ku's mouth lifted slightly. This was truly a treasure trove without walls. More than 80 chefs represented the finest culinary schools and techniques from the 4 seas. For an ordinary person, mastering one person's craft might take 10 years of hard work, but for Mo-ku it required only a single glance. If I just refine these scattered techniques and merge them with everything I've learned from Jessica and Makino, Mo-ku calculated inwardly, let alone a culinary competition, even if I were to open a chain restaurant spanning the 4 seas in the Sabadi archipelago, I could instantly become the legendary little master of Chinese cuisine. With a sense of fulfillment from his bountiful harvest, Mo-ku left the enrollment hall and turned toward the training ground on the hill. Mo-ku flexed his wrist. Although the daytime registration had yielded great gains, combat training remained his daily routine. Instructor Zifa's terrifying black arm was no joke. A single misstep could send him flying several meters. After training, Mo-ku changed into casual clothes and headed straight to the kitchen of the training ground cafeteria. Next, it's time to verify today's harvest. It was dinner time and the cafeteria hall buzzed with noise, but as an instructor, Mo-ku had permission to use an independent cooking station. Pushing open the heavy soundproof door of the kitchen, the clamor was sealed outside. Mo-ku took a deep breath, tied on an apron, and opened the massive refrigerator. A dazzling array of ingredients greeted his eyes: freshly caught silver-scaled fish from the deep sea, premium beef ribs airlifted from East Blue pastures, West Blue cream and spices. Since I'm practicing, might as well go for a grand slam. Mo-ku's arm muscles bulged slightly as he moved with fluid grace. He first took out 3 iron pots and lit them simultaneously. With his left hand, he tossed the wok, executing the flame-fried rice learned from the East Blue Branch chef. Each grain of rice distinct, coated in a golden sheen under high heat. With his right hand, he wielded a knife, preparing the secret vanilla cream soup from a West Blue pastry master. Finally dicing potatoes and onions, precisely controlling the heat to achieve a tempting milky white broth. In the middle oven, he slow-roasted South Blue charcoal grilled beef ribs, seasoned with the best marinade formula synthesized from the 80 chefs, a unique blend of North Blue sea salt and Grand Line herbs. 40 minutes later, a small table by the window was laden with aromatic, visually stunning dishes. Just then the cafeteria door swung open again. Bam! Familiar footsteps accompanied by teeth-grinding, chewing sounds. Yawn. This old man followed the scent. Mo-ku, my boy, what delicious food have you made today? Vice Admiral Ka Pu's massive frame squeezed into the cafeteria, a bag of rice crackers habitually in hand. Behind him followed Zfa, whose face remained stern, but whose nose twitched slightly. Old man instructor Zfa. Mo-ku, having anticipated this, laughed and pointed at the dishes on the table. Just came out of the pan. Eat while it's hot. I'm not here to freeload this time. Zfa said, his face stern, but his feet faithfully walked to the table. I'm here to taste your dishes. Yes, instructor is right. Mo-ku laughed as he served soup to both of them. Besides Ka Pu and Zfa, 2 uninvited guests joined today. Instructor, we're here to deliver the training report. Ayn said hesitantly at the door, holding a folder, her eyes involuntarily drifting toward the tempting steak. Ben stood behind her, expressionless, but his slightly tilted posture betrayed him. Since you're here, join us for a meal, Mo-ku beckoned. I need a few people to help me taste the seasoning. Thank you, instructor. Ayn's eyes lit up, and she pulled Ben's to sit down. Kapu did not stand on ceremony, grabbing a beef rib and stuffing it into his mouth. His eyes instantly widened. Delicious. The meat is crispy on the outside and tender inside with a special milky aroma. Although Zafa was not as exaggerated as Kapu's knife and fork hardly stopped. He cut a small piece of fish, dipped it in the special sauce, and put it in his mouth. His usually furrowed brows slowly relaxed. The seasoning has layers, Zafa gave a rare assessment. It has the boldness of East Blue and the delicacy of West Blue. The heat is well controlled and the nutrition is balanced. This cream soup, did you add some special seaweed powder? It enhances the umami without masking the cream's original flavor. Emoku smiled. That's a little trick I learned from a North Blue chef. No matter what you do, just don't embarrass the training camp, Zafa said, but his hands kept moving, and he even helped himself to another bowl of soup. As for Ein and Bins, they usually ate mass-produced meals in the training camp, so how could they have tasted such top-tier cuisine, blending the essence of the four seas? Their mouths were stuffed full, and they could only nod repeatedly to express their enjoyment. Watching the scene of devouring everything on the table, Emoku thought, it seems my chances of winning have increased by quite a bit. 3 days later, January 5th. At dusk, the training ground was bathed in blood-red sunset. Emoku had just finished a day of weighted running and was resting against the railing. Old man Kapu suddenly approached mysteriously, his crescent-shaped eyes gleaming with mischievous intent. Emoku, my boy, come here. What's up, old man? Emoku wiped his sweat. I went to great lengths to dig up some info about the day after tomorrow's culinary competition. Kapu lowered his voice. But you know I'm old and my memory's failing. The names of the judges. Emoku's heart stirred, and he immediately pulled out a pack of specially made premium rice crackers from his pocket. Old man, please enjoy. Kapu took the crackers with satisfaction, crunched a bite, then cleared his throat and shouted, Bo Lu Sa Li Nua. Stop slacking off over there. Come here. Under a nearby street lamp, a yellow figure strolled over slowly with hands in pockets. The man wore iconic black sunglasses, and his uniform was unbuttoned, exuding a lazy, casual air. A Vice Admiral Kapu and little brother Emoku, Huang Yuan drawled in his distinctive tone. What business do you have with me? If it's official, can it wait until tomorrow? Enough nonsense. Kapu grabbed Huang Yuan's arm and dragged him in front of Emoku. Emoku is participating in the culinary competition. As a senior, shouldn't you give him some pointers? Especially about the judge list. I heard it's been finalized. Huang Yuan pushed up his sunglasses that had slid down his nose, his gaze flickering between Emoku and Kapu, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. How can I casually leak such confidential information to a contestant? That's against the rules. Against the rules? You're an admiral. Who dares say you're breaking rules? Kapu glared. Besides, Emoku is my adopted grandson and Zifa's prize student. What's wrong with giving him a hint? Exactly, Admiral Huang Yuan. Emoku interjected with a humble expression. I just want to understand the judge's preferences in advance so I can make dishes that suit everyone's taste. I have no ulterior motives. He glanced around to confirm no one was nearby, then lowered his voice. All right, since you're so eager to know. Actually, I just happened to pass by Zhangguo's office, and he glanced around to confirm no one was nearby, then lowered his voice. All right, since you're so eager to know. Actually, I just happened to pass by Zhangguo's office and accidentally overheard something. Spit it out. Kapu urged impatiently. Huang Yuan slowly raised one finger. First, the most important one, our Marshal Zhanggua. Second, an old acquaintance of your training camp. Huang Yuan pointed to the highest point of Marineford. Sakasiji. As for the third, Huang Yuan chuckled. Chief of Staff he. How about that? Scared, Huang Yuan teased, seeing Emoku's serious expression. These three are notoriously hard to please, especially Saka. Thank you for the guidance, Admiral, Emoku said sincerely. Although Huang Yuan seemed casual, this intelligence was invaluable to him. However, Huang Yuan changed the subject and added, though I can't say it outright, as a senior, I can give you a little advice. Please speak. Emoku perked up his ears. Huang Yuan gave Kapu a meaningful glance. Marshal Zhanggua. He hates wastefulness the most. Being able to make top-tier flavors with cheap ingredients. That's true skill. Kapu nodded vigorously beside him. That's right. That old man is just like that. Stingy as hell. As for Sakasiji, Huang Yuan mimicked a punching motion. He's decisive and efficient. He hates dawdling. Also, he has a strong palate. He likes spicy and stimulating flavors. A lightning bolt flashed through Emoku's mind. Efficient, spicy, heavy oil. Wasn't that the hallmark of a certain cuisine? Finally, Chief of Staff he. Huang Yuan's voice softened a bit. She's a meticulous person. She cares not only about taste, but also about nutrition. Having said that, Huang Yuan patted Emoku on the shoulder. All right, this admiral has said all he can. The rest is up to you. I look forward to your performance in the competition, kid. With that, Huang Yuan yawned his body, turning into a beam of light, vanishing instantly, leaving only a lazy voice echoing in the air. Remember to save me a good seat to watch the competition. Kapu looked at the spot where Huang Yuan had disappeared, then turned to Mo-ku with eager expectation. Mo-ku, did you understand? That's top secret intel. What's your plan? Mo-ku gazed at the sea under the sunset, his eyes flashing with confidence. Old man, I already have an idea. In the morning of Marineford on the plaza of Marine headquarters, the massive circular arena had been temporarily transformed into the stage for the all-army culinary competition. Chefs from various branches across the 4 seas were bustling with fervor, the clatter of pots and pans mingling with the sizzle of ingredients hitting hot oil. At the center of the arena, a slightly slender, yet remarkably composed figure was methodically handling several white powdery substances. Mo-ku, the youngest assistant instructor at Marine headquarters, now stood under the spotlight. So this is your big move? In the first row of the audience, Vice Admiral Kapu sat upright, holding a bag of sunbae in his arms, but his eyes were fixed on his grandson in the arena. Beside him, Zfa kept a stern face, yet his eyes also betrayed a hint of concern. Old man instructor, just watch. Mo-ku said silently, in his heart, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, a smile only he could perceive. Today I want just take the championship. He'll also sweep the admirals of this headquarters off their feet. Ever since learning that the judges panel would be Zhang Chi Quan, and he 3 days ago, Mo-ku had made up his mind. This was not merely a competition, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a hunt. Zhang was human fruit, great Buddha form, Chi Quan's magma fruit, Qing Ji's ice fruit, he's wash fruit. These abilities that stood at the apex of the pirate world were things he had long coveted. Now let's welcome the judges of this competition. The host's voice boomed through the loudspeakers across the entire arena. The crowd fell silent instantly, then erupted into thunderous applause. First came Chief of Staff, he dressed in a crisp military uniform, holding a folder in her hand. Then came Chi Quan. Sakasi Ji, his face, stern brows furrowed, as if someone owed him millions of berries, exuding an icy aura that warned others to keep their distance. Finally, the grand finale was Fleet Admiral Zhang Gua, who strode steadily onto the judging platform, his gaze sweeping the crowd like a blazing torch. In the audience section behind the judges panel, the lineup was even more extravagantly imposing. Kapu was tightly gripping the sleeves of the 2 people beside him. One wore an open coat of justice and sunglasses, looking as if he hadn't woken up. The other was in standard Marine uniform, with a sleep mask slipped down to the bridge of his nose, idly picking at his nails. Hey, you 2, don't make such sour faces. Kapu lowered his voice, but spoke fiercely to Huang Yuan and Qing Ji. Mo-ku is down there watching. As seniors, you should show some support. I, Vice Admiral Kapu, were here to observe the competition, not to be cheerleaders, Huang Yuan. Bo Lu Sali Nuo protested lazily. Exactly, Kapu, don't force your personal feelings on us. Kuzan yawned, clearly uninterested in such a lively Cut the nonsense. Kapu glared. Mo-ku is my adopted grandson. If you don't cheer for him, I'll vote against your proposals in the next meeting. And you Kuzan, your leave request to transfer to the New World hasn't been approved yet. That's outright blackmail. Qing Ji sighed helplessly but still forced a faint smile and waved toward the arena. Then, good luck to him. That's more like it. Kapu nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Tina Ain and Bin Z on the other side. You lot, when Mo-ku comes out, clap hard. Ain and Bin Z exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness and amusement in each other's eyes. At this moment, Mo-ku had already completed his preparations. There was no open flame at his station, only a massive iron pot. On the judging platform, Zhang Gua looked at Mo-ku's setup and frowned slightly. No heat source. How can he cook? Chi Quan even showed a disdainful expression. All smoke and mirrors. Cooking without fire, relying on these tricks. What a disgrace. He adjusted her glasses, thoughtfully gazing at the pile of white powder in front of Mo-ku. Honorable judges, dear colleagues, Mo-ku cleared his throat, his voice carried by the microphone across the entire arena. The dish I bring today is called Spicy Instant Hot Pot. As he spoke, he poured the prepared ingredients into the pot. They were not expensive seafood or meat, but the discarded offal of sea kings, usually thrown away as waste. The audience erupted in uproar. Huh, sea king offal. Isn't that kitchen waste? Exactly, that stuff has a terrible fishy smell. How can it? Looks like instructor Mo-ku has run out of ideas using such scraps to fool us. Even Kapu in the audience was stunned. Kid, didn't you say you were making a grand meal? Can that thing even be eaten? Only Zfa narrowed his eyes. He remembered Mo-ku once saying that the finest chef could make cheap ingredients taste top-notch. Please everyone calm down, Mo-ku said with a faint smile, ignoring the doubts from the crowd. He poured chopped vegetables and tofu products into the pot, then picked up the bag of quicklime. As everyone knows, when Marines carry out missions on the Grand Line, they often face supply shortages and harsh environments, Imoku announced loudly. Traditional cooking methods require firewood, but at sea on deserted islands, or even when being pursued by enemies, we don't have time to gather wood and start a fire. Saying this, he poured the quicklime into the water tank beneath the pot, then quickly added fresh water. Hiss! In an instant, white smoke billowed up, accompanied by violent boiling sounds. The quicklime reacted violently with water, releasing immense heat that instantly brought the soup base in the pot to a rolling boil. This bizarre scene silenced the entire audience. The ability to instantly heat food through chemical reactions without relying on devil fruits or flames completely overturned everyone's understanding. Then an indescribable aroma began to spread. It was a bold, intense, and aggressive fragrance. Red oil churned. The scent of chili and Sichuan pepper mingled with the sweetness of medicinal herbs, instantly stirring the appetites of the thousands of Marine soldiers present. This is... Zhangguo's nose twitched and his stern expression cracked slightly. Imoku did not stop. He utilized the superb culinary skills he had replicated from numerous Marine chefs and the knowledge of medicinal cooking he had researched in the training camp to handle the seemingly crude offal with perfect order. The base of this soup uses chilies from the east, blue beef tallow from the west, blue spices from the south, blue, and a unique warming seaweed from the north, blue. Imoku explained as he skillfully stirred the ingredients in the pot. Although Sea King offal is considered waste when properly handled, its meat's texture and collagen surpass ordinary meat. Combined with my special spicy base, it not only removes the fishy smell and enhances flavor, but also through medicinal cooking regulates the body, dispels cold and dampness, and replenishes the energy lost after intense combat. With fluid movements, he scooped out the soft, flavorful Sea King offal, plated it, drizzled it with secret red oil, and finally sprinkled a handful of fresh coriander. Judges, please taste. Imoku brought 3 beautifully plated hot pot dishes to the judging table. Zhangguo looked at the scarlet dish before him, then glanced at the eagerly expectant Kapu and the surrounding Marines who were already swallowing their saliva. Finally, he picked up his chopsticks. He picked up a slice of Sea King innards, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. First came the fierce impact of chili, then the numbing sensation of Sichuan pepper, followed by the tender and springy texture of the meat, and finally a warm current, sliding down the esophagus into his stomach, instantly dispelling the winter chill. He even felt a smoother flow of his Haki. Zhangguo's eyes widened in shock, an incredulous expression spreading across his usually stern face. Without another word, his chopsticks flew like lightning, grabbing at the ingredients on the plate. Beside him, Chi Quan initially maintained his aloof demeanor, but the aroma compelled him to pick up his chopsticks involuntarily. He took a bite of a thoroughly cleaned Sea King intestine, and his tightly furrowed brow instantly relaxed. He even winced slightly from the heat, but his hand never stopped moving. After finishing a mouthful, he did not indulge like Zhangguo. Instead, he put down his chopsticks, his expression returning to seriousness, but with a hint of approval in his eyes. The flavor is indeed good, Chi Quan said in a businesslike tone, his voice still low and cold. The spiciness is moderate, suitable for combat personnel. Moreover, as you said, the ingredients are cheap and preparation is quick, making it ideal for field supply on the front lines. This dish has high tactical value. The usually elegant chief of staff, he had also abandoned her composure, eating in small bites, but the satisfaction on her face was undeniable. The flavor layers are very rich, spicy without being harsh, savory with a lingering sweetness. And the ratio of medicinal ingredients is very precise. This is a truly thoughtful dish. I declare. Zhangguo wiped his mouth. Though he wanted to eat more, he had to announce the results. The champion of this all-army culinary competition is Instructor Imoku of the ZFA training camp. The entire arena erupted. In the audience, Kapu was the first to leap up, clapping wildly and slapping the shoulders of Huang Yuan and Qingji beside him. See that? See that? That's my adopted grandson. How about it? His skills are impressive, right? Huang Yuan was nearly knocked off his chair by the slaps and clapped helplessly. Truly remarkable. Not only is his swordsmanship and Haki formidable, but he's also quite skilled at cooking. Qingji, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at Imoku, who was receiving cheers in the arena. To bring out such extreme quality from cheap ingredients. This kid's mind is indeed meticulous. Imoku stood on the podium, holding the medal symbolizing honor in his hand, a humble smile on his face, but inside his emotions were surging like a storm. It's done. Just now Imoku's clone fruit had been activated. First he targeted Zhangguo Chi Quan, and he on the judge's platform, then spotted Kapu bouncing around in the audience. Imoku also noticed Qingji beside him, and naturally did not spare him. It was a long-lost sensation, like a torrent of data scouring his mind. Detection target Zhangguo. Ability recorded Zoan human fruit mythical Zoan Great Buddha form. Ability framework Great Buddha incarnation. freely transforms into a giant golden Buddha statue, greatly amplifying physique and size, possessing Buddha-like, transcendent strength, supreme wisdom, and perfect spiritual cultivation, merging body, mind, and technique to achieve the ultimate form of body, heart, and skill. Buddha Fist unleashes heavy blows with the immense force of the giant Buddha. The fist strikes are heavy and domineering, capable of shattering large structures and solid fortifications with immense close combat destructive power. Buddha's shockwave releases an ultra-powerful omnidirectional shockwave with a wave of the hand powerful enough to heavily damage and repel clustered enemies on a large scale, possessing top-tier crowd control and suppression capabilities. Detection target Saka CG Chi Quan. Ability recorded Logia Magma Fruit. Ability framework Magma. Among them were Zhangguo's mythical Zoan and the Logia abilities of two admirals. Imoku felt his spiritual power had been elevated at this moment. With these abilities, his means of survival and combat power directly improved by a level, especially Magma and Ice. These two extreme Logia abilities combined with the armament Haki cloned from them were a match made in heaven. Imoku, you brat. Well done. A thunderous roar interrupted Imoku's thoughts. Before he could catch his breath, Kapu laughed and rushed over, lifting Imoku up and spinning him around 3 times. Old man, take it easy. I'm dizzy, Imoku said, half laughing, half crying, his stomach churning. This is a celebration. Dizziness means you haven't eaten enough. Kapu put him down with a righteous air, patting his chest and saying, today your old man feels especially proud. Come, since you won the match, I'll take you for a feast. Let's go to the Marine headquarters mess hall and bring out all the premium beef. Old man, Imoku pointed at the pile of rice cracker crumbs behind Kapu. Didn't you just finish a whole bag of rice crackers? That's the appetite of 3 adults. That's not enough. That was just an appetizer. This is a victory banquet. Kapu argued confidently, patting Imoku on the shoulder, nearly driving him into the ground. At that moment the crowd parted and Zhangguo and Chi Quan walked over. Zhangguo was holding the hot pot base recipe Imoku had just submitted, his brows furrowed, as if pondering how to incorporate it into Marine individual rations. Chi Quan still wore that expression of the whole world owes me money, but there was a hint of recognition in his eyes. He looked at Imoku and said in a stern tone, Brad, I've already seen that hot pot base recipe, especially that quicklime heating method. No need for open flame to generate high heat, perfect for strike force operations. Yes, Admiral, Imoku dared not be negligent. But with that quicklime heating method you must keep the quicklime dry. If it gets damp and doesn't react, the soldiers won't get hot food. Don't blame me. Chi Quan nodded, and for once the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, though the movement was almost imperceptible. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Then Zhangguo put away the note, his eyes blazing as he looked at Imoku, hands behind his back, striking the pose of a connoisseur discovering a fine horse. Imoku, this competition has shown me your potential. Not just in combat, but also in your logistical thinking. Since you've already mastered so many skills and are a training camp assistant instructor, I think you can graduate early. The surrounding noise instantly fell silent. Everyone pricked up their ears. Zhangguo took a deep breath and threw out the olive branch that would drive any young Marine wild. Come serve in the headquarters direct fleet with the rank of lieutenant commander. How about it? As soon as the words were spoken, the people around gasped. What an honor. The Marine headquarters direct fleet, an elite among elites, directly under the fleet admiral, executing top-secret missions, and skipping the ranks of company-grade officer to become a lieutenant commander. This was promotion at rocket speed. However, just as Imoku was about to speak in gratitude, an aged but powerful hand thrust in like a wall, blocking Zhangguo. Hold on, Zhangguo. Everyone turned to see ZFA, face dark, followed by Tina Ai N and Ben Z. ZFA. Zhangguo frowned, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. What do you mean by this? I am the fleet admiral. I'm recruiting talent. Zayfa's gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Imoku. Imoku may have talent, but he's only 14 now. His mind is not yet fully mature, his experience is shallow. He still needs to be honed in the training camp. A complex place like the direct fleet is not suitable for him. But Zhangguo wanted to argue, staying in the training camp is a waste of time. He should gain experience in actual combat. No buts. ZFA interrupted forcefully. He is my student and an assistant instructor of the training camp. As long as I'm alive, he stays under my watch until I'm satisfied. Imoku knew that instructor ZFA was protecting him. ZFA didn't want Imoku to get entangled in the messy affairs of the world government and the celestial dragons too early, nor did he want this promising sprout to be polluted or sacrificed prematurely. Besides, ZFA glanced at Kapu beside him. Even if we were to assign him, it should wait until he's 2 years older. For now, he's my man. Zhangguo looked at Zayfa's protective attitude, sighed helplessly, and rubbed his temples. Fine, let him stay in your training camp for another 2 years. But when he turns 16, I'm recruiting him. He turned to Moku and softened his tone. Since your teacher Zafa insists stay in the training camp for now. Kapu then squeezed in, throwing an arm around Moku's shoulder with a force that seemed intent on crushing his bones. Since the champion has been chosen, Kapu then squeezed in, throwing an arm around Moku's shoulder with a force that seemed intent on crushing his bones. Since the champion has been chosen, shouldn't the prize money be handed out? And the champion's prize? My grandson is well deserving. Zhangwa shot him an exasperated glare, pulled an envelope from his pocket, and tossed it to Moku. The prize money is 500,000 berry. The prize is a specially crafted chef's knife which has been given to Zafa as shared property of the training camp. 500,000, huh? Kapu rubbed his chin, eyes darting around like he was sizing up a fat sheep. Moku, you're usually not one to spend much. Carrying so much money is unsafe. How about Grandpa keeps it for you? No thanks. Moku flatly refused, stuffing the envelope into his pocket. I have my own use for it. See what a sensible child. Knows how to use money wisely. Kapu laughed heartily, then abruptly changed the subject, his face thick as a wall. But Grandpa's a bit short on cash lately. Since you gave the chef's knife to the training camp as a tribute to Zafa, shouldn't you also pay tribute to your grandpa? He held up one finger, wiggling it in front of Moku, cool like a street thug. By Grandpa, 100,000 berry worth of rice crackers. The premium special edition. I heard it's mixed with a bit of Sea King bone powder, super crunchy. Kapu. Zhangwa couldn't stand it anymore, grabbing Kapu by the back of his collar. Do you have any shame? You're taking advantage of your adopted grandson. 100,000 berry worth of rice crackers. You'll eat the marine treasury dry. Old buddy, don't be so stingy. Kapu was still kicking in midair. I'm just cultivating filial piety in the next generation. Besides, I'm helping him spend money. That's financial management, you understand. Moku stood there watching the noisy group of marine high-ups. Instructor Zafa, who was willing to defy the fleet admiral to protect him. Fleet Admiral Zhang was stern, but acknowledging his talent, and his grandfather, who though utterly shameless in pursuit of food, was still haggling while being dragged by the collar. The Marines also had their human touch, but unfortunately, he didn't want to be a lackey of the celestial dragons. The Marine headquarters is indeed a blessed land. Moku gazed at the vast surging sea in the distance, a glint of ambition flickering in his eyes. The salty sea breeze carried the peculiar restlessness unique to the first half of the Grand Line. The Mercy surged forward, its white hull gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. On the deck, Moku sat on the gunwale legs, dangling, his gaze calmly fixed on the churning waves. It was June of Sea Circle year 1513. On the deck, Moku sat on the gunwale legs, dangling, his gaze calmly fixed on the churning waves. It was June of Sea Circle year 1513, half a year since the culinary competition that had stirred the entire Marine Corps. During these 6 months, Moku was no longer the corporate drone who had only thought of leeching off others upon his transmigration, nor the mere copier who replicated techniques. With a slow exhale, Moku's unfocused eyes sharpened. Over the past half year, he had made a bold decision: seal his devil fruit powers and rebuild his foundation. He had scarcely practiced the cloned devil fruit abilities, even those of top-tier Logia types like the 3 admirals. He had withdrawn all his energy, starting from the most basic 6 Navy styles, honing each move from scratch. More importantly, he focused on swordsmanship. Rayleigh's words, "Whose sword is your sword?" had lodged in his heart like a thorn for the entire half year. Previously, he had cloned the swordsmanship of Bogard, Kizaru, and even Rayleigh himself. Impressive techniques, exquisite in form, but they belonged to others. Moku had been nothing but an adept imitator. Half a year ago, he had relied solely on a pile of clone abilities and decoy tactics. Now he felt that his physical strength, Haki control, and understanding of combat had truly stepped into the ranks of elite. Though perhaps not yet at the vice admiral level, he was undoubtedly among the top within the captains. Now I should be able to withstand a full-force blow from Instructor Zephyr without internal injury, he thought, clenching his fist as his knuckles cracked sharply. Assistant Instructor lost in thought. Moku turned to see Ayn holding a stack of training reports not far away, with Binz standing silently behind her. Just wondering if you two have been slacking off during this half-year's special training, Moku said with a slight smirk. By now Ayn and Binz were no longer the green recruits they had been upon entering the camp. We wouldn't dare. Ayn stuck out her tongue, her eyes full of admiration. By the way, Assistant Instructor Lieutenant Tashiji has sent word that she has arrived safely in Alabasta. Tashiji, the woman who always wore a stern face but cared deeply for the training camp students. With her official graduation and assignment to the Kingdom of Alabasta in the first half of the Grand Line, Moku had become the sole assistant instructor at Zephyr's training camp. Good, I understand. Moku nodded, his gaze sweeping over the more than 100 trainees conducting physical training on the deck. Tell everyone to snap out of their laziness. This is the Grand Line. Stay alert at all times. Yes, sir. Ayn and Binz saluted and turned to convey the order. Imoka looked back at the sea. This voyage was a training mission arranged by Zephyr aimed at exposing the trainees to the brutality of the Grand Line. Zephyr himself was on the bridge, his sharp eyes sweeping across the sea, brooding over something. All seemed calm, until the lookout's panicked cry shattered the sea's tranquility, followed by the piercing alarm that rang throughout the ship. Enemy sighted. Pirate ship spotted. It's the flag of the Uranus pirates. Imoka's eyes narrowed, and with a flicker of movement he appeared instantly beneath the mast. Following the lookout's pointed direction, he saw a sailboat with a pitch-black skull flag cutting through the waves on the horizon, its figurehead a blazing star. As a transmigrator, Imoka had never seen this pirate crew in the original One Piece story. But as an assistant instructor at the Marine training camp, he naturally knew the notable pirates of the seas: Captain Robin, with a bounty of 45 million berries. First Mate Vander Vaart, bounty 38 million berries. Combatant De Jong, bounty 40 million berries. All hands battle stations. This is Zephyr's deep roar came from the bridge, carrying undeniable authority. Bins. Ein. Lead your squads to the left flank. The rest follow me. Imoka instantly assumed his role as assistant instructor, his voice chillingly calm. Yes, assistant instructor. Though nervous, the intense training had ingrained in the over 100 trainees a refusal to retreat. The pirate ship rapidly closed in, the distance between them shrinking to less than a It's a marine warship. Brothers, let's take them down and kick that old man's head like a ball. A tall, bald man in bizarre attire laughed wildly. He was the captain of the Uranus pirates, Robin. Beside him, a lanky man with a giant sniper rifle coldly aimed his weapon. That was First Mate Vander Vaart. At the bow, a muscular man wielding a massive axe and shield, De Jong, let out a furious roar. A bunch of small fry. Imoka thought, his mind exceptionally calm as he assessed the enemy lineup. A bounty of 45 million might be cannon fodder in the New World, but in the first half of the Grand Line it indeed made them a formidable force. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Zephyr and his current self. Imoku. Zephyr's voice reached his ears. These pirates excel in close-quarters combat and long-range sniping. Your mission is to protect the trainees and knock the teeth out of that captain. As you wish, Instructor Zephyr. A slight smile curled at the corner of Imoka's mouth. By then the pirate ship had pulled alongside. Jump over. Kill them all. De Jong roared, charging into the side of the Mercy. He raised his massive shield, blocking the bullets fired by the Marines, then swung his axe at the deck in an attempt to damage the hull. Bins. Imoku called out softly. Understood. Bins rushed out from the crowd, slamming both hands onto the deck. Forest of trees. Thick vines shot out from the potted plants on the deck, coiling toward De Jong like serpents. But De Jong reacted swiftly, twisting his shield to shred the vines, his axe whistling toward Bins. In that instant, a dark shadow flashed. A crisp clang rang out. Imoka had appeared before Bins, extending only 2 fingers to catch De Jong's powerful axe strike. What? De Jong's eyes bulged in shock. Imoka's gaze was indifferent. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a hidden force traveled through the axe handle into De Jong's arm, shattering the 40 million berry bounty fighter's grip and sending him along with his axe flying backward. Is this your full strength? Too weak. Imoka shook his head. This scene drew a sidelong glance from Zephyr, who was directing the battle. Interesting, Zephyr murmured, a glint of approval in his eyes. Looks like you really haven't been slacking off these 6 months. Having dealt with De Jong, Imoka didn't pursue but turned to face Vander Vaart, who was about to fire. Ein. Received assistant instructor. Ein raised her revolver, Starbreaker, and pulled the trigger. A shot rang out. The bullet flew, but Vander Vaart sidestepped with precision. As a marksman with a 38 million berry bounty, his dynamic vision and reaction speed far exceeded ordinary men. Think you can hit me? Dream on. Vander Vaart sneered, aiming at Imoka's forehead. But a split second before he pulled the trigger, Imoka moved. The bullet that had been fired at him was now held firmly between 2 of his fingers. Dead silence fell over the scene. Both Marine trainees. The bullet that had been fired at him was now held firmly between 2 of his fingers. Dead silence fell over the scene. Both Marine trainees and pirates were stunned by this feat. Imoka glanced at the bullet in his hand, then flicked his finger. The bullet shot back at even greater speed. It struck Vander Vaart's sniper rifle barrel with pinpoint accuracy, bending the barrel with the immense impact and continuing to hit Vander Vaart's shoulder. Arg! Vander Vaart screamed, hurtling backward. A bit of showing off. Zephyr's hand tightened. But this kid's mastery of armament Haki has reached this level. Having neutralized the 2 main fighters, Imoka's gaze finally fell on the last man. The captain of the Uranus pirates, Robin. Who the hell are you? Robin had finally shed his contempt. Watching his 2 capable lieutenants taken out in an instant by a young man, he felt an unprecedented threat. Marine Headquarters, Zephyr Training Camp Assistant Instructor Imoku. Imoku slowly drew the sword at his waist, the fine blade Zhengfeng. The blade left the sheath gleaming with cold light. Assistant Instructor Mighty. The trainees behind him erupted in thunderous cheers. Ein and Binz were flushed with excitement. This was the assistant instructor they followed. The man who always smiled gently, yet possessed monstrous strength. Don't get cocky. Robin roared, his feet exploding with force as he turned into a blurred dual blades, thrusting straight for awakens. His speed was immense, leaving afterimages in the air, a testament to his 45 million berry bounty as a swordsman. Awakens' eyes flashed with sharp light. Too slow. In Awakens' vision, Robin's movements were infinitely slowed. This was an advanced application of observation Haki, the fruit of his half-year of special training. He didn't dodge, instead he raised his sword to block. A crisp clang of metal rang out. Robin's dual blades were locked firmly by Awakens' single sword, unable to move. What? Robin was aghast, his hands aching. Your swordsmanship is too flashy. Awakens looked at Robin, his eyes calm as still water. A sword is meant to kill, not to perform. The moment the words left his mouth, Awakens' aura shifted dramatically. It was a pure killing intent forged through countless refinements. Iato //. Awakens uttered softly. Without any superfluous motion he struck and sheathed the sword. The entire motion was fluid, as if the blade had always been in its scabbard. An invisible shockwave exploded between the two ships. Robin's movements froze. The terror in his eyes solidified, and then a hair-thin line of blood appeared on his forehead. With a thud, Robin's body fell straight backward, splashing into the sea. One strike, instant kill. Once again, deathly silence reigned. Zephyr watched the silhouette of the young man standing at the bow, and a rare smile finally tugged at his lips. Finally, found your own sword. Awakens sheathed his blade, gazing at the pirate ship adrift on the sea, his heart remarkably calm. This is my own swordsmanship. The good times did not last long. 3 days later, the Mirror Sea, which should have been pressing its advantage and continuing to rack up achievements in the first half of the Vita Honglu, had instead fallen into a strange, eerie stillness. The chief instructor of the Marine Headquarters Direct Training Camp, the man known as Black Wrist, Zifa, had fallen ill. Damn it. My body won't move. Inside the cabin, Zifa lay weakly on the bed, his face, pale sweat soaking the pillow. He tried to lift his arm, but the same right arm that had once been able to punch a pirate fleet's flagship to pieces now lacked even the strength to clench a fist. Instructor, don't move recklessly, Moke said, reaching out to press down on Zifa's shoulder, his tone steady. The waves outside are rough, just rest well. With me here, the training camp won't fall into chaos. Moke, I'm putting you through a lot. These children are in your hands. Rest assured. Moke walked out of the cabin, closing the door behind him. The warmth on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a look of gravity. Assistant Instructor Moke, a trainee on lookout duty, suddenly let out a shrill alarm. Enemy attack. Unidentified ships spotted. They're flying a pirate flag that looks like the Whitebeard pirates. Moke's eyes narrowed. With a flicker of movement, he appeared on the high deck in an instant. On the horizon, a massive, menacing black ship was cleaving through the waves, its hull as dark as night. The figurehead of that ship was not the usual animal or demon, but a huge, twisted skull with a white beard. And on the bow of that strange vessel stood 2 figures. The moment Moke recognized them, his heart seized. On the left was an absurdly spherical creature. He had an enormous rotund body and neck so short it was nearly invisible, and limbs that were comically stubby. He wore an outlandish white cloak and carried a massive naginata, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Most striking was the white mustache on his round chin, identical to Whitebeard's, yet creating a stark contrast with his ridiculous physique. To his right stood a hunched-over old woman with a face full of wrinkles. She was dressed in a wide gown, wearing sunglasses and a hat, leaning on a cane. She was withered and aged, as if a gust of sea wind could blow her away. Adwa Wyber and Bajin. Moke ground out the names through clenched teeth. This is bad. The clone of Whitebeard, the monster, with monstrous strength, Adwa Wyber, and Bajin, weak in combat, but venomous in mind, who styled herself as his mother and constantly fed him twisted thoughts. As a transmigrator, Moke could foresee the plot ahead. Zifa's arm would be severed, his accompanying students slaughtered, leaving only Ian and Binzi alive. After Whitebeard's death, Wyber would claim to be Whitebeard II and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Zifa, enraged that his enemy was recruited by the world government, would defect from the Marines and found the Neo-Marines. In his previous life, Moke had wondered how Zifa, who possessed the strength of an admiral, could be defeated by a mere warlord like Wyber. Wasn't that a joke? Now it seemed that advanced age and illness might be the reason for Zifa's defeat. Oh, so the Marines aren't all useless after all. Bajin leaned forward on her cane, her hunched body craning, and through her murky eyes she fixed her gaze on Moke. Her voice was shrill and piercing, carrying an unbearably sticky quality. So you can recognize my dear Wyber. Hearing someone mention his name, Wyber became agitated, instantly brandishing his massive naginata. Mama, kill them. I want to kill them all. They're there, Wyber, don't be angry. Mama will arrange it for you. Bajin turned to Moke, her wrinkled face, squeezing out a smile that seemed kind, but was actually venomous. I am Wyber's mother, Bajin. This young man is quite handsome. Why not join us? If you swear loyalty to Wyber, I might consider sparing your life. Swear loyalty to that ball. Moke curled his lips into an exaggerated sneer, pointing at Wyber. Old lady, you really have no boundaries as a mother, do you? Look at your son. His body is a disgrace to the Sea King class. He's round as a bowling ball with limbs so thin. How can you keep a straight face? What did you say? Though Wyber was dim-witted, his hearing was excellent. Hearing the precise insults of bowling ball and thin limbs, he flew into a rage, his massive frame trembling violently, even his white mustache quivering. Bajin's hunched back straightened slightly, and her murky eyes turned icy. Brett, you've got guts. But those who provoke Wyber never come to a good end. Provoking him is just the first step. Moke looked at the para plan already forming in his mind. He knew this duo too well. Wyber was a pure weapon of destruction, possessing immense combat instincts and regenerative abilities. Bajin, though weak in combat, was a cunning strategist with absolute control over Wyber. If they fought heated, even with the sick Zifa and the entire ship of trainees, they would be walking into a slaughter. But if he used this well? Moke suddenly called out in a low voice. The two had already rushed to the deck, their faces pale as they stared at the approaching ship. Listen to my orders. Moke's voice turned unervingly cold, cutting them off. That thing is not something you can handle. He's come for the Marines, or rather for Blackwrist. Since Instructor Zifa is sick, he'll take this burden. What? Binzi was stunned. Assistant Instructor, should we counterattack? Full assembly. No. Moke shook his head, a dangerous curve appearing on his lips. You're going to flee. Huh. I and Binzi. Moke locked eyes with them, his tone brooking no argument. Go to the cabin immediately, take Instructor Zifa and the 100+ trainees on board. Take as many as you can, abandon the ship at once, and seek refuge on the nearest island. But Assistant Instructor, what about you? Ian was frantic. How can we leave you alone? Because I'm the Assistant Instructor. Moke took a deep breath, looking at the approaching ship, a glint of resolve in his eyes. That spherical thing has pitifully low intelligence and is extremely arrogant. But the mother beside him is the real trouble. Moke analyzed quickly. Bajin is cunning. If I flee directly, shall send Wyber to hunt you down. But if I stay here and enrage Wyber, making him think I'm the biggest threat. The moment that imbecile goes berserk, Bajin won't be able to control him. Take the Instructor and go. Moke shoved the two hard. That's an order. Don't make me knock you out and send you off. But, go. Moke let out a low roar and his aura exploded forth. Watching the two dash toward the cabin, Moke's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Now it was his turn to face this mother and son pair. Wyber's ship had closed to within 100 meters. Marine scum. Your grandpa here is Adhwa Wyber. See this? Kneel and beg for mercy. Wyber waved his Naginata, spittle flying. Bajin leaned on her cane, observing Moke coldly. Young man, sending those marine brats away. Are you planning to surrender alone? Too bad, your words have already enraged Lord Wyber, so surrendering won't save you now. Surrender? Moke let out a soft laugh, then tapped his toes against the air, his body rising slowly as he stepped on the air with a crisp crack. The moon step. He hovered in midair, looking down at Wyber and Bajin, a bright smile on his face. I was just wondering, if I sliced that spherical thing open, would a pool of yellow fat come spilling out? What did you say? That's muscle. It's a symbol of strength. Wyber completely lost control. Oh really? Then how about you try to catch me? Moke crooked his finger, then the air beneath him exploded. Moon step flash. His figure flickered like a ghost, flying toward a deserted island behind them. Trying to run. Bajin's murky eyes turned cold. She raised her cane. Wyber, don't let him escape. He'll kill you. Wyber roared. His massive body erupted with astonishing speed, leaping straight off the ship and crashing heavily onto the sea, sending up a huge splash. Chase. Full speed ahead. Target that island. Bajin commanded from the ship. However, Moke made a sudden turn in midair and flew back. Hey big ball. Your mama doesn't seem to want to come ashore. Moke pointed at Bajin, shouting to Wyber. Do you think she thinks you're too stupid, wanting you to go die alone? Look, she's afraid to come ashore, only you're foolish enough to chase me. Mama, Bajin. Wyber hesitated, looking back at the ship. Bajin's face turned ashen. Of course, she didn't want to go ashore. She knew the Marines' tactics well. If she went ashore and there was an ambush, she'd be a sitting duck. Wyber, don't listen to his nonsense. He's sowing discord. Bajin shrieked. No, you just don't want to come. Wyber, though dim-witted, was provoked by Moke's taunts and burst into a tantrum. If you don't come, he'll smash this ship. Don't smash the ship. Bajin panicked. Then come ashore. Wyber bellowed. Bajin gritted her teeth, glaring at Moke's taunting expression, and finally had no choice but to drag her hunched body onto the island. Fine. Mama will accompany you. Lord Wyber, don't be angry. As Bajin set foot on the island, the smile faded from Moke's eyes, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. Before long, Moke landed on the beach of the deserted island with Wyber and his mother close behind. Facing the mismatched pair, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, Moke slowly drew the fine blade Jungfeng from his waist. Since you're here, don't think you're leaving easily, Wyber. Today I will test whether my swordsmanship can truly cut through a monster. The sea breeze swept across the deserted island, kicking up a cloud of sand. Wyber stared at Moke standing not far away, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Kid, you were running. Why did you stop? Moke tightened his grip on the hilt, blood surging within him. Running. His lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc. I was just waiting for you to come ashore. Because this is your grave. But things did not unfold as Moke had anticipated. He had overestimated himself and underestimated Wyber. A thunderous boom. The ground shuddered violently. Moke's figure retreated rapidly, each step narrowly evading the massive glaive that could cleave both man and rock asunder. Across from him, Edward Wyber, a colossal behemoth standing a full 680 centimeters tall, roared like a wild beast. This was no mere fat man, it was a moving mountain of flesh. Wyber's upper body muscles, though encased in layers of fat, concealed explosive power beneath their bulging contours. His slender legs, so incongruous with his massive frame, were planted firmly on the ground, as if rooted. The enormous glaive in his hands felt weightless, each swing generating a whistling gale that tore the surrounding air to shreds. Brat, they'll cut you in half. 2 puffs of coarse breath burst from Wyber's nostrils, drool hanging from the corner of his mouth, his small eyes brimming with savagery. He cared nothing for Moke's earlier provocation, nor for whatever Bajin said on the sidelines. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: destruction. Moke leaned against a massive black reef, his chest heaving violently. The fine sword Jungfeng was held horizontally before him, its blade quivering slightly. The gap was too vast. This was Moke's most immediate impression. Though he had been in this world for over 3 years and thanks to Garp's feeding and the modification from life, his physique far surpassed his peers, even stronger than many adult Marines. But the physical disadvantage was irreparable. At 14 years old and 180 centimeters tall, he was utterly insignificant before Wyber. This was a chasm that skill alone could not bridge. Moke took a deep breath, forcing down the surging blood within him. So this is Whitebeard's clone. Moke narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust to lock onto the colossus. Wyber's attacks were utterly devoid of technique. Nothing but brute slashes, smashes, and sweeps. Wyber roared, stomping the ground. His slender legs unleashed astonishing leaping power, launching his entire body into the air, like absolute power, a monstrous physique, and profoundly deep armament. Haki. Stop hiding, Wyber roared, stomping the ground. His slender legs unleashed astonishing leaping power, launching his entire body into the air, like a meteor blotting out the light above. He raised the glaive with both hands, the blade coiled with pitch-black armament Haki, and brought it crashing down upon the boulder where Moke was hiding. Storm leg mountain cleaver. Moke's eyes hardened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. At the moment the giant blade descended, the sandy ground beneath him exploded, and his figure shot upward like a phantom. Trying to run, Wyber's bulky body twisted impossibly in midair, altering the trajectory of the massive glaive to sweep sideways with devastating force. Bang! Moke's storm leg struck the side of the glaive, but the expected repulsion did not occur. Clang! A deafening metallic clash erupted across the desolate island. Moke felt an indescribable torrent of force surge through his leg, a monstrous, relentless energy like a tsunami. His body froze in midair, and before he could take a second moon step, he was sent hurtling backward like a nail struck by a sledgehammer. A coppery taste rose in his throat, but he forced the blood back down. Crash! His body slammed heavily into the boulder behind him. The 5-meter-wide black reef instantly web-cracked, sending debris flying. Moke knelt on one knee, propping himself up with the sword hilt, coughing violently. A trace of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the dusty sand, starkly vivid. Ha! Finally hit. Wyber landed with a dull, heavy thud. He looked at Moke, spitting blood, a cruel and smug grin spreading across his face. He casually wiped his nose and looked down at Moke with condescension. Not so tough, are you? I thought you were something. Taking one blow from me. You've got some sturdy bones. Wyber raised his glaive, pointing the tip at Moke, and laughed arrogantly. Mom. See. They'll cut him into 8 pieces, then take him back to the ship. Not far away, Bajin stood on a high rock, leaning on her cane, her venomous gaze fixed on Moke. She said nothing, but her eyes looked as if she were staring at a corpse. Moke slowly straightened up, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. He felt a numbness in his right leg, injured by Wyber's armament Haki. It seemed a rib was broken as well. Every breath brought a piercing sting. In a direct contest of strength, he was no match. I can't take it, Hedon. Moke made a quick judgment. Speed. I have to push speed to the limit. Emoku took a deep breath and life returned within him, spun wildly, channeling the energy converted from food into his damaged muscles and bones. Seeing Emoku injured, he trembled with excitement, his fat jiggling. He roared, and with his slender legs he charged forward. Seeing Emoku injured, he trembled with excitement, his fat jiggling. He roared, and with his slender legs he charged forward at a terrifying speed utterly incongruous with his size. The ground trembled as if in an earthquake. Glaive Great Cyclone. Wyber rushed to Emoku, his massive body spinning violently, the glaive transforming into a black death circle that swept everything, leaving no room for Emoku to dodge. This move sealed off all escape routes. Emoku's eyes focused, and he exploded off the ground. Shaved. His body vanished, retreating as a blur. But Wyber's attack range was immense. The rotating blade wind spread outward like a meat grinder. Rip. The sleeve of Emoku's left arm was caught by the blade wind, instantly shredded, leaving a deep, bone-deep gash on his arm, blood splattering. Dodge. Where do you think you're going? Wyber's fury grew as his strike missed. He stopped spinning abruptly, and the enormous glaive, whistling like a battering ram, thrust straight toward Emoku's chest. This thrust was lightning fast and devastatingly powerful. Emoku's pupils contracted. His observation Haki screamed a frantic warning, his heart pounding. In that instant he sensed the threat of death. Too strong. This was a warlord-level Wyber, a pure weapon of destruction devoid of any flourish, driven only by the most primal instinct to kill. Kill me. Not so easy. A fierce glint flashed in Emoku's eyes. He chose not to block directly, but instantly coated his blade with armament Haki. Life returned full speed. His cells seemed to ignite, unleashing all stored energy. Shave flash. Emoku's figure vanished from the spot, and the next second he appeared beside Wyber's massive left leg. A chance to counterattack. Wyber's thrust was a committed move. His old strength had just been spent and new power had yet to arise. Though his immense body possessed terrifying strength, its turning and directional flexibility were weak points. Now, Emoku's eyes turned cold. He raised Zhongfeng high, channeling all his strength into this single slash. Batajutsu Iato Flash. This slash had no embellishment, only extreme speed and extreme precision. The blade light struck like lightning, aiming directly at the back of Wyber's left knee, the fragile joint connecting his colossal body to his slender legs. Ding! A crisp, chilling impact rang out. Emoku's pupils shrank. The blade struck Wyber's knee, but instead of severing tendons and bones, it only sparked a shower of blinding light. That was not skin, it was hardened armament Haki. Wyber's skin was coated in a layer of pitch-black armament Haki, as hard as diamond. Emoku's strike, enough to cut through steel, only left a shallow white mark on his skin. What a... Emoku was horrified. This defense was utterly unreasonable. Huh. Fool. Wyber looked down at Emoku, his face twisted in a savage grin, spittle spraying Emoku. You think these legs are just for show? I'm the strongest. Before the words faded, Wyber's massive right foot shot up, descending like a mountain to crush Emoku. Damn. Emoku could only release the sword, cross his arms above his head, and slide sideways. Boom. The enormous foot stomped heavily onto the ground, leaving a half-meter deep footprint where Emoku had stood. Debris flew, dust billowed. Emoku used the momentum of the slide to roll awkwardly more than 10 meters away before reclaiming Zhongfeng. Damn it. Defense strength Haki. This guy is a hexagonal monster. Emoku panted heavily, sweat and blood streaming down his forehead. That burst of action had nearly exhausted all his stamina. Run? Why don't you run? Wyber watched Emoku scurrying like a rat, enjoying the Catan mouse game, savoring the sight of his prey struggling in despair. He slowly raised his glaive, the armament Haki around the blade growing denser, crackling like thunder. Game over, brat. Wyber grinned, revealing a row of uneven yellow teeth. Dying under my blade is your honor. He gripped the handle with both hands, lifting the enormous glaive high above his head. Every muscle in his body tensed, his massive belly heaving, a suffocating pressure emanating from him. Now, die. Whitebeard cross. With a roar, Wyber swung the glaive down. Rumble. A colossal black slash with the force to annihilate all hurtled toward Emoku like a falling meteor. This was no ordinary slash. It was a killing strike, blending Wyber's full monstrous strength with pure armament Haki. Where it passed, the ground was gouged into a trench several meters deep. Rocks turned to powder instantly, and the air compressed into explosive bursts. Where it passed, the ground was gouged into a trench several meters deep. Rocks turned to powder instantly, and the air compressed. The sea breeze abruptly ceased, as if the very air had been drained away. The black cross slash, shrouded in an aura of annihilation, swept down like the scythe of death itself, sealing off every path of escape before Emoku. Wei Buer's arrogant laughter erupted alongside the thunderous roar of the strike. Die. This is the price of defying a god. There was no room to evade. If it had been half a year ago, Imoka might have simply closed his eyes and awaited his end. But in this moment of life and death, his sweat-soaked eyes held not fear, but an almost maniacal calm. Since I can't dodge. Imoka stomped his feet into the sandy ground, straightened his spine, and faced the oncoming wave of deadly heat. Then he'll shatter it. Shadow Octopal Strike. A furious roar erupted from Imoka's chest. Behind him, where there was nothing, space itself seemed to tear, and 7 identical figures materialized out of thin air. This was no mere multiplication of numbers. It was the pinnacle of spiritual energy burning to its limit. Including the original body, 8 figures moved in perfect synchronization at that instant. 8 swift blade Jingfeng were drawn simultaneously, and 8 icy sword energies converged in midair, not to strike Wei Buer, but to defend and break the deadlock. Iato Vacuum Slash. This was no ordinary cut. It was a composite strike 8 times the peak of Imoka's power. 8 transparent vacuum blades fused in the air, forming a visible white wall of air that screamed as it slammed into the Black Cross. Boom! A violent explosion bloomed at the center of the deserted island, sending shockwaves in a ring that pulverized the surrounding black rocks into dust. The entire island trembled under the force of the collision. The sneer on Wei Buer's face froze. He stared in disbelief at the epicenter of the blast. His proud, white beard cross shattered like glass under those 8 bizarre slashes. Amid the drifting smoke, the 8 figures did not disperse. Instead, they used the explosion's momentum to fan out, encircling Wei Buer. Lola. Wei Buer gaped at the identical Imoka's surrounding him, his mind short-circuiting. Clones. What the hell is going on? Mom. Ghosts. So many ghosts. Wei Buer flailed his naginata, wildly slashing at empty air. Standing on a distant rock, Bajin's face darkened like a storm cloud. Though old and frail, her eyes were sharp as a hawk's. She could see at a glance that these were no illusions. They were solid. Wei Buer. Don't panic. Those are his clones. That brat's devil fruit ability. Bajin's piercing voice cut through the smoke. Kill them all. Leave none. Hearing Mom's command, the foolish grin returned to Wei Buer's face, twisted into a snarl. Devil fruit clones. I don't care what you are. They'll chop you all to pieces. With a roar, his massive frame exploded with terrifying power. The enormous naginata swept in a wide arc like a windmill, howling through the air. Just in time. All 8 Imoka's spoke in unison, their voices overlapping with an eerie pressure. Close combat fighting mode. The 8 figures advanced, instead of retreating, charging into Wei Buer's attack range. Iron Fist Barrage. 8 Imoka's punched simultaneously, fists coated in pitch-black armament, Haki aiming for every vital point on Wei Buer's body. Thud, 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 thud. A hail of heavy punches rained down on Wei Buer's obese frame. Though Wei Buer possessed formidable armament, Haki, hardening the relentless barrage of 8-fold power, drove his massive body back step by step, sending snot and saliva flying uncontrollably with each impact. Ugh, ugh, Wei Buer groaned in pain. His vaunted strength was being suppressed for the first time. Yet Imoka knew that this level of attack could not truly defeat this monster. It's over, Wei Buer. Imoka's original body stood before him, eyes icy. He leaped high into the air, and his aura underwent a bizarre transformation. His human form began to swell, golden light flowing beneath his skin. Moo! A resounding Buddha's chant echoed as Imoka's figure exploded in size. Human, fruit, mythical, Zoan, great Buddha form. Wei Buer's attack struck the golden Buddha's body like an ant trying to shake a tree, producing dull thuds without leaving a single scratch. The colossal golden Buddha hovered in midair, hands clasped in prayer, exuding solemn majesty. But between those giant palms, an energy of heart-stopping intensity gathered. What kind of monster is this? For the first time, Wei Buer felt terror. He stared at the enormous Buddha, and his naginata nearly slipped from his grasp. Great Buddha form fusion trio. The giant Buddha slowly opened its eyes. There was no mercy in them, only pure destructive power. Glint, glint, Frutyasakani sacred jewel. Countless dazzling golden light bullets burst from the Buddha's fingertips, raining down like a storm of petals, sealing off every escape route. Wei Buer let out a strange shriek and could only raise his naginata to block desperately. The light bullets struck the blade with blinding sparks, each carrying enough force to pierce steel, driving him back step by step. But this was only the prelude. Magma, fruit-grade eruption. Under the cover of the rain of light, the giant Buddha's palm suddenly opened, unleashing a torrent of blazing, dark red magma. The heat was terrifying. Wherever it passed, the sand instantly turned to glass, and the air warped and twisted. So hot. So hot. Wei Buer screamed in agony. Though his layers of fat were thick, they were pitifully fragile against magma. The naginata was engulfed, glowing red-hot, forcing him to drop it. The magma torrent swallowed him whole. Just as he thought he would be burned to ashes, Mo's voice rang out again, laced with mockery. Ice fruit ice age. The extreme heat was instantly replaced by extreme cold. The blazing magma solidified in an instant, and Wei Buer, trapped at its core along with the surrounding sea and sand, was frozen in a thick layer of deep blue ice. From above, the giant golden Buddha pressed down with one hand, and the freezing air from its palm completely froze the magma, creating an ice sculpture 10 meters tall. Inside the ice, Wei Buer was frozen in a pose of clutching his head and screaming, his entire body coated in thick frost, even his eyebrows covered in hoarfrost. His once arrogant fury was now utterly sealed in this frigid prison. The wind on the deserted island seemed to die. The colossal golden Buddha descended slowly, its glow fading as it reverted to Mo's form. He stood before the ice sculpture chest, heaving violently, his face deathly pale. Using 3 top-tier Logia abilities in succession while maintaining the great Buddha form was an immense burden on a body only 14 years old. His internal meridians felt torn apart with pain, and his spiritual energy was completely drained. Yet Mo's eyes remained sharp as blades. He slowly turned his gaze, piercing through the drifting smoke, to land on a nearby rock. Bogard stood there, mouth agape, her sunglasses long gone, revealing her cloudy, terrified eyes. Her hand gripping the cane trembled violently, and her whole body shook like a leaf. Your turn, old lady. Mo's voice was hoarse and cold as he dragged his weary yet resolute steps toward Bogard. With each step, a shallow, bloody footprint was left in the sand. Don't come any closer. Bogard's voice quivered uncontrollably. She tried to step back, but her legs had gone weak. Wei Buer, wake up. Kill him now. She screamed at the ice sculpture as if it were her only lifeline. Mo reached the base of the rock, looked up at the once overbearing old crone, and curled his lips into a bloodthirsty smile. Shout all you want. It's useless even if you scream your throat out. Mo raised his hand, pointing the swift blade at Bogard's throat. Your son is in no position to save himself, and this blade will send you straight to hell. Bogard stared at the cold steel, closed her eyes in despair, and muttered, Wei Buer's mother. You can't kill me. You can't. You didn't say that when you ordered your son to kill me. Mo's eyes hardened. He was about to finish off this menace when, crack, crack, crack. A spine-chilling sound of fracturing came abruptly from behind him. Mo's movement froze, his pupils contracting sharply. A network of fine cracks began to spread across the surface of the massive ice sculpture. You think this little trick can hold me? Boom! The giant ice sculpture shattered instantly. You think this little trick can hold me? Boom! The giant ice sculpture shattered instantly. Countless sharp ice shards shot outward like cannonballs, riddling the surrounding rocks with holes. Through the swirling ice crystals, the massive figure rose again. Wei Buer was steaming with white heat, his skin an eerie dark red. His hair stood on end, his eyes bloodshot, and that terrifying monstrous strength had actually burst through the absolute zero of the ice fruit. Kill you. Wei Buer picked up the discarded Naginata, stomped the ground with both feet, and the earth caved in. His figure shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Mo's back with a world-ending aura. Mo stood at the foot of the rock, feeling the deathly presence closing in again. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes grew even more manic. So, he's not that easy to kill, huh? He turned slowly, gripping his sword tighter. Then, let's go again. He'll tear you to pieces. Weiber's bloodshot little eyes locked onto Mo, and the massive Naginata in his hand swept in with a shriek that tore through the air like a battering ram. The freezing fruit just now not only failed to freeze this monster, but instead triggered a beastly survival instinct and raging factor within him. Want to kill me? Then try it. Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing no sign of retreat, but instead burning with a nearly maddened determination. Shadow Eightfold Strike. With a roar, the space behind Mo, which was originally empty, instantly twisted. 7 figures identical to Mo with full aura unleashed appeared out of thin air. Including the original, a total of 8 figures made perfectly synchronized movements at this instant. Armament Haki Entanglement. The 8 figures growled simultaneously, and pitch-black armament Haki instantly covered the fine sword foam in their hands. Slash. The 8 figures' 8 blades with an indomitable momentum slashed simultaneously at Weiber's sweeping Naginata. Clang. A metallic clash that shook heaven and earth exploded. Break. Weiber let out a beastly roar. His thin legs, so disproportionate to his massive body, suddenly thrust into the ground, unleashing tremendous force that actually managed to push back the combined strike of the 8 figures. Crack! A crisp, heartbreaking sound of breaking rang out piercingly loud amidst the clamor of the battlefield. The fine sword Zhengfeng, a famed blade that Imoku had used for a long time after enduring Wyber's terrifying monstrous strength, actually cracked open with a shocking fissure then snapped in two. What a... Imoku's pupils contracted. Die. Wyber grinned viciously, the naginata in his hand continuing its momentum, slashing fiercely toward Imoku's head with a whistling wind. On a distant rock, Bajin's shrill voice suddenly rang out, "Don't let him escape." At that critical moment, Imoku quickly placed the broken blade across his chest, while the 7 clones turned into streams of light and merged into his body, returning their last strength to the original. Bang! Imoku's entire body shot backward like a broken kite. The marine uniform on his chest was slashed open by the naginata, revealing a deep bloody wound, and blood instantly stained his clothes. He rolled on the ground for over 10 meters before barely stopping his momentum, gasping heavily, his vision blurry from the intense pain. Damn! So this is the monstrous strength. Imoku felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, and his right arm was numb and almost numb from the pain. Mama, look. His sword is broken. He's unarmed. Wyber looked at the broken sword in Imoku's hand, an even more ferocious grin spreading across his face, as if savoring the pleasure of a prey whose claws and fangs had been pulled out. Next, I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the fish. Lord Wyber, don't be careless. Bajin, who had been watching from a high vantage point, suddenly moved. She did not rush to have Wyber finish him off, but instead, leaning on her cane, slowly descended from the rock. With each step, the aura around her subtly changed. A fierce, menacing presence belonging to the era of the great pirates, nothing like what an ordinary, old woman should possess. Oh, that old hag is finally making a move. Imoku forced himself up, kneeling on one knee, pointing the broken sword forward. Bajin stopped 10 meters from Imoku, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her mouth. How surprising, you little marine brat. Not only do you possess the clone fruit, but you can also use the great Buddha form of Zhanghua, and even the magma of Qi Quan, the freezing of Qing Ji, and the light of Huang Yuan. She pushed up her sunglasses, her cloudy eyes glinting with greed. This is not something that can be explained by the clone fruit. Who are you? How can you replicate other people's devil fruit abilities? Imoku's heart sank. Sure enough, in a battle of this level, it was impossible to completely hide the truth. As a relic of the Luo Kusi era, Bajin had an incredibly sharp and ruthless eye. What are you talking about? Imoku gritted his teeth, trying to stall for time to recover his strength. Stop pretending. Bajin snorted coldly, raising her cane and pointing it at Imoku. I don't know how you managed to steal those abilities, but since I've seen it, you won't leave here alive. Bang! A soft sound. Not a cannon, but a specially made anesthetic bullet. What a... Imoku's pupils contracted. He never expected this old woman to carry such a weapon. He wanted to use shave to instantly close the distance, but his injuries and exhaustion made him a split second too slow. Swoosh. The anesthetic bullet grazed Imoku's cheek and embedded itself in the rock behind him, instantly releasing a pungent medicinal smell. Close call. Imoku broke out in a cold sweat. If he had dodged a little slower, he would have been a fish on the chopping block. Careless. Imoku thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Bajin is an executive of the Luo Kusi pirates. How could she not have some means of self-preservation? There must be more tricks in that cane. Wyber, don't just stand there. Capture him. Bajin commanded sharply. Don't kill him. I want him alive. They'll take him back to the research institute and thoroughly study the secret of this ability replication. Perhaps it can unlock the ultimate mystery of human evolution. Yes, Mama. Hearing the command to capture, Wyber's whole body trembled with excitement. He no longer rushed to slash with his sword, but instead threw down the naginata, spread his huge hands like palm leaves, and lunged at Imoku, as if grabbing a Damn! Remnants of Luo Kusi. Imoku watched the massive shadow blotting out the sky, his mind racing. Bajin's words just now confirmed his suspicions. She mentioned Research Institute and research. This meant she might be connected to Bei Jiapengku, and even Wyber, this Whitebeard clone, was likely created with Bei Jiapengku's help. Since they wanted to take him alive, he was not in immediate danger of death. However, once captured, what awaited him was a fate worse than death, being sliced up for research, becoming an experiment for Bei Jiapengku. More critically, Bajin had clearly seen the clues to his ability. If he escaped now, Bajin would certainly leak the information that someone can replicate devil fruits. At that time, not only the Marine headquarters, but the entire world government and the 4 emperors would probably hunt him down madly. Escape, ability exposed, capture, being sliced for research. A dilemma. Imoku looked at the approaching Wyber, then at Bajin's venomous expression in the distance. A direct fight was impossible. Wyber's defense and strength were absolutely overwhelming. Bajin had long-range anesthetic weapons, and his own stamina was nearly depleted. Continuing to engage would only lead to death. Where there's life, there's hope. Imoku's eyes flashed with resolve. Since physical means could not prevail, he would use speed. Since you want to catch me so badly, then come and chase. Imoka suddenly laughed, and the aura around him underwent a strange change. His body, which had been weakened by severe injuries, suddenly emitted a dazzling, blinding golden light. What? Transforming again. Bajin's expression changed, raising her cane once more. Wyber, quick, stop him, trying to run. Wyber's huge hand was almost grabbing Imoka's head. However, at that instant, glint glint fruit shine. Imoka's entire body instantly transformed into a pure ultra-fast beam of light. Zzz. That golden beam of light at a speed beyond visual capture instantly passed through the gap between Wyber's massive fingers. That speed was so fast that even the air let out a tearing shriek. What a... Wyber only felt a blur before his eyes. The prey that was still under his palm had vanished into thin air. Where? Wyber looked around in astonishment. Above, Bajin screamed. In midair, a golden streak of light cut through the sky, racing toward the distant horizon at an astonishing speed. Damn, is that the speed of light? Bajin watched the receding light, trembling with rage. Mama! He ran away. He turned into light and ran. Wyber looked at his empty palm and let out a frustrated roar. They'll kill him. They'll chase him back. Chase. Can you chase light? Bajin angrily struck the ground with her cane. That's light, idiot. She panted heavily, staring in the direction Imoka had disappeared, her eyes dark and terrifying. Ability replication. Lightspeed movement. Bajin muttered through gritted teeth. What a marine headquarters, what a Zifa training camp. Hiding such a monster. Mama. Wyber looked at Bajin with some grievance. Shut up. Bajin turned around and glared at Wyber. It's all your fault, you useless fool. Can't even catch a brat. Although Wyber was violent, he could only shrink his neck under Bajin's tyranny, not daring to speak. However, Bajin suddenly sneered, pulling out a den mushy from her bosom. The monk may run, but the temple stays. Although I didn't catch him, I've recorded the abilities he just used. An experimental subject of this level will certainly interest the world government. He'll notify Bei Jiaopeng Ko. Tell him I've discovered something more interesting than the lineage factor. Meanwhile, on an island dozens of kilometers away, a golden beam of light fell from the sky, landing with a plop into the bushes. Imoka coughed violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, the golden light around him quickly fading. Damn, Zhengfeng is broken. Imoka looked at the broken blade in his hand, his heart aching with pain. A fine sort of famous blade. Just wasted like that. But my life is saved. Imoka wiped the sweat from his face and looked back at the deserted island that had become a tiny black. Bajin. Wyber. He'll remember this debt. Imoka's eyes flashed with cold light. Although he had fled in disgrace this time, it also made him realize his limits. Facing a monster like a hexagonal warrior, ordinary techniques and clone tactics were useless. Just then the sound of a propeller churning water suddenly came from the sea. Zzz boom. The sea surface churned. Propellers woven from emerald green vines on 5 simple speedboats cut through the waves, leaving 5 shallow grooves on the rocky beach. Binzi stood at the stern of the leading speedboat, veins bulging on his forehead, both hands pressed firmly onto the vine propeller sprouted by the mature. The vines spun like living things, shredding the spray around them, safely delivering over 100 trainees and ZFA to the shore. Quick, spread out and stand guard. Protect the instructor. AIN was the first to jump off the boat, her military boots scraping against the gravel with a harsh sound. Though panic was written on their faces, the 100+ trainees swiftly formed ranks with practiced discipline, their guns, swords, and blades all pointing toward the depths of the uninhabited island. Imoka leaned against a massive boulder, using his broken blade as a makeshift crutch wedged into the rock to support his trembling body. Seeing the looming crowd of over 100 people, he muttered inwardly, damn. Too many people. If it were just 1 or 2, he could have brushed it off with an excuse like moonwalk gliding. But with 100 pairs of eyes watching, explaining how an assistant instructor had appeared out of nowhere on a remote island dozens of kilometers away would be a real headache. Assistant instructor Imoka. AIN and Bin Z cried out in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. Imoka slowly turned his head, his eyes, usually warm with a gentle smile, were now bloodshot and raw. Cough. Cough. He coughed violently, a rusty metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, forcing a casual smile that he usually wore. AIN Bin Z. You got here pretty fast. Assistant instructor. Your sword. Your arm. AIN rushed forward, her eyes sweeping over the bone-deep gash on Imoka's body and the broken blade in his hand. Her eyes reddened instantly. What the hell happened? What about that monster and the old hag? Bin Z followed close behind, glancing warily around. We came all the way by boat. How did you get here before us, assistant instructor? Did you grow wings and fly, eh? The 100-plus trainees also cast curious and shocked glances. The air froze in that moment. MOK's heart clenched. Damn, too many onlookers. Earlier, to escape the mad dog pursuit of Weibel, he had been forced to use the light-speed movement of the glint-glint fruit. Though he had succeeded in fleeing, the cost was immense physical exhaustion, and the problem of explaining to these people how he had appeared out of nowhere. Telling the truth was absolutely out of the question. The clone fruit, the ultimate secret capable of replicating any ability in the world, was his only trump card in this brutal sea. MOK's mind raced despite his extreme fatigue. His tired yet sharp eyes swept over the anxious faces of AI, Un, and Ben Z, then finally landed on ZFA, who was approaching slowly. ZFA did not speak. Though frail with illness, even needing a cane to stand the black wrist, ZFA still exuded an overwhelming aura. Behind his dark glasses, his murky, yet piercing eyes fixed on MOK, as if they could see through flesh and bone into the soul itself. ZFA had seen it. The moment that yellow light fell onto the deserted island, he had guessed. But he said nothing. Instructor, I'm talking to you. Ben Z shouted, frustrated by MOK's silence. MOK took a deep breath, forcing down the churning pain within him. He leaned back slightly against the cold rock, adopting a casual air of, I was just lucky. Oh, that. MOK let out a light laugh, his voice weak, but carrying his usual teasing tone. What do you think? Did I grow wings and fly here? He slowly raised his left hand, a faint current of air gathering at his fingertips. Moonwalk. MOK uttered the two words calmly, then shifted his body and lightly tapped the void with his toes. He actually took 2 illusory steps half a meter above the ground, before crashing heavily back to the earth. Cough. It's a modified version of continuous moonwalk. I used the momentum from the earlier fight to kick off for about 10 kilometers. MOK gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The performance clearly caused him great pain, but his expression was perfectly controlled. 3 parts exhaustion, 3 parts smugness, and the remaining 4 parts an air of, you rookies have no idea how awesome I am, mysterious and deliberately vague. Modified continuous moonwalk. 10 kilometers. Ben Z's eyes bulged in disbelief. That defies the laws of physics. Nothing defies physics. Only what you can't do. MOK leaned back against the rock and closed his eyes to hide the fleeting panic in them. He had gambled right. Ben Z, with his straightforward nature, was the easiest to fool. But ZFA. MOK's heart was in his throat. ZFA hobbled over on his cane step by step. With each step the ground seemed to tremble slightly. He stopped in front of MOK, looking down at his most prized disciple. His large calloused hand slowly reached toward MOK's face. The 100-plus trainees held their breath. Just as the hand was about to touch MOK, it suddenly stopped. He did not check MOK's wounds, nor did he interrogate. Instead, he gently brushed away a smear of blood and dust from MOK's cheek. Well done, MOK. Zepha's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a sickly weakness, yet it held a reassuring strength. To survive against a monster like that is the greatest victory. MOK's eyes snapped open, his pupils trembling. He looked at Zepha, searching that aged face for any trace of doubt or suspicion. There was nothing. Only fatigue and deep concern. Don't talk. Save your strength. Zepha turned around his back to MOK, facing the surging sea. Though hunched from illness, his silhouette, don't talk. Save your strength. Zepha turned around his back to MOK, facing the surging sea. Though hunched from illness, his silhouette still stood like an insurmountable mountain. Who was that? Zepha asked in a deep voice, a barely perceptible tremor in his tone. I heard the explosion, saw the intertwining of ice and fire. And that light. MOK's heart tightened. He knew some things could not be hidden from Zepha, so he would weave a story that was half truth, half fiction. It was Edward Weibel. MOK leaned against the rock and spoke slowly, his voice low. Claims to be the son of Whitebeard. He has incredible strength and his defense is monstrous. I tried to confuse him with a clone and retreat, but that old hagbacken was too cunning. She used a tranquilizer gun to interfere with my movements and tried to capture me alive. MOK clenched the broken sword in his hand, his knuckles white. I had no choice but to fight desperately. He paused, his eyes growing distant as if lost in memory. I detonated all the surrounding energy, created a massive explosion, and used the smoke and chaos to escape here with the last of my strength using moonwalk. No. MOK's fingers gently traced the broken edge, a chill and killing intent he had never shown before flickering. Your sword. AI and looked at the broken blade with concern. Was it cut by Weibel? MOK looked down at the ruined good-grade blade in his hand. No. MOK's fingers gently traced the broken edge, a chill and killing intent he had never shown before flickering in his eyes. It was shattered by that monster's brute force. That power is not something a human should possess. After enduring his raw strength. My sword broke. MOK lifted his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Zepha. Master, that is a pure weapon of destruction. If I hadn't run fast enough, I'd be a pile of meat paste now. Zafa was silent for a long time. The sea wind howled, stirring his hair. That power is not something a human should possess. After enduring his raw strength, my sword broke. Imoka lifted his head. After a moment of silence, Zafa suddenly said, that monster Weibel is not something you can face heat in right now. You did well, protecting the trainees and saving your own life. Zafa's tone turned serious. I've already contacted Marine headquarters. Enigmo and Doberman are on patrol nearby. After receiving the distress signal, they'll come to pick us up immediately. Enigmo and Doberman. Imoka was startled. Those two would become Marine vice admirals in the future. Though they were only rear admirals now, their strength was not to be underestimated. With them coming to assist, and with Zafa now able to move, Imoka could finally breathe a little easier. For hours. To an ordinary soul, this was merely half a mundane day, but for Imoka, each of those 4 hours felt like an eternity spent in a crucible of agony. He slumped against the cold, black monolith, the gash on his chest, deep enough to expose bone. No longer spouting blood, yet every breath tugged at his fractured ribs, sending shards of piercing pain through him. Assistant Instructor, hold on just a bit longer. Master Zifa said reinforcements are on their way. Ayan crouched beside him, clutching a canteen, her voice thick with tears. Her eyes, usually brimming with vitality, were now bloodshot, fixed on Imoka's pallid, paper-like face with an unyielding stare. Imoka turned his head slightly, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a grin. He wanted to crack a joke to lighten the mood, something like, I'm fine, just a bit hungry, but the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat forced him to remain silent. Only he knew what he had accomplished during those 4 hours. In the blind spot of everyone's gaze, or rather when all believed he was on the verge of death from exhaustion, Imoka's life return had been pushed to its absolute limit. It was a state of profound strangeness. Outwardly he appeared at death's door, his breath faint, but within every cell screamed and convulsed in a frantic process of reconstruction. It was a paradoxical experience of exquisite torment and bliss. Imoka felt like a bottomless abyss. No matter how many compressed rations and dried meats he devoured, his body instantly drained them dry. Crunch, crunch. Imoka bit into the last piece of dried jerky in his hand, barely chewing, before swallowing it whole. A searing heat erupted in his stomach, the rapid conversion of energy. Is this even human? Benzi beside him stared in awe. Assistant Instructor, you eat like a starving ghost from the underworld. All that food just now, and your belly hasn't bulged at all. Imoka ignored Benzi's jibe. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the transformation within his body. If only he could have a little more time, enough to recover his strength to just 30%. Boom. On the distant horizon, 2 heavy battleships flying the Marine flag broke through the mist, drawing near the island. It's Vice Admiral Gaziz's ship and Vice Admiral Dugman's vessel. The once silent group of trainees erupted into a frenzy. Ayan leaped to her feet, waving her arms and shouting for help, tears finally streaming down her face. Imoka's taut nerves slackened for a fleeting moment before he forcibly tightened them again. They were here, reinforcements from Marine headquarters. But he was not ready. Far from it. Though his broken bones had been mended and internal injuries were healing, the meridians torn by Weeble's monstrous strength still throbbed like shredded silk. Splash! The battleship docked its anchor chain, plunging into the sea, sending up a spray of foam. Gazizu strode down the gangplank, his gaze sweeping across the scene like lightning. When he saw Imoka bloodied and slumped against the rock, his brow furrowed deeply. Master Zifa. Gazizu hastened to Zifa, saluting with crisp military precision, his voice low. Apologies for the delay. When he saw Imoka bloodied and slumped against the rock, his brow furrowed deeply. Master Zifa. Gazizu hastened to Zifa, saluting, reporting. On the other side, Vice Admiral Dugman ran over, his face etched with confusion and gravity. We have scoured the surrounding waters and found no trace of the enemy. Only a few fragments of ice and scorched marks. Where is that legendary son of Whitebeard? The air hung frozen in that moment. All eyes converged on Imoka. He took a deep breath, stuffed the last piece of jerky into his mouth, and swallowed with difficulty. He felt strength slowly returning to his limbs, enough to stand. Dead. Or escaped. Dugman pressed impatiently when Imoka remained silent. Assistant Instructor Imoka, what exactly happened? The trainees said you lured the monster away. Dugman. Zifa interrupted, his voice cutting through the inquiry. The old man turned to face Imoka, his eyes deep as an ocean. Let's return to the ship first. This is not the place to talk. Dugman. Zifa interrupted, his voice cutting through the inquiry. The old man turned to face Imoka, his eyes deep as an ocean. Let's return to the... In the medical bay, Imoka lay on the sickbed, bare-chested. His chest was wrapped in thick bandages, and several silver needles were inserted into key acupoints to suppress the turbulent injuries within. But he could not sleep. The sound of steady footsteps echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the rhythmic thump-thump of a cane striking the deck. Moke's eyes snapped open. He swiftly pulled the blanket over his body, his gaze becoming clear and vigilant. The door swung open. Zifa entered. His figure was slightly stooped, and his eyes, usually so full of imposing pressure, now held a tinge of weariness. "Master." Moke struggled to sit up, but Zifa raised a hand to stop him. "Stay lying down." Zifa walked to the bedside and slowly sat down. He looked at Moke, silent for so long that Moke wondered if the old man had only come to check if he was still alive. "Dugman has gone after that old hag Bajin." Zifa finally spoke, his voice raspy. "He probably won't catch her, but at least we need to give the world government an explanation." Moke did not respond. He simply gazed at Zifa. Zifa suddenly changed his address, no longer calling him assistant instructor, but his name. "You're 14 years old, aren't you?" "Yes, master." 14. Zifa repeated, a bitter smile twisting his lips. "When I was your age, I was just a green marine recruit. And you've already survived the remnants of the Rocks era." Moke's heart seized. Here it comes. He knew what Zifa wanted to ask. Those two monsters. One carried Whitebeard's bloodline, the other was a rock ship officer. Zifa said slowly, his eyes burning like torches fixed on Moke. "Weeble's strength is at a monster level that even I cannot face. Hedon. Bajin's venomous cunning is notorious. And you, Moke, you are merely a swordsman with a clone fruit." Zifa paused. The room fell into a suffocating silence, broken only by the sound of waves slapping against the hull. A clone fruit can create physical duplicates, rare indeed. But Moke, can a clone fruit turn you into light? Boom. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Moke's mind. He knew. He had seen it after all. Back then, to escape Weeble's pursuit, he had desperately used the power of the sparkle fruit, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing tens of miles away. He had thought it was a secret no one knew. Yet, I saw it. Zifa said, his voice soft, but hammering into Moke's heart. A golden ray tearing through the sky. That was light. Photons, the pinnacle of Logia abilities. "Master, Moke opened his mouth, but his throat was parched. "Don't rush to explain." Zifa turned his back to the moonlight, his shadow casting Moke into darkness. "Moke, look at me." Moke lifted his head, meeting Zifa's murky yet piercing eyes. "I ask you, is your devil fruit truly the clone fruit?" In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Moke felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He knew this was a crossroads. One path was to continue lying, perhaps bluffing his way through, but it would create a rift with Zifa forever. The other path. He remained silent for a long time. So long that Zifa's eyes began to show disappointment, so long that Moke thought the old man would turn and leave. "No." Moke finally spoke, his voice soft but resolute. Zifa's body stiffened slightly. He turned, looking at Moke with a hint of surprise. "The clone fruit is just a facade I show the world." Moke took a deep breath, deciding to gamble. He bet on his understanding of Zifa, on Zifa's affection for him. "My fruit." Moke raised his hand palm up. A faint glow pulsed in his palm. A miniature of light, magma, frost, and countless other powers. "It is called the cloning fruit." Zifa's pupils contracted sharply. "Cloning?" "Yes." Moke smiled bitterly. "I can replicate everything I see. Not just techniques, not just swordsmanship, but even devil fruit abilities." The room fell into a dead silence. Zifa stared at Moke in shock, as if seeing his most prized disciple for the first time. Replicate devil fruits. How could that be? It defied all logic. Devil fruits were the ocean's curse, unique and singular. "As long as I witness it with my own eyes and feel it firsthand, I can make it my own." Moke continued, a note of self-deprecation in his tone. "The great Buddha fruit, the magma fruit, the ice fruit, the sparkle fruit. Even old man Garp's iron fist, your conqueror's Haki. I can use them all." "But master," Moke lifted his head, his eyes pleading. "In this world, only you know this secret. I don't want to be dissected, locked in a lab, or turned into the world government's ultimate weapon." Zifa remained silent, his gaze fixed on the shifting, iridescent light in Moke's palm. The cloning fruit. Replicate everything. It was insane. It was a force that could shatter the world's balance. "Is this why you escaped from Weeble?" Zifa finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Yes." Moke retracted his hand, the light fading. "I used the sparkle fruit's power to barely escape. But the cost was great. My body couldn't withstand that speed, and my meridians still ache." "Moke, do you know?" Zifa said suddenly, his tone turning unprecedentedly grave. "In this vast ocean, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. But sometimes power is also a curse. If your ability gets out, not only the world government, but the four emperors, and even those monsters lurking in the shadows will hunt you relentlessly." "I know." Moke nodded, his eyes firm. "That's why I've always hidden it, always disguised it as the clone fruit." Zifa looked at Moke, this 14-year-old youth. He suddenly realized that Moke bore far more than he had imagined. That old hag Bajin. Zifa frowned. Did she see through it? Imoku recalled Bajin's venomous gaze, a chill running down his spine. She guessed I could steal abilities. She wanted to capture me alive and hand me over to Vegapunk for research. Vegapunk. Zifa bit out the name, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That mad scientist. He fell silent for a moment, then sighed, his tone softening. Imoku, remember what I say. Zifa leaned down, looking into Imoku's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. From now on, your devil fruit is the clone fruit. No matter what anyone suspects, you must stick to that. Even if it's Sengoku, even if it's the 5 elders asking you, are the clone fruit. As for that cloning fruit. Zifa straightened up, leaning on his cane, and turned toward the door. I've never heard of it. Imoku's head snapped up, looking at Zifa's back. Master. The door clicked shut softly. On the warship of Ghost Spider, late at night, after the lights were dimmed, only the emergency lights cast a faint green glow in the corridor. Zifa walked heavily toward the communication room. His silhouette was stretched long under the dim light. Pushing open the door of the communication room, Zifa waved at the communication soldier on duty, signaling. He slowly sat down and picked up the Den Mushi. The purple snail seemed to sense the pressure of the visitor, its originally lazy posture becoming somewhat tense, its antennae trembling slightly. Hello. Who is it at this hour? Can a man sleep? It was Kapu. The corner of Zifa's perpetually stern mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted. Hello. Who is it at this hour? Can a man sleep? It was Kapu. The corner of Zifa's perpetually stern mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to smile, but it was soon replaced by a heavy worry. It's me, Zifa. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a rustling sound, as if Kapu had sat up in bed. Oh, it's Zifa. Kapu's voice became clearer. What did Moke cause you trouble again? Zifa interrupted his old friend's rambling, his voice low and carrying an unprecedented seriousness. It's not trouble. Something happened. Kapu's tone changed. What is it? What happened to that boy Moke? He's injured. Badly. Zifa said slowly. 3 broken ribs, damaged internal organs, ruptured meridians in his arms. If he hadn't forcibly maintained his vitality with life return, he would be dead by now. What? Kapu's roar nearly burst Zifa's eardrums, and the Den Mushi shrank into a ball in fright. Who did it? I'll go and beat them flat. Not them. Zifa shook his head, though he knew Kapu couldn't see. It was Edward Weibel. And that old woman, Miss Bajin. Weibel. Kapu's voice turned low, tinged with caution. And the remnants of the Rocks era. How did Moke get involved with them? Not involved, encountered. Zifa recounted to Kapu in detail how Moke had arranged for the trainees to evacuate, how he had stayed behind alone, and how he had single-handedly held off that terrifying mother-son pair. A long silence fell on the other end of the line. That foolish boy. Kapu's voice was a little choked. He always likes to play the hero. But that's not the point, Kapu. Zifa leaned forward, lowering his voice as if afraid of eavesdroppers. The point is to survive. He exposed something he shouldn't have. You mean his devil fruit ability? The split fruit was just a facade. Zifa closed his eyes, recalling the golden beam that had torn through the night sky on the deserted island the night before. I saw it. A beam of light. That was the top speed of a Logia. Kapu, that boy's fruit is not the split fruit at all. Kapu said nothing, but his heavy breathing was clearly audible through the receiver. I asked him last night, Zifa continued. He confessed to me. He said his fruit is called the clone fruit. He can replicate everything he sees. Swordsmanship, physical arts, Haki, and even devil fruit abilities. What? This time it was Kapu's turn to be shocked. Replicating devil fruits. How is that possible? He said that as long as he has seen it and felt it firsthand, he can turn it into his own. Zifa gave a bitter smile. The Magu Magu no Mi, the Hai Hai no Mi, the Pika Pika no Mi. Even your iron fist, my black arm. He can use them all. Kapu, this is his secret. A secret capable of overturning the balance of the world. The communication channel fell into a terrifying silence, broken only by the faint crackle of static. Vegapunk. Kapu finally spoke, his voice carrying a chill. That mad scientist. If he finds out that there is a fruit in this world that can replicate abilities, he will stop at nothing to capture Moke and dissect him for research. The world government, the 5 elders, even the emperors hiding in the new world will all hunt him down like mad. Bajin has already guessed. Zifa said in a deep voice. She wants to capture him alive and hand Moke over to Vegapunk. Moke barely escaped with his life this time. That damned, Kapu roared in anger. Kapu, I'm not calling to complain. Zifa's gaze turned sharp. I'm telling you that from today onward, Moke's devil fruit ability is the split. No matter who asks, no matter what methods are used to interrogate him, he is the split fruit. I want you and me to guard this secret together. Of course. Kapu yelled. He's my grandson. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll beat them flat. Don't be impulsive. Zifa sighed. We need a plan. Moke is very dangerous now. Though his injuries are mostly healed, his physical foundation has been overdrawn. Moreover, he lacks a suitable weapon. His sword is broken. I'll handle the weapon, Kapu said. Sengoku has a good blade. I'll borrow it from him later. As for protecting him, Zifa, can you keep him safe on your end? I'll have him stay in the training camp. Zifa's gaze was firm. I will personally teach him until he is strong enough to protect himself. Until then I will guard his secret with my life. Good. Kapu agreed readily. It's settled then. Let the boy report to me once he's recovered. He'll be very happy to hear that, Zifa said, making a rare joke. After hanging up, Zifa leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. The sea breeze from outside carrying a salty dampness blew in. He gazed at the pitch-black night sky, his expression softening slightly. Moke, he murmured to himself. You've really given me a huge problem. But since you're my student, I will never let anything happen to you. The dawn light pierced the sea horizon, painting the deck of the Revenge in a golden red. After a night of rest combined with Moke's almost monstrous life return skill that frenziedly consumed food for repair, his injuries were mostly healed. After a night of rest combined with Moke's almost monstrous life return skill that frenziedly consumed food for the sea breeze brushed his slightly pale face. He took a deep breath, feeling the power rekindled within his body. Surviving was the greatest fortune. Not far away on the open space, Ghost Spider was doing his morning training. This naval commodore, no future vice admiral, was bare-chested, sweat trickling down his muscles. His iconic long hair was plastered to his cheeks by sweat, yet it did not affect the sharpness of the twin swords in his hands. Moke leaned against the ship's railing, arms crossed, seemingly watching casually, but deep in his eyes, his swordsmanship followed a path of fierce speed. Every slash carried the sound of breaking wind, and in the flash of steel there was even a hint of the savagery of a beast tearing its prey. Moke leaned against the ship's railing, arms crossed, seemingly watching casually, but deep in his eyes a faint golden light was flowing. Target locked. Naval Commodore Ghost Spider detected high-level swordsmanship style. Spider 8 sword style. Detected high-level physical art skill. Life return advanced. Proceed with cloning. Clone. Moke murmured in his mind. Instantly, a massive surge of information flooded into his consciousness. It was Ghost Spider's decades of muscle memory from sword training, his countless experiences of life and death battles, and his deeper understanding of the art of life return. Moke felt his scalp tingling slightly. Ghost Spider's 8-sword style did not actually mean holding 8 swords. Instead, he used life return to control his hair, making each strand a hand wielding a blade. 2 swords in hands, 6 in hair, 8 in total. So that's how it is. Moke closed his eyes, absorbing the insight. But Moke subconsciously touched his crew, cut the corner of his mouth, twitching. To use hair to hold swords, you need hair first. With my buzz cut, I can at most stick 2 toothpicks behind my ears as hidden weapons. He opened his eyes, looked at Ghost Spider's shoulder-length hair, and silently complained, looks like I'll have to grow my hair long. Wait, even if I grow my hair and can use 8-sword style, my body has 8 swords plus my 7 clones. Moke calculated Wait, even if I grow my hair and can use 8-sword style, my body has 8 swords plus my 7 clones. Moke calculated rapidly in his mind. 8 times 8 is 64 swords. Wait, clones don't need to carry extra swords. My ability is cloning. As long as the original masters the action of holding a sword, clones can conjure swords out of thin air, since that's part of the ability. So I don't need to prepare 64 swords. Moke breathed a sigh of relief, his furrowed brow relaxing. Only 8. 1 set for the original, 1 set shared by the clones. After all, everyone is me, and the swords are concepts manifested by the ability. No need to worry about physical conservation. Thinking of this, Moke couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up. I'm still smart. I almost got scared just now thinking I'd have to carry an arsenal on the road. 8 swords. Barely acceptable, not too cumbersome. He looked at Ghost Spider, who had sheathed his swords in the distance, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. 8-sword style. Spider, that move name sounds cool. Later with my clones, the original commands from behind, and 7 clones, each wielding 8 swords charging in. Tisk, just thinking about it gives people a headache. Moke flexed his wrists, feeling the newly learned finer control over his muscles and hair. He tried to raise the fine hairs on the back of his neck using the life return technique. A faint tingling sensation came. Not skilled enough yet. Right now I can at most make my hair stand on end to scare people, but not manipulate it to hold swords like. Moke withdrew his gaze and turned to head back to the cabin to continue studying his newly acquired skills. Just then Ghost Spider seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head, his sharp gaze like a blade shooting toward Moke's direction. Moke paused in his step, then casually raised his hand and waved. Good morning, Commodore Ghost Spider. Your swordsmanship is truly breathtaking. Ghost Spider stared at him for a few seconds, his brows slightly furrowed, as if wondering where that fleeting sensation of being watched had come from. But seeing Moke's harmless smiling face, he thought he might have been overthinking. Moke turned and walked down the deck, his back to Ghost Spider, a sly grin curling at the corner of his mouth. 8-sword style. I'll practice it first. If it gets too heavy later, I'll have my clones carry the swords. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the Revenge cut through the waves, racing at full speed toward Marineford. Moke stood by the railing, his bare upper body wrapped in layers of bandages, his face still somewhat pale, but his eyes were deeper and sharper than before. For days, merely 4 days, relying on the extreme activation of life return and the consumption of vast amounts of food, his originally broken ribs and damaged internal organs had largely healed. This almost monstrous recovery left the accompanying military doctor stunned. Doc, at the command of Commodore Ghost Spider, the massive warship slowly sailed into the headquarters port. On the pier, many people had already gathered. Moke squinted, his gaze piercing through the crowd, instantly locking onto 2 familiar figures. One wore a yellow suit and sunglasses, yawning with boredom. The other, clad in a white coat of justice, was crunching on rice crackers. It was Huang Yuan and Kapu. And not far behind them stood the Fleet Admiral Zhanghua. Looks like quite a stir was caused, Moke thought to himself. Although Miss Bajin was a remnant of the Rocks era, she was not a Yonko herself. The fact that the Fleet Admiral personally came to greet them was more due to Zifa's involvement and the importance placed on him as a survivor. The warship docked and the gangplank was lowered. Zifa, leaning on his cane, was the first to disembark. Though still ill, the authority of Black Arm still made the surrounding young Marines dare not meet his gaze. Zifa. Zhanghua approached, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, but more concern. Why did you have to make such a big scene? Cough. Just a small trouble. Zifa waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over Kapu and Huang Yuan. Why are you 2 here? Yo, how terrifying. I heard that Zephysensia's student had his sword broken by Whitebeard too. I thought I'd see a corpse floating back. Huang Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, his tone frivolous, but his eyes behind the sunglasses lingered on Moke for a moment. Cut the crap, Borsellino. Kapu shoved Huang Yuan aside and strode up to Moke. Moke immediately straightened his back and saluted crisply, Vice Admiral Kapu. Kid, you're pretty tough. Kapu looked Moke up and down, his eyes flickering with a hint of pain at the bandaged chest, but his mouth grumbled, since you didn't die, don't embarrass me from now on. Yes, sir, Moke replied loudly. At that moment, Zhanghua also walked over. He was not as casual as Kapu, instead looking at Moke with a scrutinizing and profound gaze. Moke, present. According to Zifa's report and the verification by Ghost Spider and Doberman, in this encounter you alone held the rear, pinning down Edward Weevil and Backenstussy, successfully ensuring the safety of over 100 trainees and Zifa. Zhanghua's voice was loud, and the surrounding Marines quieted down, watching the scene. Though you were severely wounded in the mission, your performance is sufficient to prove your courage and sense of responsibility. Zhanghua paused, took out a brand new badge from his bosom, and pinned it directly on Moke's chest. By the resolution of Marine Headquarters, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Lieutenant Commander. From today onward, you will continue to serve as an instructor at Zifa's elite training camp, enjoying the benefits of a lieutenant commander. The surrounding soldiers let out a low gasp. A 14-year-old Marine lieutenant commander. Though it was a post in the training camp, the promotion speed was almost like riding a rocket. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. Moke felt a surge of joy. Though he did not care much about the rank itself, it represented an elevation of his status within the Marine system, which would make things much more convenient in the future. And there's this. Zhanghua waved his hand, and an adjutant immediately stepped forward, holding a long wooden box. Zhanghua personally opened the lid. Inside the box lay a tachi, its scabbard deep purple, carved with feather-like cloud patterns, and the hilt wrapped in black sharkskin, exuding a sharp, killing intent. One of the 50 fine-grade blades, Ghost Feather. Zhanghua introduced. It was the sword of a fallen vice admiral, kept in the headquarters armory ever since. This time you broke Shengfeng while protecting the trainees. This sword is a reward and compensation to you. Moke looked at the sword, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Hurry up and thank Fleet Admiral Zhanghua. Kapu winked on the side, his expression clearly saying, Kid, I begged for this sword for you. You owe me one. Moke caught the hint, took the wooden box with both hands, and bowed deeply. Thank you for the gift, Fleet Admiral. Thank you, Vice Admiral Kapu. Enough, stop with these formalities. Kapu waved impatiently. This kid just barely survived to let him go rest. Zifa, don't stand around here in the wind. Hither, get back to bed. An hour later, Marine Headquarters, Training Camp, Instructor's Dormitory. Moke sat on the bed, toying with the Ghost Feather in his hand. He drew the blade and sheathed it. The blade was thin yet highly resilient, whistling through the air as he swung it. Moke praised it inwardly. Just then a knock came at the door. Come in. The door opened and Zifa and Kapu entered one after the other. Zifa closed the door, and the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly turned solemn. Kapu plopped down into a chair, grabbed an apple from the table, took a bite, and asked indistinctly, Kid, how are you feeling? Bones healed. Thanks to you, they don't affect my movement anymore. Moke put down the sword, his expression turning serious. Zifa walked to the window, looking out at the training ground, his back to Moke. Moke, that old hag back, and though she let you escape this time, is clever. Since she saw through the clue that you can clone abilities, she won't let it go. You mean? Moke's heart sank. She will definitely spread this news. Zifa turned around, his gaze sharp. Though she doesn't know your fruit is called clone fruit, She knows you can use multiple abilities. That is a fatal temptation for the world government, for Vegapunk, and even for ambitious people. Kapu swallowed the apple in his mouth, his face darkening. That crazy woman has already contacted Vegapunk. Though Zifa and I have used our connections to suppress the news, publicly claiming that you just awakened a special ability, this can only fool people for a while. Once the high-ranking officials of the world government or the 5 elders become suspicious and order a mandatory physical examination, your secret will be exposed. The room fell into dead silence. Moke gently stroked the scabbard, the cold touch transmitting through his fingertips. He knew that from the moment Bakken saw through him, his days in the Marines had entered a countdown. The split fruit pretext might work at lower and middle levels, but in front of top-tier powerhouses and scientific forces, it was ultimately a joke. When that time came, what awaited him was not a promotion to admiral, but being dissected and studied, becoming raw material for the human science defense force. Master Grandpa Kapu. Moke raised his head, a bitter smile on his face. If that day really comes, will you capture me? Nonsense. Kapu slammed the table, rattling the teacups. Whoever dares to touch you will knock them flying first. Moke complained inwardly. The old man is just tough talking. He didn't save Ace at the Summit War, but he still felt a touch of warmth. Kapu calmed down. Zifa sighed, looking at Moke with a complex expression. Moke, we are on your side. But you need to understand that we are fighting against the entire system. If things really blow up, we may not be able to protect you. So we need a plan. Zifa stared into Moke's eyes. If the news leaks, will you choose to trust the headquarters, or? Moke fell silent. Of course he wouldn't trust the headquarters. He was a transmigrator. He knew the truth of this world. The brutality of the celestial dragons, the corruption of the world government. He stayed here only to become stronger, to use the Marines' resources to replicate the abilities of the top powerhouses. Now his goal was largely achieved. Kapu's fistbone, Zifa's Haki, the Admiral's devil fruit abilities. He had already saved enough capital to leave. Master Grandpa Kapu. Moke took a deep breath, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly resolute. If that day comes, I will leave. Kapu was taken aback, as if he hadn't expected Moke to answer so decisively. Leave? Zifa frowned. Yes. Moke nodded, his gaze shifting to the vast blue sea outside the window. The justice of the Marines might not suit me. Moreover, there are people I must meet and things I must do. He thought of Ace, of Sabo, and of that rubber idiot with the straw hat. Where are you going? Kapu asked in a low voice. I haven't decided yet. Moke lied, or rather told only half the truth. He'll take it step by step. Maybe he'll go to the New World, or find a deserted island to live in seclusion. Zifa took a long look at Moke, as if seeing through his thoughts, but in the end said nothing. Since you've decided, I won't stop you. Zifa took a Vivre card from his bosom and placed it on the table. This is my Vivre card. No matter where you are, if you run into a problem you can't solve, come to me. And this. Kapu also tossed over a bundle. It's some berries. I don't know what your future will be, but having some money by your side, live while you here. Moke looked at the Vivre card and the bundle on the table, a warm current. This was family. Even if their positions differed, even if they might one day meet on the battlefield, at this moment they genuinely wished him well. Thank you. Moke put away the items and said solemnly. All right, don't make it sound like a farewell forever. Kapu stood up and stretched. Take good care of your injuries. When you're healed, you still have to be an instructor for my 2 grandsons. If Luffy and Ace turn out to be useless, I'll hold you responsible. Don't worry, they'll turn out fine. Moke smiled, a strange light flashing in his eyes. After seeing the 2 off, Moke walked to the window and pushed it open. The sea breeze hit his face, ruffling the hair on his forehead. On the distant horizon, a few seagulls were soaring freely. Back in Vegapunk, the world government. Moke murmured softly, a playful curve tugging at his lips. Want to take me for experiments? Let's see if you have the ability. As for the rank of lieutenant commander. Moke unfastened the lieutenant commander badge from his chest and casually tossed it into a drawer, producing a crisp sound. Consider it an internship certificate for this period. He turned around, picked up the sword on the table, and pushed open the door to step out. The commercial district of Marineford was always like a pot of boiling porridge. Moke weaved through the crowded throng, his ears filled with the vendors' shouts, sailors' curses, and the distant sirens from the naval port. He thrust his hands into his pockets, silently calculating the life-saving money he had brought with him. 3 million berries. 2 million was the military salary he had scrimped and saved as a teaching assistant over the past 2 years, plus the nutrition fees that Zephyr, that tough-talking but soft-hearted old man, occasionally slipped him. The remaining 1 million was the money that Garp, that unreliable old man, had just forced into his hands under the pretext that a man can't be without money when he's out, or else he'll disgrace the Monkey family name. This sum was a fortune for an ordinary Marine. But for Moke, it was merely his escape fund. He looked up at the towering Marine headquarters building in the distance, that white giant tower symbolizing absolute justice, gleaming in the sunlight, but in his eyes it was more like a colossal cage. Better safe than sorry. Moke muttered to himself, a self-deprecating smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Although that madwoman Bajin had been temporarily suppressed, once the scientific lunatic Vegapunk grew curious, the world government's CP agents might appear at his bedside tomorrow. He just didn't know whether it would be CP9 or CP0. He had to be prepared to grab his bucket and run at any moment. As long as he ran fast enough, the world government couldn't catch him. Moke took a deep breath and pushed open the door of a shop bearing the sign, Navy Surplus Supplies. Boss, give me 50 gene of this high-compressed jerky, and that the dehydrated vegetables that can be stored for half a year, 20 gene as well. Moke pointed at the rows of shelves, his tone as flat as if he were buying cabbages. The shop owner was a one-eyed old man dozing on the counter. Hearing the noise, he lazily lifted his head, and upon seeing Moke's brand-new commander's uniform, his murky eyes instantly lit up. Yo, Commander, are you heading out on a long-term mission on the high seas? The boss began packing swiftly. This special jerky is a great thing. Though it tastes like chewing wood, one piece can sustain you for a whole day. Perfect for desert island survival. Sort of. Moke smiled without further explanation. He then picked out a few outdoor survival knives made of fine steel, several rolls of high-strength climbing rope, and a few extra-large waterproof water bags. These items were not uncommon at Marine headquarters, but few people would implement the concept of wilderness survival as thoroughly as he did. Just as Moke was about to check out with a large bag of first-aid medicine, the shop entrance suddenly darkened. A figure like an iron tower blocked the doorway. It was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, with curly black long hair, a gaunt face, and missing an upper tooth. His skin was a greenish-gray, somewhat resembling a zombie from a horror film. He wore an open navy coat, a rope tied around his waist, and carried a straight-edged longsword. Hey, old man, the stuff I ordered last time. The burly man's loud voice made the cans on the shelves tremble, but he stopped mid-sentence as his gaze suddenly fell on Moke, who was paying. Moke instinctively tensed his muscles, his right hand already on the hilt of the ghost feather blade at his waist. Are you Commander Moke? The burly man froze for a moment, then a trace of a simple, honest smile actually squeezed onto his ferocious face. Moke looked at him with some surprise. This navy uniform, and this aura that though rough was not evil. Moke. And you? T-Bone. Lieutenant from G2 branch. The burly man strode over each step, causing a dull thud on the floor. He had no ill intent, just pure excitement, even appearing a bit flustered because of it. I heard that on the Grand Line you single-handedly blocked Whitebeard too, and saved over 100 trainees. T-Bone's voice was loud, drawing glances from the surrounding customers. Moke rubbed his temple with a headache. These days the title of hero was really not a good thing. That was just my duty, Moke replied flatly, trying to end the topic. No, that was courage. T-Bone, as if finding a kindred spirit, his fierce face full of admiration. I've seen that Weevil in action. He's a real monster. Even our branch's Rear Admiral Gulliver wouldn't dare to face him heat-in. Commander Moke, you're only 14, right? I never expected that you, looking so gentle and quiet, could be so fierce in a fight. Moke looked at the burly man full of admiration before him, and his wariness eased slightly. T-Bone. He searched his mind for the name. Oh, he remembered. The future ship-slashing swordsman. A man with top-tier swordsmanship talent, but too straightforward, too soft-hearted, ultimately hunted by the Cross Guild and killed by ungrateful civilians. A pitiful soul. Are you here to shop too? Moke changed the subject. Huh. All right. T-Bone scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I'm going to the East Blue. I heard the pirates there have been getting pretty rampant lately, and I want to go train. I was about to buy some rations. The East Blue, huh? Moke's eyes flickered slightly. That was his starting point, and also the place where Luffy and the others' dreams began. Since we've run into each other, why not shop together? T-Bone warmly invited him. Though he looked like a gangster, his personality was surprisingly like a neighborly big brother. I'm strong, I can help carry your stuff. Moke initially wanted to refuse, but seeing the expectant look in T-Bone's eyes, the refusal stuck in his throat. Then I'll trouble you. For the next half hour, a bizarre scene unfolded in the military supply store of Marine. A tall, handsome young commander was holding a long list, meticulously selecting various wilderness survival supplies. Behind him, a burly man like a demon god carried 2 mountain-like piles of goods, yet wore a simple smile, occasionally leaning in to ask, Commander, is this thing really edible? It looks like a stone. This is called high-calorie military rations. It can save your life in critical moments, Moke explained, patiently reaching out to grab 2 boxes of matches and a fire starter. It looks like a stone. This is called high-calorie military rations. It can save your life in critical moments, Moke explained, patiently reaching out to grab 2 boxes of. Better to have it and not need it. But Moke was thinking, when I make my escape, these things will be my lifeline. After shopping, the two sat down at an open-air tavern near the port. T-Bone generously ordered 2 mugs of ale, though Moke opted for juice. Commander Moke, if you ever get the chance, you must come to G2 branch and have a drink with. T-Bone thumped his chest in assurance. Though I'm just a lieutenant, I can still watch your back at sea. Definitely. Moke raised his glass with a smile. He knew that according to the plot, this straightforward man would one day pay a heavy price for justice and kindness. But there was nothing he could do now. On this sea, everyone had their own destiny. All he could do was make himself strong enough to shatter this damn world's rules. After bidding farewell to T-Bone, Moke walked alone toward the central port of Marineford. Countless huge marine battleships were moored here, and the air was thick with the smell of tung oil and sea water. Moke did not head to the bustling waiting halls, but turned into a secluded side alley. That was where shipwrights and old navigators gathered. Dozens of gray-haired old craftsmen were gathered around a battleship under repair, pointing and discussing. The keel of this ship is a bit deformed, it needs to be reinforced with ironwood. The wind direction is off, the angle of the sail ropes needs to be adjusted by 3 degrees. The currents in this sea area are very complex, the compass will have deviations, so we'll have to navigate by the stars. Moke leaned against a wooden crate in the shadows, appearing to be resting with his eyes closed, but actually his eyes were slightly narrowed, a golden light flashing deep within his pupils. High-level skill detected, navigation master. High-level skill detected, ship repair and modification expert. High-level skill detected, weather prediction master. Proceed with clone. Boom. A vast stream of knowledge instantly flooded into his mind. Moke felt as if his brain had been stuffed into a supercomputer. How to distinguish the color of ocean currents, how to judge the approach of a storm from the smell of the sea breeze, how to calculate course deviations, and even how to use sea stone powder to repair holes in the ship's hull. Countless originally obscure and difficult professional knowledge became his instinct in that moment. He opened his eyes, looking at the old sailor repairing a sail nearby, his gaze sweeping over the complex knots. Skill detected, sailors not proficient. He opened his eyes, looking at the old sailor repairing a sail nearby, his gaze sweeping over the complex knots. Moke stood there quietly like a greedy sponge, frantically absorbing all the navigational wisdom in this port. These skills would require decades of sea life for an ordinary marine to hone. But for him who possessed the clone fruit, it took only a single glance. He didn't need to find other crewmates like Luffy to set sail. He himself was the top-tier navigator, the top-tier shipwright, the top-tier quartermaster. Phew. Moke let out a long breath, feeling his head a bit swollen. Was this the price of omniscience? He cracked his neck and looked at the sea outside the port, of vast blue that made one's heart tremble. Now he was no longer the weakling who had just transmigrated, trembling behind Garp. He had Garp's iron fist, Zephyr's Haki, Kazaris light, speed, Akiji's freezing, Akina's magma. He had even just learned all the skills needed to survive at sea. Just give me a little more time. Commander Moke. A passing marine soldier recognized him, looking at the boy standing in the corner, mumbling to himself with some confusion. Moke instantly retracted all his sharpness, putting on that harmless, gentle smile. Oh, nothing. Just admiring the view. Nip it in the bud. Moke sighed inwardly, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. He appeared to be avoiding the brutal sun, but in truth he was scanning the crowd behind him with his peripheral. Nip it in the bud. Moke sighed inwardly, a fine sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. He appeared to be avoiding the brutal sun, but in truth he was scanning the crowd behind him with his peripheral vision. As a master of observation, Haki, the fluctuations of air currents around him formed a clear radar map in his mind. Just 5 minutes ago he had keenly detected 3 deliberately suppressed, yet strikingly conspicuous. Those auras were cold, slimy, carrying a putrid scent of one who had long walked in darkness, utterly out of place in Malenfanguel. Here they come, sooner than expected. A faint, imperceptible smirk curled at the corner of Moke's mouth. He deliberately slowed his pace, stopping at a stall selling iced fruit juice, pretending to browse the flavors. Behind him, the 3 auras also halted, the distance narrowing to 20 meters. Now, Moke spun around abruptly, feigning a need to retrieve change, but using the momentum of the turn he strode purposefully into a narrow, secluded alley. Moke spun around abruptly, feigning a need to retrieve change, but using the momentum of the turn, a man in a gaudy Hawaiian shirt and sunglasses, a tall man with kabuki makeup wielding a metal staff, and a rotund man with green hair. Jayabula Inwu Mautiing Shitsi waits you. 3 familiar faces from CP9. Moke instantly formulated a plan. According to the original plot, Lucci Kaku and the others should now be lurking in Water 7, infiltrating as undercover agents for Bing Shan, so it was these 3 who came. Since these 3 appeared here, it meant that the madwoman Bajin's intelligence had already landed on the desks of the Wulao Xing, prompting the world government to dispatch CP9 to observe him. Moku, carrying 2 large bags of supplies, turned into the dormitory building of the training camp. The dormitory door clicked shut and locked. Moku casually tossed the expensive survival gear under the bed, and the weariness and simplicity on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a chilling calmness. He snapped his fingers. Light and shadow twisted, and a doppelganger, identical to Moku, appeared in the room. Go take a shower and act as relaxed as possible. Moku issued the command. The doppelganger nodded and began unbuttoning his shirt. Meanwhile, Moku's true body transformed into an invisible wind, silently slipping out of the dormitory along the ceiling. Moku issued the command. The doppelganger nodded and began unbuttoning his shirt. Meanwhile, Moku's true body transformed into an Mao Tiang lowered his voice, reporting into the den mushy at his collar. Yo-ho-ho seems like a naive greenhorn. Jayabula licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The higher-ups said that as long as we confirm his anomalous bloodline factor, capturing him will be a great achievement. Just as the three prepared to act against the Moku, who was showering a dark figure, silently watched everything from the end of the corridor. Moku leaned in the shadows, his golden pupils slightly narrowing. Target detected. Jayabula. Ability Inu Nomi wolf form already. Targets detected. Mao Tiang waits you. Abilities Navy 6 powers already cloned. Information streams cascaded through his mind like a waterfall. Zoan type Inu Nomi. Navy 6 powers. Moku rapidly flipped through the ability data he had just copied, then curled his lip in disdain. This is CP9's elite. Though he grumbled inwardly, even a mosquito's leg was meat. These special 6 powers variants could at least enrich his combat system. Zoan type Inu Nomi. Navy 6 powers. Moku rapidly flipped through the ability data he had just copied, then bang! A piercing alarm instantly blared and red smoke billowed. Enemy attack. The trio of Jayabula in the dormitory was startled, and before they could react, hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from the corridor. Quick! Someone has broken into the dormitory area. Chaos was the best cover. Using moonwalk, Moku took several steps in the air, instantly leaping onto the roof. He looked down at the CP9 trio, now thrown into disarray by the arriving military police, a mocking smirk curling at his lips. Want to catch me? First get past Master Zfa. In Zafa's office, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed ready to drip. You're saying CP9 agents have infiltrated the training camp? Zfa sat behind his desk, slamming his arm heavily onto the surface with a dull thud. Moku sat on the opposite sofa, a cup of hot tea in hand, his expression calm. Master, this time at CP9. Moku sat on the opposite sofa, a cup of hot tea in hand, his expression calm. Master, this time at CP9, but next time it could be CP0. Those damned lackeys of the celestial dragons. Zfa gnashed his teeth, a hint of brutality flashing in his eyes. Do they really think Navy headquarters is their backyard, coming and going as they please? Master, this is no time for anger. Moku set down his teacup, leaning forward with a sharp glint in his eyes. Since they want to play dirty, let's play big. Howie. Zfa narrowed his eyes. Blow it up. Moku's voice was eerily calm. Right now they're only suspicious persons. Even if we catch them, the world government can easily bail them out with some excuse. We need to pin a charge on them that they can never shake off. Just then the office door was kicked open. Yo, heard someone wants to lay hands on my grandson. Kapu strode in, still holding half a donut crumbs on his lips, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. Moku boy, tell me how to handle it. This old man will go pound those 3 scumbags into meat paste. Looking at these 2 violent madmen, Moku felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This was his backbone. Grandpa Kapu, Master Zfa. Moku stood up, walked to the map, and circled the area marked Instructor Dormitory. Jayabula and his crew were scattered by the military police, so they're definitely hiding now. What we need to do is accidentally clash with them. Clash? Zfa frowned. Yes. Moku smirked mischievously. He'll deliberately leave an opening to lure them into attacking. Once they use their devil fruit abilities or lethal moves against me, it becomes assaulting a naval officer, plus attempting to steal military secrets. Then Master and Grandpa, you arrive on the scene under the pretext of protecting a student. Remember, we must firmly establish their crime of spying on the training camp's core secrets. Kapu was stunned for a moment, then burst into a roar of laughter. Huh? Good boy. Cunning enough. This old man likes it. This is called trap the enemy, isn't it? Zfa also showed an approving look. He watched Moku as if seeing himself in his younger days, but one who was more polished and better at using the rules. Since we're going to make a big scene, let's make it as big as possible. Zfa stood up. As long as they dare to bare their claws, they'll break their bones. And Kapu shoved the last bite of donut into his mouth, patted Moku's shoulder, his eyes fierce with protectiveness. Boy, go all out. If the sky falls, your grandpa will hold it up. Moku looked at these 2 pillars of the Navy, and the weight of escape in his heart seemed to lighten a little. Don't worry, Master Grandpa. Half an hour later, at the abandoned shooting range behind Malinfanjuo, the setting sun was like blood casting Moku's shadow long. He stood alone, seemingly practicing the drawing technique, but in truth his observation Haki was stretched to its maximum. Come out, you 3. Your tracking skills are so poor you're embarrassing CP9. Imoka didn't turn around his Guayu, slowly unsheathing the blade, reflecting the sunset with a cold, eerie gleam. The bushes rustled. Diabula, Moutying, and Waitsu stepped out. They had apparently shaken off the military police, and now their faces were twisted with murderous intent. Kid, you've got a good nose. Diabula tugged at his tie, his body beginning to mutate, instantly transforming into a half-human, half-wolf form. We were going to wait until you fell asleep, but since you've delivered yourself, don't blame us for being unorthodox. Unorthodox? Imoku turned around, gazing at the transformed Diabula with no fear in his eyes, only mockery. You three illegally infiltrate a key naval facility, attempting to kidnap an active officer, and you call that unorthodox? Enough talk. Diabula barked, launching himself like a cannonball, his sharp wolf claws aiming for Imoku. Too slow. Imoku shook his head. In his eyes, Diabula's movements were riddled with openings. Shave. Imoku's figure vanished instantly, leaving only an afterimage. Diabula's claw struck empty air, slamming into the ground with explosive force, sending stones flying. What a... Before he could react, an icy voice sounded in his ear. Since you're so fond of using the 6 powers, let me teach you what true 6 powers are. Imoku appeared behind Diabula, his arm instantly coated in armament Haki, black and gleaming. Gun finger peak pierce. Off. Diabula screamed, his shoulder pierced clean through as blood spurted. Diabula, Moutying, and Waitsu alarmed attacked simultaneously. Tempest kick. Life return hair, child's play. Imoku sneered, his feet tapping in rapid succession moonwalk, creating explosive booms in the air. Did CP9 send such trash to test me? Imoku landed on a large boulder, looking down at the three from above. Go tell your superiors if they want to catch me, tell them to come in person. Bastard. Don't get too cocky. Diabula, clutching his bleeding shoulder, had completely lost his composure. He roared, his muscles swelling further as he entered full wolf form. Tempest kick, lone wolf. This particular tempest kick of Diabula's wasn't a straight line attack, but a leaping forward slashing move. Oh, that move is a little interesting. But that's as far as it goes. Imoku took a deep breath, drawing his Guayu. This time he employed no fancy techniques, just a simple drawing slash. Iato flash. Shine. An invisible vacuum slash arrived faster than the attack, slicing through Diabula's tempest kick, lone wolf, its residual force carving a bottomless trench in the ground before Diabula. Boom. Dust flew. Diabula and the others were thrown back by the shockwave, battered and disheveled. Thighs. What swordsmanship is this? Waitsu stared in terror at the deep trench, cold sweat streaming down his face. It's the swordsmanship that sends you to hell, Imoku said coldly. Just as Diabula was about to fight to the death, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from the sky. What is that sound? Moutying looked up in panic. Zfa leaped down from a height, landing on the ground with a thud, sending dust flying everywhere. CP9. Very impolite of you to mess around in my territory. Are you ready to lose an arm or a leg? At the same time, another figure slammed down heavily in front of the trio, shattering the ground beneath. Kapu straightened up, cracked his knuckles with a series of pops, and grinned menacingly. Yo, if it isn't the little bugs from CP9. Want a taste of this old man's iron fist? Diabula, Moutying, and Waitsu looked at this hellish scene, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. Imoku stood on the high boulder watching the CP9 trio surrounded by 2 legends, and said calmly, game over. 3 days later, in the highest level conference room of Marine headquarters. The air was so stifling it felt as though one could wring moisture from it. Only the enormous clock on the wall ticked away, as if counting down to the impending storm. As Sapandamu pushed the door open, beads of cold sweat still clung to his forehead. Subconsciously, he adjusted the ridiculous mask on his face, his gaze sweeping over the seated figures in the conference room, his heart clenching sharply. Marshal Zhonghua sat upright at the head of the table, his brows knitted tightly. Vice Admiral, he gracefully held a teacup. The 3 admirals, Qichuan, Huangyuan, and Qingji, each occupied a corner, one with a murderous expression, one listless, and one drowsy. What stifled him most, however, were Kapu and Zifa seated on either side of Zhonghua. Especially Kapu. That old man was stuffing donuts into his mouth as if no one else existed, yet his eyes would occasionally crack open, revealing a cold gleam that could shatter the courage of an opportunist like Sapandamu. Sapandamu, you are late. Zhangguo's voice was low, carrying an unquestionable authority. I am sorry, Marshal Zhonghua. Sapandamu straightened his back, trying to reclaim the confidence of a CP9 commander, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. I am here on orders from the world government to negotiate the illegal detention of our 3 agents by Marine headquarters. He deliberately emphasized the words illegal detention, casting a provocative glance at Kapu and Zifa. Kapu crunched a donut in his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he mumbled indistinctly, illegal. This old man only saw 3 reckless vermin crawling into the Marine kitchen at midnight, trying to steal my rice crackers. Beating them up was just janitorial work for the world government. You. Sapandamu's face flushed with fury, his finger trembling as he pointed at Kapu. Vice Admiral Kapu, mind your words. Jayabula waits you and Mao Tuying are CP9 elites. The blades directly under the celestial dragons. You have no right, no right. Zifa snorted coldly, slamming his arm heavily onto the table with a loud thud that nearly made Sapandamu jump. They infiltrated Zifa's elite training camp, the cradle of the Marine Corps future. If I hadn't broken their legs, they would already be poisoning the trainees. Sapandamu, don't try to intimidate me with the CP9 name. In my eyes, you're nothing but a bunch of sewer rats specializing in assassination. Sapandamu felt suffocated under the pressure of these two titans. He knew well the temperaments of these old men. One was the Marine's Mad Dog, the other the former Black Wrist. If it came to a fight, even the five elders couldn't save him. You are trying to destroy the peaceful relationship between the Marines and CP9. Sapandamu roared, his bluster betrayed by his trembling hands as he fumbled in his pocket for a den mushi. They'll report directly to the five elders. They'll accuse you of abuse of power and personal vendettas. The conference room fell instantly silent. Zhangwa sighed, but did not stop him. He knew that some words had to be spoken by those above. Sapandamu tremblingly dialed that forbidden number. The den mushi's eyes blinked, and soon a dignified, aged voice emerged from it. Lord Wokiali Shung. Sapandamu instantly shifted into a fawning servile posture, bowing obsequiously. Marine Headquarters has detained 3 of our agents, and Vice Admiral Kapu and Instructor Zifa have subjected them to brutality. Sapandamu. The voice from the den mushi cut off his lament, carrying an air of lofty indifference. Let Zhangwa take the call. Sapandamu, as if granted a reprieve, hastily handed the den mushi to Zhangwa. Zhangwa took the den mushi and said in a deep voice, "This is Zhangwa." Zhangwa released the Tawapuman Wokiali Shung's voice was utterly flat. Though CP9's actions were reckless, they were meant to confirm the situation regarding that boy. Since it has been confirmed, there is no need to keep them detained. Zhangwa's grip on the den mushi tightened, his knuckles turning white. He glanced at Kapu and Zifa beside him, both wore expressions of grim menace. As you command. Zhangwa finally forced out those 3 words through clenched teeth. He waved his hand, and a Marine soldier immediately escorted 3 balls into the room. Indeed, they were more like 3 balls than human beings. Jayabula's face was swollen like a pig's head. Uniying's face, usually bearing a sinister smile, was completely twisted with his nose crooked to one side. As for Waitsu's face was bruised black and blue, and he needed help to walk. This. Sapandamu gasped in horror, staring at the miserable state of his subordinates, a chill running down his spine. Here are your men, Zhangwa said coldly. Now let's get to the main business. Regarding Moke. The den mushi was silent for a few seconds, as if pondering the wording. We have received Bajinjimu Satux's report. Wokiali Shung's voice rang out again, this time with a note of curiosity and greed. She said that the boy named Moke possesses a cloning ability capable of replicating others' devil fruits and techniques. Is this true? The atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. Kapu abruptly stood up, snatched the den mushi, and his booming voice made the entire room buzz. Bullshit. You believe that crazy hag. My grandson obviously has the clone fruit. He can only create a few clones to help fight. What cloning? Zifa also spoke in a deep, unwavering tone. That's merely a simple paramecia-type clone ability. Bajin, harboring a grudge after being defeated by Moke, deliberately fabricated lies to exact revenge through the world government. If the intelligence department can't see through such a scheme of sowing discord, then their IQ is about the same as that masked idiot. The nearby Sapandamu. The den mushi fell into a long silence. Kapu and Zifa's reactions were too swift, their stance too unyielding. Unyielding to the point of leaving no room for objection. The clone fruit, huh? Wokiali Shung's voice sounded somewhat disinterested, as if he had lost an interesting toy. Since Kapu and Zifa both say, so then it must be the clone fruit. That woman Bajin is indeed unreliable. Kapu and Zifa exchanged a glance, both catching a hint of relief in each other's eyes. This hurdle had been gotten past. However, Wokiali Shung shifted the topic, regardless of what fruit it is, that boy's talent is genuine. A 14-year-old major who could repel Wyber. Such a talent is wasted as an instructor in a training camp. Zhangwa frowned. What do you mean, Marsh? We have 2 arrangements. Wokiali Shung said unhurriedly. First, let him join CP9. That is the best stage for his special ability. We will grant him the highest authority, making him directly answerable to the 5 elders. Sapandamu, listening nearby, almost had his eyes pop out. Directly join CP9. That was the pinnacle of power he had dreamed of, and this kid was only 14. Second, Wokiali Shung continued, if you are reluctant to let him go, then assign him on an external mission. The situation in Delos Rosa has been somewhat delicate lately. Though Dwafu Langming is a Shichibukai, we need a pair of eyes to watch him. Let Moke be stationed in Delos Rosa, ostensibly to assist, but in reality to monitor. Upon hearing the words Delos Rosa and Dwafu Langming, the faces of Zhangwa Kapu and Zifa all changed. Throwing a fledgling eagle into a den of 2 tigers. That's not stationing. It's either sending him to his death or forcing him to rebel. You have 3 days to consider. Woki Li Sheng gave them no chance to argue. Give me your answer in 3 days. Join CP9 or go to Delos Rosa. If you choose neither, then don't blame the world government for taking compulsory measures. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The call ended. The conference room was dead silent. Sapandamu looked at his 3 subordinates beaten into pigheads, then at the iron-faced Marine High Command. He wisely shrank his neck and scurried away with his men. Half an hour later in the instructor dormitory, Moke was sitting by the window polishing the Ryakedo Onihane. Knock, knock, knock. A heavy rhythmic knock sounded. Come in, Moke said without turning around. The door opened and Kapu and Zifa entered one after the other, closing the door behind them and locking it. Moke's hand paused mid-motion. He turned around, and seeing the grave expressions of the 2 elders, he already had a guess. It fell through. Moke smiled, pouring 2 cups of water for them. Looks like that crazy hag has a loose. Kapu plopped down on the bed, scratching his hair in irritation. That old hag not only passed the information to Bejapanku, but also directly reported it to the 5 elders. We just had a meeting, and those old fossils gave us 2 options. Go ahead, I'm listening. Moke's expression was calm, as if he had anticipated everything. Zifa walked to the window, gazing at the training ground outside, and said in a deep voice, First you leave the Marine Corps and directly join CP9, becoming a direct agent of the Celestial Dragons. Second, be deployed to Delos Rosa as a stationed officer to assist Dwafu Langming. Moke raised an eyebrow. This was a rather interesting set of choices. One was entering a wolf's den, the other a tiger's cave. Joining CP9 meant he would completely lose his freedom, becoming the world government's sharpest assassination tool. Moreover, that fool Sapandamu would be his direct superior, buzzing in his ear every day. The mere thought gave him a headache. More importantly, CP9 was rife with factionalism, and Lucci and his group were no pushovers. Once his identity was exposed, he would be doomed. And going to Delos Rosa, in Moke's mind the image of the man wearing sunglasses and a flamingo feather coat surfaced. Dwafu Langming, the awakened user of the string fruit, once a celestial dragon, now the Joker. As for his current self, though he had cloned a host of devil fruit abilities, going head-to-head with a veteran like Minga gave him almost no chance of victory. Moke didn't think he possessed the protagonist's luck of a chosen one like Luffy. Moreover, Delos Rosa was Ming's stronghold. Making a move there was like dancing on the rim of a volcano. Both choices are dead ends. Moke sighed, his fingers lightly tapping the scabbard. Moke. Zifa turned around, his gaze complex as he looked at him. If you don't want to choose, your teacher can shield you from it. At worst he'll rebel against the Marines. Moke cut in a playful curve, lifting the corner of his mouth. Master Grandfather, that's what you were going to say, right? Kapu glared at him. You little brat, what nonsense. This old man means he'll go beat up Sapandamu or Dwafu Langming. See if they dare touch you. Moke felt a warmth in his heart. This was family. Even if their positions differed, even if they might one day face each other on the battlefield, at this moment, they genuinely wished him well. No need. Moke shook his head, his gaze becoming resolute. This little trouble I can handle myself. Which one do you choose? Zifa asked with a frown. CP9. Moke answered without hesitation. Are you insane? Garp jumped up. Going to work for those rats in the gutter. And taking orders from that idiot Spandam. That brat wouldn't even dare kill a chicken. Precisely because Spandam is an idiot, he's easy to handle. Moke explained with a smile. CP9 may be dangerous, but Spandam is a fool. As long as I manage him, I can walk all over CP9. Besides, CP9 holds a vast amount of the world government secrets. For me, it's actually a great place to gather intelligence. As for Dressrosa, Moke silently added in his heart, that's for later. Provoking Don Quixote da Flamingo now would be pure suicide. And Moke shifted his tone, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Who said I'm going to work for them for free? What do you mean? Zephyr looked at him with confusion. Moke stood up, stretched, and put on a mercenary expression. Since the world government thinks so highly of me, I shouldn't sell myself short. He'll agree to join CP9, but I want a raise. A raise? Garp blinked. That's right. Moke held up a finger. 1 million berries. If I'm short a single berry, he'll walk away. Let's see which is more important, the face of the 5 elders, or that 1 million berries. Garp and Zephyr exchanged glances. They had expected Moke to resist, to flee, even to rage, but never that the kid would start bargaining at a time like this. You little rascal. Garp pointed at Moke, then burst into laughter. Ha! Good. As expected of my sworn, ruthless, vicious. That 1 million berries is compensation for mental anguish. If they don't pay, just twist Spandam's head off and kick it like a ball. Zephyr shook his head helplessly, but a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You really are a handful. Since you've decided, well, play along with this act. But remember, Moke's CP9 is a deep pit. Once you step in, there's no turning back. Meanwhile, at Marineford's CP9 temporary headquarters, Spandam was carefully adjusting the ridiculous mask on his face in front of a mirror. Ring. An urgent din mushy ring broke the silence of the room. Spandam jolted, quickly turning to answer the call. When he saw the video din mushy displaying Saint Wachili Shung, he nearly dropped to his knees in terror. Spandam. Saint Wachili Shung's voice came through the din mushy, carrying an aloof coldness and authority, as if a god from the clouds was judging an ant. We have new instructions regarding the boy named Moke. Yes, please command me, Lord Wachili Shung. I will dedicate myself utterly, even to death. Spandam bowed, his posture utterly servile. Let him join CP9. Huh. Spandam was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. Yes, I understand. But that brat has some talent, but he's only 14. Directly joining CP9 might be too. This is an order. Wachili Shung interrupted him, a hint of impatience in his tone. Don Quixote Doflamingo's recent actions are suspicious. Though that brat is only 14, repelling Weevil proves he is a sharp blade. That blade is too dangerous in Dressrosa. If Doflamingo secretly colludes with him or captures him, it would harm us. Placing him in CP9 keeps him at least within our sight. Spandam suddenly understood. It was to guard against that madman Doflamingo. Yes, I understand. I will make him the most loyal agent of CP9. Wait. Wachili Shung's voice turned sinister like a snake flicking its tongue. That woman beckons words. Though Garp and Zephyr vehemently deny them, we cannot completely dismiss them. Keep a close watch on him as well. Spandam's heart sank. If that brat shows any signs of cloning, such as using 2 or more devil fruit abilities simultaneously or copying someone else's techniques. Wachili Shung paused, his tone chilling. Immediately report directly to me. Don't bother me with such trivial matters usually. Yes, cloning. The clone fruit. Spandam hung up the din mushy, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. He looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes turning even more venomous. If what Bakken said was true, then this brat's value was higher than 100 CP9 agents. Moke. Spandam muttered the name, a sinister grin curling at the corner of his mouth. No matter what fruit you have, once you're in CP9, you'll have to obey me. Then whether I hand you over to Vegapunk or turn you into my personal slave, it's all up to me. 3 days later, Marineford, CP9 conference room. The door was violently pushed open, producing a loud bang. Garp strode in with large steps, followed by Moke, hands in his pockets and an indifferent expression on it. Just as Spandam was about to stand up and put on an air of authority, he saw Garp's huge fist whistling through the air and smashing directly onto the conference table. Boom. The solid hardwood table instantly shattered, teacups bounced up and documents scattered across the floor. Vice Admiral Garp, what are you doing? Spandam's mask was knocked askew in fright, and he fell back into his chair. Negotiating business. Garp looked down at Spandam. My grandson tells me you want him in CP9. What a cesspool like CP9 is worthy of. Vice Admiral Garp, watch your language. CP9 is the world government's most secret blade. Only the elite of the elite can. Cut the crap. Garp picked his nose impatiently. Moke, you speak. Moke stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down, crossing his legs, looking at Spandam like a fat sheep ready for slaughter. Commander Spandam, I have little interest in joining CP9. Moke cut straight to the point, his tone contemptuous. After all, I hear the pay is low, benefits are poor, and you have to take orders from an idiot who doesn't even know Haki. Spandam's face instantly turned livid. You? Who are you calling an idiot? Whoever answers is the one. Moke shrugged. But since the higher-ups have ordered it, I'm not entirely unwilling to consider. However, I have a few conditions. You dare to make conditions? Spandam ground his teeth. First position. Moke held up one finger. I want to be vice commander of CP9. Even though you're incompetent, since you're the commander, I'll reluctantly serve as your deputy. After all, there needs to be someone capable on-site to keep things from going wrong. Second authority. Moke held up a second finger. Except for direct orders from the world government, I accept no deployment from anyone. Especially you, Spandam. Without my consent, you are not to assign me any missions or interfere with my actions. Third, and most importantly. Moke leaned forward, his gaze sharpening. Money. A monthly salary of 1 million berries. 1 million. Spandam nearly jumped out of his chair. Why don't you just rob a bank? Do you know how many elite operatives 1 million berries can hire? What makes you a mere brat deserve that much money? Because I can fight. Moke said calmly. Because I single-handedly held off Weevil. Because if I don't join CP9, they'll be in Dressrosa tomorrow, and then. Who knows what? Spandam was speechless. He wanted to retort to rage, but Wachili Shung's words echoed in his ears. If Doflamingo secretly colludes with him or captures him. This brat was threatening him with Doflamingo. What? Not agreed. Moke made as if to stand up. Then forget it. He'll go pack my bags right now and vacation in Dressrosa. I hear the toy house there is quite interesting. Wait. Spandam panicked. If this kid really ran off, or something happened, the five elders would behead him first. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury and humiliation in his heart. It's just money, isn't it? Though CP9's budget was tight to control this potential clone fruit threat, this expense was necessary. And once he was inside CP9, there were countless ways to destroy him or uncover the secret of his fruit. 1 million. Spandam said in a sinister tone, the eyes behind his mask gleaming with malice. But Moke, I hope you don't disappoint me. If your performance doesn't match the price, I will personally impeach you to the five elders. Don't worry. As long as you pay on time, it'll deliver results. Moke smiled with satisfaction and extended his hand. Pleasure doing business, Commander Spandam. Watching them shake hands, Garp nearby snorted, inwardly muttering 1 million berries. They'll make you treat me to Sun Bay when we get back. 3 days later, a transfer order was issued. Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander Moke was officially transferred to CP9 as Vice Commander directly under the five elders. The news caused an uproar at Marine Headquarters. Meanwhile, Moke, carrying a huge pack, boarded a warship bound for Eni's lobby under the watchful eyes of Garp and Zephyr. The sea breeze lifted the hem of his coat. Moke glanced back at Marineford. Farewell, Marine Headquarters. A slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. This game of fate had only just begun. The warship glided slowly through the gate of justice, and the legendary Eni's lobby emerged in its monstrous silhouette. The colossal gate of justice closed behind them, as if severing every connection Moke had with the Marine Headquarters, a place that, though filled with schemes, still held a trace of warmth. On the deck, Moke stood with his hands in his pockets. The black CP9 uniform made him appear far more composed and formidable than his age suggested. He gazed at the island that never saw sunlight, his mind rapidly calculating a future escape route. Since I'm already on this pirate ship, I might as well squeeze every bit of advantage out of it. Moke mused inwardly. His eyes swept across the sea, but his thoughts drifted to the yet unseen powerhouses. To ensure a smooth getaway, he urgently needed to expand his arsenal of skills. Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit is a must. It can repel attacks, expel fatigue and pain, and most crucially, its pawpaw repellability is a perfect escape skill. And Bentham's main fruit. Though turning into a transgender person is a bit hard on the eyes, it's the ultimate disguise. As for Capone begs, Shiro no mi. Moke glanced down at the large bag he carried, the escape supplies he had procured in Marineford. If I could stuff all that into my body, I wouldn't have to lug it around like a mover. He stroked his chin, considering the personnel within CP9. Bluno's DOA, and Nomi is also a divine skill. I wonder if Bluno has already eaten his fruit. If he has, as the vice commander, he'll have plenty of chances to borrow it. Once I clone the door fruit, this Eni's lobby becomes my personal backyard. I can go anywhere I want. As for Emporio Ivankov's Horu Nomi, the image of the flamboyant queen flashed through Moke's mind, making him shudder. No, the cost is too high. He'll never use it unless absolutely necessary. But a sudden inspiration struck him. He recalled the skill he had mastered, Life Return. Life Return allows me to control every cell in my body, even turning my hair into weapons. If I can control cells, theoretically, I could alter the microscopic structure of bones and muscles to change my appearance. If pushed to the extreme, wouldn't that be safer than the main fruit? As he pondered, the ship's horn interrupted his thoughts. Boo! Eni's lobby had arrived. On the dock, 2 figures had been waiting for some time. One was Spandam, wearing a bizarre mask, and the other was a tall, lean man with gray hair and dark red glasses standing beside him. Moke squinted, searching his memory as a transmigrator. He couldn't recall who this tall, lean man was. Was he not even a minor character in the original story? Or perhaps an extra? The warship docked and the gangplank was lowered. Spandam immediately put on a seemingly warm but rigid smile and approached, while the tall, lean man remained expressionless, his eyes coldly appraising Moke. Welcome, Major Moke. Oh, now I should call you Vice Commander Moke. Spandam's voice was sharp. He extended a hand, trying to appear friendly, but it trembled slightly. Moke's lips curled into a standard professional fake smile. He shook Spandam's hand with a firm, yet moderate grip. You flatter me, Commander Spandam. Moke's gaze shifted past Spandam to the tall, lean man. And this is A. Spandam paused, then introduced him. This is Lasky, a veteran CP9 agent with vast experience. Both his daughters have joined the government's intelligence agencies, one in CP8-0 and the other right here in CP9. You'll meet her later. Her name is Khalifa. I'll help you get familiar with the work here. I've heard much about you, Mr. Lasky. Moke took the initiative to extend his hand, his eyes showing a precisely measured respect. Lasky looked at Moke, slightly surprised, and returned the handshake. Hello. Lasky's voice was low and raspy. Mo's mind stirred. Lasky, Khalifa's father. It seemed he was just a pure extra. Still, as a veteran agent, he might have some useful skills. Detection target, Lasky. Ability Rokushiki cloned. A line of text flashed through Mo's mind, and he withdrew his hand without a change in expression. Vice Commander Moku, please follow me. I've prepared an office for you. Spandam, eager to regain control, quickly interjected as the handshake ended. No rush, Moku said suddenly. He turned to face Spandam with a half-smile, his tone suddenly becoming extremely sincere, even ingratiating. Commander Spandam, I must admit that back in Marineford I was a bit inappropriate. Please forgive me. Moku sighed, putting on a look of helplessness. You know, Vice Admiral Garp and Instructor Zephyr are my seniors. They forced me to play along with that act. I had no choice. I'm a simple man. I like money and enjoy life. Justice or injustice has nothing to do with me. His tense nerves miraculously relaxed after hearing Mo's words. You mean it was all an act? Spandam asked tentatively, his eyes behind the mask flickering with suspicion and hope. Of course, Moku declared with conviction. If I hadn't acted tough, do you think old man Garp would have let me come here? You know how stubborn he is. I had to pretend I only came for the high salary, so he'd think I was just a greedy kid and let me go. As he spoke, Moku watched Spandam's expression. True to his expectations, the wariness on Spandam's face faded, replaced by a smug, I see look. And Moku lowered his voice, leaning in closer to Spandam mysteriously. Commander Spandam, let's not beat around the bush. I heard you've been a bit tight on funds lately. Actually, if we work together smoothly, there are plenty of ways to make money. I have some connections. We can get rich together. Get rich together. Spandam's heart skipped a beat. As the commander of CP9, though he had considerable power, his budget was always tightly controlled by the higher-ups. A financial patron would be a godsend. Exactly. Moku clapped Spandam on the shoulder like an old friend. As long as you don't interfere with my actions, I promise that whatever berries we make from now on, well, split 50-50. Spandam was completely convinced. The threat of the cloned fruit, the warnings from the Gorosei, all of it evaporated in the face of the 50-50 split. In his eyes, this 14-year-old boy was just a brat with some strength, greedy and easily bought. Ha! Brother Moku, I knew you were a straightforward man. Spandam laughed loudly, his voice shrill. The past was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. From now on in CP9 we're brothers. Anyone who touches you touches me. Lasky, standing nearby, frowned slightly behind his dark glasses. Something fell off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Come, let's go to my office. He'll have someone prepare the finest tea for you. Spandam enthusiastically put his arm around Mo's shoulder, as if they were long-lost friends. Moku let himself be led, a faint, barely noticeable sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Fool. He mentally labeled Spandam. With this idiot handled, CP9 would be his playground. As for the Gorosei, once he was ready, this Eni's lobby could go to hell. Along the way, Moku gave an Oscar-worthy performance, flattering Spandam to no end. Commander Spandam, I've long heard you are the youngest commander of CP9, young, promising, with a bright future. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to the Gorosei's favor. Spandam's modesty was betrayed by his smug tone. No, it's definitely your ability. A leader as brilliant and wise as you is exactly the kind of person I, Moku, am willing to follow. Moku said with a straight face. Haha, brother, Moku is joking. Spandam patted Mo's shoulder, exuding a sense of we should have met earlier. I saw it from the start. Brother Moku is a talent. From now on in CP9 we're family. Spandam's office was on a high floor of the Judicial Tower, offering a panoramic view of the entire island. The office was lavishly furnished with leather sofas, a mahogany desk, and even a massive den mushi. Please have a seat. Spandam personally poured Moku a cup of tea, his manner overly attentive. Moku didn't stand on ceremony. He plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and surveyed the office. His gaze finally settled on the thick stack of documents on the desk. Commander Spandam, since we're on the same boat now, it'll be direct. Moku picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and frowned. This tea, a bit bitter. Is it a? Spandam looked awkward. It's just ordinary tea. He'll have some good tea sent over later as a welcome gift from me. Moku waved his hand magnanimously, then changed the subject. By the way, I heard CP9 is on a new mission. Blueprints of Pluton. Mo's mind stirred. This was a major plot point. It seemed that the CP9 team, including Lucci, Kaku, and the others, had already left for Water 7. Bleno's door. Spandam relaxed, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Prophet. This mission is directly ordered by the world government. We're searching for the legendary blueprints of Pluton. If we find them, the rewards will be immense. Blueprints of Pluton. Mo's mind stirred. This was a major plot point. It seemed that the CP9 team, including Lucci, Kaku, and the others, had already left for Water 7. Bleno's door fruit would have to wait for another day. Sounds promising. Emoka nodded. Then I want a share of the spoils. No problem, no problem. Spandam readily agreed. With brother Emoka's help ITLL be a piece of cake. Naturally. Emoka smiled confidently, then stood up. Alright Commander Spandam, I'm tired. Show me to my office. Also I'd like to meet my colleagues. He emphasized the word colleagues. Spandam didn't catch the hidden meaning and eagerly led the way. Sure, right this way. They're training in the gym right now. Those guys only know how to fight. They don't appreciate the finer things in life. The mist of Lunardun seemed forever trapped in the air, never dissipating. The sign of Old John's Tea House loomed in and out of the haze, its wooden planks covered in moss like on the island of Justice beneath the CP9 headquarters lay the underground training ground. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of sweat, rust, and disinfectant. Beneath the vast dome, a fighting arena padded with thick mats sprawled out, while various cold weapons hung from the surrounding walls. Brother Mock, please. Spandam pushed open the heavy iron door, a trademark stiff smile plastered. His face obscured by a ridiculous mask appeared twisted in the dim light, yet his tone carried a deliberate, ingratiating warmth. Mock, hands buried in the pockets of his black uniform trousers, strolled in with a composed demeanor. His gaze swept across the empty training ground before settling on three figures warming up in a corner. Three faces he found immensely familiar: Jabura, Komodori, and Fukuro. Just a few days ago, they had been hosted by him, Garp, and Zephyr at the abandoned training ground of Marineford. Now their bandages were still not fully removed, and Jabura's face was mottled with bruises, a sorry sight indeed. The moment Mock entered, the three froze in their movements. The once noisy training room fell silent, and three pairs of eyes locked onto him, brimming with undisguised malice and fury. Well, if it isn't our hero, Commander Mock. Jabura smirked, forcing a grin uglier than a cry. His voice was hoarse. Or should I say Vice Chief now? Congratulations on climbing so high at such a young age. Jabura, mind your tone. Spandam immediately chastised. Brother Mock is now your superior. You must show him respect. Respect? Komodori screeched, slamming his metal staff heavily onto the floor. Respect a brat who got his position through tattling and connections. Chief Spandam, we of CP9 speak through our strength. That's right. Fukuro chimed in. We just got caught off guard by Vice Admiral Garp and Instructor Zephyr's ambush. In a fair fight, the outcome is anyone's guess. Mock listened to their complaints in silence, his face impassive as if they were merely three noisy flies. He sauntered to the center of the training ground, pulled one hand from his pocket, and lightly brushed the dust off his uniform. Are you done? His voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the room. If you have objections to my appointment, you can appeal to the world government. Mock looked up, his deep eyes coldly sweeping over the three. Or you can make a move now. I'm curious to see how much you've improved after being guided by Grandpa Garp and Teacher Zephyr. You. Jabura was thoroughly enraged. He tore off his tie, his body beginning to mutate, muscles swelling, first sprouting, instantly transforming into a half-man, half-wolf form. Don't think you can do as you please just because Garp and Zephyr have your back. This is Eni's lobby, our turf. Jabura calmed down. Spandam feigned a warning, but quietly stepped back. Since you're so eager to play, I'll oblige. Mock unfastened his black uniform jacket and tossed it casually to Spandam, revealing his muscular physique. He assumed a starting stance, his expression calm as he faced the three. Come at me together. Don't waste time. Arrogant. Jabura roared and struck first. With a low cry of moonwalk, he shot forward like a cannonball, his sharp wolf claws aimed at Mock's throat. Simultaneously, Fukuro and Komodori flanked from left and right. One launching a storm kick, the other using life return hairbind to send his hair striking like venomous snakes. Facing the combined assault, Mock advanced instead of retreating. Shave. His figure vanished instantly, leaving only an afterimage. Jabura's claws hit only air, striking the ground with force, sending debris flying. Before he could react, an icy voice sounded in his ear. Too slow. Mock appeared to Jabura's left, a simple finger gun aimed at his ribs. Startled, Jabura hastily hardened his body with iron body. Clang. A crisp metallic sound. Jabura felt a sharp pain in his ribs as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he staggered sideways uncontrollably. What a... He stared at Mock in shock. His iron body, though not on par with monsters like Garp, was among the top in CP9, yet a mere kid had broken through it with one finger. Next, Mock didn't even glance at him. He sidestepped, slightly dodging Fukuro's storm kick, and countered with a knife hand to the back of Fukuro's neck. Thud. Fukuro didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed stiffly. Fukuro. Alarmed, Komodori directed his hair to thrust at Mock from all directions. Without looking, Mock tapped his feet on the ground, used moonwalk to leap into the air, and easily evaded all attacks. Flashy nonsense. He flipped in midair and delivered a powerful storm kick downward. Storm kick, mountain splitter. A concentrated razor-sharp white slash roared forth, instantly tearing through Komodori's hair bind, and with undiminished force struck the ground, before Komodori carving a bottomless trench. The immense shockwave sent Komodori tumbling. He stared at the trench in terror, cold sweat pouring down. This power was several times stronger than Jabura's storm kick lone wolf. Your turn. Mach landed before Jabura, his gaze calm as he regarded the wolfman, who was now trembling with fear. You? Stay back. Jabura instinctively stepped back. The searing pain from the finger gun earlier was still a stark reminder that the young man's strength was far beyond his imagination. Weren't you so aggressive just now? Mach's lips curled into a mocking grin. Didn't you say this was your turf? Bastard. Don't get too cocky. Jabura was pushed beyond reason by shame and fury. He roared, his muscles swelling again, fully activating his wolf form and unleashing his signature move. Storm Kick Lone Wolf. A kick-generated slash that didn't travel in a straight line, but leaped forward in erratic, unpredictable arcs. Oh, that's a bit interesting. A flicker of appreciation showed in Mach's eyes, but his movements were decisive. He didn't dodge, instead he raised his right leg, coating it in armament Haki that shone pitch black. Then let's see whose leg is harder. Storm Kick. No fancy name, just the simplest, most direct kick. Boom. The two slashes collided violently, in midair. Jabura's lone wolf crumbled like paper before Mach's raw power instantly shattered. Mach's storm kick, undiminished, struck Jabura's shin hard. Crack. A sickening sound of bone breaking rang clear. A woo. Jabura let out a miserable scream, rolling on the ground in agony, clutching his right leg. It was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The entire training room fell into a deathly silence. Spandam's jaw dropped, and the eyes behind his mask were filled with terror. He had thought the three would at least make Mach look bad, but instead they were utterly crushed, and in such a brutal fashion. Fukuro lay unconscious, Komodori sat trembling on the floor, and Jabura wailed. So this was the power that had driven back Whitebeard too. Mach retracted his leg, the Haki fading. He didn't spare a glance at the three on the floor. Walking straight to Spandam, he took his jacket from the stunned chief, and put it on leisurely. Chief Spandam, Mach said, adjusting his collar, his tone as flat, as if discussing something trivial. I think CP9's training intensity needs improvement. These three's strength is rather unpresentable. Spandam swallowed hard, forcing a smile uglier than tears as he suppressed his fear. Yes, brother, Mach is right. They have been slacking lately. Slacking? Mach sneered, his gaze sweeping over the three on the floor. If CP9 agents are this weak, doesn't it embarrass the world government? He walked over to the still moaning Jabura, crouched down, ignoring the man's venomous glare, and placed 2 fingers on his broken shin. You? What are you doing? Jabura cried in panic. Setting your bone. Mach said flatly, then pressed his fingers with sudden force. Crack. Another crisp sound. Jabura's scream cut off abruptly as he fainted from the pain. Mach stood up, dusted his hands as if he had done something trivial. Chief Spandam. He turned to the completely cowed CP9 leader. Since I am the vice chief, training subordinates is my duty. Starting today, I will personally instruct them. Instruct. Spandam blinked. That's right. Mach nodded, a kind smile spreading across his face. After all, I used to be a teaching assistant at Zephyr's elite training camp. I have plenty of experience dealing with rookies of this caliber. He walked to the unconscious Fukuro and kicked him awake. Get up. Keep training. Fukuro clutched his neck, staring at Mach in terror. He looked at Jabura's broken leg and the terrified Komodori and dared not resist. He scrambled to his feet. Komodori also scrambled up, standing beside Fukuro. Both hung their heads like quails, not daring to breathe. From today, your training volume doubles. Mach stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an unassailable authority. I will show you what true 6 styles really means. Yes. Both replied hastily. Spandam watched in astonishment. He had thought Mach was just a competent hothead, but he had this in him. This wasn't a vice chief taking office. It was a demon instructor arriving. By the way, Mach seemed to remember something, turning to Spandam. Lucci and the others went to Water 7. Yes. Spandam nodded quickly. Mach nodded. Once I've trained these 3 wastes into something decent, it'll go to Water 7. After all, as vice chief, I should go and get acquainted with my colleagues. The underground training ground of the Judicial Island was filled with an air mingling the sense of sweat, rust, and a certain despair. Jabula, is your moon step like stepping on cotton? If I see you pause in the air for more than 0.1 seconds again, he'll stuff you into Mao Tu-Ying's mouth as his lunch. A thunderous roar exploded like a crack of lightning under the vast dome. Imoka stood tall in the center of the training ground, his hands in his pockets, his deep eyes exuding a chilling coldness. Before him, Jabula was scrambling up from the ground, bruised and battered, his once immaculate suit now hanging on him like a rag. Imoka, Commander, I've already jumped 5,000 times in a row. Jabula gasped, his calf, previously broken by Imoka's kick, now healed but still throbbing with pain, a fear that emanated from the depths of his soul. 5,000 times. Emoku let out a cold laugh, his figure vanishing in an instant only to reappear directly above Jabula the next second. A powerful tempest kick slammed directly onto Jabula's forehead, hammering his entire body into the ground like a nail. For CP9, the warm-up has only just begun. Your moonstep is too stiff, you only move in straight lines. Remember, the essence of moonstep is freedom. You must be as free as the wind. Again, meanwhile on the other side of the training ground, Wei Chu is your finger gun just tickling the enemy. Emoke's voice drifted over eerily. Without a doubt, Vice Commander Emoke's clone fruit was also exceptionally convenient for training. Wei Chu shuddered, looking at his finger, which was already swollen red like a carrot, and felt like crying, but had no tears. Since Emoke's arrival, this so-called Vice Commander was 10,000 times more difficult to deal with than that fool C Pandamu. He was simply a demon. The essence of finger gun lies in the penetrating power of a point, not the impact of a surface. Emoku casually picked up a steel ball, gently rubbed it between two fingers, and instantly pierced through it. Your strength is too scattered. Go practice on that granite. When you can poke a hole in it with one finger, you can eat. In the corner, Mao Tu-ing was spinning like a top at high speed, muttering incessantly, "Justice, justice, justice." Mao Tu-ing, shut up. Another Emoku casually tossed a dumbbell, hitting Mao Tu-ing precisely on the forehead and interrupting his chanting. Your paper art relies too much on instinctive reactions. I want you to learn prediction. Now blindfold yourself. He'll throw stones at you. If you can't dodge, you'll have no dinner tonight. This was the daily routine of the CP9 underground training ground on Judicial Island for the past 3 months. If the previous CP9 were a pack of ferocious hounds, then now they were, well, even more ferocious hounds after being tamed. Emoku did not simply use power to oppress others like C Pandamu, he truly practiced both kindness and authority. He not only pointed out the fatal flaws in the Three's techniques, but also personally sparred with them, honing their skills with the highest level of combat awareness. Although the process was painful, the results were significant. Jabula's moon step became more erratic and unpredictable. Wei Chu's finger gun penetration increased by at least 30%, and Mao Tu-ing finally stopped simply relying on iron body to take hits. Although the process was painful, the results were significant. Jabula's moon step became more erratic and unpredictable. Wei Chu's finger gun penetration increased by at least 30%, and Mao Tu-ing finally stopped. After all, in this world where strength reigns supreme, might makes right. The power Emoku displayed was enough to make them kneel and sing surrender. After training, Emoku changed into a clean black suit, his hair casually falling over his shoulders. He had recently grown it out specifically to prepare for practicing 8-sword style, though now it made him look more like an elegant nobleman. When he pushed open the door to C Pandamu's office, C Pandamu was frowning over a pile of ledgers. Upon seeing Emoku enter, his masked face immediately squeezed out a chrysanthemum-like smile. "Brother Emoku." "Oh no, Vice Commander Emoku. You're here." C Pandamu greeted him warmly with an attitude even more affectionate than meeting his own father. He had no choice, he couldn't afford not to be. Over the past 3 months, Emoku had not only managed the internal training of CP9 in an orderly manner, but also displayed astonishing business acumen. "Commander C Pandamu, how is this month's performance?" Emoku was not polite. He plopped down onto the leather sofa, crossed his legs, and casually picked up a cigar from the table to cut. He all thanks to brother Emoku's brilliant calculations. C Pandamu rubbed his hands together, fawning. "According to your plan, we used CP9's special privileges to open up several lines in the underground black market. Let alone regular supplies like food and medicine, even the batch of Sea King whips smuggled from the New World was snapped up by the celestial dragons of Mary Geos. Those old perverts just love that stuff." Emoku blew out a smoke ring, a wry smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sea King whips were a hard currency in certain celestial dragon circles. Although it sounded disgusting, the profit margins were terrifyingly high. Now we have the capacity of 5 ships and 2 large warehouses for turnover. C Pandamu held up 5 fingers, his voice trembling with excitement. In the first month, net profit reached 12 million berry. According to the 50-50 split, we each got 6 million. Only 6 million. Emoku raised an eyebrow, seemingly dissatisfied with the number. "Commander C Pandamu, your vision is too small. This is just the beginning. Remember, we are CP9, the sharp blade of the world government. As long as the blade is sharp enough, half of the world's money can end up in our pockets." C Pandamu was thrilled, nodding repeatedly. Yes. Brother Emoku is right. From now on, the financial power of CP9 will rely on your efforts." Looking at C Pandamu's greedy and foolish expression, Emoku sneered inwardly. Fool. This wasn't smuggling, it was digging a grave for C Pandamu. Emoku had kept copies of all these accounts. If the day ever came when he needed to flee, this would be the death warrant to send C Pandamu to impel down. For now, though, the money was genuinely good stuff. After bidding farewell to Sea Panda Mu, who was still dreaming of wealth, Ku returned to his private quarters. Night fell, and Judicial Island fell into a deathly silence. Ku closed the door, but did not rest. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes half closed, as the energy within his body began to undergo subtle changes. Life returned 100 transformations. As he wielded his black hair, which had been loosed down to his waist, began to dance like living things, each strand becoming as tough as steel wire glinting coldly in the dim light. But this was not the main point. The main point was his body. Over the past 3 months, aside from training those 3 unfortunate souls during the day, Moke's main body had spent almost all his nights cultivating life return. This was a superhuman body technique that allowed free control over hair, muscles, bones, and even internal organs. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed in the room, setting one's teeth on edge. Moke's original height of 1.8 meters was visibly increasing. 1.9, 2, 0, 2, 1. Finally, his figure settled at 2.25 meters. His originally somewhat slender teenage body now became as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture, with smooth, explosive muscle lines, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and every muscle brimming with terrifying power. His originally handsome face also became more angular from the subtle bone adjustments, exuding a mature man's coldness and charm. Moke stood up, walked to the mirror, and looked at his demon-like reflection, nodding with satisfaction. This is the physique of a powerhouse. This is the body a transmigrator should have. This is what beautiful women. He willed it, and the cells in his body began to writhe wildly. The Moku in the mirror started to change. His features twisted and reformed. Seconds later, a cunning, gloomy face appeared in the mirror, that of Jabula. Then it changed again, becoming the comical expression of Sea Panda Mu. Perfect. Moku returned to his original form, reached out to grab his waist-length hair, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Now at 2.25 meters tall, he possessed perfect control over his body and could change his appearance at will. Moku snapped his fingers, and 7 figures silently appeared around the room. Continue training. The 7 clones simultaneously sat cross-legged and began to frantically cultivate various Haki and devil fruit abilities, with the gains continuously feeding back to the main body. Meanwhile, Moke's main body lay on the bed, listening to the ceaseless sound of waves outside the window of Judicial Island, slowly closing his eyes. In this dark system, he not only had to survive, but also live more comfortably than anyone else. As for justice, to hell with justice, Moke muttered in his sleep. The justice that allows me and my brothers to live until the final chapter is the only good justice. The next morning, when Jia Bula, Mao Tu Ing, and Wei Chu entered the training ground with dark circles under their eyes and trembling with fear, they were horrified to find that the demon was already standing there waiting for them. Yesterday's training intensity was too low. I think you can still be salvaged. Today we'll try something new. Weighted moons. Yesterday's training intensity was too low. I think you can still be salvaged. Today we'll try something new. Weighted moon step. The 3 looked at the iron rods thicker than their thighs, their vision going dark, and they nearly fainted on the spot. In the observation room above, Sea Panda Mu watched this scene without a trace of sympathy. Instead, he took a sip of tea with malicious glee. In the observation room above, Sea Panda Mu watched this scene without a trace of sympathy. He was completely unaware that in this game full of violence and money, he himself was nothing more than a pawn on Moke's chessboard. In the year 1514 of the High Yuan Li, the rainy season in Shuai Du seemed to arrive earlier than usual. The drizzle, as fine as silk, shrouded this waterborne city built upon 7 islands in a hazy mist. The water level of the canals rose, and the gondoliers skillfully pulled their long oars, weaving through the intricate waterways. Moke stood at the entrance of a bar named Puffing Ice, holding a delicate umbrella in his hand. At 15, he still maintained a standard adolescent physique of around 1.8 meters, with a delicate face and gentle eyes, appearing like a wealthy young master who had just run away from home to see the big city. Only he knew what kind of demonic muscles, forged through countless refinements of life return, lay hidden beneath that harmless-looking exterior. If he now released his limits, instantly expanding to a muscular form of 2.5 meters, he would probably burst this bar door apart. 30 million berries. Moke glanced down at his pocket watch, silently calculating in his mind. This was his private stash, accumulated over the past half-year on CFA, Dow, using the privileges of CP9 and the greed of that fool Sea Panda Mu through smuggling rare goods and reselling discarded Navy supplies. That idiot Sea Panda Mu thinks we are laundering money, but little does he know I am saving up for a getaway. A playful smirk curled at the corner of Moke's mouth. As long as the money is right, he'll be the most dedicated deputy chief of CFA Dow. He closed his umbrella, shook off the water droplets, and pushed open the bar door. Welcome a guest for one. Behind the counter, a burly man with a hairstyle resembling bull horns was wiping a glass. He wore a waiter's vest, but exuded an oppressive aura that warned strangers to keep away. Bulu Nual, one of CP9's elite agents infiltrating Shui, Jidu, a user of the Dordor fruit. Imoku walked straight to the counter, didn't order a drink, but slapped a neatly folded letter onto the table, tapping it twice with his finger. A glass of ice water with a slice of lemon. Also, Chief C. Pandamu asked me to pass you a message. The moon is beautiful tonight, but be careful not to step in a puddle. Bulu Nua's hand wiping the glass suddenly stopped. He looked up, his gaze locked tightly onto the seemingly frail youth before him. As a veteran agent who had been undercover for years, his intuition told him that this youth was dangerous. Yet the code phrase from C. Pandamu was authentic. Please come inside. Bulu Nua's voice was low and hoarse. He set down the glass and turned toward the back kitchen. This place is not suitable for business. Imoku smiled slightly and followed. Through the narrow corridor, Bulu Nua pushed open what appeared to be an ordinary wall. No, it was actually a door. Door open. With Bulu Nua's whisper, the air seemed to be unzipped like a zipper, revealing a hidden secret room. The moment Bulu Nua activated his ability, a flash of golden light flickered in Imoku's deep eyes. Target detected. Bulu Nua. Ability Paramecia type, Dordor fruit cloned. A wondrous insight into spatial manipulation instantly flooded his mind. Imoku was ecstatic inside, but his face remained impassive. This Dordor fruit is simply a god-tier escape skill, Imoku whistled in his heart. From now on, whether going to the bathroom or fleeing for my life, I can achieve space jumps. How convenient. The two entered the secret room. Bulu Nua closed the door behind them, his expression turning serious. Did Chief C. Pandamu send you here for the Ming Wang blueprints? Not exactly. Imoku pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs, instantly switching to a smug expression that screamed, "I'm the boss. I'm here to inspect the work. By the way, I heard you guys are doing quite well in Shueiji-do, but you don't even have a decent meeting point. This bar's decor is too shabby. It damages CP9's image." Bulu Nua's temple veins bulged. This kid's tone was even more arrogant than C. Pandamu's. "We are undercover agents. Discretion is the fundamental principle." Bulu Nua replied coldly. "Principles are dead, people are alive." Imoku waved his hand. "All right, don't be so stiff. I came mainly to meet my colleagues. I heard Luo Buluchi and the others are also here." At the mention of Luo Buluchi, Bulu Nua's eyes visibly changed, showing genuine respect. Lu Chi and the others are on a mission. Even on a mission, they need to eat and sleep right. Imoku smiled. "Call them and say the new deputy chief of CP9 has arrived. What do I have to go and invite them myself?" Bulu Nua took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. Although he disliked this nepotism child, who rose through connections since C. Pandamu had sent a letter and the other was the deputy chief, he had to comply. Wait a moment. Bulu Nua picked up a den mushi and dialed a number. Half an hour later, the rain outside was falling heavier. The back door of the bar was pushed open and 3 figures entered. The leading man wore a black suit and a fedora with a white pigeon perched on his shoulder. His face was stern and his eyes exuded a cold indifference that regarded human life as nothing. Following him were a long-nosed blonde man and a voluptuous blonde woman wearing glasses. Luo Buluchi Ka Ku Kali Fa. These were the elite trio of CP9 infiltrating Shueiji-do. Bulu Nua, why the urgent call? What happened? Lu Chi's voice was calm, but carried an unquestionable authority. Bulu Nua pointed to Imoku sitting in the corner. This is... The 3 turned to look. They saw a youth who looked only 15 or 16 listlessly stirring the ice in his cup with a straw. Hearing the commotion, he slowly raised his head. "Yo, fellow colleagues, I've long heard of your reputations." Imoku flashed a standard professional fake smile. "Let me introduce myself, Imoku, Deputy Chief of CP9. From now on, I'm your direct superior." The air instantly froze. Kaka's mouth twitched. Deputy Chief. The legendary brat who earns 1 million berries a month and got in through Vice Admiral Kapa's connections. Kali Fa frowned, pushed up her glasses, and coldly scrutinized Imoku. Chief C. Pandamu never mentioned any newcomer. Lu Chi said nothing, but his sharp eyes stared intently at Imoku as if trying to see through the youth's secrets. Newcomer. Imoku stood up and walked slowly to the 3. To be precise, I'm the one taking over you. Chief C. Pandamu has been busy lately. From now on, he'll be fully responsible for CP9's training and mission assignments. Ridiculous. Lu Chi finally spoke, his voice cold as ice. CP9 only obeys strength. On what grounds can a brat command us? Exactly, Kaku chimed in sarcastically. I heard you train Jiabu La and the others like dogs on CFA Dao. That idiot Jiabu La was never good anyway. But putting on airs in front of us, you're not qualified. Imoku looked at these 3 unruly characters, feeling no disturbance in his heart, and even a little amused. Strength, huh? Imoku sighed. I knew it. Reasoning with you roughnecks who only know how to fight is pointless. He turned and looked at Bulu Nua. Bulu Nua find a place. Since they're unconvinced, it'll teach these subordinates a good lesson for Chief, see Panda Mu. Bulu Nua glanced at Lu Chi, then at Imoku, and finally sighed. Go to the abandoned warehouse in the back. Door open. Bulu Nua pulled open a door in the void. The group filed in, and then the door closed again. On the outskirts of Shui Jidu, an abandoned shipyard warehouse was piled with rusted planks and discarded rudders. The air was thick with the smell of tung, oil, and rust. This was a vast open space large enough to accommodate a small battle. Lu Chi took off his fedora and handed it to Kali Fa beside him, then cracked his neck with a series of crisp sounds. Brat, since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish. Lu Chi's eyes turned fierce. Imoku unbuttoned his black trench coat and tossed it casually to the ground. Perfect, let me see how much weight the legendary killing weapon really carries. Kaku and Kali Fa stepped aside, crossing their arms to watch the show. In their eyes, this battle was a foregone conclusion. Lu Chi was the youngest genius in CP9's history, while this Imoku was nothing but a spoiled brat who rose through nepotism. Let's begin. Before Lu Chi's words faded, his figure had vanished from the spot. Shaved. The air exploded as Lu Chi's form instantly appeared before Imoku, thrusting a powerful finger gun straight at Imoku's heart. This strike was as fast as lightning. An ordinary person would likely be pierced instantly. However, in Imoku's eyes, this move was too slow. Too slow. Imoku murmured in his mind, lightly tapping his feet. He gracefully stepped through the air, his body drifting backward like a falling leaf, sliding 3 meters away, easily evading Lu Chi's deadly strike. What a... Kaku's pupils contracted. Lu Chi's attack missed, and a flicker of surprise showed in his eyes, but his offense did not abate. Storm leg. A white slashing wave flew along the ground toward Imoku. Imoku did not dodge, but instead kicked out a storm leg of his own. Bang! The two slashes collided in midair, sending up a burst of air currents. Interesting. Imoku landed, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Shut up. Lu Chi was enraged. He hated that condescending tone the most. 6-king gun. Lu Chi fired both finger guns simultaneously, striking the air violently and generating a powerful shockwave. Facing this heavy strike, Imoku finally got serious. He did not use any flashy clone techniques. He simply stood there quietly, feet slightly apart, hands hanging naturally at his sides. Just as the shockwave was about to hit, Imoku moved. He did not harden his entire body, but concentrated armament Haki on both fists, striking the center of the shockwave from an extremely acute angle. Boom. The shockwave was actually dispersed by Imoku's punch. Then Imoku's figure vanished from the spot. Shaved. The next second he appeared behind Lu Chi. Finger gun piercing peak. Imoku's finger pointed at Lu Chi's back. Clang. Lu Chi reacted extremely quickly, instantly activating Iron Body. But he still underestimated Imoku's strength. A terrifying penetrating force instantly pierced through his body. PFF. Lu Chi let out a muffled groan, staggering forward a few steps with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The entire place fell into dead silence. In the abandoned warehouse, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Chi clutched his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat, and finally, he couldn't hold back the gush of blood that sprayed out. He staggered back a few steps, leaning against the cold wall to barely steady himself. In those sharp hawk-like eyes, an incredulous shock appeared for the first time. That move, finger gun peak piercing, not only shattered his proud, iron body, but the terrifying penetrating force also caused his internal energy to churn as if his organs had been displaced. So how about it, the legendary weapon of massacre? Moke stood with his hands behind his back, wearing that signature infuriating professional fake smile. Still think that I, the vice commander who got promoted through connections, am not qualified to command you? Kaku and Califa's faces were extremely grim. Their proud Lu Chi, the youngest genius in CP9 history, had barely lasted 3 moves against this seemingly harmless young man. Lu Chi. Califa instinctively supported him, adjusted her glasses, and her eyes behind the lenses were filled with gravity. I'm fine. Lu Chi wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice still icy, but everyone could hear the weakness in it. He stared at Moke, the killing intent within him, like boiling magma about to erupt. Don't be in a hurry to fight. Moke waved his hand, as if shooing a fly. That was just a warm-up, letting you see my body arts. However, you three. His gaze swept over Kaku, Califa, and the silent Bruno. Just watching your comrade get beaten, isn't that a bit too disloyal? Style it. Moke laughed as if hearing a huge joke. In the face of absolute power, what is the point of talking about style? Style it. Moke laughed as if hearing a huge joke. In the face of absolute power, what is the point of talking about style? He took a step forward, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire warehouse. Since you want to play so much, I'll play with you. Come at me together, let me see how much weight the elites of CP9 really have. At these words the whole place was in an uproar. Luffy's eyes grew even colder. He said nothing but slowly straightened his body and assumed a fighting stance. Kaku and Califer exchanged glances, seeing humiliation and anger in each other's eyes. Being so despised by a newcomer was a sheer disgrace. Since the vice commander has such an interest, we shall comply with respectful obedience. Kaku let out a cold laugh. Califa also adjusted her glasses, and a whip appeared in her hand. Bruno sighed his massive body, stepping forward to stand. Good, that's more like it. Moke nodded in satisfaction, his smile growing brighter. Come on, show me what you've got. Before the words had faded, Luffy's figure had already vanished from the spot. Shaved. Almost simultaneously, Kaku and Bruno attacked from left and right, while Califa harassed from behind with her whip. For figures from 4 different directions completely surrounded Moke. In an instant, Moke felt an unprecedented pressure. Luffy's Six Kings gun charged straight at his front with a sound of tearing air. Kaku's storm leg turned into several sharp slashes, sealing his dodge space. Bruno's door open was even more bizarre. A door of air suddenly appeared under Moke's feet, and a giant fist shot out from it, aiming at his lower body, while Califa's whip, like a venomous snake, lashed down from above. Interesting. Moke praised inwardly. As expected of CP9's aces, the 4 of them working together had power far beyond simple addition. He didn't take it hidden. With continuous moon steps under his feet, his body twisted in the air like a phantom, narrowly dodging Luffy and Bruno's attacks. At the same time, he kicked out his storm leg, which collided with Kaku's slash, producing a loud clang. But Califa's whip followed like a shadow, wrapping around his ankle. Now, Luffy seized this fleeting opportunity, unleashing a flurry of finger guns, like a rainstorm, stabbing at Moke's vitals. Iron body, Moke shouted in a low voice, instantly hardening all his muscles. At the same time, a powerful rebound force erupted from within, directly shaking off Califa's whip. He crossed his arms, forcefully blocking Luffy's finger gun barrage, producing a clattering metallic sound. If you have some skill. Luffy, failing to land a hit, immediately retreated. Moke shook his slightly numb arm, his heart sinking. These 4 were well coordinated, both offensive and defensive, truly troublesome. Luffy, failing to land a hit, immediately retreated. Moke shook his slightly numb arm, his heart sinking. These 4 were well coordinated, both offensive and defensive. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Moke's mouth, and a glint of golden light flashed in his eyes. Let me show you my true power. With a thought, the spiritual energy within him surged out like a tide. Clone fruit, spiritual clone. Boom, 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 boom. 7 dull thuds rang out in succession, and 7 figures identical to Moke appeared out of thin air in every corner of the warehouse. 8 Mokes, including the original, a full 8. Luffy and the others' pupils instantly dilated, their expressions shifting from anger to shock. What the hell is this? Each clone's aura was exactly the same as the original, impossible to distinguish. How is this possible? Kaku's long nose retracted in fright. Clones. 7 clones. Califa's voice changed pitch. Even the usually calm Luffy now showed an expression of disbelief. All 8 Mokes spoke at once, their voices overlapping and echoing in the empty warehouse like demonic sounds from hell. Weren't you full of spirit just now? Now it's my turn. Before the words faded, all 8 Mokes moved simultaneously. Shaved. 8 afterimages crisscrossed in the warehouse, instantly overwhelming Luffy and the others. Finger gun, peak piercing. Storm leg, mountain splitting. Black arm, iron fist. Various techniques rained down like a storm, and Luffy and the others were instantly caught in a desperate situation of being surrounded. Their proud 6 styles appeared inadequate and overwhelmed under the siege of 8 Mokes struggling to keep up. Luffy had just used iron body to block 1 Moke's finger gun, when another Moke's storm leg slashed from the side. Kaku had just sliced through a slash with his storm leg, when an unknown iron fist flew straight at his face. Califa's whip had just wrapped around 1 clone, when another clone came to its rescue. Boom. A heavy punch from 1 Moke landed squarely on Kaku's stomach, sending him flying backward. Uffed. Kaku spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Kaku. Luffy's eyes were bloodshot, but he was immediately entangled by 2 clones, unable to spare a hand. Clang. Bruno used iron body to withstand a black arm iron fist, the immense force forcing him back step by step. Califa's whip was easily crushed by a clone's fingers coated in armament Haki, and then she was kicked away. In just a few breaths, the battle situation was completely reversed. Luffy panted heavily, his suit tattered and torn, blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 8 identical figures around him, and for the first time, defeat and Luffy panted heavily, his suit tattered and torn, blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 8 identical figures around him, and for the first time, defeat and despair appeared in his eyes. Kaku clutched his stomach, collapsing to the ground without the strength to stand. Califa and Bruno were not much better, one with disheveled hair, the other with a bruised and swollen face. They had lost completely without any power to fight back. Ha ha ha. The 8 Mokes laughed together, then slowly merged into one. Moke clapped his hands, a victorious smile on his face, boasting, "I told you I'm a genius. You didn't believe me, and you just had to get beaten." Kaku lay on the ground staring at Moke's punchable face, frantically thinking, "Genius. This is clearly cheating. Which devil fruit can create 7 clones with undiminished strength? This is just a monster." But he dared not say a word, only glaring fiercely at Moke. Lucci also fell silent, wiping the blood from his mouth, looking at Moke with a complicated expression. He had to admit that this young man's strength far exceeded his imagination. "All right, the sparring ends here." Moke waved his hand, returning to that infuriating, "in the boss" expression. "From now on we're colleagues. We must be united, friendly, and help each other understand." Lucci and the others all rolled their eyes inwardly, but they had to reply, "Yes, Vice Commander." "Good." Moke nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject, looking at Lucci and Kaku. "By the way, I heard you were undercover in Water 7 disguised as shipwrights." Lucci and Kaku exchanged a glance, not understanding what Moke was up to, but nodded anyway. "How are your shipbuilding skills?" Moke asked with interest. Lucci was silent for a moment, then coldly uttered a few words. "Not as good as the veterans like Bali de Lusitong and Bip." Kaku also curled his lip and added, "Those guys are real masters. We only learned a bit of the basics." Oh. A sharp glint flashed in Moke's eyes. Just now he had quietly activated the clone fruit ability. Target detected. Rob Lucci. Ability 6 styles shipbuilding skill. Target detected. Kaku. Ability 6 styles shipbuilding skill. Target detected. Califa. Ability 6 styles shipbuilding skill. Target detected. Kaku. Ability 6 styles shipbuilding skill. Target detected. Califa. From wood selection, hull design, keel construction, to sail, sewing, rudder installation. All details were crystal clear, somewhat different from the shipbuilding technology, cloned from the Navy dock, perfectly complementing each other. Good, you know your limits." Moke nodded in satisfaction, then rubbed his hands together, revealing a shrewd businessman smile. "Since your skills are lacking, do me a favor." A sense of foreboding rose in Lucky's heart. "I plan to custom order a small boat. It needs to be fast, stealthy, and preferably have some special functions." Moke began counting on his fingers as he listed requirements. "He'll go to the Galley Law Company to place an order in a couple of days. You two give me a discount. After all, we're all colleagues in the same unit. We shouldn't let benefits flow to Lucci, Kaku, Califa, Bruno." They finally understood that this vice commander not only had freakish strength, but also an even thicker skin. "What, not willing?" Moke raised an eyebrow, releasing an invisible pressure again. "Willing." Lucci gritted his teeth and squeezed out the 2 words. "Good." Moke smiled with satisfaction. "Then it's settled. Remember, give me the best price or else." He didn't finish, but the threat was obvious. "Yes, Vice Commander," Lucci and the others replied in unison, their hearts bleeding. "All right, I'll be off now." Moke waved his hand as if shooing flies. "Take good care of your injuries. See you tomorrow." "Yes, Vice Commander," Lucci and the others replied in unison, their hearts bleeding. "All right, I'll be off now." Moke waved his hand as if shooing flies. Lucci said nothing, just stared intently at Moke's back, a complex light flickering in his eyes. The next morning, Moke meandered listlessly through the labyrinthine waterways, dressed in a relaxed white shirt with its collar slightly open, revealing his collarbone, and a pair of well-tailored casual trousers. He looked like a wealthy young master vacationing in the aquatic city. Just then 2 figures furtively approached him. "Hey, handsome, all alone." Moke looked down to see 2 slightly immature, yet fairly pretty faces. They were twin sisters with exaggerated curly hair, wearing skimpy bikini tops and hot pants. Their eyes gleamed with a cunning spark, but at that moment they were fixated on the pocket where he kept his wallet. Kiwi and Mozu. Moke silently recited these 2 names in his mind. Gazing at their curly hairstyles, he couldn't help but inwardly remark, was this the early form of the legendary Blockhead sisters? They had decent features to begin with, a pair of delicate sisters. How did they end up with such a warped aesthetic after hanging around that freak Frankie, eventually transforming into those bizarre square-shaped figures? Truly, one takes on the color of one's company. Near Frankie, one becomes a block. Yeah, all alone and quite lonely. Moke wore a gentle, harmless smile, even deliberately revealing half of the wallet in his pocket. The sisters exchanged a glance, a flicker of delight in their eyes. Handsome fools were rare these days. Kiwi took charge of distracting him, swaying seductively, while Mozu prepared to make the move. Just as Mozu's fingers were about to touch the wallet, Moke, as if losing his balance, gave this sway, seemingly a stumble, actually incorporated the subtle technique of paper drawing, instantly evading Mozu's hand, while using the momentum of his body to gently bump into Kiwi. "Ah!" Kiwi gasped, nearly falling. Sorry, the ground is slippery." Moke apologized with a contrite expression, steadying her while slipping a coin into her palm. Here, buy some candy. The sisters were stunned. They had failed to steal and instead been flirted with. Moke didn't linger. He turned and walked toward a nearby alley. Sis, this guy is a bit off. Mozu frowned. Let's go after him. How dare he mess with the Frankie family? He's asking for it. Kiwi, humiliated and furious, led her sister in pursuit. A faint smile curved Moke's lips. He had been wondering how to find the Frankie family's hideout, and now these two little guides had delivered themselves to him. After chasing for a while, the sisters found that Moke had vanished without a trace. Frustrated and enraged, they decided to return to the Frankie family to gather their comrades and teach that guy a lesson. Navigating through several intricate waterways, the sisters led Moke to an abandoned shipbreaking shed. The area was cluttered with discarded planks and rusted anchors, the air thick with the smell of tung oil and iron rust. Having arrived at the spot, Moke used Shave to appear in front of the two. Hey, you there, stop right there. Kiwi shouted. Moke halted, turned around, hands in pockets, his expression calm. What? Are you ladies inviting me for tea? Tea my foot. Hand over your wallet and compensate us for emotional distress. Mozu waved her tiny fists. Just then the door of the shipbreaking shed was flung open with a loud bang. A man emerged wearing a floral shirt, sporting a pompadour, and built like a tank. Behind him followed two underlings, one with sunglasses, the other with goggles, Zambai and Dan. It must be said Dan bore a striking resemblance to Frankie's old man, Queen. What's going on? Kiwi, Mozu, who dares to cause trouble on Frankie family turf? The man's voice was booming with a distinctive metallic resonance. Frankie. Moke gazed at the shipwright before him, who, despite having undergone body modification, still retained human flesh. He thought to himself, this is the freak who uses cola as blood and constantly says super at every turn. Brother Frankie. This guy molested us and toyed with us. The sisters Frankie looked Moke up and down, his gaze settling on the expensive casual clothes. A puff of air escaped his nostrils. Humph, with that delicate skin, which rich family's son do you belong to? Dare to mess with the Frankie family. Got a death wish, huh? Brother Frankie, teach him a lesson. Zambai and Dan immediately assumed fighting stances. Moke sighed, pulled out his wallet, and tossed it in his hand. I'm just passing through. These young ladies seemed rather interested in my wallet. Since the boss is here, it'll be direct. He pointed at Frankie. Keep your people in line, or I won't mind loosening their bones for them. Huh. Frankie laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, throwing his head back. Super funny. Kid, are you challenging me? Since you're so eager to play, let me show you the strength of Water 7's greatest shipbreaking workshop. Come on, let's show him our combined technique. Yes, Brother Frankie. Zambai and Dan charged forward, and the sisters joined in without hesitation. Too slow. Moke shook his head, not even moving his feet. Just as Zambai's fist was about to touch his nose, his figure vanished into thin air. Shaved. The next second, Moke appeared behind Zambai, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. Thud. Zambai fell with his eyes rolling back. What a... Dan was stunned. Before he could react, a sharp pain exploded in his stomach, and he doubled over like a shrimp. Kiwi and Mozu screamed in terror. Before they could turn and flee, Moke was already in front of them, two fingers pressed against their foreheads. Don't move, or you'll die, Moke said with a smile. Only Frankie remained standing. You bastard. Frankie's pupils dilated. In that instant, he hadn't seen the opponent's movements at all. What speed was this? Faster than CP9's Shave. Your turn, big guy. Moke looked at Frankie, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. Target detected. Frankie. Abilities: human body modification technology, shipbuilding engineering master, weapon development master. Cloned. A vast torrent of mechanical knowledge and shipbuilding blueprints surged into Moke's mind. From keel construction to sail stitching, from cola-powered conversion to the principles of various bizarre weapons, Moke felt as if he had instantly transformed from a shipbuilding novice into a master shipwright. Not bad, not bad. This craft is indeed super. Moke nodded approvingly. Oops, I've become a freak too, he mused inwardly. Frankie, seeing Moke's expression of "I know this stuff," felt his anger flare even more, but also a surge of caution. That momentary look in the kid's eyes had sent a chill down his spine. Who the hell are you? Frankie growled, clenching his fists and assuming a combat stance. Me. Just a passing traveler. Moke spread his hands, then shifted his tone to a more didactic one. But big guy, although your modification techniques are interesting, you rely too much on those external gadgets. Huh? What are you saying? Frankie frowned. Your body may be modified, but your basic combat skills are pathetic. Moke pointed at his own head. A true master unites body and will. You've decked yourself out with all sorts of flashy upgrades, but neglected the most fundamental physical training. Without those weapons and armor, your current defense couldn't even stop a stone. These words struck a nerve, hitting Frankie's sore spot. Though a genius shipwright, he was a novice in martial arts and Haki. You? What do you know? My modifications are super awesome, Frankie retorted, but his bravado had noticeably diminished. Is that so? Moke smiled then vanished. Frankie instinctively reached for a weapon, but a cold hand had already pressed onto his shoulder. Kneel, Moke said softly. Boom. Frankie felt as if a mountain had descended on his shoulder. He collapsed uncontrollably to his knees, his kneecaps striking the concrete floor with a dull thud. What? What kind of power is this? Frankie stared at Moke in terror. His proud modified body felt as fragile as paper before this man. This is the gap. Moke released his hand and stepped back. Train well. Don't always rely on cola and weapons. A real man needs a strong heart and a body that can withstand any blow. Frankie panted heavily, slowly rising to his feet. He looked at Moke, the hostility in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex expression. You? What exactly do you want? Frankie asked in a low voice. Since you're so strong, why not kill me? Are you with the Marines? At the mention of Marines, Frankie's eyes turned fierce. He thought of his master Tom, and that Spandam with the ridiculous mask. Marines? Moke shook his head, a playful curve on his lips. I was to be precise. I'm with the world government. The world government. Frankie erupted in fury, his hair standing on end. Bastard. I knew it. You dogs killed Master Tom, and now you've come for me. Super despicable. Die. Frankie completely lost control. He joined his hands to form a cannon barrel and thrust them forward. Coup de vent. Boom. A colossal blast of air erupted from Frankie's hands, carrying destructive force toward Moke. This was his trump card, a thrust powerful enough to destroy a warship. The surrounding old shipbreaking shed was flattened in an instant, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Brother Frankie, Kiwi and Mozu cried out. However, as the smoke cleared, a figure still stood there, utterly unscathed. Moke blocked with one hand, casually waving away the dust before him. A bit lacking in power, Moke said calmly. Frankie was completely dumbfounded. Coup de vent. Blocked by a single hand. How is that possible? Calm down, big guy. Moke's figure appeared behind Frankie in an instant, delivering a precise chop to his carotid artery. Thud. Frankie's massive body wobbled, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight down. Brother Frankie, stop shouting. He's fine, just unconscious. Moke dusted off his hands and looked at the terrified sisters and the two underlings. Listen up. I'm not here to arrest him or kill him. Just passing through today. He pointed at the unconscious Frankie. Tell him the world government's waters run deep. He should be more careful in the future. With that, Moke turned and walked away, his back exuding effortless coolness. Wait, what's your name? Kiwi shouted. Moke paused, not turning back, just raising a hand and making a strange gesture. Moke, remember that name. We'll meet again. His voice echoed through the empty ruins as Moke's figure vanished into the curtain of rain. Kiwi and Mozu stared at each other, then at the unconscious Frankie, their hearts filled with awe. Who was this mysterious man? Moke strolled out of Frankie family's ship-breaking house with his hands in his pockets, moving at a leisurely pace. Behind him, the once bustling abandoned factory now lay in deathly silence, with only the unconscious Frankie sprawled like a comical statue amid the rubble, surrounded by a few trembling underlings. Human body modification technology, master-level shipbuilding, and this cola-powered principle steeped in perversion. Moke savored the vast knowledge he had just copied from Frankie in an instant, and a playful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Incredible techniques, but the guy is a bit odd. Moke shook his head, recalling Frankie's image of a floral shirt and pompadour along with the twin sisters, originally rather pretty, but destined to have their heads turned into blocks. No, this aesthetic is too harsh on the eyes. Moke shook his head, recalling Frankie's image of a floral shirt and pompadour along with the twin sisters, originally rather pretty, but destined to. Moke's figure flickered and vanished at the end of the intricate waterways. The Galley Law Company, the most prestigious shipyard in Water 7. The place was bustling with activity. In the massive dry docks, workers chanted as they hauled timber. Moke, dressed in a well-tailored casual suit, looked like a rich young master here to order a custom yacht. He swaggered into the reception hall. Welcome to Galley Law Company. How may I assist you? The receptionist was about to stand when a familiar figure emerged from the back. If not for his eyes cold as ice, he would have looked like an honest, hard-working office drone. Lucci spotted Moke at once, and his pupils contracted. If not for his eyes cold as ice, he would have looked like an honest, hard-working office drone. Lucci spotted Moke at once, and his pupils contracted slightly beneath the brim of his hat. The miserable scene of being surrounded by 8 clones in the abandoned warehouse yesterday was still fresh in his mind, and the spot where that finger had pierced through his iron body still seemed to throb with pain. Sir, are you here for repairs? Lucci stepped forward, his tone flat, as if meeting Moke for the first time. Moke, seeing Lucci's suppressed frustration, as if he were saying, I don't know you, don't mess with me, felt a secret thrill. Repairs? No, I'm here to commission a new ship. Moke said with a grin, casually pulling out a stack of berries from his pocket and slapping them together. Budget: 8 million berries. Is that enough? Lucci took a deep breath, swallowing his humiliation. As the ace of CP9, when had he ever endured such? But now he was undercover, and the other's strength was unfathomable. 8 million berries is more than enough for a very fine ship, Lucci said with a forced smile. Do you have any specific requirements, sir? Simple requirements. Emoku raised one finger and wagged it. First, speed. Second, concealment. Third, comfort. As he spoke, he sketched out a blueprint in his mind. I want a single-masted sailboat, 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, with an ultra-streamlined hull to minimize drag. A small cabin on deck with a kitchen and a simple dining area, below deck a bedroom and storage. Oh, and I need space at the stern to secure 10 flower pots. I want to grow flowers. Grow flowers? Lucci's mouth twitched. Was this really the same monster who had shattered the Six Kings gun with one punch in the warehouse? Was this hobby a bit too domestic? That's right, I'm a man who loves life, Emoka said with a completely straight face. Is there a problem? No. No problem. Lucci gritted his teeth. Please follow me. We need to discuss the details with the foreman. Lucci led Emoku to the design room. Soon 3 figures entered. One was a lean, sharp-eyed man with blonde hair, goggles on his head, and a rope coiled around his waist. Another was a tall, middle-aged man with a cowlick, bare-chested, and wearing sunglasses. The third was a fierce-looking, burly man with a crab-claw mustache and a tattoo of the character ship on his chest. Kaku, Peoply, Lulu, and Tilestone. Lucci, is this the customer who wants a custom ship? Kaku sized up Emoku, his gaze lingering on the pale hands, and frowned. An 8 million berry ship with quite a few demands, it seems. Brother Kaku, this customer has a generous budget. Lucci introduced them. This is Brother Kaku, a master of rope techniques. This is Brother Peoply Lulu, a dual-wielding swordsman, and this is Brother Tilestone, a blacksmith by trade. Emoka looked at the 3, a golden glint flashing in his eyes. Target detected. Kaku. Abilities: rope mastery, master shipbuilding skills. Cloned. Target detected. Peoply Lulu. Abilities: dual-wielding swordsmanship, shipbuilding skills. Cloned. Target detected. Tilestone. Abilities: blacksmithing, shipbuilding skills. Cloned. Instantly, the myriad uses of ropes, the combat techniques of dual-wielding blades, and the essence of hammer forging flooded into Emoke's mind. So that's it. Rope technique isn't just about swinging a rope, or it can extend attacks and defense. Interesting. Emoke mused inwardly. As for these 2 with swords and hammers, they're fairly skilled among ordinary people. Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? Tilestone, impatient at Emoke's silence, rapped the table. 8 million is a lot, but you're asking for a custom ship. To achieve extreme streamlining at 5 meters while maintaining interior space requires high-quality wood and craftsmanship. Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? Tilestone, impatient at Emoke's silence, rapped the table. 8 million is a lot, but you're asking for a custom ship. To achieve extreme streamlining at 5 meters while maintaining interior space requires high-quality wood and... Kaku picked up the design sketch on the table, studied it carefully, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eye. This streamlined design, though it looks odd, it can indeed greatly reduce water resistance. Kaku, a technical enthusiast, felt his fingers itch at the sight of a good design. If we use leftover pieces of the treasure wood atom and combine it with my special rope structure, we can achieve it. Then it's settled. Emoku snapped his fingers. How long until delivery? Kaku pondered for a moment. 15 days. We need time to process the wood and adjust the structure. 15 days. Too long. Emoku frowned. That's the limit. Kaku insisted. Shipbuilding is delicate work, it can't be rushed. Emoku glanced at Lucci. Lucci immediately understood. Though he wanted to create obstacles, the shadow of that finger made him reluctantly say, Brother Kaku, this customer's time is valuable. Could we? Absolutely not. Kaku and Tilestone refused in unison. It's a matter of principle. Emoku shrugged. Fine, 15 days it is. But I want to supervise in person. He'll come to check on the progress. Suit yourself. Kaku waved a hand. Just don't cause trouble. The deal was made. Emoku left the Galila company in high spirits. With the techniques of these 3 plus Frankie's and Lucci's, my shipbuilding is already at the master level. Emoku walked along the canal, feeling the breeze of water. 7. Once this ship is built, it'll be my personal escape. No, my personal ride. He reached a secluded seaside boardwalk. Just as he was about to find a place to sit and rest, he heard hurried footsteps. Stop right there, you bastard. Emoku didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Frankie, in a floral shirt and sunglasses with Kiwi and Mozu sisters behind him, stormed over in a fury. Super mad. Frankie pulled off his sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes. You dared to ambush the Frankie family and knock me out. You think you can get away? Kiwi and Mozu brandished wrenches and hammers, looking fierce. Kid, you're dead this time. Emoku sighed, turned around, and kept his hands in his pockets, looking helpless. Big guy, you just woke up and you're already looking for a beating. Doesn't your neck hurt? Save your excuses. Coup de vent. Frankie didn't give Emoku a chance to speak. He pressed his hands together and fired a blast of air. Boom. The stone slabs on the boardwalk were instantly ripped up, dust flying everywhere. Lord Frankie is awesome, the sisters cheered. But when the dust cleared, Emoku was still standing there, not even a wrinkle in his clothes. He raised one hand and lightly brushed away the dust. I told you the power is a bit lacking. Emoku shook his head. Besides, that move has too much startup time. Full of openings. If you were up against a real expert, you'd have died 10 times over. You? What the hell are you? Frankie's eyes widened in shock. How can you block a coup d'etat with one hand? What kind of monster are you? A monster? Emoku laughed, then vanished. The next second he appeared in front of Frankie and delivered a precise chop to Frankie's carotid artery. Thud. The just awakened Frankie rolled his eyes and collapsed straight to the ground. Lord Kiwi and Mozu screamed in fright and turned to run. Don't run, little sisters. Emoku's figure flashed, blocking their path. He smiled as he looked at the twin sisters with their exaggerated curly hair, wearing bikini tops and hot pants. If you keep following this pervert, you'll end up Emoku said earnestly. Look at you. You have good foundations. If you later turn your hair into blocks, it'll be hopeless. What? What do you want? Kiwi shielded her sister, trying to put on a brave front despite her fear. What do I want? Emoku stroked his chin, a glint flashing in his eyes. Did he lack manpower? No. But did he lack good-looking secretaries? Yes. Besides these two girls, though thieves now, were not bad at heart. The key was that it would be a shame for them to follow Frankie in the future. Hey, race the deal. They'll give you two choices. Emoku held up two fingers. First, I throw your big brother into the sea to feed the sea kings. If he survives, you can continue being thieves with him. No, the sisters shouted in unison. Second, Emoku pointed at himself. Follow me. Room and board provided, monthly salary of 800,000 berries. Easy work. Just help me organize files and bring tea. And I promise I won't turn you into perverts. 800,000 berries. Moses' eyes went wide. They could never steal that much in a lifetime. But Lord Frankie. Kiwi hesitated. He's fine, he'll be fine after a nap. Emoku waved dismissively. Besides, I never said he couldn't join. But for now, Emoku took 2 gold coins from his pocket and tossed them to the sisters. This is a deposit. If you decide to take it, keep it. If not. He glanced at the unconscious Frankie, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll have to dismantle him and sell him as scrap metal. Kiwi and Mozu looked at each other, then at the gold coins in their hands, and finally at Frankie lying on the ground. Well, go with you, they said in unison. A wise choice. Emoku nodded with satisfaction. Come on, let's buy you some normal clothes. That outfit is way too flashy. Emoku turned and walked toward the shopping street, followed by 2 bewildered but delighted twin sisters. By the way, I haven't asked your names yet. Kiwi. Mozu. Kiwi Mozu. Emoku nodded. You're part of my crew now. Remember, follow me, and you'll not only make money, but also learn real skills. Like how to turn a perverted shipwright into a normal person. In the distance, the unconscious Frankie seemed to sense something. His finger twitched slightly, as if protesting. Super annoying. The rainy season in Water City always carried a sticky, clammy dampness, but for Moke today's air was exceptionally fresh. The reason was simple. Behind him trailed 2 souls about to be saved. Boss. I mean, sir, do we really have to dress like this? Jiwei stood before the towering floor-to-ceiling mirror, her face a picture of utter despair. In the mirror, her signature wild curls, which looked as if they had been spiritually contaminated by Frankie, had been straightened and now fell softly to her shoulders. Gone was the skimpy bikini top, replaced by a well-tailored black business suit over a white silk blouse, paired with a black skirt that ended just above the knee. Her long legs were sheathed in high-quality black stockings, and her feet were clad in polished leather shoes. Mosey, standing beside her, was dressed similarly. Their original slightly delinquent girl vibe had been forcibly reshaped by Moke into the image of chaebol heiresses. This is called professionalism. Moke sat on the sofa, a cup of black tea in hand, his gaze appraising as he looked them up and down. Your previous look was the Frankie family aesthetic, industrial heavy metal punk. It doesn't suit you. Now you at least look like normal people. Earlier at the hair salon, Moke had watched the hairdresser straighten their hair, which had been as curly as instant noodles. The twin sisters were practically reborn. It turned out there were no ugly women, only aesthetics twisted by perverts. The sisters actually had very good foundations, fair skin, and tall, slender figures. But, sir, Mosey tugged at the slightly tight skirt of her suit and whispered, the skirt is too short, it's inconvenient for fighting. And these high heels go click-click on the wooden floor, will be discovered during a sneak attack. Who said you're going to fight? Moke set down his teacup and glanced at the clock on the wall. But considering your previous occupational habits, you can't do without combat gear. Let's go to the weapon shop. In Water City, most weapon shops also handled ship repairs, since the residents often had to battle sea kings or harsh weather. Moke led the 2 sisters into a shop called Hammer and Gunpowder. Welcome. Young master, what can I do for you? Greeted the one-eyed owner. Reinforcing the armor on your ship or picking up a few daggers for self-defense. Moke pointed at the twins behind him. Pick 2 suitable blades for them. They need to be sharp, durable, and ideally able to cut through steel. Coming right up. The owner was about to recommend, these young ladies look elegant. I recommend this fine sword imported from the West Sea, or this katana forged by a master craftsman. Light and agile, perfect for women. But Jiwei interrupted him. No fancy rapiers. Jiwei frowned, her eyes showing a deep aversion to anything delicate. Do you have a big blade that can split a person in half with one swing, or smash a ship's planks? Mosey nodded frantically beside her. Yes. Something that looks heavy and has real weight. Preferably a broadsword. The owner stared, looking at the innocent-looking sisters, and then at the almost devouring fanaticism in their eyes. He swallowed. Over in the corner are some lumberjack axes for chopping hardwood, and a few broad-bladed machetes retired from the Navy. You could take a look. 5 minutes later, Jiwei and Mosey each held a massive cleaver half as tall as a person with a blade as wide as a palm. Abstract, blissful smiles spread across their faces. Awesome. The feel. The weight. Jiwei swung it, producing a whistling wind. This is a man's romance. Moke rubbed his temples, feeling a vain throb at his forehead. This was the spiritual pollution of the Frankie family, wasn't it? He had dressed them in formal attire, but deep down they were still the same violent maniacs. Moke rubbed his temples, feeling a vain throb at his forehead. This was the spiritual pollution of the Frankie family, wasn't it? He had dressed them in formal attire, but deep down they were still the same violent maniacs who dismantled ships with wrenches. Fine. Moke sighed and walked to the counter. Give me 2 of the latest flintlock pistols with high accuracy and moderate, and I need special bullets. He lowered his voice, pulling a heavy pouch of berries from his pocket and tossing it onto the counter. Seastone bullets, high explosive rounds, and smoke grenades, 100 of each. Money is no issue. The owner's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out the good stuff from under the counter. Moke handed the pistols and special ammunition to the 2 sisters, instructing them earnestly. Remember, you are secretaries, not berserkers charging into battle. The blade is for self-defense, the gun is for saving your life. When in danger, use smoke grenades first, then seastone bullets against devil fruit users, and only then. Use the cleaver to cut people. Yes, sir, the sisters replied. Though they were dressed in black stockings and short skirts carrying huge cleavers and flintlock pistols, they looked oddly incongruous, like made assassins from a cyberpunk set. Back at the inn, Moke opened the adjacent room for the sisters. Get some rest. Wake up at 8 tomorrow morning. It'll test your familiarity with the geography of Water City. Sir. Jiwei suddenly spoke hesitantly, a blush creeping onto her face. Should we sleep together? The bed in this inn is quite big. Mosey also hinted crazily. Yeah, we sisters toss and turn in our sleep, so we can warm the bed for you, sir. Moke looked at the sisters, who were dressed like decent women, but whose eyes still held the uninhibited boldness of blockheads. He waved his hand helplessly. Stop. First, you're 17, I'm only 15. Second, Moke pointed to his own room. I have to cultivate at night, and it makes a lot of noise. I don't want to disturb you. Third. He looked them up and down, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm not interested in bean sprouts that haven't fully grown yet. Go to sleep now and don't think about nonsense. He looked them up and down, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm not interested. Outside the door, Jiwei and Mosey looked at each other. Sir called us bean sprouts. Jiwei glanced down at her chest, somewhat indignant. He said we haven't grown up. Mosey twirled around. But we clearly have plenty of curves. Inside the room, Moke locked the door and drew the curtains. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of gravity and anticipation. Finally, the area was clear. Tonight he was going to test a newly acquired trump card, the door fruit. He had borrowed this ability from Bruno some time ago, but hadn't had a chance to study it thoroughly. Door fruit open. He extended his right index finger and lightly drew a line in the air before him. There was no sound like a zipper being pulled, but rather a subtle fluctuation, as if space was being forcibly torn apart. Door fruit open. He extended his right index finger and lightly drew a line in the air before him. There was no sound like a zipper being pulled, but rather a subtle fluctuation, as if space was being... So this is the alternate space. Moke stood up and tentatively stepped inside. His feet met solid ground, and he found himself standing in a vast white void. There was no distinction between up and down, left and right, only endless silence. With a thought, his consciousness began to expand outward, trying to find an exit. Instantly, his perception pierced through the walls of the inn, through the curtain of rain, and covered all 7 islands of Water City. A radius of 10 kilometers. Moke calculated in his mind. So I can open a door to any place I've been to, or any coordinate my spiritual power can lock onto. He tried to lock onto a coordinate in the void, a dead end behind the Carrera company that he had visited during the day. Open. Whoosh. Another slit opened in the void before him. Moke stepped out, and in the next second, he was standing in the puddles at the back gate of the Kara company. Whoosh! Another slit opened in the void before him. Moke stepped out, and in the next second, he was standing in the puddles at the back gate. From now on, whether it was for sneaking, a reconnaissance, or escaping after a fight, or even for getting toilet paper scratched, that this ability was incredibly practical. But that's not all. Moke returned to the gray alternate space. This place should be able to store things. How much can it hold? With a thought, he began to materialize boundaries within this space. As he poured in his mental energy, the formless void began to take shape. 100 cubic meters. 300. 500. Until about 900 cubic meters. Moke felt a slight sting in his brain, a warning of mental exhaustion. Stop! The space froze. It was a huge cube, roughly 10 meters in each dimension. 900 cubic meters. Moke estimated that's the size of a small warehouse. I can stuff all my smuggled goods, backup supplies, and future loot into it. More importantly, this place was absolutely safe. No one but him, the ability user, could enter. Even an Emperor of the Sea would just stare at empty air helplessly. This is a portable warehouse. Moke lay on the ground of the alternate space, staring at the gray ceiling above, a wild grin spreading across his face. With this'll be the best at hiding private money in the world of One Piece. Next, I need to see if I can bring living things in. He thought for a moment and pulled out a Water City specialty, a colorful water rat he had caught during the day. Sorry for the trouble, little mouse. Moke tossed the rat into the alternate space, then stepped out himself, reappearing in the in-room. Open. When he opened the door again, the rat was cowering in a corner, trembling. So living things can be brought in as long as my mental energy is sufficient. Moke threw the rat out the window, a full plan already forming in his mind. The Dordor fruit, combined with his clone fruit and duplication abilities, was a match made in heaven. From now on, his main body would fight Hedon, while clones would suddenly open doors from the alternate space to ambush. After the fight, he would open a door to escape, stash the spoils in the alternate space. Who could catch him? This is the treatment a transmigrator deserves. Moke snapped his fingers and deactivated the ability. The rain was still falling outside, but Moke's mood was incredibly bright. Tomorrow I'll go to the shipyard to see how my personal flagship is coming along. In the next room, Jiwei and Mosey lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Sis, what do you think the boss is practicing at night? I thought I heard strange sounds from next door, Mosey whispered. Who cares? Jiwei hugged the big cleaver, looking enchanted. Mosey, do you think we should secretly go to the gym to train? Maybe the boss prefers a more muscular look. But the boss said we're supposed to be the pure and fresh type. Purity and muscles aren't mutually exclusive. Look at that marine hero Garp. He's old now, but when he was young he must have been a pure muscle hunk. Sis, your logic is really weird. The two sisters gradually drifted off to sleep amid their abstract discussion of how to please the boss. In the morning of Shuai-Ji-Du, the air was always permeated with a salty, damp mist and the faint fragrance of tung oil. For Moku, today's air also carried an extra scent, the smell of money. She and Moz were now wearing well-tailored black suit skirts. Their originally wild, voluminous curls, a hallmark. She and Moz were now wearing well-tailored black suit skirts. Their originally wild, voluminous curls, a hallmark of the Fu Lan-Chi family's heavy metal punk style, had been straightened, paired with black stockings and high heels, making them look like elite secretaries fresh out of some multinational conglomerate. This is called professionalism, Imoka said, without looking up, elegantly cutting the fried egg on his plate as he sat on the sofa. You used to have a delinquent girl vibe, but now we're transitioning to high-end business. Remember, from now on you represent not the face of the Fu Lan-Chi family, but the prestige of me, the vice commander of CP9. But, Moz tugged at her skirt, looking utterly resigned. Commander, this skirt will definitely show everything when I fight. And these high heels, I can't put any power into my kicks. Who told you to go around kicking people? Imoka put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up. His casual suit accentuated his upright posture and refined demeanor. Nothing like a monster who could catch a wind blast with one hand. We're going to negotiate business. Be civilized and elegant. Let's go inspect my ride at the Ka-Le-La Company. At the Ka-Le-La Company, Shuai-Ji-Du's largest shipyard, the entire front lobby fell silent for 3 seconds as Imoka walked in with his twin secretaries in black professional attire. The scene was too beautiful, too impactful. Welcome to Ka-Le-La Company. How may I assist you? The receptionist, though accustomed to grand occasions, couldn't help but blush at Imoka's gentle yet authoritative handsome smile. I'm looking for President Bingshan, Imoku said calmly. I'm here to urge progress on the work, and by the way, to discuss a big deal. Inside the president's office, Bingshan was frowning over documents. Hearing the knock, he looked up and saw Imoku entering. His eyes narrowed slightly. As the mayor of Shuai-Ji-Du and president of Ka-Le-La Company, Bingshan had very sharp instincts. Though the young man before him seemed harmless, the unfathomable aura he exuded instinctively made Bing Shan sense danger. "Esteemed guest, I heard you ordered a speedboat." Bing Shan put down his pen, adopting a businesslike tone. "That's right. A little toy worth 8 million berry." Imoku sat casually on the sofa, crossing his legs, his gaze sweeping the office before settling. In that instant, a flash of golden light flickered in Imoku's eyes. Target detected. Bing Shan. Abilities: Master-level shipbuilding engineering, Tang Mu Workshop, heritage, advanced management. Cloned. President Bing Shan. Imoku withdrew his gaze, a meaningful smile curling on his lips. "How is my ship coming along?" "Bali and his team are handling it. Progress is fast and well, deliver on time," Bing Shan said in a deep voice. "If you have any concerns about the craftsmanship, you can inspect the site." "I'm not worried about the craftsmanship. After all, the Ka-Le Law Company's reputation speaks for itself." Imoku waved his hand, then changed the subject. "But I'm not here just for that little boat today. President Bing Shan, are you interested in a much bigger deal?" Bing Shan was taken aback. "A bigger deal?" "Exactly." Imoku leaned forward, interlocking his fingers and resting his chin on them, assuming a classic business negotiation posture. "As you know, the CP9 agency under the world government has a large number of vessels that need maintenance and customization. Previously, these jobs were scattered among various black market shipyards with inconsistent quality and chaotic management." Bing Shan's pupils sharply contracted. CP9's ships. Those were world government vessels. If he could land this, Bing Shan's pupils sharply contracted. CP9's ships. Those were world government vessels. If he could land this contract, it would mean not only Bing Shan's pupils sharply contracted. CP9's ships. Those were world government vessels. If he could land this contract, it would mean not only enormous profits, but also a direct, deep connection with the world government. This would be immeasurably beneficial for the company's reputation and future development. However, Imoku's tone turned playful. "You know CP9's budget approval is a hassle, and Commander C. Pandamu. Well, you know how he is. Quite greedy for money." Bing Shan certainly understood. C. Pandamu's reputation as a fool was well known, even in the black market. "So, I want 20% of the profits from this deal." Imoku held up 2 fingers, smiling. "As a facilitation fee. The remaining 80% goes to Ka-Le Law Company. How about it?" Bing Shan's mind raced through calculations. CP9 had a massive fleet, and they often undertook dangerous missions leading to high wear and tear. If this deal went through, the annual profit would be at least 300 million berry. 20%. That was 60 million berry. Though it stung, exchanging 60 million berry for CP9 as a long-term meal ticket and the world government's protection. This was a steal. "Deal," Bing Shan agreed without hesitation. "Wise choice." Imoku nodded in satisfaction. "They'll have C. Pandamu send over the contract. Remember, quality must be top-notch. These are for the world government. If anything goes wrong, neither of us can afford it." "Of course." Bing Shan stood up and extended his hand. "Pleasure doing business, Mr. Imoku." "Pleasure doing business." Imoku shook Bing Shan's hand, but inwardly he was calculating 60 million berry. Half for C. Pandamu and half for me. I'll pocket 30 million. Adding the smuggling business Shueji do is basically my ATM. Leaving the Ka-Le Law Company, Imoku immediately dialed C. Pandamu's Den Mushi. "Commander C. Pandamu, good news." Imoku's tone was relaxed. "I've reached an agreement with Bing Shan. From now on, CP9's ship business will be outsourced to him. 300 million berry in annual turnover. I take a 20% commission, and we split it 50-50 as usual." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then C. Pandamu's greedy laughter came through. "Well done, Imoku. I knew you'd find a way. But, isn't Bing Shan being watched by Lu Chi and his team? He's the key to the Pluton blueprints. That's exactly why I proposed this deal." Imoku lit a cigarette. "Think about it. As a supplier, I can legitimately station people at the Ka-Le Law Company to supervise and even visit Bing Shan's home. The places Lu Chi can't investigate, my people can. It's called hiding in plain sight." "Genius. Absolutely genius." C. Pandamu's voice trembled with excitement. "Imoku, you're my lucky star. By the way, those 2 secretaries you mentioned earlier, Ji-Wei and Moz, 2 very capable young ladies." Imoku glanced at the twins beside him. "I want to get them on CP9's official payroll. Monthly salary of 800,000 paid from the agency's budget. Easy. That kind of money I can approve." C. Pandamu now saw Imoku as a money tree. "Even 20 secretaries would be fine. Go ahead and do your thing. As long as you bring in the money and find the Pluton, you'll be CP9's greatest hero." Hanging up, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Imoku's mouth. Using CP9's funds to build his own private team, using CP9's name to cover for Bing Shan, and simultaneously extracting intelligence about the Pluton from Bing Shan. 3 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. Done. Imoku put away the Den Mushi and turned to look at the 2 dumbfounded twin sisters behind him. CC Commander MOZ stammered, We have a job. And a formal position in CP9, the world government's direct agency. Not only that, but a monthly salary of 800,000 berry with room and board provided and social insurance. Well, just room and board. Emoku smiled. Congratulations, you're now part of the system. Wah. Ji-Wei suddenly hugged MOZ, crying tears of joy. MOZ. We've made it. 800,000 berry. We're going to be rich. Long live the commander. The commander is brilliant and mighty. MOZ's face flushed with excitement, her eyes filled with adoration and fervor as she looked at Emoku. Before following Big Brother Fulan, she was fun, but they often didn't know where their next meal would come from, surviving by stealing and selling scrap metal. Now following this new commander, they not only wore beautiful clothes, but also had a respectable job. Alright, calm down. Emoku clapped his hands. Tonight, memorize the CP9 employee handbook. Tomorrow you officially start work. Your job is simple: help me organize documents, serve tea and water, and occasionally count my money. Yes, Commander. The two sisters saluted in unison, their movements sharp and full of spirit. Back at the hotel, Emoku sat by the window watching the drizzling rain outside, his mood somewhat heavy. He had just done a quick calculation. The custom speedboat cost 8 million, the twins' new clothes and gear cost over 1 million plus various miscellaneous expenses. Now he had only about 20 million berry in liquid assets. 20 million. Emoku rubbed his chin. Not a small amount, but in this extravagant pirate world, it's just pocket change. To develop new techniques, buy rare materials, or even prepare gifts for new friends, this money won't be enough. Looks like I need to find a way to make quick cash. Emoku's gaze drifted toward the sea outside the window. Though Shueiji-do was a bustling city, the surrounding waters were far from peaceful. This was the first half of the Grand Line, often frequented by pirate crews. Bounties. A glint of sharp light flashed in Emoku's eyes. For pirates, bounties were a symbol of strength. For Emoku, bounties were walking berry mobile ATMs. Since I've got nothing better to do, I might as well take a spin on the sea. Emoku stood up and stretched. Perfect time to test my newly cloned door fruit and rope control technique in naval combat. And catch a few unlucky pirate crews and turn their treasure into my private funds. Ji-Wei, MOZ. Emoku called toward the next room. Yes, Commander. The two sisters rushed over, still holding half-eaten donuts. Pack your things. We're going out to sea. A wicked grin spread across Emoku's face. We're going hunting. Hunting? What kind of hunting? Ji-Wei blinked. The kind of prey that has a money bag hanging from its head. Emoku pointed toward the sea. Pirate. Emoku stood on a high ground near the port, flanked by twin sisters Ji-Wei and MOZ, who wore striking black professional skirt suits and long black stockings that drew all eyes. Following Emoku's gaze, a three-masted sailing ship bearing a flag of guns and skull was slowly departing the harbor. The flag was crudely painted, with the skull clutching a flintlock, exuding a vulgar nouveau riche taste. The Gunpowder Pirate Crew. Emoku murmured the name on the hull. Half an hour later, off the coast of Shueiji-do, Emoku piloted a rented speedboat which sliced through the sea like a black fish, carving an elegant arc across the surface. Sir, we've caught up, Ji-Wei shouted excitedly. Ahead, the Gunpowder Pirate Crew seemed to sense the pursuit. The massive hull slowly turned broadside, blocking their path. Dozens of pirates with flintlocks leaned over the gunwale, grinning savagely. Well, what little young master is this? Out for a pleasure cruise with two pretty girls. A man with a waxed mustache and a face full of scars stood at the bow, twirling a flintlock in his hand. He was Captain Bailin. His lecherous gaze swept over Ji-Wei and MOZ. That outfit. TSK. Kid, leave the boat and the women, and I'll grant you a quick death. Emoku stood at the bow of the speedboat, hands in pockets, completely unruffled. Captain Bailin, let's make a deal. I've taken a fancy to your ship. I plan to break it down and sell it as scrap. Name your price. How about selling yourself to me? Huh. Bailin laughed as if it were the funniest joke he'd ever heard, throwing his head back. Hilarious. Kid, are you provoking the Gunpowder Pirate Crew? Kai, Pike Fu, loosen this brat's bones. Aye, Captain. Two figures stepped out from the crowd. One was a burly man hauling a massive machine gun. The other was a short, bomb-laden doctor. Go capture them. Emoku ordered the twins without looking back. This is your entry exam. Remember, don't kill them. Injuring them costs too much in medical fees. Yes, sir. Ji-Wei and MOZ exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with fervent battle lust. They had been itching to test the power of their new gear. Sisters, let's go. Both leaped into the air, their massive cleavers glinting in the sunlight. Storm leg. Emoku barked softly, and two invisible cutting waves skimmed the sea surface instantly, severing one side of the pirate ship's rigging. The vessel lurched violently. Seizing the moment of chaos, Ji-Wei and MOZ landed on the deck. Die, you perverted old man. Ji-Wei roared, swinging her broadsword with a howling wind toward Bailin. You've got some strength, but against a gun. Baylin sneered and fired a shot. Bang! Ji-Wei reacted swiftly, rolling sideways as the bullet grazed her hair, snapping a mast behind her. Close call. Moz raised her pistol and fired twice. Taste this. Shock burst. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets streaked toward Vice Captain Kai. Kai raised his machine gun to return fire, but the bullet struck the barrel and exploded, numbing his hands. What the hell? Kai gasped in shock. The deck erupted into chaos. Though Ji-Wei and Moz fought in perfect sync, they lacked real combat experience. Facing over 50 armed pirates, they soon found themselves in a desperate struggle. Damn, these bastards are too many. Ji-Wei parried a few cutlasses with her cleaver, but a pirate kicked her in the stomach, sending her stumbling back. Ji-Wei, Moz tried to help, but was forced back by a bomb thrown by the ship's Dr. Pike Fu. Boom. The blast knocked Moz off her feet. She scrambled up, her face smeared with dust, her once pristine suit torn in several places. Oh no, my skirt is ripped. Moz glared at the tear in her hem, her fury erupting. Unforgivable. They'll kill you all. Too green. Moka shook his head from the speedboat. Though well-equipped, their basic physical techniques were abysmal. In a group fight, they didn't use speed or terrain, just brute force. Moka vanished from the speedboat in an instant. Shaved. The next second he appeared atop the pirate ship's mast, looking down at the entire scene. That speed. Bei Lin's pupils contracted sharply. Finger gun peak pierce. Moka's fingers flicked in the air, sending several razor-sharp air bullets that pierced the flintlocks of over a dozen pirates. Oh, my hand. The gun exploded. Amid the pandemonium, Moka landed on the deck, one hand behind his back, the other gesturing lightly. Finger gun, 100 consecutive strikes. 100 compressed air jets shot from his fingertips, precisely striking each pirate's pressure points. Thud, thud, thud. Within 3 seconds, all 50-plus pirates collapsed, paralyzed, and unable to move except for Bei Lin Kai and Pike Fu, who stood farther back and were slightly stronger. Wah! What kind of power is this? Pike Fu trembled, nearly dropping the bomb in his hand. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Moka said with a smile, walking toward the 3. I'm just here to collect a debt. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Bei Lin roared, raising both flintlocks and unleashing a barrage at Moka. Grand shot rainstorm. Hundreds of bullets wove a net of death around Moka. Too slow. Moka didn't even move, he simply raised his hand. Iron body. Clang. Clang. The bullets bounced off his skin as if striking steel. What a iron body. You're a Marine. Bei Lin was terrified out of his wits. Marine. Know him with the world government. Moka flickered, appearing before Bei Lin in an instant and delivered a precise chop to his carotid artery. Thud. Bei Lin's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Captain, Kai roared, hoisting his machine gun, but Moka kicked the barrel, sending the weapon flying with immense force, then landed a heavy punch on his abdomen. PFF. Kai doubled over like a shrimp, vomiting bile, and crumpled to the deck. Only Pike Fu remained trembling in a corner. Big brother, let's talk. I'm a doctor. I can treat you. I'm useful. Pike Fu raised his hands, tears and snot streaming down his face. A doctor. Moka looked him over, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Target detected. Pike Fu. Abilities: bomb-making, basic medical skills. Cloned. Not bad. Moka nodded approvingly, then delivered a chop. Sleep now. Thud. Pike Fu collapsed. The battle ended in under 5 minutes. Sir is mighty. Sir is invincible. Ji-Wei and Moz picked themselves up, staring at the groaning pirates with eyes full of adoring stars. They had been beaten so badly moments ago, yet their commander had cleared the field in an instant. The gap was like the difference between clouds and mud. All right, stop flattering me, Moka said, clapping his hands. Get to work. Tie up these pirates. Oh, and throw the treasure directly to me. The sisters didn't know where their commander wanted the treasure, but they obeyed. Half an hour later, the gunpowder pirate cruise ship was stripped bare. Moka stood at the bow, eyeing the massive 3-masted ship. He calculated the ship is old, but the keel is made of the precious atom wood. Selling the timber alone could fetch tens of millions, plus the bounties on these pirates. He pulled out a den mushi and called the Shui Ji Du Marine Branch. Hello, Marine Branch. This is CP9 Vice Commander Moka. I've captured a group of pirates offshore. Please send a ship to pick them up. Oh, and bring plenty of men, about 60. That evening at the Shui Ji Du Marine Branch dock, when Moka arrived with the twins escorting the gunpowder pirate crew, the entire branch erupted. Good heavens. It's the gunpowder pirate crew. Captain Bei Lin, Vice Captain Kai, all captured. Who was that young man? He took down the entire crew single-handedly. The branch commander personally came out beaming to welcome Moka. Vice Commander Moka, you've worked hard. This is a tremendous achievement. You're too kind, Moka waved dismissively, looking carefree. It's all for justice. Yes, for justice. The commander wiped his sweat, his heart bleeding. If only that bounty of over 100 million had been credited to him. After tallying the total bounties of the gunpowder pirate crew, plus the value of their ship, came to 120 million berry. As for the treasure in the hold, Imoka claimed it was lost in the battle. The commander suspected otherwise, but in the face of Imoka's unfathomable strength, he could only swallow his doubts. Here is the bounty check, sir, the commander said, handing over a check for 120 million berry. Imoku accepted it, doing mental math. He had saved about 20 million from smuggling and contracting, plus this 120 million and the 30 million treasure in the alternate space. Net worth 170 million berry. Imoku let out a silent whistle. Back at the inn, Imoku sat by the window watching the drizzling rain outside, his mood bittersweet. He had earned enough money, but the day's battle had exposed a problem. G-Wei Moz come in. The two sisters entered, still bearing bruises on their faces. Sir, you wanted to see us? Sit. Imoku pointed to the chairs opposite him. How did the battle feel today? Very thrilling. G-Wei clenched her fists. But those pirates were so despicable, ganging up on us. Ganging up is normal for pirates. Imoku shook his head. Your problem is that you rely too much on weapons and brute force. Your basic physical techniques are too weak. If I hadn't been there today, you'd have been riddled with bullets. The twins lowered their heads, a little unconvinced, but they knew his words were true. Starting tomorrow, special training. Imoka stood up, his eyes stern. They'll teach you shave and moonstep. These are life-saving skills and essential for pursuit. Shave and moonstep? Those are part of the 6 powers of the Navy, right? Imo's eyes widened. Can we really learn them? Whether you can or not depends on your potential, Imoku said with a sly smile. But I have confidence that I can train you two into true elite agents. Yes, sir. The sisters saluted in unison, their eyes burning with fierce determination. Good. Imoku nodded approvingly. Rest early tonight. Meet me at the beach tomorrow at 5 in the morning. 1 minute late, and you'll be fined 10,000 berry. 10,000. The sisters gasped. Yes, sir. The morning of Water 7 for Moke, the air today, carried an extra flavor of frustration with one's failure to live up to expectations. At the abandoned shipyard behind the Galila company, the grating sound of collisions echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Kiwi and Mozu, the two sisters, were furiously attacking a specially made steel dummy. The expensive black business suits they wore were soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies, accentuating their already explosive curves. Iron block. The two sisters shouted in unison, their originally flexible waists and abdomens instantly becoming as hard as steel, forcefully withstanding the heavy hammer rebounding from the dummy. Not bad, your resistance has improved. Moke sat under a parasol holding a glass of iced lemon tea, commenting leisurely, how's the practice of moonstep and paper art going? Mozu attempted to use moonstep to leap into the air, but due to incorrect force application, she slammed diagonally into a nearby tree trunk like a cannonball, shaking off a shower of leaves. Ouch. Pain, pain, pain. Mozu rubbed her bottom and stood up, looking aggrieved. Sir, this moonstep is too hard. My soles feel like they're cramping. It's better to just jump up and kick someone. Kiwi also nodded vigorously beside her. Yes, sir. That paper art wiggles around like a snake. It's not tough at all. We want to learn a move that sends enemies flying with a bang. Moke rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. This was the Frankie family's aesthetic and spiritual contamination. Even though he had given them the most standard Rokushiki training, those two girls still inherently worshipped the violent aesthetics of brute force. Moves like shave and finger gun, which required extreme skill and precision, they practiced terribly. Instead, they were self-taught in the defensive art of iron block and how to use guns for suppressive fire. All right. Moke put down his teacup, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Since you like being berserkers, then stop training in agility. From today on, focus on the defensive power of iron block and firearm shooting skills. I want you to become mobile artillery platforms, understand? Yes, sir. The two sisters' eyes lit up instantly, as if they had found their tribe. Suppressive fire. That's our specialty. In the following days, the training ground was filled with deafening gunfire and explosions. Moke used his recently replenished personal funds to purchase a batch of high-explosive rounds and incendiary rounds for the sisters' flintlock pistols. Bang, bang, bang. Kiwi held a gun in each hand and fired wildly at the sea. The bullets triggered a series of small explosions upon entering the water, sending up several-meter-high water columns, a spectacular sight. However, in a place like the Grand Line teeming with monsters, sometimes overwhelming force defeat skill wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, in a place like the Grand Line teeming with monsters, sometimes overwhelming force defeat skill wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as they could survive, that was enough. On the afternoon of the 5th day, the sun was rather dazzling. Moke was instructing the two sisters in point demolition training when a rapid and heavy footstep suddenly sounded from afar, accompanied by a strong smell of cola and machine oil. Stop, you bastard pretty boy. A large cyborg man in a floral shirt with a pompadour and sunglasses, Frankie, along with a grimacing eggplant stormed into the training ground. Big brother Frankie. Kiwi and Mozu were startled and instinctively stepped in front of Moke. What are you doing here? Frankie removed his sunglasses revealing bloodshot eyes and pointed at Moke roaring super unhappy. You two idiot sisters, you actually let this pretty boy steal you away. And you are wearing these ridiculous clothes. His gaze darted back and forth between the sisters' black stocking business suits and giant cleavers, his expression extremely twisted. What is this? Where's your old tough style? Where's your soul? Big brother, this is our own choice. Mozu retorted loudly. Sir gave us a formal position, monthly salary of 800,000 berries. And social insurance and housing fund. Oh no, and various benefits. 800,000. Frankie gasped, then became even more furious. Bastard. Can money buy family? Can it buy dreams? Come back with me. We're going to build the strongest ship in the world and sail the seas. Dreams can't fill your stomach, but 800,000 berries can buy a lot of cola and lumber. Moke interjected calmly, playing with a gold coin in his hand. You shut up. Frankie turned to glare at Moke, his hands clapping together suddenly. Since you've taken my family away, don't blame me for being rude. Taste this. Coup de vent. Boom. A powerful blast of air burst forth, heading straight for Moke's face. The two sisters exclaimed. Moke didn't even blink, casually raising a single hand. Iron block. Bang. The two sisters exclaimed. Moke didn't even blink, casually raising a single hand. Iron block. Bang. The shockwave struck Moke's palm, creating a burst of air that tousled his long hair, but he didn't retreat a single step. Moke shook his head and his figure vanished instantly. The next second he appeared in front of Frankie, landing an uppercut precisely on Frankie's chin. Bang. The cyborg who had been so ferocious a moment ago rolled his eyes again and fell flat on his back. And why did I say again? Big brother Frankie. Eggplant was so scared he sat down on the ground. Eggplant, wait here for a while. Moke clapped his hands and looked at the two sisters. You two go practice shooting over there. They'll have a chat with your big brother about life ideals. 10 minutes later, at an abandoned lighthouse in Water 7. The sea wind howled and waves crashed against the rocks. Frankie leaned against the wall of the lighthouse, rubbing his slightly swollen jaw, looking at the handsome young man before him with a complicated expression. Who exactly are you? Frankie asked in a low voice. Your strength is definitely not that of an ordinary CP9 agent. Moke leaned on the railing, lit a cigarette, and blew a smoke ring. Frankie, or rather Tom's second disciple, Cat Flam. Upon hearing the name Tom, Frankie's pupils sharply contracted, his entire body tensing instantly. Don't be nervous. Moke waved his hand. If I wanted to catch you, that chop just now wouldn't have knocked you out. It would have severed your— What exactly do you want? Frankie gritted his teeth, his hand unconsciously reaching for the weapon at his waist. What do I want? Moke smiled, his eyes suddenly becoming deep. I want to tell you to protect the secret inside your body. The blueprint known as— Boom. Frankie felt like a bomb had exploded in his mind. He stood up abruptly, looking at Moke in disbelief. You. How do you know? This was the secret he would guard with his life, the last legacy left to him by Master Tom, and the forbidden weapon coveted by the world government. How I know isn't important. Moke flicked off his cigarette ash, his tone turning serious. What's important is that the situation is dangerous now. CP9 has set its sights on this place. That idiot Spandam may have a bad brain, but the agents under him are no pushovers. You're also here to steal the blueprint. Frankie's voice trembled. What would I want that thing for? Moke rolled his eyes. I have no interest in ruling the world. I'm only interested in my own life. Pluton is a hot potato. Whoever takes it dies. Frankie was stunned. Looking at Moke's lazy demeanor, the wariness in his heart miraculously faded a bit. Then why are you telling me this? Because although I don't like the look of you, Moke pointed at Frankie's floral shirt, and I don't like your taste either. But I hate even more to see Master Tom's legacy end in the hands of a pervert who only builds weapons of war. Master Tom. Frankie lowered his head, his voice choked. Listen, big guy. Moke stepped forward and patted Frankie's broad shoulder. Hide the blueprint, well, don't let anyone find it, and you have to survive. Frankie was silent for a long time. The sea wind messed up his pompadour and also dispelled the confusion in his heart. After a long while he looked up, his eyes becoming determined. I trust you. Frankie grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Although you look like a profiteer, there's no disgusting greed in your eyes. You're really a good person. He'll take that good person card. Moke smiled, then had a sudden inspiration. Since we're good friends, can you do me a favor? What favor? As long as it doesn't violate my principles, just say it. Frankie slapped his chest generously. I ordered a single-person sailboat from the Galley Company. Barry and the others are building it. A glint of sharp light flashed in Moke's eyes. The hull structure is fine, but I want to add a bit of special propulsion. Special propulsion? Frankie raised an eyebrow. That's right. Moke pointed at Frankie's stomach. For example, a cola-powered engine. I want my ship to not only sail, but also fly. Frankie's eyes lit up instantly, a look of finding a kindred spirit. You mean a super modification? Using cola as fuel, driving an air compression system to achieve instantaneous burst acceleration. Super, that's a brilliant idea. No problem technologically. Of course no problem. As long as you have money to buy materials. Frankie rubbed his hands excitedly. When your ship is finished, I'll personally help you modify it. Seeing Moke and Frankie return arm in arm, the two sisters were stunned. Big brother. You. Made up. Kiwi's eyes wide. Frankie grasped Moke's hand and shook it vigorously. Back at the training ground, Kiwi and Mozu were gathered around Eggplant, seemingly exchanging some modifications. Seeing Moke and Frankie return arm in arm, the two sisters were stunned. Big brother. You. Made up. Kiwi's eyes widened. Of course. Frankie put his sunglasses back on and struck an extremely twisted pose. This Sir Moke, although he's a lackey of the world government. Ahem, although he's a man of the world government, he's a good person who understands a man's romance. Kiwi, Mozu, you two follow him. Big brother feels at ease. Really? That's great. The two sisters cheered. Moke watched this scene, laughing inwardly. Alright, stop chatting. Moke turned to look at the two sisters. How did the shooting practice go just now? Let me see the results of your suppressive fire. Yes, sir. Bang. 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 Another round of deafening gunfire. At Dock No. One of the Galila company, a crowd had gathered. Polly, Peeply, Lulu, and Tilestone, the three pillars of the shipwright trade, stood with strained expressions staring at the newly completed masterpiece before them. The hull was pitch black, its streamlined design as sleek as a black shark poised to strike. The keel forged from the treasurewood atom emitted a faint golden glow under the sunlight, a symbol of power and speed. Perfect. Mock stood at the bow, hands in pockets, nodding with satisfaction. This is art. Lucci tipped his hat low, his voice hoarse. Though the craftsmanship is impeccable, are you really sure about the name? Kaku, standing nearby, twitched the corner of his mouth, his long nose trembling slightly. The getaway one. Isn't that a bit too straightforward? Straightforward. No, it's called pragmatism. Mock turned around, his expression righteous. We must always be prepared for a strategic relocation. This ship is designed to let me disengage from the battlefield at top speed when the moment calls, preserving our fighting strength. Kiwi and Maz stood behind Mock, dressed in sharp new black suit skirts, their long legs and black stockings dazzlingly pale under the sun. The chief is, we must preserve our strength. Kiwi waved her fist. For a better fight later. Maz nodded frantically. Polly sighed, tying the last mooring line. The ship's fine. Its speed is exactly what you wanted. But this name. If word gets out what's left of the Galila company's reputation. Don't worry, it won't have any effect. Mock slapped the gunwale generously. Just settle the final payment. Keep the change. Consider it a tip for the masters to buy cigarettes. At the words keep the change, the expressions of Polly and the others instantly brightened. Take care, Chief Mock. Welcome back anytime. Frankie's shipbreaking house. Super cool. This is the ship you want to modify with cola power. Frankie, wearing sunglasses, circled the getaway one 3 times, his eyes gleaming brighter than the sun. He suddenly yanked open a hidden compartment at the stern, stared at the reserved engine interface, and trembled with excitement. This design, this space utilization, it's a stroke of genius. Mock, you're a man who truly understands a man's romance. Save the talk. Get to work. Mock gestured for Kiwi and Maz to bring a crate of cola. Leave it to me. Frankie rolled up his sleeves, revealing his mechanical arm, and the welding torch in his hand spat blue flames. Kuda burst. Propulsion system modification begins. Over the next 2 hours, Mock sat under a sunshade sipping iced lemon tea, watching Frankie scurry around the ship like a gorilla. Kiwi and Maz helped pass wrenches occasionally, letting out gasps of admiration. Wow, big brother, this pipe is so thick. That engine sound is so sexy. Hey, you two dumb sisters. Frankie yelled while tightening a bolt. Don't act like you've never seen anything. Once it's finished, this ship will fly across the water. Got it. Super, amazing. The three shouted in unison. Mock watched the scene, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Though noisy, the scene was oddly heartwarming. Done. With a loud shout from Frankie, the exhaust vents at the stern blasted out white steam, followed by a deep, powerful roar. Here, try this. Frankie handed Mock a cola can with a goofy face drawn on it. This is a special Frankie's chili cola, infused with devil chili extract. It'll boost the engine to 200 power for 3 minutes. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary, or the ship might fall apart. Mock took the can, looked at the twisted face on it, and twitched his eye. What do you know? This is art. Ignoring Frankie's defense, Mock turned and walked to the stern. Their 10 delicate flower pots were arranged. With a thought, he activated the power of the flourish fruit. Grow. As his spiritual energy infused them, 10 seemingly ordinary vine seeds burst through the soil instantly. Emerald vines, as if alive, quickly coiled around the railings at the stern. The leaves were thick and emitted a faint shimmering glow. This is... Frankie's eyes widened. A biodynamic auxiliary system. Mock spoke with a straight face, talking nonsense with authority. These vines can generate thrust through photosynthesis and automatically repair hull damage. What do you think? Pretty high-tech, huh? Super weird, Frankie said, though his eyes were already burning with curiosity. What kind of plant is this? Can I study it? In your dreams. Mock slapped away Frankie's reaching hand. That's my exclusive secret. In truth, he knew these were just ordinary ivy strengthened by the flourish fruit. In a critical moment, these vines could become weapons to strangle enemies, or help him escape. Alright, the ship's good. Mock jumped aboard and started the engine. The Getaway One let out a cheerful roar, darting out of the ship, breaking House's harbor like a black fish. Let's go. Back to Eni's lobby. Mock stood at the bow, the sea breeze tangling his long hair. Kiwi and Maz stood on either side, holding giant cleavers, their faces beaming with confidence. Yes, Chief. Eni's lobby. Dark clouds hung low, and the air was thick with a suffocating tension. The massive gates of justice slowly opened, and the Getaway One cut through the calm water like a black lightning bolt, docking steadily at the pier. The moment Mock stepped ashore, he felt a hostile gaze. Jabra, wearing a flashy suit, a cigar dangling from his lips, swaggered over with a lecherous look. His eyes bypassed Mock and fixed directly on Kiwi and Maz. Tisk tisk tsk. Vice Chief, where did you go for training these past few days? Picked up 2 such hot chicks. Jabra rubbed his hands together, revealing his sharp teeth. Little sisters, what future is there with our Vice Chief? Why not come with me? Hello, Senior Jabra. Kiwi bowed politely. Senior Jabra seems to be in high spirits. Maz also smiled sweetly. Huh, you've got taste. Jabra, emboldened, reached out to touch Kiwi's face. Come on, let Big Brother have a look. Bang. A dull thud. Before Jabra's hand could touch Kiwi, his head took a heavy blow. Mock withdrew his hand, still holding the half-smoked cigar. Ow, ow. Jabra jumped up, clutching his head. What the hell are you doing? If you don't need your hands, you can donate them to someone who does. Mock's eyes were icy. And my secretaries, are they something you can touch? You. Jabra gritted his teeth, but remembering the time Mock broke his leg, he swallowed his curses. They're just secretaries, not your wife. Secretaries still no. Mock said calmly. They are full-fledged CP9 agents, not your playthings. If I see you lay a hand on them again, next time it won't be your leg that breaks. With that, Mock turned and walked away. Let's go, Kiwi. Maz. Yes, Chief. The 2 sisters didn't even glance at Jabra. They held their heads high, chests out, and walked in their high heels, tapping behind Mock. Their long legs and black stockings strode with confidence and pride. Jabra stood there watching the 3 retreating figures, especially the 2 dazzling pairs of black-stockinged legs, and stomped his feet in fury. Their long legs and black stockings strode with confidence and pride. Jabra stood there watching the 3 retreating figures, especially the 2 Ow! Damn it! Why are these stones in Eni's lobby so hard? CP9 Base Chief's office. Spandam was fixing his hair in front of a mirror. Hearing the knock, he immediately put on a fawning smile. Come in. Mock pushed open the door, followed by Kiwi and Maz. Yo, little brother, Mock back already. Spandam greeted him effusively, his eyes sweeping over the twins, swallowing hard. So these are the new agents you mentioned. Let me formally introduce them. Mock stepped aside. Kiwi and Maz. From now on, they will be my personal secretaries. Their paperwork's done right. Done. Spandam nodded, eagerly pulling 2 files from a drawer. Monthly salary of 800,000, full CP9 status, all benefits included. As long as little brother Mock is satisfied. As he spoke, he secretly winked at Kiwi. Ladies, if you ever need anything, just come to Chief Spandam. I'll definitely. Mock interrupted Spandam's fantasy bluntly. They have to help me organize files and count money. They're very busy. Count money. Spandam blinked. That's right. Mock pulled a check from his pocket and slapped it. This is a gift from the Galila Company. 10 million berries. Spandam's eyes instantly turned into berry symbols. 10 million berries. He pounced on the table, grabbed the check, and examined it over and over, his hands trembling with excitement. Little brother Mock. You're my lucky charm. I knew sending you out was the right call. Of course. Mock pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. But Chief Spandam, I have one request now that I'm back. Name it. As long as it doesn't contradict the 5 elders' orders, I'll agree. Spandam now looked at Mock as if he were his own father. I want to use the base's underground training ground. Mock pointed at Kiwi and Maz. These 2 girls have too little combat experience. I need to run a special training regimen for them. Training? No problem. Spandam waved his hand. Use the underground training ground as you please. Need a sparring partner. Jabra and the others have been idle lately. No need. Mock's lips curled into a sinister smile. I'll do it myself. Kiwi and Maz, hearing this, trembled slightly, but their eyes blazed with fierce determination. Yes, Chief. Underneath the judicial island, the training ground. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the massive machete in Jaiwei's hand slammed into the metal staff that Waitsu used to block sparks flying. Waika's face flushed crimson, and the specially made floor tiles beneath his feet instantly cracked. He stood firm like a wooden stake driven into the ground, stubbornly withstanding this monstrous force. Not bad. Lower your center of gravity a bit more. Moke sat on the high observation deck, holding a cup of freshly brewed black tea, his tone as calm as if he were critiquing an opera performance. Mosey, your moon step is too stiff. You are supposed to step on the air, not crush it to death. Yes, sir. Mosey let out a crisp shout, her long legs encased in black stockings taking 7 steps in the air, her figure darting back like a phantom as a series of flames erupted from the flintlock in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Specially made high-explosive bullets arced through the air, precisely bombarding the high-speed moving owl. Whoosh. Owl spun like a top in the air, using centrifugal force to deflect the explosive shockwaves while still muttering, "Deputy Commander Moke, isn't this training intensity a bit too? Daddy, my neck is about to snap." "Shut up, Owl." A lecherous voice came from the corner. Gabra leaned in the shadows, a half-smoked cigar dangling from his mouth, his gaze roving wantonly over Jiwei and Mosey. "What's the use of training so flashily, you two little girls? In front of true powerhouses, it's just a facade." Gabra blew out a smoke ring, sneering, "It's just that you, Deputy Commander, are too soft-hearted. If it were me, I'd have used Wolf Fong to loosen their bones." Jiwei and Mosey paused, a flash of anger in their eyes. Moke set down his teacup. The porcelain clinked against the saucer, a crisp ding. Jiwei and Mosey paused, a flash of anger in their eyes. Moke set down his teacup. The porcelain clinked against the saucer. Moke's voice remained gentle, even carrying a hint of a smile. "Since you're so free, why don't you be a target for them?" "Huh, are you kidding?" Gabra straightened up, disdainfully adjusting his tie. "Let me be a target for 2 newbies who just joined." "Deputy Commander, you're insulting the dignity of CP9. Before he could finish, a dark shadow vanished into thin air. The next second, Gabra felt his tie suddenly yanked, and his whole body was lifted off the ground like a tiny chick. Ugh. Moke grabbed Gabra by the neck with one hand and slammed him hard against the solid wall of the training ground. Boom. Bricks and stones shattered and Gabra was embedded in the wall, leaving only a pair of terrified eyes exposed. "Dignity." Moke leaned close to Gabra's ear, his voice low like a demon's whisper. "In the face of absolute power, your dignity isn't worth a damn. And my secretaries, are they for you to judge?" MMPH. Gabra struggled desperately, trying to pry Moke's wrist with both hands, only to find the hand immovable like an iron clamp. "Looks like you're still not awake." Moke's eyes turned cold as he lightly tapped Gabra's abdomen with his other hand. Finger gun piercing peak. Although Moke had controlled his strength, the burst of finger force at that moment still made Gabra feel as if his internal organs were all churned together. Thrown back to the ground, Gabra curled up in a ball, retching uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking his suit. The entire training ground fell dead silent. Owl and Waitsu exchanged a glance, then silently turned their heads away, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Waitsu even started whistling. Jiwei and Mosey, on the other hand, wore expressions of adoration, stars practically popping out of their eyes. "Do you have any objections now, eh?" Moke dusted off his hands, looking down at Gabra from above. No. Gabra clutched his stomach, his face pale, not daring to look at the twins again. "Deputy Commander is right. I was being a smart mouth. I'm a loser. I'm trash." "Good." Moke turned and walked back to the observation deck, picking up his cup of black tea again, as if he had just swatted a mosquito. "Continue training. Gabra, don't just stand there. Go practice speed with Mosey. If I hear another useless word, I'll send you to the 2 giants at the gate for a snack." "Yes, sir." Gabra with a jolt scrambled towards Mosey. "Come on, little sister. Big brother. Senior here is very fast." Sketch CP9's survival rules. Gabra eyed the ceiling of CP9's combat power, self-proclaimed, got rubbed against the wall by a new deputy commander. "This is not science. Owl science. In front of Deputy Commander Moke, even Vegapunk would have to study again." "Waitsu, Ba benefactor, just give in." "Gabra, I want to resign. I want to join the circus." A month flew by in monotonous high-intensity training. The underground training ground of Judicial Island had become like a massive furnace. The changes in Jiwei and Mosey were visible to the naked eye. Originally only capable of brute force output, they could now skillfully use iron block vajra to strengthen their defense, swinging their massive machetes with fierce momentum. Their marksmanship also improved daily, and combined with the specially made high-explosive bullets, they were practically a pair of mobile humanoid artillery platforms. Even the previously most troublesome Shave and Moon Step had taken on a decent form under the sparring of Gabra, the human punching bag. The few people in the training ground immediately ceased their moves and stood in a neat row. "Good progress." Moke's gaze swept over everyone, finally The few people in the training ground immediately ceased their moves and stood in a neat row. "Good progress." Moke's gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on the gasping Gabra. "Especially you, Gabra. Over this month your endurance has improved significantly. Gabra's mouth twitched. He wanted to cry but dared not. Significant improvement. That was from being beaten. The beatings he endured this month were more than the total of the past 10 years. Jiwei Mozi. Significant improvement. That was from being beaten. The beatings he endured this month were more than the total of the past 10 years. Jiwei Mozi. Go buy some good food to replenish your... Wow. Thank you, sir. The sisters took the checks, their faces flushed with excitement, and their eyes toward Moke grew even more fervent. As for you two, Moke looked at Owl and waits you. You've worked hard as sparring partners. They'll give you a grade for this month's mission evaluation. Thank you, Deputy Commander. The two felt as if pardoned, the heavy stone in their hearts finally dropped. Just then, bururu, bururu. The urgent ringing of a den-den mushi broke the calm of the training ground. Moke frowned slightly, pulling out a den-den mushi that looked very much like Spandam, and wore a comical mask. Hello, Director Spandam. Moke, Brother Moke, something big has happened. Spandam's panicked voice came through the receiver along with the sound of documents scattering. The world government has issued an urgent mission directly. CP9 is specifically ordered to deploy. Oh, Moke raised an eyebrow. What could make the five elders so anxious? It's the Rommel Kingdom. Spandam's voice trembled. Strange things have been happening in that country. Every night multiple nobles and soldiers are instantly killed. No footprints, no bloodstains. Only wounds cut by wind blades. Wind blades. Moke's eyes instantly sharpened. Moreover, the perpetrator is said to be a man in splendid attire with long hair, calling himself the Kemaitashi of Rommel. Moke's fingers holding the den mushi tightened slightly. The Kemaitashi of Rommel. Cavendish. The future supernova with a dual personality, known as the Pirate Noble Prince. The world government suspects it's a devil fruit user with wind-based abilities causing trouble or an assassin of swordsman level. Spandam said urgently, Moke, your CP9's strongest combatant. This mission is perfect for you. The five elders said if we don't handle it well, we're all doomed. Spandam said urgently, Moke, your CP9's strongest combatant. This mission is perfect for you. This was a troublesome character. Although his strength wasn't top tier among the supernovas, once that second personality of White Horse Cavendish awakened, he was a pure killing machine. Besides, that guy was a total narcissist. I understand. A playful smile curled at the corner of Moke's mouth. Perfect timing. My two secretaries also need practical combat experience. Besides, that guy was a total narcissist. I understand. A playful smile curled at the corner of Moke's mouth. Perfect timing. My two secretaries also need practical combat experience. Moke cut him off. I have a ship. Hanging up the den mushi. Moke turned to the twins. Pack up. Huh? Going where? Jiwei was stunned, still holding her massive machete. Business trip. Moke adjusted his collar, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Sneak one. The cola-powered propulsion system at the stern emitted a low, powerful roar, white steam gushing out, propelling the boat forward at an astonishing speed through the... Sneak one. The cola-powered propulsion system at the stern emitted a low, powerful roar, white steam gushing out, propelling the boat forward at an astonishing speed through the waves. Wah! Jiwei and Mozi stood at the bow, feeling the sea breeze hitting their faces, shouting excitedly. Sir, this boat is so fast. Is this the power of cola energy from our Frankie family? Super awesome. Moke stood at the helm, one hand holding his hat brim, his expression calm. Moke glanced at the course. The Rommel Kingdom, an island nation in the first half of the Grand Line, famous for its swordsmen and nobles. Cavendish. Moke murmured the name. Getaway 1 sliced through the waters of the first half of the Grand Line like a sleek black fish carving a straight white line across the sea surface. At the stern, Frankie's custom-built, cola-powered propulsion system roared like a wild beast. Moke furiously poured a can of devil pepper cola, which reeked with a pungent, eye-stinging aroma, into the fuel port. The engine instantly erupted into a piercing shriek, and white steam like a dragon's breath propelled the ship to its utmost speed. Commander, at this speed, my face is going to be deformed by the wind. Kiwi clung tightly to the railing, her massive cleaver slung across her back, her black-stockinged legs trembling slightly in the fierce gale. What's there to fear? This is the romance of manhood. Mozi, on the other hand, cried out in excitement, though her hair had been blown into a mess. This is super speed. Moke steered with one hand on the wheel, his long hair dancing wildly in the wind, but his eyes were as calm as the deep sea. 5 days. In just 5 days they had crossed half the sea area and arrived at the royal capital of the Kingdom of Rommel, London. This island nation was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Huge Gothic spires pierced through the clouds, and the air was thick with an overwhelming scent of black tea and machine oil. Dock! Moke snapped his fingers, and the vines instantly retracted. The ship glided into the harbor on its momentum. As soon as they set foot on land, the den mushi that Moke carried specifically for contacting Spandam began to ring. Brother Moke, have you arrived? Spandam's voice was laced with anxiety. The situation in Rommel is dire. The head of CP6 is already waiting for you. Remember, you must uncover the identity of that secret killer. The 5 elders are watching. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter and get to the bottom of it. Moke ended the call and led the twins through the bustling docks. London's streets were paved with bluestone lit by vintage gas lamps. Pedestrians wore tailcoats and top hats carrying walking sticks, exuding an air of rigid aristocratic refinement even in their gait. So this is the royal capital of Rommel. Feels very old-fashioned, not a trace of vitality. Kiwi tugged at her ill-fitting suit and mumbled under her breath. Don't look around, stay alert. Moke lowered the brim of his hat. According to intelligence, the CP6 base was located beneath the city's oldest bell tower. After passing through several dim alleys, Moke stopped before an unremarkable iron door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 long, 2 short. The iron door creaked open, and a strong, musty odor rushed out. Welcome, Deputy Commander of CP9. A tall, thin figure stood in the shadows. Moke looked up, his pupils contracting slightly. The man before him stood nearly 7 meters tall, as thin as a bamboo pole, wearing round-rimmed glasses, with snow-white hair and beard. He held a thick book in his hands. Fortunately, the room was built high, otherwise he couldn't have stood upright. Jerry. Moke's mind instantly flashed with a future scene, the Buster call on Eni's lobby, where this man was one of the CP6 agents escorting Nico Robin to the Judicial Island. Hello, Commander Jerry. Moke displayed his trademark fake smile, stepping forward to shake hands. The moment their fingertips touched, the clone fruit activated. Please come in. This is not the place to talk. Jerry pushed up his glasses, turned, and walked into the dim corridor. The base's interior looked even shabbier. Please come in. This is not the place to talk. Jerry pushed up his glasses, turned, and walked into the dim corridor. The base's interior looked even shabbier than its exterior. Moldy paintings hung on the walls, desks were piled high with documents, and the air reeked of cheap coffee. Have a seat. Jerry pointed to a few worn-out sofas, then sat down on a rickety swivel chair. The situation is dire. Jerry got straight to the point, his voice hoarse. Over the past 3 months, there have been nearly 100 attacks on aristocrats in the royal capital. Including guards, the victims have exceeded 1,000. More than 20 of them died on the spot. Cause of death. Moke raised an eyebrow. Windblades. Jerry pushed a photograph across the table. In the photo, a nobleman in splendid attire lay in a pool of blood, the wound on his neck as smooth as a mirror, and even the stone pillar behind him had been sliced through. Kamaitashi. Kiwi gasped. Could it be a legendary demon? There are no demons in this world, only devil fruit users. Kamaitashi. Kiwi gasped. Could it be a legendary demon? There are no demons in this world, only devil fruit users, or swordsmen. Moke tapped the armrest lightly. Commander Jerry, did anything special remain at the scene? Like a card, or a line of poetry? Jerry was taken aback. How did you know? Some feathers were indeed found at the scene. White feathers. Cavendish. Moke sneered inwardly. Who else, but that narcissistic pirate prince, would scatter feathers when killing? Commander Moke, you've traveled far, you must be hungry, right? Jerry suddenly stood up, forcing a stiff smile on his face. I've already had the most famous Rommel lunch prepared. 5 minutes later, a small folding table held 3 plates. On each plate lay a roll that looked like a sushi roll made of seaweed wrapped around cold rice, accompanied by a small pile of fried pitch-black potato sticks. Please. Jerry picked up a sushi roll, elegantly placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. This is Jerry's special low-fat, healthy diet sushi and air-fried, oil-free cyclone potatoes. To maintain my figure, I have to control my intake every day. Moke looked at the dry rice balls on the plate, the corner of his mouth twitching. Was this the treatment CP6 received? How shabby. That fool Spandam was feasting on delicacies all the time. It seemed CP9 was held in higher regard by the world government. Commander Jerry is truly disciplined. Moke picked up a potato stick and took a bite. Crunch. It was as hard as a rock. Naturally, Jerry pushed up his glasses, his face a mask of bliss. Only by controlling desire can one control power. That is the essence of yoga. Kiwi and Mosey exchanged glances, secretly pulling out the jerky Moke had given them from their pockets and nibbling on it behind him. Moke suppressed the urge to shove the rice ball up Jerry's nostril, quickly finished the lunch, and stood up. Thank you for the However, I'd like to take a walk around the streets to investigate the area. Do you need an escort? Jerry asked. No need. Moke adjusted his collar. My secretaries and I prefer a bit of freedom. Stepping out of the dim base, the sunlight outside was somewhat dazzling. Commander, I almost broke my tooth. Kiwi couldn't help blurting out as soon as they were outside. Is that old man a reincarnation of a miser, treating us to rock-hard fries? And he talks about yoga spirit. Mosey grumbled. I think he's just too broke to afford anything else. Moke watched the gentleman passing by on the street, his eyes deep with thought. This is Rommel, a country that reveres gentlemanly conduct. Here, even killing must be done with elegance, eating with elegance, and even being stingy must be done with elegance. He paused before a shop called Royal Tailor Shop. In the window, a set of deep red velvet formal wear was displayed, complete with a lace cravat and a gold pocket watch chain, dazzlingly gorgeous. Inside, buying clothes. Kiwi was taken aback. Commander, aren't we here to work on a case? Even for a case, we need a disguise. Besides, the fish we're angling for is a massive narcissist. Inside the shop, an old tailor with a curled mustache was bowing and scraping to a stout. Besides, the fish we're angling for is a massive narcissist. Inside the shop, an old tailor with a curled mustache was bowing and scraping to a stout gentleman holding a measuring tape. When the old tailor saw Moke and the others enter, his eyes lit up instantly. Moke's aura, a blend of youthful slenderness and the oppressive presence of a strong man, coupled with the twins' fiery figures which even their suits couldn't hide, made them look like walking berries. Welcome. You three must be nobles from out of town, right? The old tailor greeted them warmly. I'm the owner here, Hans. Judging by your demeanor, you must be here for tonight's White Rose Ball, correct? Good eye. Moke casually tossed a bag of gold coins onto the counter, producing a dull thud. Give me and my secretaries 3 of the most splendid outfits, the kind that, when we walk down the street, everyone will turn their heads to look. No problem. Leave it to me. Hans caught the money bag, the flesh on his face jiggling with laughter. Please come upstairs, we have a special VIP room. 10 minutes later, the curtain of the fitting room was pulled open. Moke stepped out. He had changed out of his all-black combat suit and into a set of deep blue velvet tailcoat with a pristine white ruffled shirt underneath and a silver bow tie at the collar. Although he still wore a sword at his waist, he now held a cane adorned with a ruby. The once delicate-featured young man now looked like an aristocratic playboy stepping out of a painting, carrying a hint of languor and charm. Wow! Kiwi and Mosey were stunned. Commander, you're so handsome. Mosey covered her face. It feels like you've become This is noble mode. Moke adjusted his cuffs in front of the mirror, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What do you think? Don't you feel a sudden urge to kneel and kiss the back of my hand? Yes. Commander, please step on me. Kiwi blurted out. Shut up. Kiwi wore a Wynard Knight-style dress with a high-slit revealing black lace stockings underneath and a decorative rapier at her waist, exuding an air. Kiwi wore a Wynard Knight-style dress with a high-slit revealing black lace stockings underneath and a decorative rapier at her waist, exuding an air of heroic elegance. Mosey was dressed in a pale purple court gown with layers of lace accentuating her graceful figure. She held a folding fan, looking like a proud, entitled. Perfect. Moke snapped his fingers. Now we look no different from nobles on vacation. Master Hans, are there any places nearby suitable for noble entertainment? Hans wiped his sweat and lowered his voice. Is this your first time here, sirs? If you're looking for fun, you can go to the Moulin Rouge. But if you want to gather information, I suggest the Old John Tea House. It's a gathering place for intelligence brokers. As long as you have money, you can find out even who the king dreamed of last night. Old John Tea House. A glint of sharp light flashed in Moke's eyes. Then let's go pay a visit. The mist of Lunardun seemed forever trapped in the air, never dissipating. The sign of Old John's Tea House loomed in and out of the haze, its wooden planks covered in moss like a face dotted with age spots. Moku pushed open the heavy carved wooden door. A creak echoed through the silent tea house, the sound of the hinges grating harshly against the stillness. The previously noisy chatter instantly ceased, and dozens of gazes shot toward the entrance in unison. Moku remained composed, his expression unruffled. Tonight he wore a deep blue velvet tailcoat, a silver bow tie at his collar, and carried a cane adorned with a ruby. His slender figure cut and elegant, his delicate face shadowed by the brim of his hat appeared unusually profound, and his entire demeanor exuded an aristocratic aura of keep away. Ji-Wei and Moz followed behind him. Welcome, said a middle-aged man behind the counter, about 50 years old, who was polishing a glass. He had a mustache, sharp eyes, and a professional fake smile pasted on his lips. Moku approached the counter, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface, producing a crisp tock-tock sound. 3 cups of your finest black tea, Old John, Moku said with a slight nod, his tone as familiar as if they were old acquaintances. The man's hand paused as he wiped the glass, then he burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sir, you've mistaken me, the man said, pointing to the name tag on his clothes, which read, Young John. My father is at the Red Mill enjoying the can-can dance art. I am his son, Young John. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Ji-Wei and Moz covered their mouths, their shoulders shaking violently as they suppressed giggles. On Moku's usually impassive face a rare crack appeared. Moku cleared his throat, quickly adjusting his facial muscles to restore that inscrutable expression. Also, you are Mr. Young John. Your father is truly vigorous and full of refined interests. Naturally, Young John said proudly, then shifted the topic. Please sit by the window. The view is best there. The three of them took their seats. The black tea was served steaming hot. Imoka lifted the teacup, gently blowing away the foam, but his eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar. The tea house was a motley crowd. There were impoverished nobles in tailcoats spewing vulgarities, a peculiar man wearing a monocle and examining tea leaves with a microscope, and several mysterious figures wrapped in black robes, only their eyes visible. Did you hear? Last night that Marquis was attacked again. Chill. Keep your voice down. They say he was cut in half chair, and all by a wind blade, leaving only a white feather at the scene. It must be Kamaitachi. Imoka took a sip of tea, his brow furrowing slightly. It seemed this guy's killing urge was even fiercer than in the original story. Captain, this tea is so bitter, Moz complained, frowning. It's not as good as the cola on our ship. Shut up. Eat with elegance. Imoka tapped her head lightly. This is an intelligence hub. Keep your ears open. Just then a heated argument erupted from a corner. 30 million berry. Are you crazy, Bridge? A fat man with a fierce face slammed the table, making the teacups jump. This is just a piece of rock. Even if it glows, can you eat it? Opposite him sat a tall, thin man wearing a newsboy cap, his eyes dark and sinister. He clutched tightly a long cloth-wrapped object. If you don't know quality, don't shout, the thin man. Bridge said coldly. This is meteorite iron from the heavens, the perfect material for forging divine weapons. 30 million, not a cent less. To hell with your divine weapons. I only collect antiques. The fat man cursed as he stood up, storming out and pushing the door angrily. Bridge watched his retreating figure, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, but quickly returned to his indifferent deadpan expression. Imoka set down his teacup. Meteorite iron. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. This was a treasure. His ghost feather, though a fine blade, felt fragile when facing monsters like Weevil. If he had meteorite iron combined with Frankie's technology, he could forge a true divine weapon. G-Way Moz. Yes. The two sisters immediately sat up straight. Keep drinking tea and watch the surroundings. Imoka stood, adjusted his collar, and curled his lips into a smile of a rich young master who looked like easy money. He'll be back soon. Sir, are you interested? Bridge's eyes lit up as he saw Imoka approaching. Imoka's velvet tailcoat and ruby cane screamed one word: wealth. He'll take this stone, Imoka said, pointing with his folding fan at the cloth-wrapped meteorite, his tone casual. 30 million berry, Bridge said, extending 3 fingers greedily, eyeing Imoka's money pouch. Too expensive. Imoka shook his head and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Bridge panicked, grabbing Imoka's sleeve. Sir, this is a sample of the meteorite. Look at the luster, the hardness. He lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a piece of metal emitting a faint purple glow, its surface covered with strange patterns like the trails left by falling stars. A flicker of joy passed through Imoka's eyes, but his face showed disdain. Mediocre quality, too many impurities, Imoka sighed, as if doing charity. 25 million, not a cent more. Just buying myself a little fun. 25 million. He'll lose money. Bridge cried out. At least 30 million. 26 million. 29 million. Deal. Imoka snapped his fingers, crisp and decisive. 29 million. Cash. Bridge froze. WH. What did you say? Can't you understand human speech? Imoka pulled a berry check for 29 million from his pocket, waving it in front of Bridge. 29 million. Now take me to get the goods. I don't like carrying that much cash around town. It's unsafe. Bridge's Adam's apple bobbed. All right. The goods are in a nearby warehouse. Follow me. The streets of Lunardon were a tangled maze, intricate and confusing. Bridge led Imoka through several dark alleys, finally stopping before a rusty iron door. Sir, the goods are inside, Bridge said, pushing the door open and making a come-in gesture. Imoka stepped inside. The warehouse was dim, with a musty smell pervading the air. Where's the goods? Imoka glanced around the empty warehouse. Not a single thing in sight. The goods are right here. Bridge's voice suddenly turned cold, and he began clapping. Clap, clap, clap. From the shadows of the previously empty warehouse, more than 20 armed men suddenly emerged. They wore various clothes, some carrying machetes, some with muskets, all with fierce expressions surrounding Imoka. Bridge retreated behind the crowd, his fawning smile replaced by a vicious sneer. 29 million berry. What a fortune, he licked his lips. But since you came into my warehouse, that money is your life ransom. Imoka stood in the center of the encirclement, his expression calm. He looked at the motley crew around him, then at the smug Bridge, and suddenly sighed. Tisk. That sigh was filled with helplessness and disappointment. What? Regret? Bridge sneered. Too late. Hand over all your valuables, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. I was just thinking. Imoka lifted his head, his eyes cold as blades. How is it that this Rumal kingdom is full of the same shameless scoundrels as the England in the real world? What England? Enough talk. Get him. At Bridge's command, the more than 20 thugs brandished their weapons and charged like ravenous wolves. Kill him. Chop him into mince. Blades and shadows instantly engulfed Emoku. Emoku moved. Or rather his sword moved. Aiajutsu flash. No flashy moves, no earth-shaking roar. Only a blue arc flashed in the dim warehouse like lightning cutting through the night. Fast. Too fast. The three leading thugs suddenly froze. Their machetes snapped into the cuts smooth as mirrors. Then a red line appeared on their throats and blood gushed like a fountain. Thud, thud, thud. 3 bodies fell. The remaining bandits hadn't even processed what happened. They just saw a blur, and the noble young master in the lavish attire had vanished. Where is he? Up there, someone shouted in terror. Emoku stepped on the wall, his body tracing a bizarre arc in the air. With every swing of ghost feather he claimed a life. A bandit pressed a musket against Emoku's chest and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck Emoku's chest, but made a sound like metal clashing. The bullet was flattened and dropped to the ground. Emoku didn't even flinch. He swung his sword back, severing the man's head. What kind of monster is this? Bridge's legs went weak and his dagger clattered to the floor. This was no sheep for the slaughter. This was the Grim Reaper harvesting lives. In just 10 seconds the warehouse fell into dead silence. More than 20 bandits lay on the ground dead or wounded, their cries of pain echoing. Emoku stood among the corpses, his ghost feather unstained by a single drop of blood. He flicked the blade lightly and sheathed it. Click! The crisp sound of the sword returning to its scabbard reverberated through the silent warehouse like a death knell. Emoku walked up to Bridge, looking down at the man who had wet his pants. Where is the meteorite iron? Emoku's voice was soft, yet carried a suffocating pressure. Under the floorboards. Bridge pointed tremblingly at a wooden plank in the corner. Emoku walked over, kicked the plank away. Beneath it was a hidden compartment containing a large piece of purple glowing meteorite iron and a bag of berry. Is that all? Emoku frowned. You've been robbing for years and this is all you've got. He activated observation Haki. He sensed the life signatures within 100 meters. Oh, there's more hidden deeper. Emoku walked to the opposite wall of the warehouse and punched it. Boom. Bricks and stones shattered, revealing a concealed chamber. Inside were piles of gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, paintings, and even several unopened crates of weapons. That's more like it, Emoku nodded with satisfaction. With a thought he activated the power of the door fruit. Alternate space storage. The meteorite iron, the money bag, and all the treasures in the chamber vanished in an instant. This haul was massive. Roughly estimated the spoils were worth at least 20 million berry. Emoku turned to face the trembling Bridge, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket and elegantly wiping his hands. You've been at this for a while, haven't you? Bridge was about to nod, but hesitated. Sensing his hesitation, Emoku unleashed a fingered gun 100 barrage. In the warehouse, no one remained alive except Emoku. They deserved it. Emoku strode toward the door. At Old John's tea house, sunlight slanted through the dusty window panes, slicing diagonally into the dimly lit main hall. Jiwei and Mosey were voraciously devouring a towering pile of blueberry muffins, their long legs clad in black stockings swinging beneath the table, while they bickered indistinctly over whose marksmanship was superior. Moke pushed open the door, the brass bell above it chiming crisply. Upon witnessing the sisters' ravenous eating habits, he couldn't help but remark that daughters ought to be raised with indulgence. Those who lacked a refined upbringing in childhood would find it difficult to change later in life. Captain, you're back? Mosey greeted, her mouth stuffed so full that her cheeks bulged like a hamster's, her words garbled. These muffins at this place are super delicious. Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch them from you. Moke shook his head helplessly, yet a hint of indulgent amusement curled at the corners of his lips. Behind the counter, Little John with his waxed mustache was polishing a glass, his shrewd eyes surveying the activity in the shop. Boss, another cup of black tea, please. Moke lowered his voice, feigning secrecy. In this city, are there any exceptionally handsome men, so devastatingly handsome that they could move? Moke lowered his voice, feigning secrecy. In this city, are there any exceptionally handsome men, so devastatingly handsome that they could move heaven and earth, causing screams wherever they go? Little John's hand, wiping the glass, jolted abruptly, almost sending the cup crashing to the floor. He jerked his head up, his sharp eyes sweeping over Moke from head to toe, from his deep blue velvet tailcoat to his overly refined face, finally resting on the ruby-encrusted cane in his hand. The air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. A knowing, ambiguous smile crept across Little John's face. He leaned in closer and whispered, "Sir, your taste is truly unique. But you've come to the right person." Moke's heart skipped a beat, a foreboding feeling. Well, in Lunardun, when it comes to great handsome men, there's none other than the exiled prince of the Bulakia kingdom, the White Horse noble's son Kawendiksu. Little John said with a dreamy expression. That golden hair, that figure, those melancholic eyes. Tisk, so many noble ladies are utterly infatuated with him. Even the governor's daughter. Ahem. Moke choked on his own saliva and quickly interrupted him. I mean, the kind of, my point is a swordsman with superb skills who is also narcissistic. I mean self-confident. Oh, Little John drew out the syllable, his smile growing even more suggestive. Powerful, huh? I see. Kawawendiksu's swordsmanship is recognized as the best in Lunardon. Tonight Governor Telly is hosting a private banquet for him reportedly to showcase his abilities. Moke rubbed his brow, feeling his composure teetering on the edge. He quickly paid the bill, turned, and headed toward the twins, deciding not to waste any more words with this oddly minded informant. Let's go, he said, patting Mosey, who was still licking her fingers. Change your clothes. We're going to the banquet. What? Change again? Jiwei grumbled, didn't you just buy these clothes? This is work, Moke replied succinctly. The Lunardon governor's mansion blazed with lights. The enormous crystal chandelier illuminated the banquet hall as bright as day. The air was thick with the mingling scents of perfume, fine wine, and a veneer of hypocritical politeness. Nobles clinked glasses and conversed in low tones. Moke, accompanied by Jiwei and Mosey, entered as specially dispatched officials from the world government, instantly becoming the center of attention. His deep blue suit gleamed with understated luxury under the lights. The ruby came tapping softly as he walked with unhurried poise. So young. I heard he's here to investigate the Weasel case. I didn't expect him to be so refined. The two ladies beside him are also beautiful. Are they twins? So young. I heard he's here to investigate the Weasel case. I didn't expect him to be so refined. The two ladies beside him are also beautiful. Are they twin sisters? Whispers reached his ears, but Moke only offered a polite smile, his gaze scanning the crowd. Soon he locked onto his target. At the center of the banquet hall, a golden-haired man was surrounded by a group of aristocratic ladies and young misses. He was dressed in a pure white suit, his collar adorned with intricate lace cravats, a flawless, charming smile on his face as he gracefully responded to the praises around him. Kawawendiksu. Moke's gaze sharpened slightly. Just then a portly, greasy-faced, middle-aged man entered, flanked by servants. Governor Telly of Lunardon. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Telly clapped his hands, and the hall gradually fell silent. Tonight we are honored to host a distinguished guest from the Bulakiea Kingdom, the White Horse, Mr. Kawawendiksu. Thunderous applause erupted. Kawawendiksu bowed slightly, his posture as elegant as a true prince. Mr. Kawawendiksu is not only of noble birth, but also an unparalleled swordsman. Telly continued, a fawning smile plastered on his face. How about inviting Mr. Kawawendiksu to perform a sword demonstration for us? It would be my honor, Kawawendiksu said in a pleasant, mild voice. But a mere sword demonstration might be a bit dull. Would any of the esteemed guests present be willing to grace me with a friendly spar? His gaze swept across the room with an innate arrogance. The male guests exchanged uneasy glances, and none were willing to humiliate themselves. I will. A calm voice rang out. Moke stepped forward from the crowd, his ruby cane tapping the floor with a crisp sound. All eyes instantly fixed on him. Kawawendiksu's eyes met Moke's, and the amusement in his smile deepened, but Moke caught a faint, subtle scrutiny within them. Oh, this gentleman is interested. Kawawendiksu appraised Moke with keen interest. May I ask your name? A passing traveler. Moke smiled faintly. I have heard of your esteemed swordsmanship and have come to seek advice. Excellent. Excellent, seeking advice. Governor Telly was overjoyed and quickly ordered the area cleared, bringing out 2 practiced wooden swords. Moke did not take a sword. Instead, he drew his own blade from his waist. The good quick blade 50 Works Ghost Feather. The scabbard was pitch black, the hilt wrapped in deep blue silk threads. Simple and unadorned, yet exuding a chilling aura. Kawawendiksu's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of Moke's blade, then transformed into intense interest. He accepted the famous sword Durandal handed to him by a servant. This western rapier had a slender blade and exquisite floral engravings on the guard, clearly a valuable fine blade. Please. Kawawendiksu assumed an opening stance, his posture